Chapter 7. Of airy tongues, that syllable men's names. On sands and shores and desert wildernesses. Milton. It is now necessary to mention some circumstances, which could not be related amidst the events of Emily's hasty departure from Venice, or together with those, which so rapidly succeeded to her arrival in the castle. On the morning of her journey, Count Morano had gone at the appointed hour to the mansion of Montoni, to demand his bride. When he reached it, he was somewhat surprised by the silence and solitary air of the portico, where Montoni's lackeys usually loitered. But surprise was soon changed to astonishment, and astonishment to the rage of disappointment, when the door was opened by an old woman, who told his servants, that her master and his family had left Venice, early in the morning, for terra firma. Scarcely believing what his servants told, he left his gondola, and rushed into the hall to inquire further. The old woman, who was the only person left in care of the mansion, persisted in her story, which the silent and deserted apartments soon convinced him was no fiction. He then seized her with a menacing air, as if he meant to wreak all his vengeance upon her, at the same time asking her 20 questions in a breath, and all these with a gesticulation so furious that she was deprived of the power of answering them. Then suddenly letting her go, he stamped about the hall, like a madman, cursing Montoni and his own folly. When the good woman was at liberty, and had somewhat recovered from her fright, she told him all she knew of the affair, which was, indeed, very little, but enough to enable Morano to discover, that Montoni was gone to his castle on the Apennine. Thither he followed, as soon as his servants could complete the necessary preparation for the journey, accompanied by a friend, and attended by a number of his people, determined to obtain Emily, or a full revenge on Montoni. When his mind had recovered from the first effervescence of rage, and his thoughts became less obscured, his conscience hinted to him certain circumstances, which, in some measure, explained the conduct of Montoni, but how the latter could have been led to suspect an intention, which, he had believed, was known only to himself, he could not even guess. On this occasion, however, he had been partly betrayed by that sympathetic intelligence, which may be said to exist between bad minds, and which teaches one man to judge what another will do in the same circumstances. Thus it was with Montoni, who had now received indisputable proof of a truth, which he had sometimes suspected, that Morano's circumstances, instead of being affluent, as he had been bidden to believe, were greatly involved. Montoni had been interested in his suit, by motives entirely selfish, those of avarice and pride. The last of which would have been gratified by an alliance with a Venetian nobleman, the former by Emily's estate in Gascony, which he had stipulated, as the price of his favour, should be delivered up to him from the day of her marriage. In the meantime, he had been led to suspect the consequence of the Count's boundless extravagance, but it was not till the evening, preceding the intended nuptials, that he obtained certain information of his distressed circumstances. He did not hesitate then to infer, that Morano designed to defraud him of Emily's estate. And in this supposition he was confirmed, and with apparent reason, by the subsequent conduct of the Count, who, after having appointed to meet him on that night, for the purpose of signing the instrument, which was to secure to him his reward, failed in his engagement. Such a circumstance, indeed, in a man of Morano's gay and thoughtless character, and at a time when his mind was engaged by the bustle of preparation for his nuptials, might have been attributed to a cause less decisive than design. But Montoni did not hesitate an instant to interpret it his own way, and, after vainly waiting the Count's arrival, for several hours, he gave orders for his people to be in readiness to set off at a moment's notice. By hastening to Udolpho he intended to remove Emily from the reach of Morano, as well as to break off the affair, without submitting himself to useless altercation, and, if the Count meant what he called honourably, he would doubtless follow Emily, and sign the writings in question. If this was done, so little consideration had Montoni for her welfare, that he would not have scrupled to sacrifice her to a man of ruined fortune, since by that means he could enrich himself. And he forbore to mention to her the motive of his sudden journey, lest the hope it might revive should render her more intractable, when submission would be required. With these considerations, he had left Venice. And, with others totally different, Morano had, soon after, pursued his steps across the rugged Apennines. When his arrival was announced at the castle, Montoni did not believe that he would have presumed to shew himself, unless he had meant to fulfill his engagement, and he, therefore, readily admitted him. But the enraged countenance and expressions of Morano, as he entered the apartment, instantly undeceived him. And, when Montoni had explained, in part, the motives of his abrupt departure from Venice, the Count still persisted in demanding Emily, and reproaching Montoni, without even naming the former stipulation. Montoni, at length, weary of the dispute, deferred the settling of it till the morrow, and Morano retired with some hope, suggested by Montoni's apparent indecision. When, however, in the silence of his own apartment, he began to consider the past conversation, the character of Montoni, and some former instances of his duplicity, the hope, which he had admitted, vanished. And he determined not to neglect the present possibility of obtaining Emily by other means. To his confidential valet he told his design of carrying away Emily, and sent him back to Montoni's servants to find out one among them, who might enable him to execute it. The choice of this person he entrusted to the fellow's own discernment, and not imprudently, for he discovered a man, whom Montoni had, on some former occasion, treated harshly, and who was now ready to betray him. This man conducted Cesario round the castle, through a private passage, to the staircase, that led to Emily's chamber, then shewed him a short way out of the building, and afterwards procured him the keys, that would secure his retreat. The man was well rewarded for his trouble. How the Count was rewarded for his treachery, had already appeared. Meanwhile, old Carlo had overheard two of Morano's servants, who had been ordered to be in waiting with the carriage, beyond the castle walls, expressing their surprise at their master's sudden and secret departure. For the valet had entrusted them with no more of Morano's designs, than it was necessary for them to execute. They, however, indulged themselves in surmises, and in expressing them to each other, and from these Carlo had drawn a just conclusion. But, before he ventured to disclose his apprehensions to Montoni, he endeavoured to obtain further confirmation of them, and, for this purpose, placed himself, with one of his fellow servants, at the door of Emily's apartment. That opened upon the corridor. He did not watch long in vain, though the growling of the dog had once nearly betrayed him. When he was convinced that Morano was in the room, and had listened long enough to his conversation, to understand his scheme, he immediately alarmed Montoni, and thus rescued Emily from the designs of the Count. Montoni, on the following morning, appeared as usual, except that he wore his wounded arm in a sling. He went out upon the ramparts, overlooked the men employed in repairing them, gave orders for additional workmen, and then came into the castle to give audience to several persons, who were just arrived, and who were shown into a private apartment, where he communicated with them, for near an hour. Carlo was then summoned, and ordered to conduct the strangers to a part of the castle, which, in former times, had been occupied by the upper servants of the family, and to provide them with every necessary refreshment. When he had done this, he was bidden to return to his master. Meanwhile, the Count remained in a cottage in the skirts of the woods below, suffering under bodily and mental pain, and meditating deep revenge against Montoni. His servant, whom he had dispatched for a surgeon to the nearest town, which was, however, at a considerable distance, did not return till the following day, when, his wounds being examined and dressed, the practitioner refused to deliver any positive opinion concerning the degree of danger attending them. But giving his patient a composing draught and ordering him to be quiet, remained at the cottage to watch the event. Emily, for the remainder of the late eventful night, had been suffered to sleep undisturbed. And, when her mind recovered from the confusion of slumber, and she remembered that she was now released from the addresses of Count Morano, her spirits were suddenly relieved from a part of the terrible anxiety that had long oppressed them. That which remained arose chiefly from a recollection of Morano's assertions concerning the schemes of Montoni. He had said that plans of the latter, concerning Emily, were unsearchable, yet that he knew them to be terrible. At the time he uttered this, she almost believed it to be designed for the purpose of prevailing with her to throw herself into his protection, and she still thought it might be chiefly so accounted for. But his assertions had left an impression on her mind, which a consideration of the character and former conduct of Montoni did not contribute to efface. She, however, checked her propensity to anticipate evil. And, determined to enjoy this respite from actual misfortune, tried to dismiss thought, took her instruments for drawing, and placed herself at a window, to select into a landscape some features of the scenery without. As she was thus employed, she saw, walking on the rampart below, the men, who had so lately arrived at the castle. The sight of strangers surprised her, but still more, of strangers such as these. There was a singularity in their dress, and a certain fierceness in their air, that fixed all her attention. She withdrew from the casement, while they passed, but soon returned to observe them further. Their figures seemed so well suited to the wildness of the surrounding objects, that, as they stood surveying the castle, she sketched them for banditti, amid the mountain view of her picture, when she had finished which, she was surprised to observe the spirit of her group. But she had copied from nature. Carlo, when he had placed refreshment before these men in the apartment assigned to them, returned, as he was ordered, to Montoni, who was anxious to discover by what servant the keys of the castle had been delivered to Morano on the preceding night. But this man, though he was too faithful to his master quietly to see him injured, would not betray a fellow servant even to justice. He, therefore, pretended to be ignorant who it was, that had conspired with Count Morano, and related, as before, that he had only overheard some of the strangers describing the plot. Montoni's suspicions naturally fell upon the porter, whom he ordered now to attend. Carlo hesitated, and then with slow steps went to seek him. Barnardine, the porter, denied the accusation with a countenance so steady and undaunted, that Montoni could scarcely believe him guilty, though he knew not how to think him innocent. At length, the man was dismissed from his presence, and, though the real offender, escaped detection. Montoni then went to his wife's apartment, whither Emily followed soon after, but, finding them in high dispute, was instantly leaving the room, when her aunt called her back, and desired her to stay. "You shall be a witness," said she, "of my opposition. Now, sir, repeat the command, I have so often refused to obey." Montoni turned, with a stern countenance, to Emily, and bade her quit the apartment, while his wife persisted in desiring, that she would stay. Emily was eager to escape from this scene of contention, and anxious, also, to serve her aunt. But she despaired of conciliating Montoni, in whose eyes the rising tempest of his soul flashed terribly. "Leave the room," said he, in a voice of thunder. Emily obeyed, and, walking down to the rampart, which the strangers had now left, continued to meditate on the unhappy marriage of her father's sister, and on her own desolate situation, occasioned by the ridiculous imprudence of her, whom she had always wished to respect and love. Madame Montoni's conduct had, indeed, rendered it impossible for Emily to do either, but her gentle heart was touched by her distress, and, in the pity thus awakened, she forgot the injurious treatment she had received from her. As she sauntered on the rampart, Annette appeared at the hall door, looked cautiously round, and then advanced to meet her. "Dear Mademoiselle, I have been looking for you all over the castle," said she. "If you will step this way, I will shew you a picture." "A picture," exclaimed Emily, and shuddered. "Yes, ma'am, a picture of the late lady of this place. Old Carlo just now told me it was her, and I thought you would be curious to see it. As to my lady, you know, Mademoiselle, one cannot talk about such things to her." "And so," said Emily smilingly, "as you must talk of them to somebody." "Why, yes, Mademoiselle, what can one do in such a place as this, if one must not talk? If I was in a dungeon, if they would let me talk, it would be some comfort, nay, I would talk, if it was only to the walls. But come, Mademoiselle, we lose time, let me shew you to the picture." "Is it veiled?" said Emily, pausing. "Dear Mademoiselle," said Annette, fixing her eyes on Emily's face, "what makes you look so pale, are you ill?" "No, Annette, I am well enough, but I have no desire to see this picture, return into the hall." "What? Ma'am, not to see the lady of this castle?" said the girl, "the lady, who disappeared too strangely. Well. Now, I would have run to the furthest mountain we can see, yonder, to have got a sight of such a picture." And, to speak my mind, that strange story is all that makes me care about this old castle, though it makes me thrill all over, as it were, whenever I think of it. Yes, Annette, you love the wonderful. But do you know, that, unless you guard against this inclination, it will lead you into all the misery of superstition? Annette might have smiled in her turn, at this sage observation of Emily, who could tremble with ideal terrors, as much as herself, and listen almost as eagerly to the recital of a mysterious story. Annette urged her request. "Are you sure it is a picture?" said Emily. "Have you seen it? Is it veiled?" "Holy Maria! Mademoiselle, yes, no, yes. I am sure it is a picture, I have seen it, and it is not veiled." The tone and look of surprise, with which this was uttered, recalled Emily's prudence, who concealed her emotion under a smile, and bade Annette lead her to the picture. It was in an obscure chamber, adjoining that part of the castle, allotted to the servants. Several other portraits hung on the walls, covered, like this, with dust and cobweb. "That is it, mademoiselle," said Annette, in a low voice, and pointing. Emily advanced, and surveyed the picture. It represented a lady in the flower of youth and beauty. Her features were handsome and noble, full of strong expression, but had little of the captivating sweetness that Emily had looked for, and still less of the pensive mildness she loved. It was a countenance, which spoke the language of passion, rather than that of sentiment, a haughty impatience of misfortune, not the placid melancholy of a spirit injured, yet resigned. "How many years have passed, since this lady disappeared, Annette?" said Emily. 20 years, mademoiselle, or thereabout, as they tell me. I know it is a long while ago." Emily continued to gaze upon the portrait. "I think," resumed Annette, "the senior would do well to hang it in a better place than this old chamber. Now, in my mind, he ought to place the picture of a lady, who gave him all these riches, in the handsomest room in the castle. But he may have good reasons for what he does, and some people do say that he has lost his riches, as well as his gratitude. But hush, ma'am, not a word," added Annette, laying her finger on her lips. Emily was too much absorbed in thought, to hear what she said. "'Tis a handsome lady, I am sure," continued Annette. "The senior need not be ashamed to put her in the great apartment, where the veiled picture hangs." Emily turned round. "But for that matter, she would be as little seen there, as here, for the door is always locked, I find." "Let us leave this chamber," said Emily, "and let me caution you again, Annette. Be guarded in your conversation, and never tell, that you know anything of that picture." "Holy Mother," exclaimed Annette, "it is no secret, why all the servants have seen it already." Emily started. "How is this," said she, "have seen it? When? How?" "Dear, mademoiselle, there is nothing surprising in that, we had all a little more curiousness than you had." "I thought you told me, the door was kept locked," said Emily. "If that was the case, mademoiselle," replied Annette, looking about her, "how could we get here?" "Oh, you mean this picture," said Emily, with returning calmness. "Well, Annette, here is nothing more to engage my attention, we will go." Emily, as she passed to her own apartment, saw Montoni go down to the hall, and she turned into her aunt's dressing room, whom she found weeping and alone, grief and resentment struggling on her countenance. Pride had hitherto restrained complaint. Judging of Emily's disposition from her own, and from a consciousness of what her treatment of her deserved, she had believed, that her griefs would be cause of triumph to her niece, rather than of sympathy, that she would despise, not pity her. But she knew not the tenderness and benevolence of Emily's heart, that had always taught her to forget her own injuries in the misfortunes of her enemy. The sufferings of others, whoever they might be, called forth her ready compassion, which dissipated at once every obscuring cloud to goodness, that passion or prejudice might have raised in her mind. Madame Montoni's sufferings, at length, rose above her pride, and, when Emily had before entered the room, she would have told them all, had not her husband prevented her. Now that she was no longer restrained by his presence, she poured forth all her complaints to her niece. "Oh, Emily," she exclaimed, "I am the most wretched of women, I am indeed cruelly treated. Who, with my prospects of happiness, could have foreseen such a wretched fate as this? Who could have thought, when I married such a man as the Signor, I should ever have to bewail my lot? But there is no judging what is for the best, there is no knowing what is for our good. The most flattering prospects often change, the best judgments may be deceived. Who could have foreseen, when I married the Signor, that I should ever repent my generosity? Emily thought she might have foreseen it, but this was not a thought of triumph. She placed herself in a chair near her aunt, took her hand, and, with one of those looks of soft compassion, which might characterize the countenance of a guardian angel, spoke to her in the tenderest accents. But these did not soothe Madame Montoni, whom impatience to talk made unwilling to listen. She wanted to complain, not to be consoled, and it was by exclamations of complaint only, that Emily learned the particular circumstances of her affliction. "Ungrateful man," said Madame Montoni, "he has deceived me in every respect, and now he has taken me from my country and friends, to shut me up in this old castle, and, here he thinks he can compel me to do whatever he designs. But he shall find himself mistaken, he shall find that no threats can alter, but who would have believed? Who would have supposed, that a man of his family in apparent wealth had absolutely no fortune, no, scarcely a sequin of his own? I did all for the best, I thought he was a man of consequence, of great property, or I am sure I would never have married him. Ungrateful, artful man." She paused to take breath. "Dear madam, be composed," said Emily, "the Signor may not be so rich as you had reason to expect, but surely he cannot be very poor, since this castle and the mansion at Venice are his. May I ask what are the circumstances, that particularly affect you?" "What are the circumstances?" exclaimed Madame Montoni with resentment. "Why is it not sufficient, that he had long ago ruined his own fortune by play? And that he has since lost what I brought him, and that now he would compel me to sign away my settlement. It was well I had the chief of my property settled on myself. That he may lose this also, or throw it away in wild schemes, which nobody can understand but himself. And, is not all this sufficient?" "It is, indeed," said Emily, "but you must recollect, dear madam, that I knew nothing of all this." "Well, and is it not sufficient," rejoined her aunt, "that he is also absolutely ruined, that he is sunk deeply in debt, and that neither this castle, or the mansion at Venice, is his own, if all his debts, honorable and dishonorable, were paid?" "I am shocked by what you tell me, madam," said Emily. "And is it not enough," interrupted Madame Montoni, "that he has treated me with neglect, with cruelty, because I refused to relinquish my settlements, and, instead of being frightened by his menaces, resolutely defied him, and upbraided him with his shameful conduct? But I bore all meekly, you know, niece, I never uttered a word of complaint, till now. No. That such a disposition as mine should be so imposed upon. That I, whose only faults are too much kindness, too much generosity, should be chained for life to such a vile, deceitful, cruel monster." Want of breath compelled Madame Montoni to stop. If anything could have made Emily smile in these moments, it would have been this speech of her aunt, delivered in a voice very little below a scream, and with a vehemence of gesticulation and of countenance, that turned the whole into burlesque. Emily saw, that her misfortunes did not admit of real consolation, and, contemning the commonplace terms of superficial comfort, she was silent. While Madame Montoni, jealous of her own consequence, mistook this for the silence of indifference, or of contempt, and reproached her with want of duty and feeling. "Oh! I suspected what all this boasted sensibility would prove to be," rejoined she. "I thought it would not teach you to feel either duty, or affection, for your relations, who have treated you like their own daughter." "Pardon me, madam," said Emily, mildly, "it is not natural to me to boast, and if it was, I am sure I would not boast of sensibility, a quality, perhaps, more to be feared, than desired." "Well, well, niece, I will not dispute with you. But, as I said, Montoni threatens me with violence, if I any longer refuse to sign away my settlements, and this was the subject of our contest, when you came into the room before. Now, I am determined no power on earth shall make me do this. Neither will I bear all this tamely." He shall hear his true character from me. I will tell him all he deserves, in spite of his threats and cruel treatment. Emily seized a pause of Madame Montoni's voice, to speak. Dear madam, said she, but will not this serve to irritate the senior unnecessarily? Will it not provoke the harsh treatment you dread? I do not care, replied Madame Montoni, it does not signify, I will not submit to such usage. You would have me give up my settlements, too, I suppose. No, madam, I do not exactly mean that. What is it you do mean then? You spoke of reproaching the senior, said Emily, with hesitation. Why, does he not deserve reproaches? Said her aunt. Certainly he does, but will it be prudent in you, madam, to make them? Prudent, exclaimed Madame Montoni. Is this a time to talk of prudence, when one is threatened with all sorts of violence? It is to avoid that violence, that prudence is necessary, said Emily. Of prudence, continued Madame Montoni, without attending to her, of prudence towards a man, who does not scruple to break all the common ties of humanity in his conduct to me. And is it for me to consider prudence in my behavior towards him? I am not so mean. It is for your own sake, not for the senior's, madam, said Emily modestly, that you should consult prudence. Your reproaches, however just, cannot punish him, but they may provoke him to further violence against you. What? Would you have me submit, then, to whatever he commands? Would you have me kneel down at his feet, and thank him for his cruelties? Would you have me give up my settlements? How much you mistake me, madam, said Emily. I am unequal to advise you on a point so important as the last, but you will pardon me for saying, that, if you consult your own peace, you will try to conciliate Signor Montoni, rather than to irritate him by reproaches. Conciliate indeed. I tell you, niece, it is utterly impossible, I disdain to attempt it. Emily was shocked to observe the perverted understanding and obstinate temper of Madame Montoni. But, not less grieved for her sufferings, she looked round for some alleviating circumstance to offer her. Your situation is, perhaps, not so desperate, dear madam, said Emily, as you may imagine. The senior may represent his affairs to be worse than they are, for the purpose of pleading a stronger necessity for his possession of your settlement. Besides, so long as you keep this, you may look forward to it as a resource, at least, that will afford you a competence, should the senior's future conduct compel you to sue for separation. Madame Montoni impatiently interrupted her. Unfeeling, cruel girl, said she, and so you would persuade me, that I have no reason to complain. That the senior is in very flourishing circumstances, that my future prospects promise nothing but comfort, and that my griefs are as fanciful and romantic as your own. Is it the way to console me, to endeavor to persuade me out of my senses and my feelings, because you happen to have no feelings yourself? I thought I was opening my heart to a person, who could sympathize in my distress, but I find, that your people of sensibility can feel for nobody but themselves. You may retire to your chamber. Emily, without replying, immediately left the room, with a mingled emotion of pity and contempt, and hastened to her own, where she yielded to the mournful reflections, which a knowledge of her aunt's situation had occasioned. The conversation of the Italian with Valancourt, in France, again occurred to her. His hints, respecting the broken fortunes of Montoni, were now completely justified. Those, also, concerning his character, appeared not less so, though the particular circumstances, connected with his fame, to which the stranger had alluded, yet remained to be explained. Notwithstanding, that her own observations and the words of Count Morano had convinced her, that Montoni's situation was not what it formerly appeared to be, the intelligence she had just received from her aunt on this point struck her with all the force of astonishment, which was not weakened, when she considered the present style of Montoni's living, the number of servants he maintained, and the new expenses he was incurring, by repairing and fortifying his castle. Her anxiety for her aunt and for herself increased with reflection. Several assertions of Morano, which, on the preceding night, she had believed were prompted either by interest, or by resentment, now returned to her mind with the strength of truth. She could not doubt, that Montoni had formerly agreed to give her to the Count, for a pecuniary reward. His character, and his distressed circumstances justified the belief. These, also, seemed to confirm Morano's assertion, that he now designed to dispose of her, more advantageously for himself, to a richer suitor. Amidst the reproaches, which Morano had thrown out against Montoni, he had said, he would not quit the castle he dared to call his, nor willingly leave another murder on his conscience, hints which might have no other origin than the passion of the moment, but Emily was now inclined to account for them more seriously, and she shuddered to think, that she was in the hands of a man, to whom it was even possible they could apply. At length, considering, that reflection could neither release her from her melancholy situation, or enable her to bear it with greater fortitude, she tried to divert her anxiety, and took down from her little library a volume of her favorite Ariosto. But his wild imagery and rich invention could not long enchant her attention, his spells did not reach her heart, and over her sleeping fancy they played, without awakening it. She now put aside the book, and took her lute, for it was seldom that her sufferings refused to yield to the magic of sweet sounds. When they did so, she was oppressed by sorrow, that came from excess of tenderness and regret. And there were times, when music had increased such sorrow to a degree, that was scarcely endurable, when, if it had not suddenly ceased, she might have lost her reason. Such was the time, when she mourned for her father, and heard the midnight strains, that floated by her window near the convent in Languedoc, on the night that followed his death. She continued to play, till Annette brought dinner into her chamber, at which Emily was surprised, and inquired whose order she obeyed. "My lady's, Mademoiselle," replied Annette, "the senior ordered her dinner to be carried to her own apartment, and so she has sent you yours. There have been sad doings between them, worse than ever, I think." Emily, not appearing to notice what she said, sat down to the little table, that was spread for her. But Annette was not to be silenced thus easily. While she waited, she told of the arrival of the men, whom Emily had observed on the ramparts, and expressed much surprise at their strange appearance, as well as at the manner, in which they had been attended by Montoni's order. "Do they dine with the senior, then?" said Emily. "No, Mademoiselle, they dined long ago, in an apartment at the north end of the castle, but I know not when they are to go, for the senior told old Carlo to see them provided with everything necessary. They have been walking all about the castle, and asking questions of the workmen on the ramparts. I never saw such strange-looking men in my life, I am frightened whenever I see them." Emily inquired, if she had heard of Count Morano, and whether he was likely to recover, but Annette only knew, that he was lodged in a cottage in the wood below, and that everybody said he must die. Emily's countenance discovered her emotion. "Dear Mademoiselle," said Annette, "to see how young ladies will disguise themselves, when they are in love. I thought you hated the Count, or I am sure I would not have told you, and I am sure you have cause enough to hate him." "I hope I hate nobody," replied Emily, trying to smile, "but certainly I do not love Count Morano. I should be shocked to hear of any person dying by violent means." "Yes, Mademoiselle, but it is his own fault." Emily looked displeased. And Annette, mistaking the cause of her displeasure, immediately began to excuse the Count, in her way. "To be sure, it was very ungenteel behavior," said she, "to break into a lady's room, and then, when he found his discoursing was not agreeable to her, to refuse to go. And then, when the gentleman of the castle comes to desire him to walk about his business, to turn round, and draw his sword, and swear he'll run him through the body. To be sure it was very ungenteel behavior, but then he was disguised in love, and so did not know what he was about." "Enough of this," said Emily, who now smiled without an effort. And Annette returned to a mention of the disagreement between Montoni and her lady. "It is nothing new," said she, "we saw and heard enough of this at Venice, though I never told you of it, Mademoiselle." "Well, Annette, it was very prudent of you not to mention it then, be as prudent now, the subject is an unpleasant one." "Ah dear, Mademoiselle, to see now how considerate you can be about some folks, who care so little about you. I cannot bear to see you so deceived, and I must tell you. But it is all for your own good, and not to spite my lady, though, to speak truth, I have little reason to love her, but— You are not speaking thus of my aunt, I hope, Annette? Said Emily, gravely. Yes, ma'amselle, but I am, though, and if you knew as much as I do, you would not look so angry. I have often, and often, heard the senior and her talking over your marriage with the count, and she always advised him never to give up to your foolish whims, as she was pleased to call them, but to be resolute and compel you to be obedient. Whether you would, or no. And I am sure, my heart has ached 1,000 times, and I have thought, when she was so unhappy herself, she might have felt a little for other people, and— I thank you for your pity, Annette, said Emily, interrupting her, but my aunt was unhappy then, and that disturbed her temper perhaps, or I am sure, you may take away, Annette, I have done. Dear ma'amselle, you have eat nothing at all. Do try, and take a little bit more. Disturbed her temper truly. Why, her temper is always disturbed, I think. And at Thales too I have heard my lady talking of you and Mons. Valancourt to Madame Merville and Madame Vaison, often and often, in a very ill-natured way, as I thought, telling them what a deal of trouble she had to keep you in order, and what a fatigue and distress it was to her. And that she believed you would run away with Mons. Valancourt, if she was not to watch you closely, and that you connived at his coming about the house at night, and— Good God, exclaimed Emily, blushing deeply, it is surely impossible my aunt could thus have represented me. Indeed, ma'am, I say nothing more than the truth, and not all of that. But I thought, myself, she might have found something better to discourse about, than the faults of her own niece, even if you had been in fault, ma'amselle. But I did not believe a word of what she said. But my lady does not care what she says against anybody, for that matter. However that may be, Annette, interrupted Emily, recovering her composure, it does not become you to speak of the faults of my aunt to me. I know you have meant well, but, say no more. I have quite dined. Annette blushed, looked down, and then began slowly to clear the table. Is this, then, the reward of my ingenuousness, said Emily, when she was alone. The treatment I am to receive from a relation, an aunt, who ought to have been the guardian, not the slanderer of my reputation, who, as a woman, ought to have respected the delicacy of female honor, and, as a relation, should have protected mine. But, to utter falsehoods on so nice a subject, to repay the openness, and, I may say with honest pride, the propriety of my conduct, with slanders, required a depravity of heart, such as I could scarcely have believed existed. Such as I weep to find in a relation. Oh! What a contrast does her character present to that of my beloved father, while envy and low cunning formed the chief traits of hers, his was distinguished by benevolence and philosophic wisdom. But now, let me only remember, if possible, that she is unfortunate. Emily threw her veil over her, and went down to walk upon the ramparts, the only walk, indeed, which was open to her, though she often wished, that she might be permitted to ramble among the woods below, and still more, that she might sometimes explore the sublime scenes of the surrounding country. But, as Montoni would not suffer her to pass the gates of the castle, she tried to be contented with the romantic views she beheld from the walls. The peasants, who had been employed on the fortifications, had left their work, and the ramparts were silent and solitary. Their lonely appearance, together with the gloom of a lowering sky, assisted the musings of her mind, and threw over it a kind of melancholy tranquillity, such as she often loved to indulge. She turned to observe a fine effect of the sun, as his rays, suddenly streaming from behind a heavy cloud, lighted up the west towers of the castle, while the rest of the edifice was in deep shade, except, that, through a lofty Gothic arch, adjoining the tower, which led to another terrace, the beams darted in full splendor, and shewed the 3 strangers she had observed in the morning. Perceiving them, she started, and a momentary fear came over her, as she looked up the long rampart, and saw no other persons. While she hesitated, they approached. The gate at the end of the terrace, whither they were advancing, she knew, was always locked, and she could not depart by the opposite extremity, without meeting them. But, before she passed them, she hastily drew a thin veil over her face, which did, indeed, but ill conceal her beauty. They looked earnestly at her, and spoke to each other in bad Italian, of which she caught only a few words. But the fierceness of their countenances, now that she was near enough to discriminate them, struck her yet more than the wild singularity of their air and dress had formerly done. It was the countenance and figure of him, who walked between the other two, that chiefly seized her attention, which expressed a sullen haughtiness and a kind of dark watchful villainy, that gave a thrill of horror to her heart. All this was so legibly written on his features, as to be seen by a single glance, for she passed the group swiftly, and her timid eyes scarcely rested on them a moment. Having reached the terrace, she stopped, and perceived the strangers standing in the shadow of one of the turrets, gazing after her, and seemingly, by their action, in earnest conversation. She immediately left the rampart, and retired to her apartment. In the evening, Montoni sat late, carousing with his guests in the cedar chamber. His recent triumph over Count Morano, or, perhaps, some other circumstance, contributed to elevate his spirits to an unusual height. He filled the goblet often, and gave a loose to merriment and talk. The gaiety of Cavigni, on the contrary, was somewhat clouded by anxiety. He kept a watchful eye upon Verezzi, whom, with the utmost difficulty, he had hitherto restrained from exasperating Montoni further against Morano, by a mention of his late taunting words. One of the company exultingly recurred to the event of the preceding evening. Verezzi's eyes sparkled. The mention of Morano led to that of Emily, of whom they were all profuse in the praise, except Montoni, who sat silent, and then interrupted the subject. When the servants had withdrawn, Montoni and his friends entered into close conversation, which was sometimes checked by the irascible temper of Verezzi, but in which Montoni displayed his conscious superiority, by that decisive look and manner which always accompanied the vigor of his thought, and to which most of his companions submitted, as to a power, that they had no right to question, though of each other's self-importance they were jealously scrupulous. Amidst this conversation, one of them imprudently introduced again the name of Morano, and Verezzi, now more heated by wine, disregarded the expressive looks of Cavigni, and gave some dark hints of what had passed on the preceding night. These, however, Montoni did not appear to understand, for he continued silent in his chair, without discovering any emotion, while, the choler of Verezzi increasing with the apparent insensibility of Montoni. He at length told the suggestion of Morano, that this castle did not lawfully belong to him, and that he would not willingly leave another murder on his conscience. "Am I to be insulted at my own table, and by my own friends?" said Montoni, with a countenance pale in anger. "Why are the words of that madman repeated to me?" Verezzi, who had expected to hear Montoni's indignation poured forth against Morano, and answered by thanks to himself, looked with astonishment at Cavigni, who enjoyed his confusion. "Can you be weak enough to credit the assertions of a madman?" rejoined Montoni, "or, what is the same thing, a man possessed by the spirit of vengeance? But he has succeeded too well, you believe what he said." "Signor," said Verezzi, "we believe only what we know." "How?" interrupted Montoni, sternly, "produce your proof." "We believe only what we know," repeated Verezzi, "and we know nothing of what Morano asserts." Montoni seemed to recover himself. "I am hasty, my friends," said he, "with respect to my honor. No man shall question it with impunity. You did not mean to question it. These foolish words are not worth your remembrance, or my resentment. Verezzi, here is to your first exploit." "Success to your first exploit," re-echoed the whole company. "Noble signor," replied Verezzi, glad to find he had escaped Montoni's resentment, "with my good will, you shall build your ramparts of gold." "Pass the goblet," cried Montoni. "We will drink to Signora Saint Aubert," said Cavigni. "By your leave we will first drink to the lady of the castle," said Bertolini. Montoni was silent. "To the lady of the castle," said his guests. He bowed his head. "It much surprises me, signor," said Bertolini, "that you have so long neglected this castle. It is a noble edifice." "It suits our purpose," replied Montoni, "and is a noble edifice. You know not, it seems, by what mischance it came to me. It was a lucky mischance, be it what it may, Signor, replied Bertolini, smiling. I would, that one so lucky had befallen me. Montoni looked gravely at him. If you will attend to what I say, he resumed, you shall hear the story. The countenances of Bertolini and Verezzi expressed something more than curiosity. Cavigni, who seemed to feel none, had probably heard the relation before. It is now near 20 years, said Montoni, since this castle came into my possession. I inherit it by the female line. The lady, my predecessor, was only distantly related to me, I am the last of her family. She was beautiful and rich, I wooed her, but her heart was fixed upon another, and she rejected me. It is probable, however, that she was herself rejected of the person, whoever he might be, on whom she bestowed her favor, for a deep and settled melancholy took possession of her, and I have reason to believe she put a period to her own life. I was not at the castle at the time, but, as there are some singular and mysterious circumstances attending that event, I shall repeat them. Repeat them, said a voice. Montoni was silent, the guests looked at each other, to know who spoke. But they perceived, that each was making the same inquiry. Montoni, at length, recovered himself. We are overheard, said he, we will finish this subject another time. Pass the goblet. The cavaliers looked round the wide chamber. Here is no person, but ourselves, said Verezzi, pray, Signor, proceed. Did you hear anything? Said Montoni. We did, said Bertolini. It could be only fancy, said Verezzi, looking round again. We see no person besides ourselves. And the sound I thought I heard seemed within the room. Pray, Signor, go on. Montoni paused a moment, and then proceeded in a lowered voice, while the cavaliers drew nearer to attend. Ye are to know, Signors, that the Lady Loranini had for some months shown symptoms of a dejected mind, nay, of a disturbed imagination. Her mood was very unequal. Sometimes she was sunk in calm melancholy, and, at others, as I have been told, she betrayed all the symptoms of frantic madness. It was one night in the month of October, after she had recovered from one of those fits of excess, and had sunk again into her usual melancholy, that she retired alone to her chamber, and forbade all interruption. It was the chamber at the end of the corridor, Signors, where we had the affray, last night. From that hour, she was seen no more. How? Seen no more, said Bertolini, was not her body found in the chamber? Were her remains never found? Cried the rest of the company all together. Never, replied Montoni. What reasons were there to suppose she destroyed herself, then, said Bertolini. What reasons, said Verezzi. How happened it, that her remains were never found? Although she killed herself, she could not bury herself. Montoni looked indignantly at Verezzi, who began to apologize. Your pardon, Signor, said he, I did not consider, that the lady was your relative, when I spoke of her so lightly. Montoni accepted the apology. But the Signor will oblige us with the reasons, which urged him to believe, that the lady committed suicide. Those I will explain hereafter, said Montoni. At present let me relate a most extraordinary circumstance. This conversation goes no further, Signors. Listen, then, to what I am going to say. Listen, said a voice. They were all again silent, and the countenance of Montoni changed. This is no illusion of the fancy, said Cavigni, at length breaking the profound silence. No, said Bertolini, I heard it myself, now. Yet here is no person in the room but ourselves. This is very extraordinary, said Montoni, suddenly rising. This is not to be borne, here is some deception, some trick. I will know what it means. All the company rose from their chairs in confusion. It is very odd, said Bertolini. Here is really no stranger in the room. If it is a trick, Signor, you will do well to punish the author of it severely. A trick. What else can it be? Said Cavigni, affecting a laugh. The servants were now summoned, and the chamber was searched, but no person was found. The surprise and consternation of the company increased. Montoni was discomposed. "We will leave this room," said he, "and the subject of our conversation also, it is too solemn." His guests were equally ready to quit the apartment. But the subject had roused their curiosity, and they entreated Montoni to withdraw to another chamber, and finish it. No entreaties could, however, prevail with him. Notwithstanding his efforts to appear at ease, he was visibly and greatly disordered. "Why, Signor, you are not superstitious," cried Verezzi, jeeringly, "you, who have so often laughed at the credulity of others." "I am not superstitious," replied Montoni, regarding him with stern displeasure, "though I know how to despise the commonplace sentences, which are frequently uttered against superstition. I will inquire further into this affair." He then left the room, and his guests, separating for the night, retired to their respective apartments. Chapter 8. He wears the rose of youth upon his cheek. Shakespeare. We now return to Valancourt, who, it may be remembered, remained at Thoulouse, some time after the departure of Emily, restless and miserable. Each morrow that approached, he designed should carry him from thence, yet tomorrow and tomorrow came, and still saw him lingering in the scene of his former happiness. He could not immediately tear himself from the spot, where he had been accustomed to converse with Emily, or from the objects they had viewed together, which appeared to him memorials of her affection, as well as a kind of surety for its faithfulness. And, next to the pain of bidding her adieu, was that of leaving the scenes which so powerfully awakened her image. Sometimes he had bribed a servant, who had been left in the care of Madame Montoni's chateau, to permit him to visit the gardens, and there he would wander, for hours together, wrapped in a melancholy, not unpleasing. The terrace, and the pavilion at the end of it, where he had taken leave of Emily, on the eve of her departure from Thoulouse, were his most favourite haunts. There, as he walked, or leaned from the window of the building, he would endeavour to recollect all she had said, on that night. To catch the tones of her voice, as they faintly vibrated on his memory, and to remember the exact expression of her countenance, which sometimes came suddenly to his fancy, like a vision. That beautiful countenance, which awakened, as by instantaneous magic, all the tenderness of his heart, and seemed to tell with irresistible eloquence, that he had lost her forever. At these moments, his hurried steps would have discovered to a spectator the despair of his heart. The character of Montoni, such as he had received from hints, and such as his fears represented it, would rise to his view, together with all the dangers it seemed to threaten to Emily and to his love. He blamed himself, that he had not urged these more forcibly to her, while it might have been in his power to detain her, and that he had suffered an absurd and criminal delicacy, as he termed it, to conquer so soon the reasonable arguments he had opposed to this journey. Any evil, that might have attended their marriage, seemed so inferior to those, which now threatened their love, or even to the sufferings, that absence occasioned, that he wondered how he could have ceased to urge his suit, till he had convinced her of its propriety. And he would certainly now have followed her to Italy, if he could have been spared from his regiment for so long a journey. His regiment, indeed, soon reminded him, that he had other duties to attend, than those of love. A short time after his arrival at his brother's house, he was summoned to join his brother officers, and he accompanied a battalion to Paris, where a scene of novelty and gaiety opened upon him, such as, till then, he had only a faint idea of. But gaiety disgusted, and company fatigued, his sick mind, and he became an object of unceasing raillery to his companions, from whom, whenever he could steal an opportunity, he escaped, to think of Emily. The scenes around him, however, and the company with whom he was obliged to mingle, engaged his attention, though they failed to amuse his fancy, and thus gradually weakened the habit of yielding to lamentation, till it appeared less a duty to his love to indulge it. Among his brother officers were many, who added to the ordinary character of a French soldier's gaiety some of those fascinating qualities, which too frequently throw a veil over folly, and sometimes even soften the features of vice into smiles. To these men the reserved and thoughtful manners of Valancourt were a kind of tacit censure on their own, for which they rallied him when present, and plotted against him when absent. They gloried in the thought of reducing him to their own level, and, considering it to be a spirited frolic, determined to accomplish it. Valancourt was a stranger to the gradual progress of scheme and intrigue, against which he could not be on his guard. He had not been accustomed to receive ridicule, and he could ill endure its sting. He resented it, and this only drew upon him a louder laugh. To escape from such scenes, he fled into solitude, and there the image of Emily met him, and revived the pangs of love and despair. He then sought to renew those tasteful studies, which had been the delight of his early years, but his mind had lost the tranquillity, which is necessary for their enjoyment. To forget himself and the grief and anxiety, which the idea of her recalled, he would quit his solitude, and again mingle in the crowd, glad of a temporary relief, and rejoicing to snatch amusement for the moment. Thus passed weeks after weeks, time gradually softening his sorrow, and habit strengthening his desire of amusement, till the scenes around him seemed to awaken into a new character, and Valancourt, to have fallen among them from the clouds. His figure and address made him a welcome visitor, wherever he had been introduced, and he soon frequented the most gay and fashionable circles of Paris. Among these, was the assembly of the Countess Leclerc, a woman of eminent beauty and captivating manners. She had passed the spring of youth, but her wit prolonged the triumph of its reign, and they mutually assisted the fame of each other. For those, who were charmed by her loveliness, spoke with enthusiasm of her talents, and others, who admired her playful imagination, declared, that her personal graces were unrivaled. But her imagination was merely playful, and her wit, if such it could be called, was brilliant, rather than just, it dazzled, and its fallacy escaped the detection of the moment. For the accents, in which she pronounced it, and the smile, that accompanied them, were a spell upon the judgment of the auditors. Her petits soupers were the most tasteful of any in Paris, and were frequented by many of the second class of literati. She was fond of music, was herself a scientific performer, and had frequently concerts at her house. Valancourt, who passionately loved music, and who sometimes assisted at these concerts, admired her execution, but remembered with a sigh the eloquent simplicity of Emily's songs and the natural expression of her manner, which waited not to be approved by the judgment, but found their way at once to the heart. Madame la Comtesse had often deep play at her house, which she affected to restrain, but secretly encouraged, and it was well known among her friends, that the splendor of her establishment was chiefly supplied from the profits of her tables. But her petits soupers were the most charming imaginable. Here were all the delicacies of the four quarters of the world, all the wit and the lighter efforts of genius, all the graces of conversation, the smiles of beauty, and the charm of music. And Valancourt passed his pleasantest, as well as most dangerous hours in these parties. His brother, who remained with his family in Gascony, had contented himself with giving him letters of introduction to such of his relations, residing at Paris, as the latter was not already known to. All these were persons of some distinction. And, as neither the person, mind, or manners of Valancourt the younger threatened to disgrace their alliance, they received him with as much kindness as their nature, hardened by uninterrupted prosperity, would admit of. But their attentions did not extend to acts of real friendship, for they were too much occupied by their own pursuits, to feel any interest in his. And thus he was set down in the midst of Paris, in the pride of youth, with an open, unsuspicious temper and ardent affections, without one friend, to warn him of the dangers, to which he was exposed. Emily, who, had she been present, would have saved him from these evils by awakening his heart, and engaging him in worthy pursuits, now only increased his danger. It was to lose the grief, which the remembrance of her occasioned, that he first sought amusement, and for this end he pursued it, till habit made it an object of abstract interest. There was also a Marchioness Champfort, a young widow, at whose assemblies he passed much of his time. She was handsome, still more artful, gay and fond of intrigue. The society, which she drew round her, was less elegant and more vicious, than that of the Countess Leclerc, but, as she had address enough to throw a veil, though but a slight one, over the worst part of her character, she was still visited by many persons of what is called distinction. Valancourt was introduced to her parties by two of his brother officers, whose late ridicule he had now forgiven so far, that he could sometimes join in the laugh, which a mention of his former manners would renew. The gaiety of the most splendid court in Europe, the magnificence of the palaces, entertainments, and equipages, that surrounded him, all conspired to dazzle his imagination, and reanimate his spirits. And the example and maxims of his military associates to delude his mind. Emily's image, indeed, still lived there, but it was no longer the friend, the monitor, that saved him from himself, and to which he retired to weep the sweet, yet melancholy, tears of tenderness. When he had recourse to it, it assumed a countenance of mild reproach, that wrung his soul, and called forth tears of unmixed misery. His only escape from which was to forget the object of it, and he endeavoured, therefore, to think of Emily as seldom as he could. Thus dangerously circumstanced was Valancourt, at the time, when Emily was suffering at Venice, from the persecuting addresses of Count Morano, and the unjust authority of Montoni, at which period we leave him. Chapter 9. The image of a wicked, heinous fault. Lives in his eye, that close aspect of his. Does shew the mood of a much troubled breast. King John. Leaving the gay scenes of Paris, we return to those of the gloomy Apennine, where Emily's thoughts were still faithful to Valancourt. Looking to him as to her only hope, she recollected, with jealous exactness, every assurance and every proof she had witnessed of his affection, read again and again the letters she had received from him. Weighed, with intense anxiety, the force of every word, that spoke of his attachment, and dried her tears, as she trusted in his truth. Montoni, meanwhile, had made strict inquiry concerning the strange circumstance of his alarm, without obtaining information. And was, at length, obliged to account for it by the reasonable supposition, that it was a mischievous trick played off by one of his domestics. His disagreements with Madame Montoni, on the subject of her settlements, were now more frequent than ever. He even confined her entirely to her own apartment, and did not scruple to threaten her with much greater severity, should she persevere in a refusal. Reason, had she consulted it, would now have perplexed her in the choice of a conduct to be adopted. It would have pointed out the danger of irritating by further opposition a man, such as Montoni had proved himself to be, and to whose power she had so entirely committed herself. And it would also have told her, of what extreme importance to her future comfort it was, to reserve for herself those possessions, which would enable her to live independently of Montoni, should she ever escape from his immediate control. But she was directed by a more decisive guide than reason, the spirit of revenge, which urged her to oppose violence to violence, and obstinacy to obstinacy. Wholly confined to the solitude of her apartment, she was now reduced to solicit the society she had lately rejected, for Emily was the only person, except Annette, with whom she was permitted to converse. Generously anxious for her peace, Emily, therefore, tried to persuade, when she could not convince, and sought by every gentle means to induce her to forbear that asperity of reply, which so greatly irritated Montoni. The pride of her aunt did sometimes soften to the soothing voice of Emily, and there even were moments, when she regarded her affectionate attentions with goodwill. The scenes of terrible contention, to which Emily was frequently compelled to be witness, exhausted her spirits more than any circumstances, that had occurred since her departure from Thoulouse. The gentleness and goodness of her parents, together with the scenes of her early happiness, often stole on her mind, like the visions of a higher world. While the characters and circumstances, now passing beneath her eye, excited both terror and surprise. She could scarcely have imagined, that passions so fierce and so various, as those which Montoni exhibited, could have been concentrated in one individual. Yet what more surprised her, was, that, on great occasions, he could bend these passions, wild as they were, to the cause of his interest, and generally could disguise in his countenance their operation on his mind. But she had seen him too often, when he had thought it unnecessary to conceal his nature, to be deceived on such occasions. Her present life appeared like the dream of a distempered imagination, or like one of those frightful fictions, in which the wild genius of the poets sometimes delighted. Reflection brought only regret, and anticipation terror. How often did she wish to steal the lark's wing, and mount the swiftest gale, that Languedoc and repose might once more be hers. Of Count Morano's health she made frequent inquiry. But Annette heard only vague reports of his danger, and that his surgeon had said he would never leave the cottage alive, while Emily could not but be shocked to think, that she, however innocently, might be the means of his death. And Annette, who did not fail to observe her emotion, interpreted it in her own way. But a circumstance soon occurred, which entirely withdrew Annette's attention from this subject, and awakened the surprise and curiosity so natural to her. Coming one day to Emily's apartment, with a countenance full of importance, "What can all this mean, Mademoiselle?" said she. "Would I was once safe in Languedoc again, they should never catch me going on my travels any more. I must think it a fine thing, truly, to come abroad, and see foreign parts. I little thought I was coming to be catched up in a old castle, among such dreary mountains, with the chance of being murdered, or, what is as good, having my throat cut. What can all this mean, indeed, Annette?" said Emily, in astonishment. Mademoiselle, you may look surprised, but you won't believe it, perhaps, till they have murdered you, too. You would not believe about the ghost I told you of, though I shewed you the very place, where it used to appear. You will believe nothing, Mademoiselle. Not till you speak more reasonably, Annette, for heaven's sake, explain your meaning. You spoke of murder. Mademoiselle, they are coming to murder us all, perhaps, but what signifies explaining, you will not believe. Emily again desired her to relate what she had seen, or heard. "Oh, I have seen enough, ma'am, and heard too much, as Ludovico can prove. Poor soul! They will murder him, too. I little thought, when he sung those sweet verses under my lattice, at Venice." Emily looked impatient and displeased. "Well, Mademoiselle, as I was saying, these preparations about the castle, and these strange-looking people, that are calling here every day, and the Signor's cruel usage of my lady, and his odd goings-on, all these, as I told Ludovico, can bode no good. And he bid me hold my tongue. So, says I, the Signor's strangely altered, Ludovico, in this gloomy castle, to what he was in France, there, all so gay. Nobody so gallant to my lady, then. And he could smile, too, upon a poor servant, sometimes, and jeer her, too, good-naturedly enough. I remember once, when he said to me, as I was going out of my lady's dressing-room, "Annette," says he. "Never mind what the Signor said," interrupted Emily, "but tell me, at once, the circumstance, which has thus alarmed you." Mademoiselle, rejoined Annette, "that is just what Ludovico said," says he, "never mind what the Signor says to you." So I told him what I thought about the Signor. "He is so strangely altered," said I, "for now he is so haughty, and so commanding, and so sharp with my lady, and, if he meets one, he'll scarcely look at one, unless it be to frown." "So much the better," says Ludovico, "so much the better. And to tell you the truth, Mademoiselle, I thought this was a very ill-natured speech of Ludovico, but I went on. And then, says I, he is always knitting his brows, and if one speaks to him, he does not hear. And then he sits up counselling so, of a night, with the other Signors, there they are, till long past midnight, discoursing together. But says Ludovico, you don't know what they are counselling about. No, said I, but I can guess, it is about my young lady. Upon that, Ludovico burst out laughing, quite loud, so he put me in a huff, for I did not like that either I or you, Mademoiselle, should be laughed at. And I turned away quick, but he stopped me. Don't be affronted, Annette, said he, but I cannot help laughing, and with that he laughed again. What? Says he, do you think the Signors sit up, night after night, only to counsel about thy young lady? No, no, there is something more in the wind than that. And these repairs about the castle, and these preparations about the ramparts, they are not making about young ladies. Why, surely, said I, the Signor, my master, is not going to make war. Make war? Said Ludovico, what, upon the mountains and the woods? For here is no living soul to make war upon that I see. What are these preparations for, then. Said I, why surely nobody is coming to take away my master's castle. Then there are so many ill-looking fellows coming to the castle every day, says Ludovico, without answering my question, and the senior sees them all, and talks with them all, and they all stay in the neighborhood. By holy Saint Marco! Some of them are the most cutthroat-looking dogs I ever set my eyes upon. I asked Ludovico again, if he thought they were coming to take away my master's castle, and he said, no, he did not think they were, but he did not know for certain. Then yesterday, said he, but you must not tell this, Mademoiselle, yesterday, a party of these men came, and left all their horses in the castle stables, where, it seems, they are to stay. For the senior ordered them all to be entertained with the best provender in the manger. But the men are, most of them, in the neighboring cottages. So, Mademoiselle, I came to tell you all this, for I never heard anything so strange in my life. But what can these ill-looking men be come about, if it is not to murder us? And the senior knows this, or why should he be so civil to them? And why should he fortify the castle, and counsel so much with the other seniors, and be so thoughtful? Is this all you have to tell, Annette? Said Emily. Have you heard nothing else, that alarms you? Nothing else, Mademoiselle, said Annette. Why, is not this enough? Quite enough for my patience, Annette, but not quite enough to convince me we are all to be murdered, though I acknowledge here is sufficient food for curiosity. She forbore to speak her apprehensions, because she would not encourage Annette's wild terrors, but the present circumstances of the castle both surprised and alarmed her. Annette, having told her tale, left the chamber, on the wing for new wonders. In the evening, Emily had passed some melancholy hours with Madame Montoni, and was retiring to rest, when she was alarmed by a strange and loud knocking at her chamber door, and then a heavy weight fell against it, that almost burst it open. She called to know who was there, and receiving no answer, repeated the call, but a chilling silence followed. It occurred to her, for, at this moment, she could not reason on the probability of circumstances, that some one of the strangers, lately arrived at the castle, had discovered her apartment, and was come with such intent. As their looks rendered too possible, to rob, perhaps to murder, her. The moment she admitted this possibility, terror supplied the place of conviction, and a kind of instinctive remembrance of her remote situation from the family heightened it to a degree, that almost overcame her senses. She looked at the door, which led to the staircase, expecting to see it open, and listening, in fearful silence, for a return of the noise, till she began to think it had proceeded from this door. And a wish of escaping through the opposite one rushed upon her mind. She went to the gallery door, and then, fearing to open it, lest some person might be silently lurking for her without, she stopped, but with her eyes fixed in expectation upon the opposite door of the staircase. As thus she stood, she heard a faint breathing near her, and became convinced, that some person was on the other side of the door, which was already locked. She sought for other fastening, but there was none. While she yet listened, the breathing was distinctly heard, and her terror was not soothed, when, looking round her wide and lonely chamber, she again considered her remote situation. As she stood hesitating whether to call for assistance, the continuance of the stillness surprised her. And her spirits would have revived, had she not continued to hear the faint breathing, that convinced her, the person, whoever it was, had not quitted the door. At length, worn out with anxiety, she determined to call loudly for assistance from her casement, and was advancing to it, when, whether the terror of her mind gave her ideal sounds, or that real ones did come, she thought footsteps were ascending the private staircase. And, expecting to see its door unclose, she forgot all other cause of alarm, and retreated towards the corridor. Here she endeavored to make her escape, but, on opening the door, was very near falling over a person, who lay on the floor without. She screamed, and would have passed, but her trembling frame refused to support her, and the moment, in which she leaned against the wall of the gallery, allowed her leisure to observe the figure before her, and to recognize the features of Annette. Fear instantly yielded to surprise. She spoke in vain to the poor girl, who remained senseless on the floor, and then, losing all consciousness of her own weakness, hurried to her assistance. When Annette recovered, she was helped by Emily into the chamber, but was still unable to speak, and looked round her, as if her eyes followed some person in the room. Emily tried to soothe her disturbed spirits, and forbore, at present, to ask her any questions. But the faculty of speech was never long withheld from Annette, and she explained, in broken sentences, and in her tedious way, the occasion of her disorder. She affirmed, and with a solemnity of conviction, that almost staggered the incredulity of Emily, that she had seen an apparition, as she was passing to her bedroom, through the corridor. "I had heard strange stories of that chamber before," said Annette, "but as it was so near yours, Mademoiselle, I would not tell them to you, because they would frighten you. The servants had told me, often and often, that it was haunted, and that was the reason why it was shut up, nay, for that matter, why the whole string of these rooms, here, are shut up. I quaked whenever I went by, and I must say, I did sometimes think I heard odd noises within it. But, as I said, as I was passing along the corridor, and not thinking a word about the matter, or even of the strange voice that the seniors heard the other night, all of a sudden comes a great light, and, looking behind me, there was a tall figure. I saw it as plainly, Mademoiselle, as I see you at this moment, a tall figure gliding along, oh! I cannot describe how, into the room, that is always shut up, and nobody has the key of it but the senior, and the door shut directly." "Then it doubtless was the senior," said Emily. "Oh no, Mademoiselle, it could not be him, for I left him busy quarrelling in my lady's dressing-room." "You bring me strange tales, Annette," said Emily. "It was but this morning, that you would have terrified me with the apprehension of murder. And now you would persuade me, you have seen a ghost. These wonderful stories come too quickly." "Nay, Mademoiselle, I will say no more, only, if I had not been frightened, I should not have fainted dead away, so. I ran as fast as I could, to get to your door, but, what was worst of all, I could not call out, then I thought something must be strangely the matter with me, and directly I dropped down." "Was it the chamber where the black veil hangs?" said Emily. "Oh! No, Mademoiselle, it was one nearer to this. What shall I do, to get to my room? I would not go out into the corridor again, for the whole world." Emily, whose spirits had been severely shocked, and who, therefore, did not like the thought of passing the night alone, told her she might sleep where she was. "Oh, no, Mademoiselle," replied Annette, "I would not sleep in the room, now, for 1,000 sequins." Wearied and disappointed, Emily first ridiculed, though she shared, her fears, and then tried to soothe them. But neither attempt succeeded, and the girl persisted in believing and affirming, that what she had seen was nothing human. It was not till some time after Emily had recovered her composure, that she recollected the steps she had heard on the staircase, a remembrance, however, which made her insist that Annette should pass the night with her, and, with much difficulty, she, at length, prevailed, assisted by that part of the girl's fear, which concerned the corridor. Early on the following morning, as Emily crossed the hall to the ramparts, she heard a noisy bustle in the courtyard, and the clatter of horses' hoofs. Such unusual sounds excited her curiosity. And, instead of going to the ramparts, she went to an upper casement, from whence she saw, in the court below, a large party of horsemen, dressed in a singular, but uniform, habit and completely, though variously, armed. They wore a kind of short jacket, composed of black and scarlet, and several of them had a cloak, of plain black, which, covering the person entirely, hung down to the stirrups. As one of these cloaks glanced aside, she saw, beneath, daggers, apparently of different sizes, tucked into the horseman's belt. She further observed, that these were carried, in the same manner, by many of the horsemen without cloaks, most of whom bore also pikes, or javelins. On their heads were the small Italian caps, some of which were distinguished by black feathers. Whether these caps gave a fierce air to the countenance, or that the countenances they surmounted had naturally such an appearance, Emily thought she had never, till then, seen an assemblage of faces so savage and terrific. While she gazed, she almost fancied herself surrounded by banditti, and a vague thought glanced athwart her fancy, that Montoni was the captain of the group before her, and that this castle was to be the place of rendezvous. The strange and horrible supposition was but momentary, though her reason could supply none more probable, and though she discovered, among the band, the strangers she had formerly noticed with so much alarm, who were now distinguished by the black plume. While she continued gazing, Cavigni, Verezzi, and Bertolini came forth from the hall, habited like the rest, except that they wore hats, with a mixed plume of black and scarlet, and that their arms differed from those of the rest of the party. As they mounted their horses, Emily was struck with the exulting joy, expressed on the visage of Verezzi, while Cavigni was gay, yet with a shade of thought on his countenance. And, as he managed his horse with dexterity, his graceful and commanding figure, which exhibited the majesty of a hero, had never appeared to more advantage. Emily, as she observed him, thought he somewhat resembled Valancourt, in the spirit and dignity of his person, but she looked in vain for the noble, benevolent countenance, the soul's intelligence, which overspread the features of the latter. As she was hoping, she scarcely knew why, that Montoni would accompany the party, he appeared at the hall door, but unaccoutred. Having carefully observed the horsemen, conversed a while with the cavaliers, and bidden them farewell, the band wheeled round the court, and, led by Verezzi, issued forth under the portcullis. Montoni following to the portal, and gazing after them for some time. Emily then retired from the casement, and, now certain of being unmolested, went to walk on the ramparts, from whence she soon after saw the party winding among the mountains to the west, appearing and disappearing between the woods, till distance confused their figures, consolidated their numbers, and only a dingy mass appeared moving along the heights. Emily observed, that no workmen were on the ramparts, and that the repairs of the fortifications seemed to be completed. While she sauntered thoughtfully on, she heard distant footsteps, and, raising her eyes, saw several men lurking under the castle walls, who were evidently not workmen, but looked as if they would have accorded well with the party, which was gone. Wondering where Annette had hid herself so long, who might have explained some of the late circumstances, and then considering that Madame Montoni was probably risen, she went to her dressing-room, where she mentioned what had occurred. But Madame Montoni either would not, or could not, give any explanation of the event. The Signor's reserve to his wife, on this subject, was probably nothing more than usual. Yet, to Emily, it gave an air of mystery to the whole affair, that seemed to hint, there was danger, if not villainy, in his schemes. Annette presently came, and, as usual, was full of alarm. To her lady's eager inquiries of what she had heard among the servants, she replied, "Ah, madam! Nobody knows what it is all about, but old Carlo. He knows well enough, I dare say, but he is as close as his master. Some say the Signor is going out to frighten the enemy, as they call it, but where is the enemy? Then others say, he is going to take away some body's castle, but I am sure he has room enough in his own, without taking other people's. And I am sure I should like it a great deal better, if there were more people to fill it." "Ah! You will soon have your wish, I fear," replied Madame Montoni. "No, madam, but such ill-looking fellows are not worth having. I mean such gallant, smart, merry fellows as Ludovico, who is always telling droll stories, to make one laugh. It was but yesterday, he told me such a humorsome tale. I can't help laughing at it now. Says he. Well, we can dispense with the story, said her lady. Ah, continued Annette, he sees a great way further than other people. Now he sees into all the Signor's meaning, without knowing a word about the matter. How is that? Said Madame Montoni. Why, he says, but he made me promise not to tell, and I would not disoblige him for the world. What is it he made you promise not to tell? Said her lady, sternly. I insist upon knowing immediately, what is it he made you promise? Oh madam, cried Annette, I would not tell for the universe. I insist upon your telling this instant, said Madame Montoni. Oh dear madam. I would not tell for 100 sequins. You would not have me forswear myself, madam, exclaimed Annette. I will not wait another moment, said Madame Montoni. Annette was silent. The Signor shall be informed of this directly, rejoined her mistress, he will make you discover all. "It is Ludovico, who has discovered," said Annette, "but for mercy's sake, madam, don't tell the Signor, and you shall know all directly." Madame Montoni said, that she would not. "Well then, madam, Ludovico says, that the Signor, my master, that is, he only thinks so, and anybody, you know, madam, is free to think, that the Signor, my master, is what?" said her lady, impatiently. "That the Signor, my master, is going to be, a great robber, that is, he is going to rob on his own account, but I am sure I don't understand what he means, to be a captain of robbers." "Art thou in thy senses, Annette?" said Madame Montoni, "or is this a trick to deceive me? Tell me, this instant, what Ludovico did say to thee, no equivocation, this instant." "Nay, madam," cried Annette, "if this is all I am to get for having told the secret." Her mistress thus continued to insist, and Annette to protest, till Montoni, himself, appeared, who bade the latter leave the room, and she withdrew, trembling for the fate of her story. Emily also was retiring, but her aunt desired she would stay, and Montoni had so often made her a witness of their contention, that he no longer had scruples on that account. "I insist upon knowing this instant, Signor, what all this means," said his wife. "What are all these armed men, whom they tell me of, gone out about?" Montoni answered her only with a look of scorn, and Emily whispered something to her. "It does not signify," said her aunt, "I will know, and I will know, too, what the castle has been fortified for." "Come, come," said Montoni, "other business brought me here. I must be trifled with no longer. I have immediate occasion for what I demand, those estates must be given up, without further contention, or I may find a way." "They never shall be given up," interrupted Madame Montoni, "they never shall enable you to carry on your wild schemes." "But what are these? I will know. Do you expect the castle to be attacked? Do you expect enemies? Am I to be shut up here, to be killed in a siege?" "Sign the writings," said Montoni, "and you shall know more." "What enemy can be coming?" continued his wife. "Have you entered into the service of the state? Am I to be blocked up here to die?" "That may possibly happen," said Montoni, "unless you yield to my demand, for, come what may, you shall not quit the castle till then." Madame Montoni burst into loud lamentation, which she as suddenly checked, considering, that her husband's assertions might be only artifices, employed to extort her consent. She hinted this suspicion, and, in the next moment, told him also, that his designs were not so honourable as to serve the state, and that she believed he had only commenced a captain of banditti, to join the enemies of Venice in plundering and laying waste the surrounding country. Montoni looked at her for a moment with a steady and stern countenance, while Emily trembled, and his wife, for once, thought she had said too much. "You shall be removed, this night," said he, "to the east turret, there, perhaps, you may understand the danger of offending a man, who has an unlimited power over you." Emily now fell at his feet, and, with tears of terror, supplicated for her aunt, who sat, trembling with fear and indignation, now ready to pour forth execrations, and now to join the intercessions of Emily. Montoni, however, soon interrupted these entreaties with an horrible oath, and, as he burst from Emily, leaving his cloak, in her hand, she fell to the floor, with a force, that occasioned her a severe blow on the forehead. But he quitted the room, without attempting to raise her, whose attention was called from herself, by a deep groan from Madame Montoni, who continued otherwise unmoved in her chair, and had not fainted. Emily, hastening to her assistance, saw her eyes rolling, and her features convulsed. Having spoken to her, without receiving an answer, she brought water, and supported her head, while she held it to her lips. But the increasing convulsions soon compelled Emily to call for assistance. On her way through the hall, in search of Annette, she met Montoni, whom she told what had happened, and conjured to return and comfort her aunt. But he turned silently away, with a look of indifference, and went out upon the ramparts. At length she found old Carlo and Annette, and they hastened to the dressing-room, where Madame Montoni had fallen on the floor, and was lying in strong convulsions. Having lifted her into the adjoining room, and laid her on the bed, the force of her disorder still made all their strength necessary to hold her, while Annette trembled and sobbed, and old Carlo looked silently and piteously on. As his feeble hands grasped those of his mistress, till, turning his eyes upon Emily, he exclaimed, "Good God! Signora, what is the matter?" Emily looked calmly at him, and saw his inquiring eyes fixed on her, and Annette, looking up, screamed loudly. For Emily's face was stained with blood, which continued to fall slowly from her forehead, but her attention had been so entirely occupied by the scene before her, that she had felt no pain from the wound. She now held an handkerchief to her face, and, notwithstanding her faintness, continued to watch Madame Montoni, the violence of whose convulsions was abating, till at length they ceased, and left her in a kind of stupor. "My aunt must remain quiet," said Emily. "Go, good Carlo, if we should want your assistance, I will send for you. In the meantime, if you have an opportunity, speak kindly of your mistress to your master." "Alas!" said Carlo, "I have seen too much. I have little influence with the Signor. But do, dear young lady, take some care of yourself, that is an ugly wound, and you look sadly." "Thank you, my friend, for your consideration," said Emily, smiling kindly. "The wound is trifling, it came by a fall." Carlo shook his head, and left the room, and Emily, with Annette, continued to watch by her aunt. "Did my lady tell the Signor what Ludovico said, Mademoiselle?" asked Annette in a whisper, but Emily quieted her fears on the subject. "I thought what this quarrelling would come to," continued Annette. "I suppose the Signor has been beating my lady." "No, no, Annette, you are totally mistaken, nothing extraordinary has happened." "Why, extraordinary things happen here so often, Mademoiselle, that there is nothing in them. Here is another legion of those ill-looking fellows, come to the castle, this morning." "Hush! Annette, you will disturb my aunt. We will talk of that by and by." They continued watching silently, till Madame Montoni uttered a low sigh, when Emily took her hand, and spoke soothingly to her. But the former gazed with unconscious eyes, and it was long before she knew her niece. Her first words then inquired for Montoni. To which Emily replied by an entreaty, that she would compose her spirits, and consent to be kept quiet, adding, that, if she wished any message to be conveyed to him, she would herself deliver it. "No," said her aunt faintly, "no, I have nothing new to tell him. Does he persist in saying I shall be removed from my chamber?" Emily replied, that he had not spoken, on the subject, since Madame Montoni heard him. And then she tried to divert her attention to some other topic, but her aunt seemed to be inattentive to what she said, and lost in secret thoughts. Emily, having brought her some refreshment, now left her to the care of Annette, and went in search of Montoni, whom she found on a remote part of the rampart, conversing among a group of the men described by Annette. They stood round him with fierce, yet subjugated, looks, while he, speaking earnestly, and pointing to the walls, did not perceive Emily, who remained at some distance, waiting till he should be at leisure. And observing involuntarily the appearance of one man, more savage than his fellows, who stood resting on his pike, and looking, over the shoulders of a comrade, at Montoni, to whom he listened with uncommon earnestness. This man was apparently of low condition, yet his looks appeared not to acknowledge the superiority of Montoni, as did those of his companions. And sometimes they even assumed an air of authority, which the decisive manner of the Signor could not repress. Some few words of Montoni then passed in the wind. And, as the men were separating, she heard him say, "This evening, then, begin the watch at sunset." "At sunset, Signor," replied one or two of them, and walked away. While Emily approached Montoni, who appeared desirous of avoiding her, but, though she observed this, she had courage to proceed. She endeavored to intercede once more for her aunt, represented to him her sufferings, and urged the danger of exposing her to a cold apartment in her present state. "She suffers by her own folly," said Montoni, "and is not to be pitied. She knows how she may avoid these sufferings in future. If she is removed to the turret, it will be her own fault. Let her be obedient, and sign the writings you heard of, and I will think no more of it." When Emily ventured still to plead, he sternly silenced and rebuked her for interfering in his domestic affairs, but, at length, dismissed her with this concession, that he would not remove Madame Montoni, on the ensuing night, but allow her till the next to consider, whether she would resign her settlements, or be imprisoned in the east turret of the castle, where she shall find, he added, a punishment she may not expect. Emily then hastened to inform her aunt of this short respite and of the alternative that awaited her, to which the latter made no reply, but appeared thoughtful, while Emily, in consideration of her extreme languor, wished to soothe her mind by leading it to less interesting topics, and, though these efforts were unsuccessful, and Madame Montoni became peevish, her resolution, on the contended point, seemed somewhat to relax, and Emily recommended, as her only means of safety, that she should submit to Montoni's demand. "You know not what you advise," said her aunt. "Do you understand, that these estates will descend to you at my death, if I persist in a refusal?" "I was ignorant of that circumstance, madam," replied Emily, "but the knowledge of it cannot withhold me from advising you to adopt the conduct, which not only your peace, but, I fear, your safety requires, and I entreat that you will not suffer a consideration comparatively so trifling, to make you hesitate a moment in resigning them." "Are you sincere, niece? Is it possible you can doubt it, madam?" Her aunt appeared to be affected. "You are not unworthy of these estates, niece," said she. "I would wish to keep them for your sake, you shew a virtue I did not expect." "How have I deserved this reproof, madam?" said Emily sorrowfully. "Reproof," replied Madame Montoni, "I meant to praise your virtue." "Alas! Here is no exertion of virtue," rejoined Emily, "for here is no temptation to be overcome." "Yet Monsieur Valancourt," said her aunt. "Oh, madam," interrupted Emily, anticipating what she would have said, "do not let me glance on that subject, do not let my mind be stained with a wish so shockingly self-interested." She immediately changed the topic, and continued with Madame Montoni, till she withdrew to her apartment for the night. At that hour, the castle was perfectly still, and every inhabitant of it, except herself, seemed to have retired to rest. As she passed along the wide and lonely galleries, dusky and silent, she felt forlorn and apprehensive of, she scarcely knew what. But when, entering the corridor, she recollected the incident of the preceding night, a dread seized her, lest a subject of alarm, similar to that, which had befallen Annette, should occur to her, and which, whether real, or ideal, would, she felt, have an almost equal effect upon her weakened spirits. The chamber, to which Annette had alluded, she did not exactly know, but understood it to be one of those she must pass in the way to her own. And, sending a fearful look forward into the gloom, she stepped lightly and cautiously along, till, coming to a door, from whence issued a low sound, she hesitated and paused. And, during the delay of that moment, her fears so much increased, that she had no power to move from the spot. Believing, that she heard a human voice within, she was somewhat revived. But, in the next moment, the door was opened, and a person, whom she conceived to be Montoni, appeared, who instantly started back, and closed it, though not before she had seen, by the light that burned in the chamber, another person, sitting in a melancholy attitude by the fire. Her terror vanished, but her astonishment only began, which was now roused by the mysterious secrecy of Montoni's manner, and by the discovery of a person, whom he thus visited at midnight, in an apartment, which had long been shut up, and of which such extraordinary reports were circulated. While she thus continued hesitating, strongly prompted to watch Montoni's motions, yet fearing to irritate him by appearing to notice them, the door was again opened cautiously, and as instantly closed as before. She then stepped softly to her chamber, which was the next but one to this, but, having put down her lamp, returned to an obscure corner of the corridor, to observe the proceedings of this half-seen person, and to ascertain whether it was indeed Montoni. Having waited in silent expectation for a few minutes, with her eyes fixed on the door, it was again opened, and the same person appeared, whom she now knew to be Montoni. He looked cautiously round, without perceiving her, then, stepping forward, closed the door, and left the corridor. Soon after, Emily heard the door fastened on the inside, and she withdrew to her chamber, wondering at what she had witnessed. It was now 12 o'clock. As she closed her casement, she heard footsteps on the terrace below, and saw imperfectly, through the gloom, several persons advancing, who passed under the casement. She then heard the clink of arms, and, in the next moment, the watchword. When, recollecting the command she had overheard from Montoni, and the hour of the night, she understood, that these men were, for the first time, relieving guard in the castle. Having listened till all was again still, she retired to sleep. Chapter 10. And shall no lay of death with pleasing murmur sooth her parted soul? Shall no tear wet her grave? Sayers. On the following morning, Emily went early to the apartment of Madame Montoni, who had slept well, and was much recovered. Her spirits had also returned with her health, and her resolution to oppose Montoni's demands revived, though it yet struggled with her fears, which Emily, who trembled for the consequence of further opposition, endeavoured to confirm. Her aunt, as has been already shown, had a disposition, which delighted in contradiction, and which taught her, when unpleasant circumstances were offered to her understanding, not to inquire into their truth, but to seek for arguments, by which she might make them appear false. Long habit had so entirely confirmed this natural propensity, that she was not conscious of possessing it. Emily's remonstrances and representations, therefore, roused her pride, instead of alarming, or convincing her judgment, and she still relied upon the discovery of some means, by which she might yet avoid submitting to the demand of her husband. Considering, that, if she could once escape from his castle, she might defy his power, and, obtaining a decisive separation, live in comfort on the estates, that yet remained for her, she mentioned this to her niece, who accorded with her in the wish, but differed from her, as to the probability of its completion. She represented the impossibility of passing the gates, secured and guarded as they were, and the extreme danger of committing her design to the discretion of a servant, who might either purposely betray, or accidentally disclose it. Montoni's vengeance would also disdain restraint, if her intention was detected, and, though Emily wished, as fervently as she could do, to regain her freedom, and return to France, she consulted only Madame Montoni's safety, and persevered in advising her to relinquish her settlement, without braving further outrage. The struggle of contrary emotions, however, continued to rage in her aunt's bosom, and she still brooded over the chance of effecting an escape. While she thus sat, Montoni entered the room, and, without noticing his wife's indisposition, said, that he came to remind her of the impolicy of trifling with him, and that he gave her only till the evening to determine whether she would consent to his demand, or compel him, by a refusal, to remove her to the east turret. He added, that a party of cavaliers would dine with him, that day, and that he expected that she would sit at the head of the table, where Emily, also, must be present. Madame Montoni was now on the point of uttering an absolute refusal, but, suddenly considering, that her liberty, during this entertainment, though circumscribed, might favour her further plans, she acquiesced, with seeming reluctance, and Montoni, soon after, left the apartment. His command struck Emily with surprise and apprehension, who shrank from the thought of being exposed to the gaze of strangers, such as her fancy represented these to be, and the words of Count Morano, now again recollected, did not soothe her fears. When she withdrew to prepare for dinner, she dressed herself with even more simplicity than usual, that she might escape observation, a policy, which did not avail her, for, as she repassed to her aunt's apartment, she was met by Montoni, who censured what he called her prudish appearance, and insisted, that she should wear the most splendid dress she had, even that, which had been prepared for her intended nuptials with Count Morano, and which, it now appeared, her aunt had carefully brought with her from Venice. This was made, not in the Venetian, but, in the Neapolitan fashion, so as to set off the shape and figure, to the utmost advantage. In it, her beautiful chestnut tresses were negligently bound up in pearls, and suffered to fall back again on her neck. The simplicity of a better taste, than Madame Montoni's, was conspicuous in this dress, splendid as it was, and Emily's unaffected beauty never had appeared more captivatingly. She had now only to hope, that Montoni's order was prompted, not by any extraordinary design, but by an ostentation of displaying his family, richly attired, to the eyes of strangers. Yet nothing less than his absolute command could have prevailed with her to wear a dress, that had been designed for such an offensive purpose, much less to have worn it on this occasion. As she descended to dinner, the emotion of her mind threw a faint blush over her countenance, and heightened its interesting expression. For timidity had made her linger in her apartment, till the utmost moment, and, when she entered the hall, in which a kind of state dinner was spread, Montoni and his guests were already seated at the table. She was then going to place herself by her aunt, but Montoni waved his hand, and two of the cavaliers rose, and seated her between them. The eldest of these was a tall man, with strong Italian features, an aquiline nose, and dark penetrating eyes, that flashed with fire, when his mind was agitated, and, even in its state of rest, retained somewhat of the wildness of the passions. His visage was long and narrow, and his complexion of a sickly yellow. The other, who appeared to be about 40, had features of a different cast, yet Italian, and his look was slow, subtle and penetrating. His eyes, of a dark grey, were small, and hollow, his complexion was a sunburnt brown, and the contour of his face, though inclined to oval, was irregular and ill-formed. 8 other guests sat round the table, who were all dressed in an uniform, and had all an expression, more or less, of wild fierceness, of subtle design, or of licentious passions. As Emily timidly surveyed them, she remembered the scene of the preceding morning, and again almost fancied herself surrounded by banditti. Then, looking back to the tranquillity of her early life, she felt scarcely less astonishment, than grief, at her present situation. The scene, in which they sat, assisted the illusion. It was an antiant hall, gloomy from the style of its architecture, from its great extent, and because almost the only light it received was from one large Gothic window, and from a pair of folding doors, which, being open, admitted likewise a view of the west rampart, with the wild mountains of the Apennine beyond. The middle compartment of this hall rose into a vaulted roof, enriched with fretwork, and supported, on 3 sides, by pillars of marble. Beyond these, long colonnades retired in gloomy grandeur, till their extent was lost in twilight. The lightest footsteps of the servants, as they advanced through these, were returned in whispering echoes, and their figures, seen at a distance imperfectly through the dusk, frequently awakened Emily's imagination. She looked alternately at Montoni, at his guests and on the surrounding scene. And then, remembering her dear native province, her pleasant home and the simplicity and goodness of the friends, whom she had lost, grief and surprise again occupied her mind. When her thoughts could return from these considerations, she fancied she observed an air of authority towards his guests, such as she had never before seen him assume, though he had always been distinguished by an haughty carriage. There was something also in the manners of the strangers, that seemed perfectly, though not servilely, to acknowledge his superiority. During dinner, the conversation was chiefly on war and politics. They talked with energy of the state of Venice, its dangers, the character of the reigning doge and of the chief senators, and then spoke of the state of Rome. When the repast was over, they rose, and, each filling his goblet with wine from the gilded ewer, that stood beside him, drank, "Success to our exploits." Montoni was lifting his goblet to his lips to drink this toast, when suddenly the wine hissed, rose to the brim, and, as he held the glass from him, it burst into 1,000 pieces. To him, who constantly used that sort of Venice glass, which had the quality of breaking, upon receiving poisoned liquor, a suspicion, that some of his guests had endeavored to betray him, instantly occurred. And he ordered all the gates to be closed, drew his sword, and, looking round on them, who stood in silent amazement, exclaimed, "Here is a traitor among us. Let those, that are innocent, assist in discovering the guilty." Indignation flashed from the eyes of the cavaliers, who all drew their swords. And Madame Montoni, terrified at what might ensue, was hastening from the hall, when her husband commanded her to stay, but his further words could not now be distinguished, for the voice of every person rose together. His order, that all the servants should appear, was at length obeyed, and they declared their ignorance of any deceit, a protestation which could not be believed. For it was evident, that, as Montoni's liquor, and his only, had been poisoned, a deliberate design had been formed against his life, which could not have been carried so far towards its accomplishment, without the connivance of the servant who had the care of the wine-ewers. This man, with another, whose face betrayed either the consciousness of guilt, or the fear of punishment, Montoni ordered to be chained instantly, and confined in a strong room, which had formerly been used as a prison. Thither, likewise, he would have sent all his guests, had he not foreseen the consequence of so bold and unjustifiable a proceeding. As to those, therefore, he contented himself with swearing, that no man should pass the gates, till this extraordinary affair had been investigated, and then sternly bade his wife retire to her apartment, whither he suffered Emily to attend her. In about half an hour, he followed to the dressing-room, and Emily observed, with horror, his dark countenance and quivering lip, and heard him denounce vengeance on her aunt. "It will avail you nothing," said he to his wife, "to deny the fact. I have proof of your guilt. Your only chance of mercy rests on a full confession. There is nothing to hope from sullenness, or falsehood. Your accomplice has confessed all." Emily's fainting spirits were roused by astonishment, as she heard her aunt accused of a crime so atrocious, and she could not, for a moment, admit the possibility of her guilt. Meanwhile Madame Montoni's agitation did not permit her to reply. Alternately her complexion varied from livid paleness to a crimson flush, and she trembled, but, whether with fear, or with indignation, it were difficult to decide. "Spare your words," said Montoni, seeing her about to speak, "your countenance makes full confession of your crime that, you shall be instantly removed to the east turret." "This accusation," said Madame Montoni, speaking with difficulty, "is used only as an excuse for your cruelty. I disdain to reply to it." "You do not believe me guilty?" "Signor," said Emily solemnly, "this dreadful charge, I would answer with my life, is false. Nay, Signor," she added, observing the severity of his countenance, "this is no moment for restraint, on my part. I do not scruple to tell you, that you are deceived, most wickedly deceived, by the suggestion of some person, who aims at the ruin of my aunt. It is impossible, that you could yourself have imagined a crime so hideous." Montoni, his lips trembling more than before, replied only, "If you value your own safety," addressing Emily, "you will be silent. I shall know how to interpret your remonstrances, should you persevere in them." Emily raised her eyes calmly to heaven. "Here is, indeed, then, nothing to hope," said she. "Peace," cried Montoni, "or you shall find there is something to fear." He turned to his wife, who had now recovered her spirits, and who vehemently and wildly remonstrated upon this mysterious suspicion, but Montoni's rage heightened with her indignation, and Emily, dreading the event of it, threw herself between them, and clasped his knees in silence, looking up in his face with an expression, that might have softened the heart of a fiend. Whether his was hardened by a conviction of Madame Montoni's guilt, or that a bare suspicion of it made him eager to exercise vengeance, he was totally and alike insensible to the distress of his wife, and to the pleading looks of Emily, whom he made no attempt to raise, but was vehemently menacing both, when he was called out of the room by some person at the door. As he shut the door, Emily heard him turn the lock and take out the key, so that Madame Montoni and herself were now prisoners, and she saw that his designs became more and more terrible. Her endeavors to explain his motives for this circumstance were almost as ineffectual as those to soothe the distress of her aunt, whose innocence she could not doubt. But she, at length, accounted for Montoni's readiness to suspect his wife by his own consciousness of cruelty towards her, and for the sudden violence of his present conduct against both, before even his suspicions could be completely formed, by his general eagerness to effect suddenly whatever he was led to desire and his carelessness of justice, or humanity, in accomplishing it. Madame Montoni, after some time, again looked round, in search of a possibility of escape from the castle, and conversed with Emily on the subject, who was now willing to encounter any hazard, though she forbore to encourage a hope in her aunt, which she herself did not admit. How strongly the edifice was secured, and how vigilantly guarded, she knew too well, and trembled to commit their safety to the caprice of the servant, whose assistance they must solicit. Old Carlo was compassionate, but he seemed to be too much in his master's interest to be trusted by them. Annette could of herself do little, and Emily knew Ludovico only from her report. At present, however, these considerations were useless, Madame Montoni and her niece being shut up from all intercourse, even with the persons, whom there might be these reasons to reject. In the hall, confusion and tumult still reigned. Emily, as she listened anxiously to the murmur that sounded along the gallery, sometimes fancied she heard the clashing of swords, and, when she considered the nature of the provocation, given by Montoni, and his impetuosity, it appeared probable that nothing less than arms would terminate the contention. Madame Montoni, having exhausted all her expressions of indignation, and Emily, hers of comfort, they remained silent, in that kind of breathless stillness, which, in nature, often succeeds to the uproar of conflicting elements. A stillness, like the morning, that dawns upon the ruins of an earthquake. An uncertain kind of terror pervaded Emily's mind, the circumstances of the past hour still came dimly and confusedly to her memory. And her thoughts were various and rapid, though without tumult. From this state of waking visions she was recalled by a knocking at the chamber door, and, inquiring who was there, heard the whispering voice of Annette. "Dear madam, let me come in, I have a great deal to say," said the poor girl. "The door is locked," answered the lady. "Yes, ma'am, but do pray open it." "The Signor has the key," said Madame Montoni. "O blessed Virgin! What will become of us?" exclaimed Annette. "Assist us to escape," said her mistress. "Where is Ludovico?" "Below in the hall, ma'am, amongst them all, fighting with the best of them." "Fighting? Who are fighting?" cried Madame Montoni. "Why the Signor, ma'am, and all the Signors, and a great many more." "Is any person much hurt?" said Emily, in a tremulous voice. "Hurt? Yes, ma'amselle, there they lie bleeding, and the swords are clashing, and, oh holy saints! Do let me in, ma'am, they are coming this way, I shall be murdered." "Fly," cried Emily, "fly. We cannot open the door." Annette repeated, that they were coming, and in the same moment fled. "Be calm, madam," said Emily, turning to her aunt, "I entreat you to be calm, I am not frightened in the least, do not you be alarmed." "You can scarcely support yourself," replied her aunt, "merciful God! What is it they mean to do with us?" "They come, perhaps, to liberate us," said Emily. "Signor Montoni perhaps is conquered." The belief of his death gave her spirits a sudden shock, and she grew faint as she saw him in imagination, expiring at her feet. "They are coming," cried Madame Montoni, "I hear their steps, they are at the door." Emily turned her languid eyes to the door, but terror deprived her of utterance. The key sounded in the lock, the door opened, and Montoni appeared, followed by 3 ruffian-like men. "Execute your orders," said he, turning to them, and pointing to his wife, who shrieked, but was immediately carried from the room, while Emily sunk, senseless, on a couch, by which she had endeavoured to support herself. When she recovered, she was alone, and recollected only, that Madame Montoni had been there, together with some unconnected particulars of the preceding transaction, which were, however, sufficient to renew all her terror. She looked wildly round the apartment, as if in search of some means of intelligence, concerning her aunt, while neither her own danger, or an idea of escaping from the room, immediately occurred. When her recollection was more complete, she raised herself and went, but with only a faint hope, to examine whether the door was unfastened. It was so, and she then stepped timidly out into the gallery, but paused there, uncertain which way she should proceed. Her first wish was to gather some information, as to her aunt, and she, at length, turned her steps to go to the lesser hall, where Annette and the other servants usually waited. Everywhere, as she passed, she heard, from a distance, the uproar of contention, and the figures and faces, which she met, hurrying along the passages, struck her mind with dismay. Emily might now have appeared, like an angel of light, encompassed by fiends. At length, she reached the lesser hall, which was silent and deserted, but, panting for breath, she sat down to recover herself. The total stillness of this place was as awful as the tumult, from which she had escaped, but she had now time to recall her scattered thoughts, to remember her personal danger, and to consider of some means of safety. She perceived, that it was useless to seek Madame Montoni, through the wide extent and intricacies of the castle, now, too, when every avenue seemed to be beset by ruffians. In this hall she could not resolve to stay, for she knew not how soon it might become their place of rendezvous, and, though she wished to go to her chamber, she dreaded again to encounter them on the way. Thus she sat, trembling and hesitating, when a distant murmur broke on the silence, and grew louder and louder, till she distinguished voices and steps approaching. She then rose to go, but the sounds came along the only passage, by which she could depart, and she was compelled to await in the hall, the arrival of the persons, whose steps she heard. As these advanced, she distinguished groans, and then saw a man borne slowly along by 4 others. Her spirits faltered at the sight, and she leaned against the wall for support. The bearers, meanwhile, entered the hall, and, being too busily occupied to detain, or even notice Emily, she attempted to leave it, but her strength failed, and she again sat down on the bench. A damp chillness came over her. Her sight became confused, she knew not what had passed, or where she was, yet the groans of the wounded person still vibrated on her heart. In a few moments, the tide of life seemed again to flow. She began to breathe more freely, and her senses revived. She had not fainted, nor had ever totally lost her consciousness, but had contrived to support herself on the bench. Still without courage to turn her eyes upon the unfortunate object, which remained near her, and about whom the men were yet too much engaged to attend to her. When her strength returned, she rose, and was suffered to leave the hall, though her anxiety, having produced some vain inquiries, concerning Madame Montoni, had thus made a discovery of herself. Towards her chamber she now hastened, as fast as her steps would bear her, for she still perceived, upon her passage, the sounds of confusion at a distance, and she endeavored, by taking her way through some obscure rooms, to avoid encountering the persons, whose looks had terrified her before, as well as those parts of the castle, where the tumult might still rage. At length, she reached her chamber, and, having secured the door of the corridor, felt herself, for a moment, in safety. A profound stillness reigned in this remote apartment, which not even the faint murmur of the most distant sounds now reached. She sat down, near one of the casements, and, as she gazed on the mountain view beyond, the deep repose of its beauty struck her with all the force of contrast, and she could scarcely believe herself so near a scene of savage discord. The contending elements seemed to have retired from their natural spheres, and to have collected themselves into the minds of men, for there alone the tempest now reigned. Emily tried to tranquilize her spirits, but anxiety made her constantly listen for some sound, and often look out upon the ramparts, where all, however, was lonely and still. As a sense of her own immediate danger had decreased, her apprehension concerning Madame Montoni heightened, who, she remembered, had been fiercely threatened with confinement in the east turret, and it was possible that her husband had satisfied his present vengeance with this punishment. She, therefore, determined, when night should return, and the inhabitants of the castle should be asleep, to explore the way to the turret, which, as the direction it stood in was mentioned, appeared not very difficult to be done. She knew, indeed, that although her aunt might be there, she could afford her no effectual assistance, but it might give her some comfort even to know, that she was discovered, and to hear the sound of her niece's voice. For herself, any certainty, concerning Madame Montoni's fate, appeared more tolerable, than this exhausting suspense. Meanwhile, Annette did not appear, and Emily was surprised, and somewhat alarmed for her, whom, in the confusion of the late scene, various accidents might have befallen, and it was improbable, that she would have failed to come to her apartment, unless something unfortunate had happened. Thus the hours passed in solitude, in silence, and in anxious conjecturing. Being not once disturbed by a message, or a sound, it appeared, that Montoni had wholly forgotten her, and it gave her some comfort to find, that she could be so unnoticed. She endeavored to withdraw her thoughts from the anxiety that preyed upon them, but they refused control. She could neither read, or draw, and the tones of her lute were so utterly discordant with the present state of her feelings, that she could not endure them for a moment. The sun, at length, set behind the western mountains. His fiery beams faded from the clouds, and then a dun melancholy purple drew over them, and gradually involved the features of the country below. Soon after, the sentinels passed on the rampart to commence the watch. Twilight had now spread its gloom over every object. The dismal obscurity of her chamber recalled fearful thoughts, but she remembered, that to procure a light she must pass through a great extent of the castle, and, above all, through the halls, where she had already experienced so much horror. Darkness, indeed, in the present state of her spirits, made silence and solitude terrible to her. It would also prevent the possibility of her finding her way to the turret and condemn her to remain in suspense, concerning the fate of her aunt. Yet she dared not to venture forth for a lamp. Continuing at the casement, that she might catch the last lingering gleam of evening, 1,000 vague images of fear floated on her fancy. What if some of these ruffians, said she, should find out the private staircase, and in the darkness of night steal into my chamber? Then, recollecting the mysterious inhabitant of the neighboring apartment, her terror changed its object. He is not a prisoner, said she, though he remains in one chamber, for Montoni did not fasten the door. When he left it, the unknown person himself did this. It is certain, therefore, he can come out when he pleases. She paused, for, notwithstanding the terrors of darkness, she considered it to be very improbable, whoever he was, that he could have any interest in intruding upon her retirement. And again the subject of her emotion changed, when, remembering her nearness to the chamber, where the veil had formerly disclosed a dreadful spectacle, she doubted whether some passage might not communicate between it and the insecure door of the staircase. It was now entirely dark, and she left the casement. As she sat with her eyes fixed on the hearth, she thought she perceived there a spark of light. It twinkled and disappeared, and then again was visible. At length, with much care, she fanned the embers of a wood fire, that had been lighted in the morning, into flame, and, having communicated it to a lamp, which always stood in her room, felt a satisfaction not to be conceived. Without a review of her situation, her first care was to guard the door of the staircase, for which purpose she placed against it all the furniture she could move, and she was thus employed, for some time. At the end of which she had another instance how much more oppressive misfortune is to the idle, than to the busy. For, having then leisure to think over all the circumstances of her present afflictions, she imagined 1,000 evils for futurity, and these real and ideal subjects of distress alike wounded her mind. Thus heavily moved the hours till midnight, when she counted the sullen notes of the great clock, as they rolled along the rampart, unmingled with any sound, except the distant footfall of a sentinel, who came to relieve guard. She now thought she might venture towards the turret, and, having gently opened the chamber door to examine the corridor, and to listen if any person was stirring in the castle, found all around in perfect stillness. Yet no sooner had she left the room, than she perceived a light flash on the walls of the corridor, and, without waiting to see by whom it was carried, she shrunk back, and closed her door. No one approaching, she conjectured, that it was Montoni going to pay his midnight visit to her unknown neighbor, and she determined to wait, till he should have retired to his own apartment. When the chimes had tolled another half-hour, she once more opened the door, and, perceiving that no person was in the corridor, hastily crossed into a passage, that led along the south side of the castle towards the staircase, whence she believed she could easily find her way to the turret. Often pausing on her way, listening apprehensively to the murmurs of the wind, and looking fearfully onward into the gloom of the long passages, she, at length, reached the staircase, but there her perplexity began. 2 passages appeared, of which she knew not how to prefer one, and was compelled, at last, to decide by chance, rather than by circumstances. That she entered, opened first into a wide gallery, along which she passed lightly and swiftly. For the lonely aspect of the place awed her, and she started at the echo of her own steps. On a sudden, she thought she heard a voice, and, not distinguishing from whence it came, feared equally to proceed, or to return. For some moments, she stood in an attitude of listening expectation, shrinking almost from herself and scarcely daring to look round her. The voice came again, but, though it was now near her, terror did not allow her to judge exactly whence it proceeded. She thought, however, that it was the voice of complaint, and her belief was soon confirmed by a low moaning sound, that seemed to proceed from one of the chambers, opening into the gallery. It instantly occurred to her, that Madame Montoni might be there confined, and she advanced to the door to speak, but was checked by considering, that she was, perhaps, going to commit herself to a stranger, who might discover her to Montoni. For, though this person, whoever it was, seemed to be in affliction, it did not follow, that he was a prisoner. While these thoughts passed over her mind, and left her still in hesitation, the voice spoke again, and, calling Ludovico, she then perceived it to be that of Annette, on which, no longer hesitating, she went in joy to answer her. "Ludovico!" cried Annette, sobbing, "Ludovico! It is not Ludovico, it is I, Mademoiselle Emily." Annette ceased sobbing, and was silent. "If you can open the door, let me in," said Emily, "here is no person to hurt you." "Ludovico, oh, Ludovico!" cried Annette. Emily now lost her patience, and her fear of being overheard increasing, she was even nearly about to leave the door, when she considered, that Annette might, possibly, know something of the situation of Madame Montoni, or direct her to the turret. At length, she obtained a reply, though little satisfactory, to her questions, for Annette knew nothing of Madame Montoni, and only conjured Emily to tell her what was become of Ludovico. Of him she had no information to give, and she again asked who had shut Annette up. "Ludovico," said the poor girl, "Ludovico shut me up. When I ran away from the dressing-room door today, I went I scarcely knew where, for safety. And, in this gallery, here, I met Ludovico, who hurried me into this chamber, and locked me up to keep me out of harm, as he said. But he was in such a hurry himself, he hardly spoke 10 words, but he told me he would come, and let me out, when all was quiet, and he took away the key with him. Now all these hours are past, and I have neither seen, or heard a word of him. They have murdered him, I know they have." Emily suddenly remembered the wounded person, whom she had seen borne into the servants' hall, and she scarcely doubted, that he was Ludovico, but she concealed the circumstance from Annette, and endeavoured to comfort her. Then, impatient to learn something of her aunt, she again inquired the way to the turret. "Oh! You are not going, Mademoiselle," said Annette, "for heaven's sake, do not go, and leave me here by myself." "Nay, Annette, you do not think I can wait in the gallery all night," replied Emily. "Direct me to the turret, in the morning I will endeavour to release you." "Oh Holy Mary!" exclaimed Annette, "am I to stay here by myself all night? I shall be frightened out of my senses, and I shall die of hunger. I have had nothing to eat since dinner." Emily could scarcely forbear smiling at the heterogeneous distresses of Annette, though she sincerely pitied them, and said what she could to soothe her. At length, she obtained something like a direction to the east turret, and quitted the door, from whence, after many intricacies and perplexities, she reached the steep and winding stairs of the turret, at the foot of which she stopped to rest, and to reanimate her courage with a sense of her duty. As she surveyed this dismal place, she perceived a door on the opposite side of the staircase, and, anxious to know whether it would lead her to Madame Montoni, she tried to undraw the bolts, which fastened it. A fresher air came to her face, as she unclosed the door, which opened upon the east rampart, and the sudden current had nearly extinguished her light, which she now removed to a distance. And again, looking out upon the obscure terrace, she perceived only the faint outline of the walls and of some towers, while, above, heavy clouds, borne along the wind, seemed to mingle with the stars, and wrap the night in thicker darkness. As she gazed, now willing to defer the moment of certainty, from which she expected only confirmation of evil, a distant footstep reminded her, that she might be observed by the men on watch, and, hastily closing the door, she took her lamp, and passed up the staircase. Trembling came upon her, as she ascended through the gloom. To her melancholy fancy this seemed to be a place of death, and the chilling silence, that reigned, confirmed its character. Her spirits faltered. "Perhaps," said she, "I am come hither only to learn a dreadful truth, or to witness some horrible spectacle. I feel that my senses would not survive such an addition of horror." The image of her aunt murdered, perhaps, by the hand of Montoni, rose to her mind. She trembled, gasped for breath, repented that she had dared to venture hither, and checked her steps. But, after she had paused a few minutes, the consciousness of her duty returned, and she went on. Still all was silent. At length a track of blood, upon a stair, caught her eye. And instantly she perceived, that the wall and several other steps were stained. She paused, again struggled to support herself, and the lamp almost fell from her trembling hand. Still no sound was heard, no living being seemed to inhabit the turret. 1,000 times she wished herself again in her chamber. Dreaded to inquire farther, dreaded to encounter some horrible spectacle, and yet could not resolve, now that she was so near the termination of her efforts, to desist from them. Having again collected courage to proceed, after ascending about halfway up the turret, she came to another door, but here again she stopped in hesitation. Listened for sounds within, and then, summoning all her resolution, unclosed it, and entered a chamber, which, as her lamp shot its feeble rays through the darkness, seemed to exhibit only dew-stained and deserted walls. As she stood examining it, in fearful expectation of discovering the remains of her unfortunate aunt, she perceived something lying in an obscure corner of the room, and, struck with an horrible conviction, she became, for an instant, motionless and nearly insensible. Then, with a kind of desperate resolution, she hurried towards the object that excited her terror, when, perceiving the clothes of some person, on the floor, she caught hold of them, and found in her grasp the old uniform of a soldier, beneath which appeared a heap of pikes and other arms. Scarcely daring to trust her sight, she continued, for some moments, to gaze on the object of her late alarm, and then left the chamber, so much comforted and occupied by the conviction, that her aunt was not there. That she was going to descend the turret, without inquiring farther. When, on turning to do so, she observed upon some steps on the second flight an appearance of blood, and remembering, that there was yet another chamber to be explored, she again followed the windings of the ascent. Still, as she ascended, the track of blood glared upon the stairs. It led her to the door of a landing place, that terminated them, but she was unable to follow it farther. Now that she was so near the sought-for certainty, she dreaded to know it, even more than before, and had not fortitude sufficient to speak, or to attempt opening the door. Having listened, in vain, for some sound, that might confirm, or destroy her fears, she, at length, laid her hand on the lock, and, finding it fastened, called on Madame Montoni, but only a chilling silence ensued. "She is dead!" she cried, "murdered, her blood is on the stairs." Emily grew very faint, could support herself no longer, and had scarcely presence of mind to set down the lamp, and place herself on a step. When her recollection returned, she spoke again at the door, and again attempted to open it, and, having lingered for some time, without receiving any answer, or hearing a sound, she descended the turret, and, with all the swiftness her feebleness would permit, sought her own apartment. As she turned into the corridor, the door of a chamber opened, from whence Montoni came forth. But Emily, more terrified than ever to behold him, shrunk back into the passage soon enough to escape being noticed, and heard him close the door, which she had perceived was the same she formerly observed. Having here listened to his departing steps, till their faint sound was lost in distance, she ventured to her apartment, and, securing it once again, retired to her bed, leaving the lamp burning on the hearth. But sleep was fled from her harassed mind, to which images of horror alone occurred. She endeavored to think it possible, that Madame Montoni had not been taken to the turret. But, when she recollected the former menaces of her husband and the terrible spirit of vengeance, which he had displayed on a late occasion. When she remembered his general character, the looks of the men, who had forced Madame Montoni from her apartment, and the written traces on the stairs of the turret, she could not doubt, that her aunt had been carried thither. And could scarcely hope, that she had not been carried to be murdered. The grey of morning had long dawned through her casements, before Emily closed her eyes in sleep, when wearied nature, at length, yielded her a respite from suffering. Chapter 11. Who rears the bloody hand? Sayers. Emily remained in her chamber, on the following morning, without receiving any notice from Montoni, or seeing a human being, except the armed men, who sometimes passed on the terrace below. Having tasted no food since the dinner of the preceding day, extreme faintness made her feel the necessity of quitting the asylum of her apartment to obtain refreshment, and she was also very anxious to procure liberty for Annette. Willing, however, to defer venturing forth, as long as possible, and considering, whether she should apply to Montoni, or to the compassion of some other person, her excessive anxiety concerning her aunt, at length overcame her abhorrence of his presence, and she determined to go to him, and to entreat, that he would suffer her to see Madame Montoni. Meanwhile it was too certain, from the absence of Annette, that some accident had befallen Ludovico, and that she was still in confinement. Emily, therefore, resolved also to visit the chamber, where she had spoken to her, on the preceding night, and, if the poor girl was yet there, to inform Montoni of her situation. It was near noon, before she ventured from her apartment, and went first to the south gallery, whither she passed without meeting a single person, or hearing a sound, except, now and then, the echo of a distant footstep. It was unnecessary to call Annette, whose lamentations were audible upon the first approach to the gallery, and who, bewailing her own and Ludovico's fate, told Emily, that she should certainly be starved to death, if she was not let out immediately. Emily replied, that she was going to beg her release of Montoni, but the terrors of hunger now yielded to those of the senior, and, when Emily left her, she was loudly entreating, that her place of refuge might be concealed from him. As Emily drew near the great hall, the sounds she heard and the people she met in the passages renewed her alarm. The latter, however, were peaceable, and did not interrupt her, though they looked earnestly at her, as she passed, and sometimes spoke. On crossing the hall towards the cedar room, where Montoni usually sat, she perceived, on the pavement, fragments of swords, some tattered garments stained with blood, and almost expected to have seen among them a dead body. But from such a spectacle she was, at present, spared. As she approached the room, the sound of several voices issued from within, and a dread of appearing before many strangers, as well as of irritating Montoni by such an intrusion, made her pause and falter from her purpose. She looked up through the long arcades of the hall, in search of a servant, who might bear a message, but no one appeared, and the urgency of what she had to request made her still linger near the door. The voices within were not in contention, though she distinguished those of several of the guests of the preceding day. But still her resolution failed, whenever she would have tapped at the door, and she had determined to walk in the hall, till some person should appear, who might call Montoni from the room, when, as she turned from the door, it was suddenly opened by himself. Emily trembled, and was confused, while he almost started with surprise, and all the terrors of his countenance unfolded themselves. She forgot all she would have said, and neither inquired for her aunt, or entreated for Annette, but stood silent and embarrassed. After closing the door he reproved her for a meanness, of which she had not been guilty, and sternly questioned her what she had overheard. An accusation, which revived her recollection so far, that she assured him she had not come thither with an intention to listen to his conversation, but to entreat his compassion for her aunt, and for Annette. Montoni seemed to doubt this assertion, for he regarded her with a scrutinizing look, and the doubt evidently arose from no trifling interest. Emily then further explained herself, and concluded with entreating him to inform her, where her aunt was placed, and to permit, that she might visit her. But he looked upon her only with a malignant smile, which instantaneously confirmed her worst fears for her aunt, and, at that moment, she had not courage to renew her entreaties. "For Annette," said he, "if you go to Carlo, he will release the girl, the foolish fellow, who shut her up, died yesterday." Emily shuddered. "But my aunt, Signor," said she, "oh, tell me of my aunt." "She is taken care of," replied Montoni hastily, "I have no time to answer idle questions." He would have passed on, but Emily, in a voice of agony, that could not be wholly resisted, conjured him to tell her where Madame Montoni was. While he paused, and she anxiously watched his countenance, a trumpet sounded, and, in the next moment, she heard the heavy gates of the portal open, and then the clattering of horses' hoofs in the court, with the confusion of many voices. She stood for a moment hesitating whether she should follow Montoni, who, at the sound of the trumpet, had passed through the hall, and, turning her eyes whence it came, she saw through the door that opened beyond a long perspective of arches into the courts, a party of horsemen, whom she judged, as well as the distance and her embarrassment would allow, to be the same she had seen depart, a few days before. But she stayed not to scrutinize, for, when the trumpet sounded again, the chevaliers rushed out of the cedar room, and men came running into the hall from every quarter of the castle. Emily once more hurried for shelter to her own apartment. Thither she was still pursued by images of horror. She reconsidered Montoni's manner and words, when he had spoken of his wife, and they served only to confirm her most terrible suspicions. Tears refused any longer to relieve her distress, and she had sat for a considerable time absorbed in thought, when a knocking at the chamber door aroused her, on opening which she found old Carlo. "Dear young lady," said he, "I have been so flurried, I never once thought of you till just now. I have brought you some fruit and wine, and I am sure you must stand in need of them by this time." "Thank you, Carlo," said Emily, "this is very good of you. Did the Signor remind you of me?" "No, Signora," replied Carlo, "His Excellenza has business enough on his hands." Emily then renewed her inquiries, concerning Madame Montoni, but Carlo had been employed at the other end of the castle, during the time that she was removed, and he had heard nothing since, concerning her. While he spoke, Emily looked steadily at him, for she scarcely knew whether he was really ignorant, or concealed his knowledge of the truth from a fear of offending his master. To several questions, concerning the contentions of yesterday, he gave very limited answers, but told, that the disputes were now amicably settled, and that the senior believed himself to have been mistaken in his suspicions of his guests. "The fighting was about that, Signora," said Carlo, "but I trust one shall never see such another day in this castle, though strange things are about to be done." On her inquiring his meaning, "Signora," added he, "it is not for me to betray secrets or tell all I think, but time will tell." She then desired him to release Annette, and, having described the chamber in which the poor girl was confined, he promised to obey her immediately, and was departing, when she remembered to ask who were the persons just arrived. Her late conjecture was right, it was Verezzi, with his party. Her spirits were somewhat soothed by this short conversation with Carlo. For, in her present circumstances, it afforded some comfort to hear the accents of compassion, and to meet the look of sympathy. An hour passed before Annette appeared, who then came weeping and sobbing. "Oh Ludovico, Ludovico," cried she. "My poor Annette," said Emily, and made her sit down. "Who could have foreseen this, Mademoiselle? Oh miserable, wretched, day, that ever I should live to see it." And she continued to moan and lament, till Emily thought it necessary to check her excess of grief. "We are continually losing dear friends by death," said she, with a sigh, that came from her heart. "We must submit to the will of heaven, our tears, alas, cannot recall the dead." Annette took the handkerchief from her face. "You will meet Ludovico in a better world, I hope," added Emily. "Yes, yes, Mademoiselle," sobbed Annette, "but I hope I shall meet him again in this, though he is so wounded." "Wounded!" exclaimed Emily, "does he live?" "Yes, ma'am, but he has a terrible wound, and could not come to let me out. They thought him dead, at first, and he has not been rightly himself, till within this hour." "Well, Annette, I rejoice to hear he lives." "Lives! Holy saints! Why he will not die, surely." Emily said she hoped not, but this expression of hope Annette thought implied fear, and her own increased in proportion, as Emily endeavoured to encourage her. To inquiries, concerning Madame Montoni, she could give no satisfactory answers. "I quite forgot to ask among the servants, Mademoiselle," said she, "for I could think of nobody but poor Ludovico." Annette's grief was now somewhat assuaged, and Emily sent her to make inquiries, concerning her lady, of whom, however, she could obtain no intelligence, some of the people she spoke with being really ignorant of her fate, and others having probably received orders to conceal it. This day passed with Emily in continued grief and anxiety for her aunt, but she was unmolested by any notice from Montoni, and, now that Annette was liberated, she obtained food, without exposing herself to danger, or impertinence. 2 following days passed in the same manner, unmarked by any occurrence, during which she obtained no information of Madame Montoni. On the evening of the 2nd, having dismissed Annette, and retired to bed, her mind became haunted by the most dismal images, such as her long anxiety, concerning her aunt, suggested. And, unable to forget herself, for a moment, or to vanquish the phantoms, that tormented her, she rose from her bed, and went to one of the casements of her chamber, to breathe a freer air. All without was silent and dark, unless that could be called light, which was only the faint glimmer of the stars, shewing imperfectly the outline of the mountains, the western towers of the castle and the ramparts below, where a solitary sentinel was pacing. What an image of repose did this scene present! The fierce and terrible passions, too, which so often agitated the inhabitants of this edifice, seemed now hushed in sleep. Those mysterious workings, that rouse the elements of man's nature into tempest, were calm. Emily's heart was not so, but her sufferings, though deep, partook of the gentle character of her mind. Hers was a silent anguish, weeping, yet enduring. Not the wild energy of passion, inflaming imagination, bearing down the barriers of reason and living in a world of its own. The air refreshed her, and she continued at the casement, looking on the shadowy scene, over which the planets burned with a clear light, amid the deep blue ether, as they silently moved in their destined course. She remembered how often she had gazed on them with her dear father, how often he had pointed out their way in the heavens, and explained their laws. And these reflections led to others, which, in an almost equal degree, awakened her grief and astonishment. They brought a retrospect of all the strange and mournful events, which had occurred since she lived in peace with her parents. And to Emily, who had been so tenderly educated, so tenderly loved, who once knew only goodness and happiness, to her, the late events and her present situation, in a foreign land, in a remote castle, surrounded by vice and violence, seemed more like the visions of a distempered imagination, than the circumstances of truth. She wept to think of what her parents would have suffered, could they have foreseen the events of her future life. While she raised her streaming eyes to heaven, she observed the same planet, which she had seen in Languedoc, on the night preceding her father's death, rise above the eastern towers of the castle, while she remembered the conversation which has passed, concerning the probable state of departed souls. Remembered, also, the solemn music she had heard, and to which the tenderness of her spirits had, in spite of her reason, given a superstitious meaning. At these recollections she wept again, and continued musing, when suddenly the notes of sweet music passed on the air. A superstitious dread stole over her. She stood listening, for some moments, in trembling expectation, and then endeavored to recollect her thoughts, and to reason herself into composure. But human reason cannot establish her laws on subjects, lost in the obscurity of imagination, any more than the eye can ascertain the form of objects, that only glimmer through the dimness of night. Her surprise, on hearing such soothing and delicious sounds, was, at least, justifiable, for it was long, very long, since she had listened to anything like melody. The fierce trumpet and the shrill fife were the only instruments she had heard, since her arrival at Udolpho. When her mind was somewhat more composed, she tried to ascertain from what quarter the sounds proceeded, and thought they came from below. But whether from a room of the castle, or from the terrace, she could not with certainty judge. Fear and surprise now yielded to the enchantment of a strain, that floated on the silent night, with the most soft and melancholy sweetness. Suddenly, it seemed removed to a distance, trembled faintly, and then entirely ceased. She continued to listen, sunk in that pleasing repose, which soft music leaves on the mind, but it came no more. Upon this strange circumstance her thoughts were long engaged, for strange it certainly was to hear music at midnight, when every inhabitant of the castle had long since retired to rest, and in a place where nothing like harmony had been heard before, probably, for many years. Long suffering had made her spirits peculiarly sensible to terror, and liable to be affected by the illusions of superstition. It now seemed to her, as if her dead father had spoken to her in that strain, to inspire her with comfort and confidence, on the subject, which had then occupied her mind. Yet reason told her, that this was a wild conjecture, and she was inclined to dismiss it, but, with the inconsistency so natural, when imagination guides the thoughts, she then wavered towards a belief as wild. She remembered the singular event, connected with the castle, which had given it into the possession of its present owner. And, when she considered the mysterious manner, in which its late possessor had disappeared, and that she had never since been heard of, her mind was impressed with an high degree of solemn awe. So that, though there appeared no clue to connect that event with the late music, she was inclined fancifully to think they had some relation to each other. At this conjecture, a sudden chillness ran through her frame. She looked fearfully upon the duskiness of her chamber, and the dead silence, that prevailed there, heightened to her fancy its gloomy aspect. At length, she left the casement, but her steps faltered, as she approached the bed, and she stopped and looked round. The single lamp, that burned in her spacious chamber, was expiring. For a moment, she shrunk from the darkness beyond. And then, ashamed of the weakness, which, however, she could not wholly conquer, went forward to the bed, where her mind did not soon know the soothings of sleep. She still mused on the late occurrence, and looked with anxiety to the next night, when, at the same hour, she determined to watch whether the music returned. "If those sounds were human," said she, "I shall probably hear them again." Chapter 12. Then, oh, you blessed ministers above! Keep me in patience, and, in ripened time, unfold the evil which is here wrapped up in countenance. Shakespeare. Annette came almost breathless to Emily's apartment in the morning. "Oh, Mademoiselle," said she, in broken sentences, "what news I have to tell. I have found out who the prisoner is, but he was no prisoner, neither, he that was shut up in the chamber I told you of. I must think him a ghost, forsooth." "Who was the prisoner?" inquired Emily, while her thoughts glanced back to the circumstance of the preceding night. "You mistake, ma'am," said Annette, "he was not a prisoner, after all." "Who is the person, then?" "Holy saints!" rejoined Annette, "how I was surprised. I met him just now, on the rampart below, there. I never was so surprised in my life. Ah! Mademoiselle! This is a strange place. I should never have done wondering, if I was to live here 100 years. But, as I was saying, I met him just now on the rampart, and I was thinking of nobody less than of him." "This trifling is insupportable," said Emily. "Prithee, Annette, do not torture my patience any longer." "Nay, Mademoiselle, guess who it was somebody you know very well." "I cannot guess," said Emily impatiently. "Nay, Mademoiselle, I'll tell you something to guess by, a tall senior, with a longish face, who walks so stately, and used to wear such a high feather in his hat, and used often to look down upon the ground, when people spoke to him. And to look at people from under his eyebrows, as it were, all so dark and frowning. You have seen him, often and often, at Venice, ma'am. Then he was so intimate with the senior, too. And, now I think of it, I wonder what he could be afraid of in this lonely old castle, that he should shut himself up for. But he is come abroad now, for I met him on the rampart just this minute. I trembled when I saw him, for I always was afraid of him, somehow, but I determined I would not let him see it, so I went up to him, and made him a low courtesy. 'You are welcome to the castle, Signor Orsino,' said I." "Oh, it was Signor Orsino, then," said Emily. "Yes, Mademoiselle, Signor Orsino, himself, who caused that Venetian gentleman to be killed, and has been popping about from place to place, ever since, as I hear." "Good God!" exclaimed Emily, recovering from the shock of this intelligence. "And is he come to Udolpho?" He does well to endeavour to conceal himself. Yes, ma'amselle, but if that was all, this desolate place would conceal him, without his shutting himself up in one room. Who would think of coming to look for him here? I am sure I should as soon think of going to look for any body in the other world. There is some truth in that, said Emily, who would now have concluded it was Orsino's music, which she had heard, on the preceding night, had she not known, that he had neither taste or skill in the art. But, though she was unwilling to add to the number of Annette's surprises, by mentioning the subject of her own, she inquired, whether any person in the castle played on a musical instrument. Oh yes, ma'amselle. There is Benedetto plays the great drum to admiration, and then, there is Lancelot the trumpeter, nay, for that matter, Ludovico himself can play on the trumpet, but he is ill now. I remember once. Emily interrupted her. Have you heard no other music since you came to the castle? None last night? Why, did you hear any last night, ma'amselle? Emily evaded this question, by repeating her own. Why, no, ma'am, replied Annette. I never heard any music here, I must say, but the drums and the trumpet, and, as for last night, I did nothing but dream I saw my late lady's ghost. Your late lady's, said Emily in a tremulous voice, you have heard more, then. Tell me all, Annette, I entreat, tell me the worst at once. Nay, ma'amselle, you know the worst already. I know nothing, said Emily. Yes, you do, ma'amselle, you know, that nobody knows anything about her. And it is plain, therefore, she is gone, the way of the first lady of the castle, nobody ever knew anything about her. Emily leaned her head upon her hand, and was, for some time, silent. Then, telling Annette she wished to be alone, the latter left the room. The remark of Annette had revived Emily's terrible suspicion, concerning the fate of Madame Montoni. And she resolved to make another effort to obtain certainty on this subject, by applying to Montoni once more. When Annette returned, a few hours after, she told Emily, that the porter of the castle wished very much to speak with her, for that he had something of importance to say. Her spirits had, however, of late been so subject to alarm, that any new circumstance excited it. And this message from the porter, when her first surprise was over, made her look round for some lurking danger, the more suspiciously, perhaps, because she had frequently remarked the unpleasant air and countenance of this man. She now hesitated, whether to speak with him, doubting even, that this request was only a pretext to draw her into some danger, but a little reflection shewed her the improbability of this, and she blushed at her weak fears. I will speak to him, Annette, said she, desire him to come to the corridor immediately. Annette departed, and soon after returned. Barnardine, ma'amselle, said she, dare not come to the corridor, lest he should be discovered, it is so far from his post, and he dare not even leave the gates for a moment now. But, if you will come to him at the portal, through some roundabout passages he told me of, without crossing the courts, he has that to tell, which will surprise you. But you must not come through the courts, lest the senior should see you. Emily, neither approving these roundabout passage, nor the other part of the request, now positively refused to go. Tell him, said she, if he has anything of consequence to impart, I will hear him in the corridor, whenever he has an opportunity of coming thither. Annette went to deliver this message, and was absent a considerable time. When she returned, it won't do, ma'amselle, said she. Barnardine has been considering all this time what can be done, for it is as much as his place is worth to leave his post now. But, if you will come to the east rampart in the dusk of the evening, he can, perhaps, steal away, and tell you all he has to say. Emily was surprised and alarmed at the secrecy which this man seemed to think so necessary, and hesitated whether to meet him, till, considering, that he might mean to warn her of some serious danger, she resolved to go. Soon after sunset, said she, I will be at the end of the east rampart. But then the watch will be set, she added, recollecting herself, and how can Barnardine pass unobserved? That is just what I said to him, ma'am, and he answered me, that he had the key of the gate, at the end of the rampart, that leads towards the courts, and could let himself through that way. And as for the sentinels, there were none at this end of the terrace, because the place is guarded enough by the high walls of the castle, and the east turret. And he said those at the other end were too far off to see him, if it was pretty duskyish. Well, said Emily, I must hear what he has to tell, and, therefore, desire you will go with me to the terrace, this evening. He desired it might be pretty duskyish, mademoiselle, repeated Annette, because of the watch. Emily paused, and then said she would be on the terrace, an hour after sunset, and tell Barnardine, she added, to be punctual to the time. For that I, also, may be observed by Signor Montoni. Where is the Signor? I would speak with him. He is in the cedar chamber, ma'am, counselling with the other seniors. He is going to give them a sort of treat today, to make up for what passed at the last, I suppose. The people are all very busy in the kitchen. Emily now inquired, if Montoni expected any new guests. And Annette believed that he did not. Poor Ludovico, added she, he would be as merry as the best of them, if he was well, but he may recover yet. Count Morano was wounded as bad, as he, and he is got well again, and is gone back to Venice. Is he so? Said Emily, when did you hear this? I heard it, last night, mademoiselle, but I forgot to tell it. Emily asked some further questions, and then, desiring Annette would observe and inform her, when Montoni was alone, the girl went to deliver her message to Barnardine. Montoni was, however, so much engaged, during the whole day, that Emily had no opportunity of seeking a release from her terrible suspense, concerning her aunt. Annette was employed in watching his steps, and in attending upon Ludovico, whom she, assisted by Caterina, nursed with the utmost care, and Emily was, of course, left much alone. Her thoughts dwelt often on the message of the porter, and were employed in conjecturing the subject, that occasioned it, which she sometimes imagined concerned the fate of Madame Montoni. At others, that it related to some personal danger, which threatened herself. The cautious secrecy which Barnardine observed in his conduct, inclined her to believe the latter. As the hour of appointment drew near, her impatience increased. At length, the sun set, she heard the passing steps of the sentinels going to their posts, and waited only for Annette to accompany her to the terrace. Soon after, came, and they descended together. When Emily expressed apprehensions of meeting Montoni, or some of his guests, "Oh, there is no fear of that, mademoiselle," said Annette, "they are all set into feasting yet, and that Barnardine knows." They reached the first terrace, where the sentinels demanded who passed, and Emily, having answered, walked on to the east rampart, at the entrance of which they were again stopped, and, having again replied, were permitted to proceed. But Emily did not like to expose herself to the discretion of these men, at such an hour, and, impatient to withdraw from the situation, she stepped hastily on in search of Barnardine. He was not yet come. She leaned pensively on the wall of the rampart, and waited for him. The gloom of twilight sat deep on the surrounding objects, blending in soft confusion the valley, the mountains, and the woods, whose tall heads, stirred by the evening breeze, gave the only sounds, that stole on silence, except a faint chorus of distant voices, that arose from within the castle. "What voices are those?" said Emily, as she fearfully listened. "It is only the Signor and his guests, carousing," replied Annette. "Good God," thought Emily, "can this man's heart be so gay, when he has made another being so wretched? If, indeed, my aunt is yet suffered to feel her wretchedness. Oh! Whatever are my own sufferings, may my heart never, never be hardened against those of others." She looked up, with a sensation of horror, to the east turret, near which she then stood. A light glimmered through the grates of the lower chamber, but those of the upper one were dark. Presently, she perceived a person moving with a lamp across the lower room, but this circumstance revived no hope, concerning Madame Montoni, whom she had vainly sought in that apartment, which had appeared to contain only soldiers' accoutrements. Emily, however, determined to attempt the outer door of the turret, as soon as Barnardine should withdraw, and, if it was unfastened, to make another effort to discover her aunt. The moments passed, but still Barnardine did not appear. And Emily, becoming uneasy, hesitated whether to wait any longer. She would have sent Annette to the portal to hasten him, but feared to be left alone, for it was now almost dark, and a melancholy streak of red, that still lingered in the west, was the only vestige of departed day. The strong interest, however, which Barnardine's message had awakened, overcame other apprehensions, and still detained her. While she was conjecturing with Annette what could thus occasion his absence, they heard a key turn in the lock of the gate near them, and presently saw a man advancing. It was Barnardine, of whom Emily hastily inquired what he had to communicate, and desired, that he would tell her quickly, for I am chilled with this evening air, said she. You must dismiss your maid, lady, said the man in a voice, the deep tone of which shocked her, what I have to tell is to you only. Emily, after some hesitation, desired Annette to withdraw to a little distance. Now, my friend, what would you say? He was silent a moment, as if considering, and then said. That which would cost me my place, at least, if it came to the Signor's ears. You must promise, lady, that nothing shall ever make you tell a syllable of the matter. I have been trusted in this affair, and, if it was known, that I betrayed my trust, my life, perhaps, might answer it. But I was concerned for you, lady, and I resolved to tell you. He paused. Emily thanked him, assured him that he might repose on her discretion, and entreated him to dispatch. Annette told us in the hall how unhappy you was about Signora Montoni, and how much you wished to know what was become of her. Most true, said Emily eagerly, and you can inform me. I conjure you tell me the worst, without hesitation. She rested her trembling arm upon the wall. I can tell you, said Barnardine, and paused. Emily had no power to enforce her entreaties. I can tell you, resumed Barnardine, but... But what? Exclaimed Emily, recovering her resolution. Here I am, mademoiselle, said Annette, who, having heard the eager tone, in which Emily pronounced these words, came running towards her. Retire, said Barnardine, sternly, you are not wanted, and, as Emily said nothing, Annette obeyed. I can tell you, repeated the porter, but I know not how, you was afflicted before. I am prepared for the worst, my friend, said Emily, in a firm and solemn voice. I can support any certainty better than this suspense. Well, signora, if that is the case, you shall hear. You know, I suppose, that the signor and his lady used sometimes to disagree. It is none of my concerns to inquire what it was about, but I believe you know it was so. Well, said Emily, proceed. The signor, it seems, had lately been very wrath against her. I saw all, and heard all, a great deal more than people thought for, but it was none of my business, so I said nothing. A few days ago, the signor sent for me. Barnardine, says he, you are, an honest man, I think I can trust you. I assured his Excellenza that he could. Then, says he, as near as I can remember, I have an affair in hand, which I want you to assist me in. Then he told me what I was to do, but that I shall say nothing about, it concerned only the signora. Oh heavens! Exclaimed Emily, what have you done? Barnardine hesitated, and was silent. What fiend could tempt him, or you, to such an act, cried Emily, chilled with horror, and scarcely able to support her fainting spirits. It was a fiend, said Barnardine in a gloomy tone of voice. They were now both silent, Emily had not courage to inquire further, and Barnardine seemed to shrink from telling more. At length he said, it is of no use to think of the past. The signor was cruel enough, but he would be obeyed. What signified my refusing? He would have found others, who had no scruples. You have murdered her, then, said Emily, in a hollow and inward voice, I am talking with a murderer. Barnardine stood silent, while Emily turned from him, and attempted to leave the place. Stay, lady, said he, you deserve to think so still, since you can believe me capable of such a deed. If you are innocent, tell me quickly, said Emily, in faint accents, for I feel I shall not be able to hear you long. I will tell you no more, said he, and walked away. Emily had just strength enough to bid him stay, and then to call Annette, on whose arm she leaned, and they walked slowly up the rampart, till they heard steps behind them. It was Barnardine again. "Send away the girl," said he, "and I will tell you more." "She must not go," said Emily, "what you have to say, she may hear." "May she so, lady?" said he. "You shall know no more, then." And he was going, though slowly, when Emily's anxiety, overcoming the resentment and fear, which the man's behavior had roused, she desired him to stay, and bade Annette retire. "The Signora is alive," said he, "for me. She is my prisoner, though. His Excellenza has shut her up in the chamber over the great gates of the court, and I have the charge of her. I was going to have told you, you might see her, but now." Emily, relieved from an unutterable load of anguish by this speech, had now only to ask Barnardine's forgiveness, and to conjure, that he would let her visit her aunt. He complied with less reluctance, than she expected, and told her, that, if she would repair, on the following night, when the senior was retired to rest, to the postern gate of the castle, she should, perhaps, see Madame Montoni. Amid all the thankfulness, which Emily felt for this concession, she thought she observed a malicious triumph in his manner, when he pronounced the last words. But, in the next moment, she dismissed the thought, and, having again thanked him, commended her aunt to his pity, and assured him, that she would herself reward him, and would be punctual to her appointment, she bade him good night, and retired, unobserved, to her chamber. It was a considerable time, before the tumult of joy, which Barnardine's unexpected intelligence had occasioned, allowed Emily to think with clearness, or to be conscious of the real dangers, that still surrounded Madame Montoni and herself. When this agitation subsided, she perceived, that her aunt was yet the prisoner of a man, to whose vengeance, or avarice, she might fall a sacrifice. And, when she further considered the savage aspect of the person, who was appointed to guard Madame Montoni, her doom appeared to be already sealed, for the countenance of Barnardine seemed to bear the stamp of a murderer. And, when she had looked upon it, she felt inclined to believe, that there was no deed, however black, which he might not be prevailed upon to execute. These reflections brought to her remembrance the tone of voice, in which he had promised to grant her request to see his prisoner, and she mused upon it long in uneasiness and doubt. Sometimes, she even hesitated, whether to trust herself with him at the lonely hour he had appointed. And once, and only once, it struck her, that Madame Montoni might be already murdered, and that this ruffian was appointed to decoy herself to some secret place, where her life also was to be sacrificed to the avarice of Montoni, who then would claim securely the contested estates in Languedoc. The consideration of the enormity of such guilt did, at length, relieve her from the belief of its probability, but not from all the doubts and fears, which a recollection of Barnardine's manner had occasioned. From these subjects, her thoughts, at length, passed to others, and, as the evening advanced, she remembered, with somewhat more than surprise, the music she had heard, on the preceding night, and now awaited its return, with more than curiosity. She distinguished, till a late hour, the distant carousals of Montoni and his companions, the loud contest, the dissolute laugh and the choral song, that made the halls re-echo. At length, she heard the heavy gates of the castle shut for the night, and those sounds instantly sunk into a silence, which was disturbed only by the whispering steps of persons, passing through the galleries to their remote rooms. Emily, now judging it to be about the time, when she had heard the music, on the preceding night, dismissed Annette, and gently opened the casement to watch for its return. The planet she had so particularly noticed, at the recurrence of the music, was not yet risen. But, with superstitious weakness, she kept her eyes fixed on that part of the hemisphere, where it would rise, almost expecting, that, when it appeared, the sounds would return. At length, it came, serenely bright, over the eastern towers of the castle. Her heart trembled, when she perceived it, and she had scarcely courage to remain at the casement, lest the returning music should confirm her terror, and subdue the little strength she yet retained. The clock soon after struck 1, and, knowing this to be about the time, when the sounds had occurred, she sat down in a chair, near the casement, and endeavored to compose her spirits, but the anxiety of expectation yet disturbed them. Everything, however, remained still. She heard only the solitary step of a sentinel, and the lulling murmur of the woods below, and she again leaned from the casement, and again looked, as if for intelligence, to the planet, which was now risen high above the towers. Emily continued to listen, but no music came. Those were surely no mortal sounds, said she, recollecting their entrancing melody. No inhabitant of this castle could utter such. And, where is the feeling, that could modulate such exquisite expression? We all know, that it has been affirmed celestial sounds have sometimes been heard on earth. Father Pierre and Father Antoine declared, that they had sometimes heard them in the stillness of night, when they alone were waking to offer their orisons to heaven. Nay, my dear father himself, once said, that, soon after my mother's death, as he lay watchful in grief, sounds of uncommon sweetness called him from his bed, and, on opening his window, he heard lofty music pass along the midnight air. It soothed him, he said, he looked up with confidence to heaven, and resigned her to his God. Emily paused to weep at this recollection. Perhaps, resumed she, perhaps, those strains I heard were sent to comfort, to encourage me. Never shall I forget those I heard, at this hour, in Languedoc. Perhaps, my father watches over me, at this moment. She wept again in tenderness. Thus passed the hour in watchfulness and solemn thought, but no sounds returned. And, after remaining at the casement, till the light tint of dawn began to edge the mountain tops and steal upon the night shade, she concluded, that they would not return, and retired reluctantly to repose. Volume 3. Chapter 1. I will advise you where to plant yourselves. Acquaint you with the perfect spy of the time. The moment on tea, for tea must be done tonight. Macbeth. Emily was somewhat surprised, on the following day, to find that Annette had heard of Madame Montoni's confinement in the chamber over the portal, as well as of her purposed visit there, on the approaching night. That the circumstance, which Barnardine had so solemnly enjoined her to conceal, he had himself told to so indiscreet an hearer as Annette, appeared very improbable, though he had now charged her with a message, concerning the intended interview. He requested, that Emily would meet him, unattended, on the terrace, at a little after midnight, when he himself would lead her to the place he had promised. A proposal, from which she immediately shrunk, for 1,000 vague fears darted athwart her mind, such as had tormented her on the preceding night, and which she neither knew how to trust, or to dismiss. It frequently occurred to her, that Barnardine might have deceived her, concerning Madame Montoni, whose murderer, perhaps, he really was. And that he had deceived her by order of Montoni, the more easily to draw her into some of the desperate designs of the latter. The terrible suspicion, that Madame Montoni no longer lived, thus came, accompanied by one not less dreadful for herself. Unless the crime, by which the aunt had suffered, was instigated merely by resentment, unconnected with profit, a motive, upon which Montoni did not appear very likely to act, its object must be unattained, till the niece was also dead, to whom Montoni knew that his wife's estates must descend. Emily remembered the words, which had informed her, that the contested estates in France would devolve to her, if Madame Montoni died, without consigning them to her husband, and the former obstinate perseverance of her aunt made it too probable that she had, to the last, withheld them. At this instant, recollecting Barnardine's manner, on the preceding night, she now believed, what she had then fancied, that it expressed malignant triumph. She shuddered at the recollection, which confirmed her fears, and determined not to meet him on the terrace. Soon after, she was inclined to consider these suspicions as the extravagant exaggerations of a timid and harassed mind, and could not believe Montoni liable to such preposterous depravity as that of destroying, from one motive, his wife and her niece. She blamed herself for suffering her romantic imagination to carry her so far beyond the bounds of probability, and determined to endeavor to check its rapid flights, lest they should sometimes extend into madness. Still, however, she shrunk from the thought of meeting Barnardine, on the terrace, at midnight. And still the wish to be relieved from this terrible suspense, concerning her aunt, to see her, and to soothe her sufferings, made her hesitate what to do. Yet how is it possible, Annette, I can pass to the terrace at that hour? Said she, recollecting herself, the sentinels will stop me, and Signor Montoni will hear of the affair. Oh Mademoiselle. That is well thought of, replied Annette. That is what Barnardine told me about. He gave me this key, and bade me say it unlocks the door at the end of the vaulted gallery, that opens near the end of the east rampart, so that you need not pass any of the men on watch. He bade me say, too, that his reason for requesting you to come to the terrace was, because he could take you to the place you want to go to, without opening the great doors of the hall, which grate so heavily. Emily's spirits were somewhat calmed by this explanation, which seemed to be honestly given to Annette. But why did he desire I would come alone, Annette, said she. Why, that was what I asked him myself, Mademoiselle. Says I, why is my young lady to come alone, surely I may come with her, what harm can I do? But he said, no, no, I tell you not, in his gruff way. Nay, says I have been trusted in as great affairs as this, I warrant, and it's a hard matter if I can't keep a secret now. Still he would say nothing but, no, no, no. Well, says I, if you will only trust me, I will tell you a great secret, that was told me a month ago, and I have never opened my lips about it yet, so you need not be afraid of telling me. But all would not do. Then, Mademoiselle, I went so far as to offer him a beautiful new sequin, that Ludovico gave me for a keepsake, and I would not have parted with it for all St. Marco's Place, but even that would not do. Now what can be the reason of this? But I know, you know, ma'am, who you are going to see. Pray, did Barnardine tell you this? He. No, Mademoiselle, that he did not. Emily inquired who did, but Annette shewed, that she could keep a secret. During the remainder of the day, Emily's mind was agitated with doubts and fears and contrary determinations, on the subject of meeting this Barnardine on the rampart and submitting herself to his guidance, she scarcely knew whither. Pity for her aunt and anxiety for herself alternately swayed her determination, and night came, before she had decided upon her conduct. She heard the castle clock strike 11, 12, and yet her mind wavered. The time, however, was now come, when she could hesitate no longer, and then the interest she felt for her aunt overcame other considerations, and, bidding Annette follow her to the outer door of the vaulted gallery, and there await her return, she descended from her chamber. The castle was perfectly still, and the great hall, where so lately she had witnessed a scene of dreadful contention, now returned only the whispering footsteps of the two solitary figures gliding fearfully between the pillars, and gleamed only to the feeble lamp they carried. Emily, deceived by the long shadows of the pillars and by the catching lights between, often stopped, imagining she saw some person, moving in the distant obscurity of the perspective. And, as she passed these pillars, she feared to turn her eyes toward them, almost expecting to see a figure start out from behind their broad shaft. She reached, however, the vaulted gallery, without interruption, but unclosed its outer door with a trembling hand, and, charging Annette not to quit it and to keep it a little open, that she might be heard if she called. She delivered to her the lamp, which she did not dare to take herself because of the men on watch, and, alone, stepped out upon the dark terrace. Everything was so still, that she feared, lest her own light steps should be heard by the distant sentinels, and she walked cautiously towards the spot, where she had before met Barnardine, listening for a sound, and looking onward through the gloom in search of him. At length, she was startled by a deep voice, that spoke near her, and she paused, uncertain whether it was his, till it spoke again, and she then recognized the hollow tones of Barnardine, who had been punctual to the moment, and was at the appointed place, resting on the rampart wall. After chiding her for not coming sooner, and saying, that he had been waiting nearly half an hour, he desired Emily, who made no reply, to follow him to the door, through which he had entered the terrace. While he unlocked it, she looked back to that she had left, and, observing the rays of the lamp stream through a small opening, was certain, that Annette was still there. But her remote situation could little befriend Emily, after she had quitted the terrace. And, when Barnardine unclosed the gate, the dismal aspect of the passage beyond, shown by a torch burning on the pavement, made her shrink from following him alone, and she refused to go, unless Annette might accompany her. This, however, Barnardine absolutely refused to permit, mingling at the same time with his refusal such artful circumstances to heighten the pity and curiosity of Emily towards her aunt, that she, at length, consented to follow him alone to the portal. He then took up the torch, and led her along the passage, at the extremity of which he unlocked another door, whence they descended, a few steps, into a chapel, which, as Barnardine held up the torch to light her, Emily observed to be in ruins. And she immediately recollected a former conversation of Annette, concerning it, with very unpleasant emotions. She looked fearfully on the almost roofless walls, green with damps, and on the Gothic points of the windows, where the ivy and the bryony had long supplied the place of glass, and ran mantling among the broken capitals of some columns that had once supported the roof. Barnardine stumbled over the broken pavement, and his voice, as he uttered a sudden oath, was returned in hollow echoes, that made it more terrific. Emily's heart sunk. But she still followed him, and he turned out of what had been the principal aisle of the chapel. "Down these steps, lady," said Barnardine, as he descended a flight, which appeared to lead into the vaults. But Emily paused on the top, and demanded, in a tremulous tone, whither he was conducting her. "To the portal," said Barnardine. "Cannot we go through the chapel to the portal?" said Emily. "No, signora, that leads to the inner court, which I don't choose to unlock. This way, and we shall reach the outer court presently." Emily still hesitated, fearing not only to go on, but, since she had gone thus far, to irritate Barnardine by refusing to go further. "Come, lady," said the man, who had nearly reached the bottom of the flight, "make a little haste, I cannot wait here all night." "Whither do these steps lead?" said Emily, yet pausing. "To the portal," repeated Barnardine, in an angry tone, "I will wait no longer." As he said this, he moved on with the light, and Emily, fearing to provoke him by further delay, reluctantly followed. From the steps, they proceeded through a passage, adjoining the vaults, the walls of which were dropping with unwholesome dews, and the vapors, that crept along the ground, made the torch burn so dimly that Emily expected every moment to see it extinguished, and Barnardine could scarcely find his way. As they advanced, these vapors thickened, and Barnardine, believing the torch was expiring, stopped for a moment to trim it. As he then rested against a pair of iron gates, that opened from the passage, Emily saw, by uncertain flashes of light, the vaults beyond, and, near her, heaps of earth, that seemed to surround an open grave. Such an object, in such a scene, would, at any time, have disturbed her. But now she was shocked by an instantaneous presentiment, that this was the grave of her unfortunate aunt, and that the treacherous Barnardine was leading herself to destruction. The obscure and terrible place, to which he had conducted her, seemed to justify the thought, it was a place suited for murder, or receptacle for the dead, where a deed of horror might be committed, and no vestige appear to proclaim it. Emily was so overwhelmed with terror, that, for a moment, she was unable to determine what conduct to pursue. She then considered, that it would be vain to attempt an escape from Barnardine, by flight, since the length and the intricacy of the way she had passed would soon enable him to overtake her, who was unacquainted with the turnings, and whose feebleness would not suffer her to run long with swiftness. She feared equally to irritate him by a disclosure of her suspicions, which a refusal to accompany him further certainly would do. And, since she was already as much in his power as it was possible she could be, if she proceeded, she, at length, determined to suppress, as far as she could, the appearance of apprehension, and to follow silently whither he designed to lead her. Pale with horror and anxiety, she now waited till Barnardine had trimmed the torch, and, as her sight glanced again upon the grave, she could not forbear inquiring, for whom it was prepared. He took his eyes from the torch, and fixed them upon her face without speaking. She faintly repeated the question, but the man, shaking the torch, passed on. And she followed, trembling, to a second flight of steps, having ascended which, a door delivered them into the first court of the castle. As they crossed it, the light shewed the high black walls around them, fringed with long grass and dank weeds, that found a scanty soil among the mouldering stones. The heavy buttresses, with, here and there, between them, a narrow grate, that admitted a freer circulation of air to the court, the massy iron gates, that led to the castle, whose clustering turrets appeared above, and, opposite, the huge towers and arch of the portal itself. In this scene the large, uncouth person of Barnardine, bearing the torch, formed a characteristic figure. This Barnardine was wrapped in a long dark cloak, which scarcely allowed the kind of half-boots, or sandals, that were laced upon his legs, to appear, and shewed only the point of a broad sword, which he usually wore, slung in a belt across his shoulders. On his head was a heavy flat velvet cap, somewhat resembling a turban, in which was a short feather, the visage beneath it shewed strong features, and a countenance furrowed with the lines of cunning and darkened by habitual discontent. The view of the court, however, reanimated Emily, who, as she crossed silently towards the portal, began to hope, that her own fears, and not the treachery of Barnardine, had deceived her. She looked anxiously up at the first casement, that appeared above the lofty arch of the portcullis, but it was dark, and she inquired, whether it belonged to the chamber, where Madame Montoni was confined. Emily spoke low, and Barnardine, perhaps, did not hear her question, for he returned no answer, and they, soon after, entered the postern door of the gateway, which brought them to the foot of a narrow staircase, that wound up one of the towers. "Up this staircase the Signora lies," said Barnardine. "Lies," repeated Emily faintly, as she began to ascend. "She lies in the upper chamber," said Barnardine. As they passed up, the wind, which poured through the narrow cavities in the wall, made the torch flare, and it threw a stronger gleam upon the grim and sallow countenance of Barnardine, and discovered more fully the desolation of the place, the rough stone walls, the spiral stairs, black with age, and a suit of anti-ant armor, with an iron visor, that hung upon the walls, and appeared a trophy of some former victory. Having reached a landing place, "You may wait here, lady," said he, applying a key to the door of a chamber, "while I go up, and tell the Signora you are coming." "That ceremony is unnecessary," replied Emily, "my aunt will rejoice to see me." "I am not so sure of that," said Barnardine, pointing to the room he had opened. "Come in here, lady, while I step up." Emily, surprised and somewhat shocked, did not dare to oppose him further, but, as he was turning away with the torch, desired he would not leave her in darkness. He looked around, and, observing a tripod lamp, that stood on the stairs, lighted and gave it to Emily, who stepped forward into a large old chamber, and he closed the door. As she listened anxiously to his departing steps, she thought he descended, instead of ascending, the stairs, but the gusts of wind, that whistled round the portal, would not allow her to hear distinctly any other sound. Still, however, she listened, and, perceiving no step in the room above, where he had affirmed Madame Montoni to be, her anxiety increased, though she considered that the thickness of the floor in this strong building might prevent any sound reaching her from the upper chamber. The next moment, in a pause of the wind, she distinguished Barnardine's step descending to the court, and then thought she heard his voice. But, the rising gust again overcoming other sounds, Emily, to be certain on this point, moved softly to the door, which, on attempting to open it, she discovered was fastened. All the horrid apprehensions, that had lately assailed her, returned at this instant with redoubled force, and no longer appeared like the exaggerations of a timid spirit, but seemed to have been sent to warn her of her fate. She now did not doubt, that Madame Montoni had been murdered, perhaps in this very chamber, or that she herself was brought hither for the same purpose. The countenance, the manners, and the recollected words of Barnardine, when he had spoken of her aunt, confirmed her worst fears. For some moments, she was incapable of considering of any means, by which she might attempt an escape. Still she listened, but heard footsteps neither on the stairs, or in the room above. She thought, however, that she again distinguished Barnardine's voice below, and went to a grated window, that opened upon the court, to inquire further. Here, she plainly heard his hoarse accents, mingling with the blast, that swept by, but they were lost again so quickly, that their meaning could not be interpreted. And then the light of a torch, which seemed to issue from the portal below, flashed across the court, and the long shadow of a man, who was under the archway, appeared upon the pavement. Emily, from the hugeness of this sudden portrait, concluded it to be that of Barnardine, but other deep tones, which passed in the wind, soon convinced her he was not alone, and that his companion was not a person very liable to pity. When her spirits had overcome the first shock of her situation, she held up the lamp to examine, if the chamber afforded a possibility of an escape. It was a spacious room, whose walls, wainscoted with rough oak, shewed no casement but the grated one, which Emily had left, and no other door than that, by which she had entered. The feeble rays of the lamp, however, did not allow her to see at once its full extent. She perceived no furniture, except, indeed, an iron chair, fastened in the centre of the chamber, immediately over which, depending on a chain from the ceiling, hung an iron ring. Having gazed upon these, for some time, with wonder and horror, she next observed iron bars below, made for the purpose of confining the feet, and on the arms of the chair were rings of the same metal. As she continued to survey them, she concluded, that they were instruments of torture, and it struck her, that some poor wretch had once been fastened in this chair, and had there been starved to death. She was chilled by the thought. But, what was her agony, when, in the next moment, it occurred to her, that her aunt might have been one of these victims, and that she herself might be the next. An acute pain seized her head, she was scarcely able to hold the lamp, and, looking round for support, was seating herself, unconsciously, in the iron chair itself. But suddenly perceiving where she was, she started from it in horror, and sprung towards a remote end of the room. Here again she looked round for a seat to sustain her, and perceived only a dark curtain, which, descending from the ceiling to the floor, was drawn along the whole side of the chamber. Ill as she was, the appearance of this curtain struck her, and she paused to gaze upon it, in wonder and apprehension. It seemed to conceal a recess of the chamber. She wished, yet dreaded, to lift it, and to discover what it veiled. Twice she was withheld by a recollection of the terrible spectacle her daring hand had formerly unveiled in an apartment of the castle, till, suddenly conjecturing that it concealed the body of her murdered aunt, she seized it, in a fit of desperation, and drew it aside. Beyond, appeared a corpse, stretched on a kind of low couch, which was crimsoned with human blood, as was the floor beneath. The features, deformed by death, were ghastly and horrible, and more than one livid wound appeared in the face. Emily, bending over the body, gazed, for a moment, with an eager, frenzied eye, but, in the next, the lamp dropped from her hand, and she fell senseless at the foot of the couch. When her senses returned, she found herself surrounded by men, among whom was Barnardine, who were lifting her from the floor, and then bore her along the chamber. She was sensible of what passed, but the extreme languor of her spirits did not permit her to speak, or move, or even to feel any distinct fear. They carried her down the staircase, by which she had ascended. When, having reached the archway, they stopped, and one of the men, taking the torch from Barnardine, opened a small door, that was cut in the great gate, and, as he stepped out upon the road, the light he bore shewed several men on horseback, in waiting. Whether it was the freshness of the air, that revived Emily, or that the objects she now saw aroused the spirit of alarm, she suddenly spoke, and made an ineffectual effort to disengage herself from the grasp of the ruffians, who held her. Barnardine, meanwhile, called loudly for the torch, while distant voices answered, and several persons approached, and, in the same instant, a light flashed upon the court of the castle. Again he vociferated for the torch, and the men hurried Emily through the gate. At a short distance, under the shelter of the castle walls, she perceived the fellow, who had taken the light from the porter, holding it to a man, busily employed in altering the saddle of a horse, round which were several horsemen, looking on, whose harsh features received the full glare of the torch. While the broken ground beneath them, the opposite walls, with the tufted shrubs, that overhung their summits, and an embattled watchtower above, were reddened with the gleam, which, fading gradually away, left the remoter ramparts and the woods below to the obscurity of night. "What do you waste time for, there?" said Barnardine with an oath, as he approached the horseman. "Dispatch, dispatch. The saddle will be ready in a minute," replied the man who was buckling it, at whom Barnardine now swore again, for his negligence, and Emily, calling feebly for help, was hurried towards the horses. while the ruffians disputed on which to place her, the one designed for her not being ready. At this moment a cluster of lights issued from the great gates, and she immediately heard the shrill voice of Annette above those of several other persons, who advanced. In the same moment, she distinguished Montoni and Cavigni, followed by a number of ruffian-faced fellows, to whom she no longer looked with terror, but with hope, for, at this instant, she did not tremble at the thought of any dangers that might await her within the castle, whence so lately, and so anxiously she had wished to escape. Those, which threatened her from without, had engrossed all her apprehensions. A short contest ensued between the parties, in which that of Montoni, however, were presently victors, and the horsemen, perceiving that numbers were against them, and being, perhaps, not very warmly interested in the affair they had undertaken, galloped off, while Barnardine had run far enough to be lost in the darkness, and Emily was led back into the castle. As she repassed the courts, the remembrance of what she had seen in the portal chamber came, with all its horror, to her mind. And when, soon after, she heard the gate close, that shut her once more within the castle walls, she shuddered for herself, and, almost forgetting the danger she had escaped, could scarcely think that anything less precious than liberty and peace was to be found beyond them. Montoni ordered Emily to await him in the cedar parlour, whither he soon followed, and then sternly questioned her on this mysterious affair. Though she now viewed him with horror, as the murderer of her aunt, and scarcely knew what she said in reply to his impatient inquiries, her answers and her manner convinced him, that she had not taken a voluntary part in the late scheme. And he dismissed her upon the appearance of his servants, whom he had ordered to attend, that he might inquire further into the affair, and discover those, who had been accomplices in it. Emily had been some time in her apartment, before the tumult of her mind allowed her to remember several of the past circumstances. Then, again, the dead form, which the curtain in the portal chamber had disclosed, came to her fancy, and she uttered a groan, which terrified Annette the more, as Emily forbore to satisfy her curiosity, on the subject of it. For she feared to trust her with so fatal a secret, lest her indiscretion should call down the immediate vengeance of Montoni on herself. Thus compelled to bear within her own mind the whole horror of the secret, that oppressed it, her reason seemed to totter under the intolerable weight. She often fixed a wild and vacant look on Annette, and, when she spoke, either did not hear her, or answered from the purpose. Long fits of abstraction succeeded. Annette spoke repeatedly, but her voice seemed not to make any impression on the sense of the long agitated Emily, who sat fixed and silent, except that, now and then, she heaved a heavy sigh, but without tears. Terrified at her condition, Annette, at length, left the room, to inform Montoni of it, who had just dismissed his servants, without having made any discoveries on the subject of his inquiry. The wild description, which this girl now gave of Emily, induced him to follow her immediately to the chamber. At the sound of his voice, Emily turned her eyes, and a gleam of recollection seemed to shoot athwart her mind, for she immediately rose from her seat, and moved slowly to a remote part of the room. He spoke to her in accents somewhat softened from their usual harshness, but she regarded him with a kind of half-curious, half-terrified look, and answered only, yes, to whatever he said. Her mind still seemed to retain no other impression, than that of fear. Of this disorder Annette could give no explanation, and Montoni, having attempted, for some time, to persuade Emily to talk, retired, after ordering Annette to remain with her, during the night, and to inform him, in the morning, of her condition. When he was gone, Emily again came forward, and asked who it was, that had been there to disturb her. Annette said it was the Signor Montoni. Emily repeated the name after her, several times, as if she did not recollect it, and then suddenly groaned, and relapsed into abstraction. With some difficulty, Annette led her to the bed, which Emily examined with an eager, frenzied eye, before she lay down, and then, pointing, turned with shuddering emotion, to Annette, who, now more terrified, went towards the door, that she might bring one of the female servants to pass the night with them. But Emily, observing her going, called her by name, and then in the naturally soft and plaintive tone of her voice, begged, that she, too, would not forsake her Dot, for since my father died, added she, sighing, every body forsakes me. Your father, Mademoiselle, said Annette, he was dead before you knew me. He was, indeed, rejoined Emily, and her tears began to flow. She now wept silently and long, after which, becoming quite calm, she at length sunk to sleep, Annette having had discretion enough not to interrupt her tears. This girl, as affectionate as she was simple, lost in these moments all her former fears of remaining in the chamber, and watched alone by Emily, during the whole night. Chapter 2. Unfold. What worlds, or what vast regions, hold immortal mind, that hath forsook her mansion in this fleshly nook. Il Penseroso. Emily's mind was refreshed by sleep. On waking in the morning, she looked with surprise on Annette, who sat sleeping in a chair beside the bed, and then endeavored to recollect herself. But the circumstances of the preceding night were swept from her memory, which seemed to retain no trace of what had passed, and she was still gazing with surprise on Annette, when the latter awoke. "Oh dear Mademoiselle! Do you know me?" cried she. "Know you?" "Certainly," replied Emily, "you are Annette, but why are you sitting by me thus?" "Oh, you have been very ill, Mademoiselle, very ill indeed." "And I am sure I thought." "This is very strange," said Emily, still trying to recollect the past. "But I think I do remember, that my fancy has been haunted by frightful dreams. Good God," she added, suddenly starting, "surely it was nothing more than a dream." She fixed a terrified look upon Annette, who, intending to quiet her, said, "Yes, Mademoiselle, it was more than a dream, but it is all over now." "She is murdered, then," said Emily in an inward voice, and shuddering instantaneously. Annette screamed, for, being ignorant of the circumstance to which Emily referred, she attributed her manner to a disordered fancy. But, when she had explained to what her own speech alluded, Emily, recollecting the attempt that had been made to carry her off, asked if the contriver of it had been discovered. Annette replied, that he had not, though he might easily be guessed at. And then told Emily she might thank her for her deliverance, who, endeavouring to command the emotion, which the remembrance of her aunt had occasioned, appeared calmly to listen to Annette, though, in truth, she heard scarcely a word that was said. "And so, Mademoiselle," continued the latter, "I was determined to be even with Barnardine for refusing to tell me the secret, by finding it out myself. So I watched you, on the terrace, and, as soon as he had opened the door at the end, I stole out from the castle, to try to follow you, for, says I am sure no good can be planned, or why all this secrecy?" So, sure enough, he had not bolted the door after him, and, when I opened it, I saw, by the glimmer of the torch, at the other end of the passage, which way you were going. I followed the light, at a distance, till you came to the vaults of the chapel, and there I was afraid to go further, for I had heard strange things about these vaults. But then, again, I was afraid to go back, all in darkness, by myself. So by the time Barnardine had trimmed the light, I had resolved to follow you, and I did so, till you came to the great court, and there I was afraid he would see me. So I stopped at the door again, and watched you across to the gates, and, when you was gone up the stairs, I whipped after. There, as I stood under the gateway, I heard horses' feet without, and several men talking. And I heard them swearing at Barnardine for not bringing you out, and just then, he had like to have caught me, for he came down the stairs again, and I had hardly time to get out of his way. But I had heard enough of his secret now, and I determined to be even with him, and to save you, too, Mademoiselle, for I guessed it to be some new scheme of Count Morano, though he was gone away. I ran into the castle, but I had hard work to find my way through the passage under the chapel, and what is very strange, I quite forgot to look for the ghosts they had told me about. Though I would not go into that place again by myself for all the world. Luckily the Signor and Signor Cavigni were up, so we had soon a train at our heels, sufficient to frighten that Barnardine and his rogues, all together. Annette ceased to speak, but Emily still appeared to listen. At length she said, suddenly, "I think I will go to him myself. Where is he?" Annette asked who was meant. "Signor Montoni," replied Emily. "I would speak with him." And Annette, now remembering the order he had given, on the preceding night, respecting her young lady, rose, and said she would seek him herself. This honest girl's suspicions of Count Morano were perfectly just. Emily, too, when she thought on the scheme, had attributed it to him, and Montoni, who had not a doubt on this subject, also, began to believe, that it was by the direction of Morano, that poison had formerly been mingled with his wine. The professions of repentance, which Morano had made to Emily, under the anguish of his wound, was sincere at the moment he offered them. But he had mistaken the subject of his sorrow, for, while he thought he was condemning the cruelty of his late design, he was lamenting only the state of suffering, to which it had reduced him. As these sufferings abated, his former views revived, till, his health being re-established, he again found himself ready for enterprise and difficulty. The porter of the castle, who had served him, on a former occasion, willingly accepted a second bribe. And, having concerted the means of drawing Emily to the gates, Morano publicly left the hamlet, whither he had been carried after the affray, and withdrew with his people to another at several miles' distance. From thence, on a night agreed upon by Barnardine, who had discovered from the thoughtless prattle of Annette, the most probable means of decoying Emily, the Count sent back his servants to the castle, while he awaited her arrival at the hamlet, with an intention of carrying her immediately to Venice. How this, his second scheme, was frustrated, has already appeared, but the violent, and various passions with which this Italian lover was now agitated, on his return to that city, can only be imagined. Annette having made her report to Montoni of Emily's health and of her request to see him, he replied, that she might attend him in the cedar room, in about an hour. It was on the subject, that pressed so heavily on her mind, that Emily wished to speak to him, yet she did not distinctly know what good purpose this could answer, and sometimes she even recoiled in horror from the expectation of his presence. She wished, also, to petition, though she scarcely dared to believe the request would be granted, that he would permit her, since her aunt was no more, to return to her native country. As the moment of interview approached, her agitation increased so much, that she almost resolved to excuse herself under what could scarcely be called a pretence of illness. And, when she considered what could be said, either concerning herself, or the fate of her aunt, she was equally hopeless as to the event of her entreaty, and terrified as to its effect upon the vengeful spirit of Montoni. Yet, to pretend ignorance of her death, appeared, in some degree, to be sharing its criminality, and, indeed, this event was the only ground, on which Emily could rest her petition for leaving Udolpho. While her thoughts thus wavered, a message was brought, importing, that Montoni could not see her, till the next day, and her spirits were then relieved, for a moment, from an almost intolerable weight of apprehension. Annette said, she fancied the chevaliers were going out to the wars again, for the courtyard was filled with horses, and she heard, that the rest of the party, who went out before, were expected at the castle. And I heard one of the soldiers, too, added she, say to his comrade, that he would warrant they'd bring home a rare deal of booty. So, thinks I, if the senior can, with a safe conscience, send his people out a-robbing, why it is no business of mine. I only wish I was once safe out of this castle. And, if it had not been for poor Ludovico's sake, I would have let Count Morano's people run away with us both, for it would have been serving you a good turn, ma'amselle, as well as myself. Annette might have continued thus talking for hours for any interruption she would have received from Emily, who was silent, inattentive, absorbed in thought, and passed the whole of this day in a kind of solemn tranquillity, such as is often the result of faculties overstrained by suffering. When night returned, Emily recollected the mysterious strains of music, that she had lately heard, in which she still felt some degree of interest, and of which she hoped to hear again the soothing sweetness. The influence of superstition now gained on the weakness of her long-harassed mind. She looked, with enthusiastic expectation, to the guardian spirit of her father, and, having dismissed Annette for the night, determined to watch alone for their return. It was not yet, however, near the time when she had heard the music on a former night, and anxious to call off her thoughts from distressing subjects, she sat down with one of the few books, that she had brought from France. But her mind, refusing control, became restless and agitated, and she went often to the casement to listen for a sound. Once, she thought she heard a voice, but then, everything without the casement remaining still, she concluded, that her fancy had deceived her. Thus passed the time, till 12 o'clock, soon after which the distant sounds, that murmured through the castle, ceased, and sleep seemed to reign over all. Emily then seated herself at the casement, where she was soon recalled from the reverie, into which she sunk, by very unusual sounds, not of music, but like the low mourning of some person in distress. As she listened, her heart faltered in terror, and she became convinced, that the former sound was more than imaginary. Still, at intervals, she heard a kind of feeble lamentation, and sought to discover whence it came. There were several rooms underneath, adjoining the rampart, which had been long shut up, and, as the sound probably rose from one of these, she leaned from the casement to observe, whether any light was visible there. The chambers, as far as she could perceive, were quite dark, but, at a little distance, on the rampart below, she thought she saw something moving. The faint twilight which the stars shed, did not enable her to distinguish what it was. But she judged it to be a sentinel, on watch, and she removed her light to a remote part of the chamber, that she might escape notice, during her further observation. The same object still appeared. Presently, it advanced along the rampart, towards her window, and she then distinguished something like a human form, but the silence, with which it moved, convinced her it was no sentinel. As it drew near, she hesitated whether to retire. A thrilling curiosity inclined her to stay, but a dread of she scarcely knew what warned her to withdraw. While she paused, the figure came opposite to her casement, and was stationary. Everything remained quiet. She had not heard even a footfall. And the solemnity of this silence, with the mysterious form she saw, subdued her spirits, so that she was moving from the casement, when, on a sudden, she observed the figure start away, and glide down the rampart. After which it was soon lost in the obscurity of night. Emily continued to gaze, for some time, on the way it had passed, and then retired within her chamber, musing on this strange circumstance, and scarcely doubting, that she had witnessed a supernatural appearance. When her spirits recovered composure, she looked round for some other explanation. Remembering what she had heard of the daring enterprises of Montoni, it occurred to her, that she had just seen some unhappy person, who, having been plundered by his banditti, was brought hither a captive. And that the music she had formerly heard, came from him. Yet, if they had plundered him, it still appeared improbable, that they should have brought him to the castle, and it was also more consistent with the manners of banditti to murder those they rob, than to make them prisoners. But what, more than any other circumstance, contradicted the supposition, that it was a prisoner, was that it wandered on the terrace, without a guard, a consideration, which made her dismiss immediately her first surmise. Afterwards, she was inclined to believe, that Count Morano had obtained admittance into the castle. But she soon recollected the difficulties and dangers, that must have opposed such an enterprise, and that, if he had so far succeeded, to come alone and in silence to her casement at midnight was not the conduct he would have adopted. Particularly since the private staircase, communicating with her apartment, was known to him. Neither would he have uttered the dismal sound she had heard. Another suggestion represented, that this might be some person, who had designs upon the castle, but the mournful sounds destroyed, also, that probability. Thus, inquiry only perplexed her. Who, or what, it could be that haunted this lonely hour, complaining in such doleful accents and in such sweet music, for she was still inclined to believe, that the former strains and the late appearance were connected. She had no means of ascertaining. An imagination again assumed her empire, and roused the mysteries of superstition. She determined, however, to watch on the following night, when her doubts might, perhaps, be cleared up. And she almost resolved to address the figure, if it should appear again. Chapter 3. Such are those thick and gloomy shadows damp, oft seen in charnel vaults and sepulchres, lingering, and sitting, by a new-made grave. Milton. On the following day, Montoni sent a second excuse to Emily, who was surprised at the circumstance. "This is very strange," said she to herself. "His conscience tells him the purport of my visit, and he defers it, to avoid an explanation. She now almost resolved to throw herself in his way, but terror checked the intention, and this day passed, as the preceding one, with Emily, except that a degree of awful expectation, concerning the approaching night, now somewhat disturbed the dreadful calmness that had pervaded her mind. Towards evening, the second part of the band, which had made the first excursion among the mountains, returned to the castle, where, as they entered the courts, Emily, in her remote chamber, heard their loud shouts and strains of exultation, like the orgies of furies over some horrid sacrifice. She even feared they were about to commit some barbarous deed, a conjecture from which, however, Annette soon relieved her, by telling, that the people were only exulting over the plunder they had brought with them. This circumstance still further confirmed her in the belief, that Montoni had really commenced to be a captain of banditti, and meant to retrieve his broken fortunes by the plunder of travellers. Indeed, when she considered all the circumstances of his situation, in an armed, and almost inaccessible castle, retired far among the recesses of wild and solitary mountains, along whose distant skirts were scattered towns, and cities, whither wealthy travellers were continually passing, this appeared to be the situation of all others most suited for the success of schemes of rapine, and she yielded to the strange thought, that Montoni was become a captain of robbers. His character also, unprincipled, dauntless, cruel and enterprising, seemed to fit him for the situation. Delighting in the tumult and in the struggles of life, he was equally a stranger to pity and to fear. His very courage was a sort of animal ferocity, not the noble impulse of a principle, such as inspirits the mind against the oppressor, in the cause of the oppressed, but a constitutional hardiness of nerve, that cannot feel, and that, therefore, cannot fear. Emily's supposition, however natural, was in part erroneous, for she was a stranger to the state of this country and to the circumstances, under which its frequent wars were partly conducted. The revenues of the many states of Italy being, at that time, insufficient to the support of standing armies, even during the short periods, which the turbulent habits both of the governments and the people permitted to pass in peace. An order of men arose not known in our age, and but faintly described in the history of their own. Of the soldiers, disbanded at the end of every war, few returned to the safe, but unprofitable occupations, then usual in peace. Sometimes they passed into other countries, and mingled with armies, which still kept the field. Sometimes they formed themselves into bands of robbers, and occupied remote fortresses, where their desperate character, the weakness of the governments which they offended, and the certainty, that they could be recalled to the armies, when their presence should be again wanted, prevented them from being much pursued by the civil power. And, sometimes, they attached themselves to the fortunes of a popular chief, by whom they were led into the service of any state, which could settle with him the price of their valor. From this latter practice arose their name, condottieri. A term formidable all over Italy, for a period, which concluded in the earlier part of the 17th century, but of which it is not so easy to ascertain the commencement. Contests between the smaller states were then, for the most part, affairs of enterprise alone, and the probabilities of success were estimated, not from the skill, but from the personal courage of the general, and the soldiers. The ability, which was necessary to the conduct of tedious operations, was little valued. It was enough to know how a party might be led towards their enemies, with the greatest secrecy, or conducted from them in the compactest order. The officer was to precipitate himself into a situation, where, but for his example, the soldiers might not have ventured. And, as the opposed parties knew little of each other's strength, the event of the day was frequently determined by the boldness of the first movements. In such services the condottieri were eminent, and in these, where plunder always followed success, their characters acquired a mixture of intrepidity and profligacy, which awed even those whom they served. When they were not thus engaged, their chief had usually his own fortress, in which, or in its neighborhood, they enjoyed an irksome rest. And, though their wants were, at one time, partly supplied from the property of the inhabitants, the lavish distribution of their plunder at others, prevented them from being obnoxious. And the peasants of such districts gradually shared the character of their warlike visitors. The neighboring governments sometimes professed, but seldom endeavored, to suppress these military communities. Both because it was difficult to do so, and because a disguised protection of them ensured, for the service of their wars, a body of men, who could not otherwise be so cheaply maintained, or so perfectly qualified. The commanders sometimes even relied so far upon this policy of the several powers, as to frequent their capitals. And Montoni, having met them in the gaming parties of Venice and Padua, conceived a desire to emulate their characters, before his ruined fortunes tempted him to adopt their practices. It was for the arrangement of his present plan of life, that the midnight councils were held at his mansion in Venice, and at which Orsino and some other members of the present community then assisted with suggestions, which they had since executed with the wreck of their fortunes. On the return of night, Emily resumed her station at the casement. There was now a moon. And, as it rose over the tufted woods, its yellow light served to shew the lonely terrace and the surrounding objects, more distinctly, than the twilight of the stars had done, and promised Emily to assist her observations, should the mysterious form return. On this subject, she again wavered in conjecture, and hesitated whether to speak to the figure, to which a strong and almost irresistible interest urged her, but terror, at intervals, made her reluctant to do so. "If this is a person who has designs upon the castle," said she, "my curiosity may prove fatal to me, yet the mysterious music, and the lamentations I heard, must surely have proceeded from him. If so, he cannot be an enemy." She then thought of her unfortunate aunt, and, shuddering with grief and horror, the suggestions of imagination seized her mind with all the force of truth, and she believed, that the form she had seen was supernatural. She trembled, breathed with difficulty, an icy coldness touched her cheeks, and her fears for a while overcame her judgment. Her resolution now forsook her, and she determined, if the figure should appear, not to speak to it. Thus the time passed, as she sat at her casement, awed by expectation, and by the gloom and stillness of midnight. For she saw obscurely in the moonlight only the mountains and woods, a cluster of towers, that formed the west angle of the castle, and the terrace below. And heard no sound, except, now and then, the lonely watchword, passed by the sentinels on duty, and afterwards the steps of the men who came to relieve guard, and whom she knew at a distance on the rampart by their pikes, that glittered in the moonbeam, and then, by the few short words, in which they hailed their fellows of the night. Emily retired within her chamber, while they passed the casement. When she returned to it, all was again quiet. It was now very late, she was wearied with watching, and began to doubt the reality of what she had seen on the preceding night. But she still lingered at the window, for her mind was too perturbed to admit of sleep. The moon shone with a clear luster, that afforded her a complete view of the terrace, but she saw only a solitary sentinel, pacing at one end of it. And, at length, tired with expectation, she withdrew to seek rest. Such, however, was the impression, left on her mind by the music, and the complaining she had formerly heard, as well as by the figure, which she fancied she had seen, that she determined to repeat the watch, on the following night. Montoni, on the next day, took no notice of Emily's appointed visit, but she, more anxious than before to see him, sent Annette to inquire, at what hour he would admit her. He mentioned 11 o'clock, and Emily was punctual to the moment. At which she called up all her fortitude to support the shock of his presence and the dreadful recollections it enforced. He was with several of his officers, in the cedar room, on observing whom she paused. And her agitation increased, while he continued to converse with them, apparently not observing her, till some of his officers, turning round, saw Emily, and uttered an exclamation. She was hastily retiring, when Montoni's voice arrested her, and, in a faltering accent, she said, "I would speak with you, Signor Montoni, if you are at leisure." "These are my friends," he replied, "whatever you would say, they may hear." Emily, without replying, turned from the rude gaze of the chevaliers, and Montoni then followed her to the hall, whence he led her to a small room, of which he shut the door with violence. As she looked on his dark countenance, she again thought she saw the murderer of her aunt, and her mind was so convulsed with horror, that she had not power to recall thought enough to explain the purport of her visit. And to trust herself with the mention of Madame Montoni was more than she dared. Montoni at length impatiently inquired what she had to say. I have no time for trifling, he added, my moments are important. Emily then told him, that she wished to return to France, and came to beg, that he would permit her to do so. But when he looked surprised, and inquired for the motive of the request, she hesitated, became paler than before, trembled, and had nearly sunk at his feet. He observed her emotion, with apparent indifference, and interrupted the silence by telling her, he must be gone. Emily, however, recalled her spirits sufficiently to enable her to repeat her request. And, when Montoni absolutely refused it, her slumbering mind was roused. I can no longer remain here with propriety, sir, said she, and I may be allowed to ask, by what right you detain me. It is my will that you remain here, said Montoni, laying his hand on the door to go, let that suffice you. Emily, considering that she had no appeal from this will, forbore to dispute his right, and made a feeble effort to persuade him to be just. While my aunt lived, sir, said she, in a tremulous voice, my residence here was not improper. But now, that she is no more, I may surely be permitted to depart. My stay cannot benefit you, sir, and will only distress me. Who told you, that Madame Montoni was dead, said Montoni, with an inquisitive eye. Emily hesitated, for nobody had told her so, and she did not dare to avow the having seen that spectacle in the portal chamber, which had compelled her to the belief. Who told you so? He repeated, more sternly. Alas! I know it too well, replied Emily, spare me on this terrible subject. She sat down on a bench to support herself. If you wish to see her, said Montoni, you may, she lies in the east turret. He now left the room, without awaiting her reply, and returned to the cedar chamber, where such of the chevaliers as had not before seen Emily, began to rally him, on the discovery they had made. But Montoni did not appear disposed to bear this mirth, and they changed the subject. Having talked with the subtle Orsino, on the plan of an excursion, which he meditated for a future day, his friend advised, that they should lie in wait for the enemy, which Verezzi impetuously opposed, reproached Orsino with want of spirit, and swore, that, if Montoni would let him lead on 50 men, he would conquer all that should oppose him. Orsino smiled contemptuously, Montoni smiled too, but he also listened. Verezzi then proceeded with vehement declamation and assertion, till he was stopped by an argument of Orsino, which he knew not how to answer better than by invective. His fierce spirit detested the cunning caution of Orsino, whom he constantly opposed, and whose inveterate, though silent, hatred he had long ago incurred. And Montoni was a calm observer of both, whose different qualifications he knew, and how to bend their opposite character to the perfection of his own designs. But Verezzi, in the heat of opposition, now did not scruple to accuse Orsino of cowardice, at which the countenance of the latter, while he made no reply, was overspread with a livid paleness. And Montoni, who watched his lurking eye, saw him put his hand hastily into his bosom. But Verezzi, whose face, glowing with crimson, formed a striking contrast to the complexion of Orsino, remarked not the action, and continued boldly declaiming against cowards to Cavigni, who was slyly laughing at his vehemence. And at the silent mortification of Orsino, when the latter, retiring a few steps behind, drew forth a stiletto to stab his adversary in the back. Montoni arrested his half-extended arm, and, with a significant look, made him return the poniard into his bosom, unseen by all except himself. For most of the party were disputing at a distant window, on the situation of a dell where they meant to form an ambuscade. When Verezzi had turned round, the deadly hatred, expressed on the features of his opponent, raising, for the first time, a suspicion of his intention, he laid his hand on his sword, and then, seeming to recollect himself, strode up to Montoni. "Signor," said he, with a significant look at Orsino, "we are not a band of assassins. If you have business for brave men employ me on this expedition, you shall have the last drop of my blood. If you have only work for cowards, keep him," pointing to Orsino, "and let me quit Udolpho." Orsino, still more incensed, again drew forth his stiletto, and rushed towards Verezzi, who, at the same instant, advanced with his sword, when Montoni and the rest of the party interfered and separated them. "This is the conduct of a boy," said Montoni to Verezzi, not of a man, be more moderate in your speech. Moderation is the virtue of cowards, retorted Verezzi, they are moderate in everything, but in fear. I accept your words, said Montoni, turning upon him with a fierce and haughty look, and drawing his sword out of the scabbard. With all my heart, cried Verezzi, though I did not mean them for you. He directed a pass at Montoni. And, while they fought, the villain Orsino made another attempt to stab Verezzi, and was again prevented. The combatants were, at length, separated, and, after a very long and violent dispute, reconciled. Montoni then left the room with Orsino, whom he detained in private consultation for a considerable time. Emily, meanwhile, stunned by the last words of Montoni, forgot, for the moment, his declaration, that she should continue in the castle, while she thought of her unfortunate aunt, who, he had said, was laid in the east turret. In suffering the remains of his wife to lie thus long unburied, there appeared a degree of brutality more shocking than she had suspected even Montoni could practice. After a long struggle, she determined to accept his permission to visit the turret, and to take a last look of her ill-fated aunt, with which design she returned to her chamber, and, while she waited for Annette to accompany her, endeavored to acquire fortitude sufficient to support her through the approaching scene. For, though she trembled to encounter it, she knew that to remember the performance of this last act of duty would hereafter afford her consoling satisfaction. Annette came, and Emily mentioned her purpose, from which the former endeavored to dissuade her, though without effect, and Annette was, with much difficulty, prevailed upon to accompany her to the turret. But no consideration could make her promise to enter the chamber of death. They now left the corridor, and, having reached the foot of the staircase, which Emily had formerly ascended, Annette declared she would go no further, and Emily proceeded alone. When she saw the track of blood, which she had before observed, her spirits fainted, and, being compelled to rest on the stairs, she almost determined to proceed no further. The pause of a few moments restored her resolution, and she went on. As she drew near the landing place, upon which the upper chamber opened, she remembered, that the door was formerly fastened, and apprehended, that it might still be so. In this expectation, however, she was mistaken. For the door opened at once, into a dusky and silent chamber, round which she fearfully looked, and then slowly advanced, when a hollow voice spoke. Emily, who was unable to speak, or to move from the spot, uttered no sound of terror. The voice spoke again, and, then, thinking that it resembled that of Madame Montoni, Emily's spirits were instantly roused. She rushed towards a bed, that stood in a remote part of the room, and drew aside the curtains. Within, appeared a pale and emaciated face. She started back, then again advanced, shuddered as she took up the skeleton hand, that lay stretched upon the quilt, then let it drop, and then viewed the face with a long, unsettled gaze. It was that of Madame Montoni, though so changed by illness, that the resemblance of what it had been, could scarcely be traced in what it now appeared. She was still alive, and, raising her heavy eyes, she turned them on her niece. "Where have you been so long?" said she, in the same tone. "I thought you had forsaken me." "Do you indeed live?" said Emily, at length, "or is this but a terrible apparition?" She received no answer, and again she snatched up the hand. "This is substance," she exclaimed, "but it is cold, cold as marble." She let it fall. "Oh, if you really live, speak," said Emily, in a voice of desperation, "that I may not lose my senses. Say you know me." "I do live," replied Madame Montoni, "but, I feel that I am about to die." Emily clasped the hand she held, more eagerly, and groaned. They were both silent for some moments. Then Emily endeavored to soothe her, and inquired what had reduced her to this present deplorable state. Montoni, when he removed her to the turret under the improbable suspicion of having attempted his life, had ordered the men employed on the occasion, to observe a strict secrecy concerning her. To this he was influenced by a double motive. He meant to debar her from the comfort of Emily's visits, and to secure an opportunity of privately dispatching her, should any new circumstances occur to confirm the present suggestions of his suspecting mind. His consciousness of the hatred he deserved it was natural enough should at first lead him to attribute to her the attempt that had been made upon his life. And, though there was no other reason to believe that she was concerned in that atrocious design, his suspicions remained. He continued to confine her in the turret, under a strict guard. And, without pity or remorse, had suffered her to lie, forlorn and neglected, under a raging fever, till it had reduced her to the present state. The track of blood, which Emily had seen on the stairs, had flowed from the unbound wound of one of the men employed to carry Madame Montoni, and which he had received in the late affray. At night these men, having contented themselves with securing the door of their prisoner's room, had retired from guard, and then it was, that Emily, at the time of her first inquiry, had found the turret so silent and deserted. When she had attempted to open the door of the chamber, her aunt was sleeping, and this occasioned the silence, which had contributed to delude her into a belief, that she was no more. Yet had her terror permitted her to persevere longer in the call, she would probably have awakened Madame Montoni, and have been spared much suffering. The spectacle in the portal chamber, which afterwards confirmed Emily's horrible suspicion, was the corpse of a man, who had fallen in the affray, and the same which had been borne into the servants' hall, where she took refuge from the tumult. This man had lingered under his wounds for some days, and, soon after his death, his body had been removed on the couch, on which he died, for interment in the vault beneath the chapel, through which Emily and Barnardine had passed to the chamber. Emily, after asking Madame Montoni 1,000 questions concerning herself, left her, and sought Montoni. For the more solemn interest she felt for her aunt, made her now regardless of the resentment her remonstrances might draw upon herself, and of the improbability of his granting what she meant to entreat. "Madame Montoni is now dying, sir," said Emily, as soon as she saw him. "Your resentment, surely will not pursue her to the last moment. Suffer her to be removed from that forlorn room to her own apartment, and to have necessary comforts administered." "Of what service will that be, if she is dying?" said Montoni, with apparent indifference. "The service, at leave, of saving you, sir, from a few of those pangs of conscience you must suffer, when you shall be in the same situation," said Emily, with imprudent indignation, of which Montoni soon made her sensible. "By commanding her to quit his presence." Then, forgetting her resentment, and impressed only by compassion for the piteous state of her aunt, dying without succor, she submitted to humble herself to Montoni, and to adopt every persuasive means that might induce him to relent towards his wife. For a considerable time he was proof against all she said, and all she looked, but at length the divinity of pity, beaming in Emily's eyes, seemed to touch his heart. He turned away, ashamed of his better feelings, half sullen and half relenting. But finally consented, that his wife should be removed to her own apartment, and that Emily should attend her. Dreading equally, that this relief might arrive too late, and that Montoni might retract his concession, Emily scarcely stayed to thank him for it, but, assisted by Annette, she quickly prepared Madame Montoni's bed, and they carried her a cordial that might enable her feeble frame to sustain the fatigue of a removal. Madame was scarcely arrived in her own apartment, when an order was given by her husband, that she should remain in the turret. But Emily, thankful that she had made such dispatch, hastened to inform him of it, as well as that a second removal would instantly prove fatal, and he suffered his wife to continue where she was. During this day, Emily never left Madame Montoni, except to prepare such little nourishing things as she judged necessary to sustain her, and which Madame Montoni received with quiet acquiescence. Though she seemed sensible that they could not save her from approaching dissolution, and scarcely appeared to wish for life. Emily meanwhile watched over her with the most tender solicitude, no longer seeing her imperious aunt in the poor object before her, but the sister of her late beloved father, in a situation that called for all her compassion and kindness. When night came, she determined to sit up with her aunt, but this the latter positively forbade, commanding her to retire to rest, and Annette alone to remain in her chamber. Rest was, indeed, necessary to Emily, whose spirits and frame were equally wearied by the occurrences and exertions of the day. But she would not leave Madame Montoni, till after the turn of midnight, a period then thought so critical by the physicians. Soon after 12, having enjoined Annette to be wakeful, and to call her, should any change appear for the worse, Emily sorrowfully bade Madame Montoni good night, and withdrew to her chamber. Her spirits were more than usually depressed by the piteous condition of her aunt, whose recovery she scarcely dared to expect. To her own misfortunes she saw no period, enclosed as she was, in a remote castle, beyond the reach of any friends, had she possessed such, and beyond the pity even of strangers. While she knew herself to be in the power of a man capable of any action, which his interest, or his ambition, might suggest. Occupied by melancholy reflections and by anticipations as sad, she did not retire immediately to rest, but leaned thoughtfully on her open casement. The scene before her of woods and mountains, reposing in the moonlight, formed a regretted contrast with the state of her mind. But the lonely murmur of these woods, and the view of this sleeping landscape, gradually soothed her emotions and softened her to tears. She continued to weep, for some time, lost to everything, but to a gentle sense of her misfortunes. When she, at length, took the handkerchief from her eyes, she perceived, before her, on the terrace below, the figure she had formerly observed, which stood fixed and silent, immediately opposite to her casement. On perceiving it, she started back, and terror for some time overcame curiosity. At length, she returned to the casement, and still the figure was before it, which she now compelled herself to observe, but was utterly unable to speak, as she had formerly intended. The moon shone with a clear light, and it was, perhaps, the agitation of her mind, that prevented her distinguishing, with any degree of accuracy, the form before her. It was still stationary, and she began to doubt, whether it was really animated. Her scattered thoughts were now so far returned as to remind her, that her light exposed her to dangerous observation, and she was stepping back to remove it, when she perceived the figure move, and then wave what seemed to be its arm, as if to beckon her. And, while she gazed, fixed in fear, it repeated the action. She now attempted to speak, but the words died on her lips, and she went from the casement to remove her light, as she was doing which, she heard, from without, a faint groan. Listening, but not daring to return, she presently heard it repeated. "Good God, what can this mean?" said she. Again she listened, but the sound came no more. And, after a long interval of silence, she recovered courage enough to go to the casement, when she again saw the same appearance. It beckoned again, and again uttered a low sound. "That groan was surely human," said she. "I will speak." "Who is it," cried Emily in a faint voice, "that wanders at this late hour?" The figure raised its head but suddenly started away, and glided down the terrace. She watched it, for a long while, passing swiftly in the moonlight, but heard no footstep, till a sentinel from the other extremity of the rampart walked slowly along. The man stopped under her window, and, looking up, called her by name. She was retiring precipitately, but, a second summons inducing her to reply, the soldier then respectfully asked if she had seen anything pass. On her answering, that she had, he said no more, but walked away down the terrace, Emily following him with her eyes, till he was lost in the distance. But, as he was on guard, she knew he could not go beyond the rampart, and, therefore, resolved to await his return. Soon after, his voice was heard, at a distance, calling loudly, and then a voice still more distant answered, and, in the next moment, the watchword was given, and passed along the terrace. As the soldiers moved hastily under the casement, she called to inquire what had happened, but they passed without regarding her. Emily's thoughts returning to the figure she had seen, "It cannot be a person, who has designs upon the castle," said she, "such an one would conduct himself very differently. He would not venture where sentinels were on watch, nor fix himself opposite to a window, where he perceived he must be observed, much less would he beckon, or utter a sound of complaint. Yet it cannot be a prisoner, for how could he obtain the opportunity to wander thus? If she had been subject to vanity, she might have supposed this figure to be some inhabitant of the castle, who wandered under her casement in the hope of seeing her, and of being allowed to declare his admiration. But this opinion never occurred to Emily, and, if it had, she would have dismissed it as improbable, on considering, that, when the opportunity of speaking had occurred, it had been suffered to pass in silence. And that, even at the moment in which she had spoken, the form had abruptly quitted the place. While she mused, 2 sentinels walked up the rampart in earnest conversation, of which she caught a few words, and learned from these, that one of their comrades had fallen down senseless. Soon after, 3 other soldiers appeared slowly advancing from the bottom of the terrace, but she heard only a low voice, that came at intervals. As they drew near, she perceived this to be the voice of him, who walked in the middle, apparently supported by his comrades, and she again called to them, inquiring what had happened. At the sound of her voice, they stopped, and looked up, while she repeated her question, and was told, that Roberto, their fellow of the watch, had been seized with a fit, and that his cry, as he fell, had caused a false alarm. "Is he subject to fits?" said Emily. "Yes, Signora," replied Roberto, "but if I had not, what I saw was enough to have frightened the Pope himself." "What was it?" inquired Emily, trembling. "I cannot tell what it was, lady, or what I saw, or how it vanished," replied the soldier, who seemed to shudder at the recollection. "Was it the person, whom you followed down the rampart, that has occasioned you this alarm?" said Emily, endeavoring to conceal her own. "Person," exclaimed the man, "it was the devil, and this is not the first time I have seen him." "Nor will it be the last," observed one of his comrades, laughing. "No, no, I warrant not," said another. "Well," rejoined Roberto, "you may be as merry now, as you please, you was none so jocose the other night, Sebastian, when you was on watch with Lancelot." "Lancelot need not talk of that," replied Sebastian, "let him remember how he stood trembling, and unable to give the word, till the man was gone. If the man had not come so silently upon us, I would have seized him, and soon made him tell who he was." "What man?" inquired Emily. "It was no man, lady," said Lancelot, who stood by, "but the devil himself, as my comrade says." "What man, who does not live in the castle, could get within the walls at midnight?" "Why, I might just as well pretend to march to Venice, and get among all the senators, when they are counseling, and I warrant I should have more chance of getting out again alive, than any fellow, that we should catch within the gates after dark. So I think I have proved plainly enough, that this can be nobody that lives out of the castle, and now I will prove, that it can be nobody that lives in the castle, for, if he did, why should he be afraid to be seen? So after this, I hope nobody will pretend to tell me it was anybody. No, I say again, by holy Pope, it was the devil, and Sebastian, there, knows this is not the first time we have seen him." "When did you see the figure, then, before?" said Emily half smiling, who, though she thought the conversation somewhat too much, felt an interest, which would not permit her to conclude it. "About a week ago, lady," said Sebastian, taking up the story. "And where?" "On the rampart, lady, higher up." "Did you pursue it, that it fled?" "No, Signora. Lancelot and I were on watch together, and everything was so still, you might have heard a mouse stir, when, suddenly, Lancelot says, 'Sebastian, do you see nothing?' I turned my head a little to the left, as it might be, thus. 'No,' says I. 'Hush,' said Lancelot, 'look yonder, just by the last cannon on the rampart.' I looked, and then thought I did see something move. But there being no light, but what the stars gave, I could not be certain. We stood quite silent, to watch it, and presently saw something pass along the castle wall just opposite to us." "Why did you not seize it, then?" cried a soldier, who had scarcely spoken till now. Why did you not seize it?" said Roberto. "You should have been there to have done that," replied Sebastian. "You would have been bold enough to have taken it by the throat, though it had been the devil himself. We could not take such a liberty, perhaps, because we are not so well acquainted with him, as you are. But, as I was saying, it stole by us so quickly, that we had not time to get rid of our surprise, before it was gone. Then, we knew it was in vain to follow. We kept constant watch all that night, but we saw it no more. Next morning, we told some of our comrades, who were on duty on other parts of the ramparts, what we had seen, but they had seen nothing, and laughed at us, and it was not till tonight, that the same figure walked again. "Where did you lose it, friend?" said Emily to Roberto. "When I left you, lady," replied the man, "you might see me go down the rampart, but it was not till I reached the east terrace, that I saw anything. Then, the moon shining bright, I saw something like a shadow flitting before me, as it were, at some distance. I stopped, when I turned the corner of the east tower, where I had seen this figure not a moment before, but it was gone. As I stood, looking through the old arch, which leads to the east rampart, and where I am sure it had passed, I heard, all of a sudden, such a sound. It was not like a groan, or a cry, or a shout, or anything I ever heard in my life. I heard it only once, and that was enough for me, for I know nothing that happened after, till I found my comrades, here, about me." "Come," said Sebastian, "let us go to our posts, the moon is setting." "Good night, lady." "Aye, let us go," rejoined Roberto. "Good night, lady." "Good night, the Holy Mother guard you," said Emily, as she closed her casement and retired to reflect upon the strange circumstance that had just occurred, connecting which with what had happened on former nights, she endeavoured to derive from the whole something more positive than conjecture. But her imagination was inflamed, while her judgment was not enlightened, and the terrors of superstition again pervaded her mind. Chapter 4. There is one within. Besides the things that we have heard and seen. Recounts most horrid sights, seen by the watch. Julius Caesar. In the morning, Emily found Madame Montoni nearly in the same condition, as on the preceding night. She had slept little, and that little had not refreshed her. She smiled on her niece, and seemed cheered by her presence, but spoke only a few words, and never named Montoni, who, however, soon after, entered the room. His wife, when she understood that he was there, appeared much agitated, but was entirely silent, till Emily rose from a chair at the bedside, when she begged, in a feeble voice, that she would not leave her. The visit of Montoni was not to soothe his wife, whom he knew to be dying, or to console, or to ask her forgiveness, but to make a last effort to procure that signature, which would transfer her estates in Languedoc, after her death, to him rather than to Emily. This was a scene, that exhibited, on his part, his usual inhumanity, and, on that of Madame Montoni, a persevering spirit, contending with a feeble frame. While Emily repeatedly declared to him her willingness to resign all claim to those estates, rather than that the last hours of her aunt should be disturbed by contention. Montoni, however, did not leave the room, till his wife, exhausted by the obstinate dispute, had fainted, and she lay so long insensible, that Emily began to fear that the spark of life was extinguished. At length, she revived, and, looking feebly up at her niece, whose tears were falling over her, made an effort to speak, but her words were unintelligible, and Emily again apprehended she was dying. Afterwards, however, she recovered her speech, and, being somewhat restored by a cordial, conversed for a considerable time, on the subject of her estates in France, with clearness and precision. She directed her niece where to find some papers relative to them, which she had hitherto concealed from the search of Montoni, and earnestly charged her never to suffer these papers to escape her. Soon after this conversation, Madame Montoni sunk into a doze, and continued slumbering, till evening, when she seemed better than she had been since her removal from the turret. Emily never left her, for a moment, till long after midnight, and even then would not have quitted the room, had not her aunt entreated, that she would retire to rest. She then obeyed, the more willingly, because her patient appeared somewhat recruited by sleep, and, giving Annette the same injunction, as on the preceding night, she withdrew to her own apartment. But her spirits were wakeful and agitated, and, finding it impossible to sleep, she determined to watch, once more, for the mysterious appearance, that had so much interested and alarmed her. It was now the second watch of the night, and about the time when the figure had before appeared. Emily heard the passing steps of the sentinels, on the rampart, as they changed guard. And, when all was again silent, she took her station at the casement, leaving her lamp in a remote part of the chamber, that she might escape notice from without. The moon gave a faint and uncertain light, for heavy vapors surrounded it, and, often rolling over the disk, left the scene below in total darkness. It was in one of these moments of obscurity, that she observed a small and lambent flame, moving at some distance on the terrace. While she gazed, it disappeared, and, the moon again emerging from the lurid and heavy thunder clouds, she turned her attention to the heavens, where the vivid lightnings darted from cloud to cloud, and flashed silently on the woods below. She loved to catch, in the momentary gleam, the gloomy landscape. Sometimes, a cloud opened its light upon a distant mountain, and, while the sudden splendor illumined all its recesses of rock and wood, the rest of the scene remained in deep shadow. At others, partial features of the castle were revealed by the glimpse, the antient arch leading to the east rampart, the turret above, or the fortifications beyond. And then, perhaps, the whole edifice with all its towers, its dark massy walls and pointed casements would appear, and vanish in an instant. Emily, looking again upon the rampart, perceived the flame she had seen before, it moved onward. And, soon after, she thought she heard a footstep. The light appeared and disappeared frequently, while, as she watched, it glided under her casements, and, at the same instant, she was certain, that a footstep passed, but the darkness did not permit her to distinguish any object except the flame. It moved away, and then, by a gleam of lightning, she perceived some person on the terrace. All the anxieties of the preceding night returned. This person advanced, and the playing flame alternately appeared and vanished. Emily wished to speak, to end her doubts, whether this figure were human or supernatural, but her courage failed as often as she attempted utterance, till the light moved again under the casement, and she faintly demanded, "Who passed?" "A friend," replied a voice. "What friend?" said Emily, somewhat encouraged. "Who are you, and what is that light you carry?" "I am Antonio, one of the Signor's soldiers," replied the voice. "And what is that tapering light you bear?" said Emily. "See how it darts upwards, and now it vanishes." "This light, lady," said the soldier, "has appeared tonight as you see it, on the point of my lance, ever since I have been on watch, but what it means I cannot tell." "This is very strange," said Emily. "My fellow guard," continued the man, "has the same flame on his arms. He says he has sometimes seen it before. I never did. I am but lately come to the castle, for I have not been long a soldier." "How does your comrade account for it?" said Emily. "He says it is an omen, lady, and bodes no good." "And what harm can it bode?" rejoined Emily. "He knows not so much as that, lady." Whether Emily was alarmed by this omen, or not, she certainly was relieved from much terror by discovering this man to be only a soldier on duty, and it immediately occurred to her, that it might be he who had occasioned so much alarm on the preceding night. There were, however, some circumstances, that still required explanation. As far as she could judge by the faint moonlight, that had assisted her observation, the figure she had seen did not resemble this man either in shape or size. Besides, she was certain it had carried no arms. The silence of its steps, if steps it had, the moaning sounds, too, which it had uttered, and its strange disappearance, were circumstances of mysterious import, that did not apply, with probability, to a soldier engaged in the duty of his guard. She now inquired of the sentinel, whether he had seen any person besides his fellow watch, walking on the terrace, about midnight, and then briefly related what she had herself observed. "I was not on guard that night, lady," replied the man, "but I heard of what happened. There are amongst us, who believe strange things. Strange stories, too, have long been told of this castle, but it is no business of mine to repeat them. And, for my part, I have no reason to complain, our chief does nobly by us." "I commend your prudence," said Emily. "Good night, and accept this from me," she added, throwing him a small piece of coin, and then closing the casement to put an end to the discourse. When he was gone, she opened it again, listened with a gloomy pleasure to the distant thunder, that began to murmur among the mountains, and watched the arrowy lightnings, which broke over the remoter scene. The pealing thunder rolled onward, and then, reverbed by the mountains, other thunder seemed to answer from the opposite horizon. while the accumulating clouds, entirely concealing the moon, assumed a red sulphureous tinge, that foretold a violent storm. Emily remained at her casement, till the vivid lightning, that now, every instant, revealed the wide horizon and the landscape below, made it no longer safe to do so, and she went to her couch. But, unable to compose her mind to sleep, still listened in silent awe to the tremendous sounds, that seemed to shake the castle to its foundation. She had continued thus for a considerable time, when, amidst the uproar of the storm, she thought she heard a voice, and, raising herself to listen, saw the chamber door open, and Annette enter with a countenance of wild affright. "She is dying, Mademoiselle, my lady is dying," said she. Emily started up, and ran to Madame Montoni's room. When she entered, her aunt appeared to have fainted, for she was quite still, and insensible. And Emily, with a strength of mind, that refused to yield to grief, while any duty required her activity, applied every means that seemed likely to restore her. But the last struggle was over, she was gone for ever. When Emily perceived that all her efforts were ineffectual, she interrogated the terrified Annette, and learned that Madame Montoni had fallen into a doze soon after Emily's departure, in which she had continued until a few minutes before her death. "I wondered, Mademoiselle," said Annette, "what was the reason my lady did not seem frightened at the thunder, when I was so terrified, and I went often to the bed to speak to her, but she appeared to be asleep. Till presently I heard a strange noise, and, on going to her, saw she was dying." Emily, at this recital, shed tears. She had no doubt but that the violent change in the air, which the tempest produced, had effected this fatal one, on the exhausted frame of Madame Montoni. After some deliberation, she determined that Montoni should not be informed of this event till the morning, for she considered, that he might, perhaps, utter some inhuman expressions, such as in the present temper of her spirits she could not bear. With Annette alone, therefore, whom she encouraged by her own example, she performed some of the last solemn offices for the dead, and compelled herself to watch during the night, by the body of her deceased aunt. During this solemn period, rendered more awful by the tremendous storm that shook the air, she frequently addressed herself to heaven for support and protection, and her pious prayers, we may believe, were accepted of the God that giveth comfort. Chapter 5. The midnight clock has tolled, and hark, the bell of death beats slow. Heard ye the note profound? It pauses now, and now, with rising knell, flings to the hollow gale its sullen sound. Mason. When Montoni was informed of the death of his wife, and considered that she had died without giving him the signature so necessary to the accomplishment of his wishes, no sense of decency restrained the expression of his resentment. Emily anxiously avoided his presence, and watched, during 2 days and 2 nights, with little intermission, by the corpse of her late aunt. Her mind deeply impressed with the unhappy fate of this object, she forgot all her faults, her unjust and imperious conduct to herself, and, remembering only her sufferings, thought of her only with tender compassion. Sometimes, however, she could not avoid musing upon the strange infatuation that had proved so fatal to her aunt, and had involved herself in a labyrinth of misfortune, from which she saw no means of escaping, the marriage with Montoni. But, when she considered this circumstance, it was more in sorrow than in anger, more for the purpose of indulging lamentation, than reproach. In her pious cares she was not disturbed by Montoni, who not only avoided the chamber, where the remains of his wife were laid, but that part of the castle adjoining to it, as if he had apprehended a contagion in death. He seemed to have given no orders respecting the funeral, and Emily began to fear he meant to offer a new insult to the memory of Madame Montoni. But from this apprehension she was relieved, when, on the evening of the second day, Annette informed her, that the interment was to take place that night. She knew, that Montoni would not attend. And it was so very grievous to her to think that the remains of her unfortunate aunt would pass to the grave without one relative, or friend to pay them the last decent rites, that she determined to be deterred by no considerations for herself from observing this duty. She would otherwise have shrunk from the circumstance of following them to the cold vault, to which they were to be carried by men, whose air and countenances seemed to stamp them for murderers, at the midnight hour of silence and privacy, which Montoni had chosen for committing, if possible, to oblivion the relics of a woman, whom his harsh conduct had, at least, contributed to destroy. Emily, shuddering with emotions of horror and grief, assisted by Annette, prepared the corpse for interment. And, having wrapped it in cerements, and covered it with a winding sheet, they watched beside it, till past midnight, when they heard the approaching footsteps of the men, who were to lay it in its earthy bed. It was with difficulty, that Emily overcame her emotion, when, the door of the chamber being thrown open, their gloomy countenances were seen by the glare of the torch they carried, and two of them, without speaking, lifted the body on their shoulders, while the third preceding them with the light, descended through the castle towards the grave, which was in the lower vault of the chapel within the castle walls. They had to cross 2 courts, towards the east wing of the castle, which, adjoining the chapel, was, like it, in ruins, but the silence and gloom of these courts had now little power over Emily's mind, occupied as it was, with more mournful ideas. And she scarcely heard the low and dismal hooting of the night birds, that roost among the ivied battlements of the ruin, or perceived the still flittings of the bat, which frequently crossed her way. But, when, having entered the chapel, and passed between the mouldering pillars of the aisles, the bearers stopped at a flight of steps, that led down to a low arched door, and, their comrade having descended to unlock it, she saw imperfectly the gloomy abyss beyond. Saw the corpse of her aunt carried down these steps, and the ruffian-like figure, that stood with a torch at the bottom to receive it. All her fortitude was lost in emotions of inexpressible grief and terror. She turned to lean upon Annette, who was cold and trembling like herself, and she lingered so long on the summit of the flight, that the gleam of the torch began to die away on the pillars of the chapel, and the men were almost beyond her view. Then, the gloom around her awakening other fears, and a sense of what she considered to be her duty overcoming her reluctance, she descended to the vaults, following the echo of footsteps and the faint ray, that pierced the darkness, till the harsh grating of a distant door, that was opened to receive the corpse, again appalled her. After the pause of a moment, she went on, and, as she entered the vaults, saw between the arches, at some distance, the men lay down the body near the edge of an open grave, where stood another of Montoni's men and a priest, whom she did not observe, till he began the burial service. Then, lifting her eyes from the ground, she saw the venerable figure of the friar, and heard him in a low voice, equally solemn and affecting, perform the service for the dead. At the moment, in which they let down the body into the earth, the scene was such as only the dark pencil of a Domenichino, perhaps, could have done justice to. The fierce features and wild dress of the condottieri, bending with their torches over the grave, into which the corpse was descending, were contrasted by the venerable figure of the monk, wrapped in long black garments. His cowl thrown back from his pale face, on which the light gleaming strongly shewed the lines of affliction softened by piety, and the few grey locks, which time had spared on his temples, while, beside him, stood the softer form of Emily, who leaned for support upon Annette. Her face half averted, and shaded by a thin veil, that fell over her figure, and her mild and beautiful countenance fixed in grief so solemn as admitted not of tears, while she thus saw committed untimely to the earth her last relative and friend. The gleams, thrown between the arches of the vaults, where, here and there, the broken ground marked the spots in which other bodies had been recently interred, and the general obscurity beyond were circumstances that alone would have led on the imagination of a spectator to scenes more horrible, than even that, which was pictured at the grave of the misguided and unfortunate Madame Montoni. When the service was over, the friar regarded Emily with attention and surprise, and looked as if he wished to speak to her, but was restrained by the presence of the condottieri, who, as they now led the way to the courts, amused themselves with jokes upon his holy order, which he endured in silence, demanding only to be conducted safely to his convent, and to which Emily listened with concern and even horror. When they reached the court, the monk gave her his blessing, and, after a lingering look of pity, turned away to the portal, whither one of the men carried a torch, while Annette, lighting another, preceded Emily to her apartment. The appearance of the friar and the expression of tender compassion, with which he had regarded her, had interested Emily, who, though it was at her earnest supplication. That Montoni had consented to allow a priest to perform the last rites for his deceased wife, knew nothing concerning this person, till Annette now informed her, that he belonged to a monastery, situated among the mountains at a few miles' distance. The superior, who regarded Montoni and his associates, not only with aversion, but with terror, had probably feared to offend him by refusing his request, and had, therefore, ordered a monk to officiate at the funeral, who, with the meek spirit of a Christian, had overcome his reluctance to enter the walls of such a castle, by the wish of performing what he considered to be his duty, and, as the chapel was built on consecrated ground, had not objected to commit to it the remains of the late unhappy Madame Montoni. Several days passed with Emily in total seclusion, and in a state of mind partaking both of terror for herself, and grief for the departed. She, at length, determined to make other efforts to persuade Montoni to permit her return to France. Why he should wish to detain her, she could scarcely dare to conjecture, but it was too certain that he did so, and the absolute refusal he had formerly given to her departure allowed her little hope, that he would now consent to it. But the horror, which his presence inspired, made her defer, from day to day, the mention of this subject, and at last she was awakened from her inactivity only by a message from him, desiring her attendance at a certain hour. She began to hope he meant to resign, now that her aunt was no more, the authority he had usurped over her. Till she recollected, that the estates, which had occasioned so much contention, were now hers, and she then feared Montoni was about to employ some stratagem for obtaining them, and that he would detain her his prisoner, till he succeeded. This thought, instead of overcoming her with despondency, roused all the latent powers of her fortitude into action. And the property, which she would willingly have resigned to secure the peace of her aunt, she resolved, that no common sufferings of her own should ever compel her to give to Montoni. For Valancourt's sake also she determined to preserve these estates, since they would afford that competency, by which she hoped to secure the comfort of their future lives. As she thought of this, she indulged the tenderness of tears, and anticipated the delight of that moment, when, with affectionate generosity, she might tell him they were his own. She saw the smile, that lighted up his features, the affectionate regard, which spoke at once his joy and thanks, and, at this instant, she believed she could brave any suffering, which the evil spirit of Montoni might be preparing for her. Remembering then, for the first time since her aunt's death, the papers relative to the estates in question, she determined to search for them, as soon as her interview with Montoni was over. With these resolutions she met him at the appointed time, and waited to hear his intention before she renewed her request. With him were Orsino and another officer, and both were standing near a table, covered with papers, which he appeared to be examining. "I sent for you, Emily," said Montoni, raising his head, "that you might be a witness in some business, which I am transacting with my friend Orsino. All that is required of you will be to sign your name to this paper." He then took one up, hurried unintelligibly over some lines, and, laying it before her on the table, offered her a pen. She took it, and was going to write, when the design of Montoni came upon her mind like a flash of lightning. She trembled, let the pen fall, and refused to sign what she had not read. Montoni affected to laugh at her scruples, and, taking up the paper, again pretended to read. But Emily, who still trembled on perceiving her danger, and was astonished, that her own credulity had so nearly betrayed her, positively refused to sign any paper whatever. Montoni, for some time, persevered in affecting to ridicule this refusal. But, when he perceived by her steady perseverance, that she understood his design, he changed his manner, and bade her follow him to another room. There he told her, that he had been willing to spare himself and her the trouble of useless contest, in an affair, where his will was justice, and where she should find it law. And had, therefore, endeavored to persuade, rather than to compel, her to the practice of her duty. "I, as the husband of the late Signora Montoni," he added, "am the heir of all she possessed. The estates, therefore, which she refused to me in her lifetime, can no longer be withheld, and, for your own sake, I would undeceive you, respecting a foolish assertion she once made to you in my hearing, that these estates would be yours, if she died without resigning them to me. She knew at that moment, she had no power to withhold them from me, after her decease, and I think you have more sense, than to provoke my resentment by advancing an unjust claim. I am not in the habit of flattering, and you will, therefore, receive, as sincere, the praise I bestow, when I say, that you possess an understanding superior to that of your sex. And that you have none of those contemptible foibles, that frequently mark the female character, such as avarice and the love of power, which latter makes women delight to contradict and to tease, when they cannot conquer. If I understand your disposition and your mind, you hold in sovereign contempt these common failings of your sex. Montoni paused, and Emily remained silent and expecting. For she knew him too well, to believe he would condescend to such flattery, unless he thought it would promote his own interest. And, though he had forborne to name vanity among the foibles of women, it was evident, that he considered it to be a predominant one, since he designed to sacrifice to hers the character and understanding of her whole sex. Judging as I do, resumed Montoni, I cannot believe you will oppose, where you know you cannot conquer, or, indeed, that you would wish to conquer, or be avaricious of any property, when you have not justice on your side. I think it proper, however, to acquaint you with the alternative. If you have a just opinion of the subject in question, you shall be allowed a safe conveyance to France, within a short period. But, if you are so unhappy as to be misled by the late assertion of the Signora, you shall remain my prisoner, till you are convinced of your error. Emily calmly said. I am not so ignorant, Signor, of the laws on this subject, as to be misled by the assertion of any person. The law, in the present instance, gives me the estates in question, and my own hand shall never betray my right. I have been mistaken in my opinion of you, it appears, rejoined Montoni, sternly. You speak boldly, and presumptuously, upon a subject, which you do not understand. For once, I am willing to pardon the conceit of ignorance. The weakness of your sex, too, from which, it seems, you are not exempt, claims some allowance, but, if you persist in this strain, you have everything to fear from my justice. From your justice, Signor, rejoined Emily, I have nothing to fear, I have only to hope. Montoni looked at her with vexation, and seemed considering what to say. I find that you are weak enough, he resumed, to credit the idle assertion I alluded to. For your own sake I lament this, as to me, it is of little consequence. Your credulity can punish only yourself. And I must pity the weakness of mind, which leads you to so much suffering as you are compelling me to prepare for you. You may find, perhaps, Signor, said Emily, with mild dignity, that the strength of my mind is equal to the justice of my cause, and that I can endure with fortitude, when it is in resistance of oppression. You speak like a heroine, said Montoni, contemptuously, we shall see whether you can suffer like one. Emily was silent, and he left the room. Recollecting, that it was for Valancourt's sake she had thus resisted, she now smiled complacently upon the threatened sufferings, and retired to the spot, which her aunt had pointed out as the repository of the papers, relative to the estates. Where she found them as described. And, since she knew of no better place of concealment, than this, returned them, without examining their contents, being fearful of discovery, while she should attempt a perusal. To her own solitary chamber she once more returned, and there thought again of the late conversation with Montoni, and of the evil she might expect from opposition to his will. But his power did not appear so terrible to her imagination, as it was wont to do. A sacred pride was in her heart, that taught it to swell against the pressure of injustice, and almost to glory in the quiet sufferance of ills, in a cause which had also the interest of Valancourt for its object. For the first time, she felt the full extent of her own superiority to Montoni, and despised the authority, which, till now, she had only feared. As she sat musing, a peal of laughter rose from the terrace, and, on going to the casement, she saw, with inexpressible surprise, 3 ladies, dressed in the gala habit of Venice, walking with several gentlemen below. She gazed in an astonishment that made her remain at the window, regardless of being observed, till the group passed under it. And, one of the strangers looking up, she perceived the features of Signora Livona, with whose manners she had been so much charmed, the day after her arrival at Venice, and who had been there introduced at the table of Montoni. This discovery occasioned her an emotion of doubtful joy, for it was matter of joy and comfort to know, that a person, of a mind so gentle, as that of Signora Livona seemed to be, was near her. Yet there was something so extraordinary in her being at this castle, circumstanced as it now was, and evidently, by the gaiety of her air, with her own consent, that a very painful surmise arose, concerning her character. But the thought was so shocking to Emily, whose affection the fascinating manners of the Signora had won, and appeared so improbable, when she remembered these manners, that she dismissed it almost instantly. On Annette's appearance, however, she inquired, concerning these strangers, and the former was as eager to tell, as Emily was to learn. "They are just come, Mademoiselle," said Annette, "with 2 seniors from Venice, and I was glad to see such Christian faces once again. But what can they mean by coming here? They must surely be stark mad to come freely to such a place as this. Yet they do come freely, for they seem merry enough, I am sure." "They were taken prisoners, perhaps," said Emily. "Taken prisoners," exclaimed Annette, "no, indeed, Mademoiselle, not they. I remember one of them very well at Venice. She came 2 or 3 times, to the seniors you know, Mademoiselle, and it was said, but I did not believe a word of it, it was said, that the senior liked her better than he should do. Then why, says I, bring her to my lady?" "Very true," said Ludovico, but he looked as if he knew more, too. Emily desired Annette would endeavour to learn who these ladies were, as well as all she could concerning them. And she then changed the subject, and spoke of distant France. "Ah, Mademoiselle! We shall never see it more," said Annette, almost weeping. "I must come on my travels, forsooth." Emily tried to soothe and to cheer her, with a hope, in which she scarcely herself indulged. How, Mademoiselle, could you leave France, and leave Mons? Valancourt, too?" said Annette, sobbing. I am sure, if Ludovico had been in France, I would never have left it." "Why do you lament quitting France, then?" said Emily, trying to smile, "since, if you had remained there, you would not have found Ludovico." "Ah, Mademoiselle! I only wish I was out of this frightful castle, serving you in France, and I would care about nothing else. Thank you, my good Annette, for your affectionate regard. The time will come, I hope, when you may remember the expression of that wish with pleasure." Annette departed on her business, and Emily sought to lose the sense of her own cares, in the visionary scenes of the poet. But she had again to lament the irresistible force of circumstances over the taste and powers of the mind, and that it requires a spirit at ease to be sensible even to the abstract pleasures of pure intellect. The enthusiasm of genius, with all its pictured scenes, now appeared cold, and dim. As she mused upon the book before her, she involuntarily exclaimed, "Are these, indeed, the passages, that have so often given me exquisite delight? Where did the charm exist, was it in my mind, or in the imagination of the poet? It lived in each," said she, pausing. "But the fire of the poet is vain, if the mind of his reader is not tempered like his own, however it may be inferior to his in power." Emily would have pursued this train of thinking, because it relieved her from more painful reflection, but she found again, that thought cannot always be controlled by will, and hers returned to the consideration of her own situation. In the evening, not choosing to venture down to the ramparts, where she would be exposed to the rude gaze of Montoni's associates, she walked for air in the gallery, adjoining her chamber. On reaching the further end of which she heard distant sounds of merriment and laughter. It was the wild uproar of riot, not the cheering gaiety of tempered mirth, and seemed to come from that part of the castle, where Montoni usually was. Such sounds, at this time, when her aunt had been so few days dead, particularly shocked her, consistent as they were with the late conduct of Montoni. As she listened, she thought she distinguished female voices mingling with the laughter, and this confirmed her worst surmise, concerning the character of Signora Livona and her companions. It was evident, that they had not been brought hither by compulsion. And she beheld herself in the remote wilds of the Apennine, surrounded by men, whom she considered to be little less than ruffians, and their worst associates, amid scenes of vice, from which her soul recoiled in horror. It was at this moment, when the scenes of the present and the future opened to her imagination, that the image of Valancourt failed in its influence, and her resolution shook with dread. She thought she understood all the horrors, which Montoni was preparing for her, and shrunk from an encounter with such remorseless vengeance, as he could inflict. The disputed estates she now almost determined to yield at once, whenever he should again call upon her, that she might regain safety and freedom. But then, the remembrance of Valancourt would steal to her heart, and plunge her into the distractions of doubt. She continued walking in the gallery, till evening threw its melancholy twilight through the painted casements, and deepened the gloom of the oak wainscoting around her. While the distant perspective of the corridor was so much obscured, as to be discernible only by the glimmering window, that terminated it. Along the vaulted halls and passages below, peals of laughter echoed faintly, at intervals, to this remote part of the castle, and seemed to render the succeeding stillness more dreary. Emily, however, unwilling to return to her more forlorn chamber, whither Annette was not yet come, still paced the gallery. As she passed the door of the apartment, where she had once dared to lift the veil, which discovered to her a spectacle so horrible, that she had never after remembered it, but with emotions of indescribable awe, this remembrance suddenly recurred. It now brought with it reflections more terrible, than it had yet done, which the late conduct of Montoni occasioned, and, hastening to quit the gallery, while she had power to do so, she heard a sudden step behind her. It might be that of Annette. But, turning fearfully to look, she saw, through the gloom, a tall figure following her, and all the horrors of that chamber rushed upon her mind. In the next moment, she found herself clasped in the arms of some person, and heard a deep voice murmur in her ear. When she had power to speak, or to distinguish articulated sounds, she demanded who detained her. "It is I," replied the voice. "Why are you thus alarmed?" She looked on the face of the person who spoke, but the feeble light, that gleamed through the high casement at the end of the gallery, did not permit her to distinguish the features. "Whoever you are," said Emily, in a trembling voice, "for heaven's sake let me go." "My charming Emily," said the man, "why will you shut yourself up in this obscure place, when there is so much gaiety below? Return with me to the cedar parlour, where you will be the fairest ornament of the party. You shall not repent the exchange." Emily disdained to reply, and still endeavoured to liberate herself. "Promise, that you will come," he continued, "and I will release you immediately, but first give me a reward for so doing." "Who are you?" demanded Emily, in a tone of mingled terror and indignation, while she still struggled for liberty. "Who are you, that have the cruelty thus to insult me?" "Why call me cruel?" said the man. "I would remove you from this dreary solitude to a merry party below. Do you not know me?" Emily now faintly remembered, that he was one of the officers who were with Montoni when she attended him in the morning. "I thank you for the kindness of your intention," she replied, without appearing to understand him, "but I wish for nothing so much as that you would leave me." "Charming Emily," said he, "give up this foolish whim for solitude, and come with me to the company, and eclipse the beauties who make part of it. You, only, are worthy of my love." He attempted to kiss her hand, but the strong impulse of her indignation gave her power to liberate herself, and she fled towards the chamber. She closed the door, before he reached it, having secured which, she sunk in a chair, overcome by terror and by the exertion she had made, while she heard his voice, and his attempts to open the door, without having the power to raise herself. At length, she perceived him depart, and had remained, listening, for a considerable time, and was somewhat revived by not hearing any sound, when suddenly she remembered the door of the private staircase, and that he might enter that way, since it was fastened only on the other side. She then employed herself in endeavouring to secure it, in the manner she had formerly done. It appeared to her, that Montoni had already commenced his scheme of vengeance, by withdrawing from her his protection, and she repented of the rashness, that had made her brave the power of such a man. To retain the estate seemed to be now utterly impossible, and to preserve her life, perhaps her honour, she resolved, if she should escape the horrors of this night, to give up all claims to the estates, on the morrow, provided Montoni would suffer her to depart from Udolpho. When she had come to this decision, her mind became more composed, though she still anxiously listened, and often started at ideal sounds, that appeared to issue from the staircase. Having sat in darkness for some hours, during all which time Annette did not appear, she began to have serious apprehensions for her. But, not daring to venture down into the castle, was compelled to remain in uncertainty, as to the cause of this unusual absence. Emily often stole to the staircase door, to listen if any step approached, but still no sound alarmed her. Determining, however, to watch, during the night, she once more rested on her dark and desolate couch, and bathed the pillow with innocent tears. She thought of her deceased parents and then of the absent Valancourt, and frequently called upon their names, for the profound stillness, that now reigned, was propitious to the musing sorrow of her mind. While she thus remained, her ears suddenly caught the notes of distant music, to which she listened attentively, and, soon perceiving this to be the instrument she had formerly heard at midnight, she rose, and stepped softly to the casement, to which the sounds appeared to come from a lower room. In a few moments, their soft melody was accompanied by a voice so full of pathos, that it evidently sang not of imaginary sorrows. Its sweet and peculiar tones she thought she had somewhere heard before. Yet, if this was not fancy, it was, at most, a very faint recollection. It stole over her mind, amidst the anguish of her present suffering, like a celestial strain, soothing, and reassuring her. Pleasant as the gale of spring, that sighs on the hunter's ear, when he awakens from dreams of joy, and has heard the music of the spirits of the hill. Ossian. A.R. But her emotion can scarcely be imagined, when she heard sung, with the taste and simplicity of true feeling, one of the popular airs of her native province, to which she had so often listened with delight, when a child, and which she had so often heard her father repeat. To this well-known song, never, till now, heard but in her native country, her heart melted, while the memory of past times returned. The pleasant, peaceful scenes of Gascony, the tenderness and goodness of her parents, the taste and simplicity of her former life, all rose to her fancy, and formed a picture, so sweet and glowing, so strikingly contrasted with the scenes, the characters and the dangers, which now surrounded her, that her mind could not bear to pause upon the retrospect, and shrunk at the acuteness of its own sufferings. Her sighs were deep and convulsed, she could no longer listen to the strain, that had so often charmed her to tranquillity, and she withdrew from the casement to a remote part of the chamber. But she was not yet beyond the reach of the music. She heard the measure change, and the succeeding air called her again to the window, for she immediately recollected it to be the same she had formerly heard in the fishing-house in Gascony. Assisted, perhaps, by the mystery, which had then accompanied this strain, it had made so deep an impression on her memory, that she had never since entirely forgotten it. And the manner, in which it was now sung, convinced her, however unaccountable the circumstances appeared, that this was the same voice she had then heard. Surprise soon yielded to other emotions. A thought darted, like lightning, upon her mind, which discovered a train of hopes, that revived all her spirits. Yet these hopes were so new, so unexpected, so astonishing, that she did not dare to trust, though she could not resolve to discourage them. She sat down by the casement, breathless, and overcome with the alternate emotions of hope and fear. Then rose again, leaned from the window, that she might catch a nearer sound, listened, now doubting and then believing, softly exclaimed the name of Valancourt, and then sunk again into the chair. Yes, it was possible, that Valancourt was near her, and she recollected circumstances, which induced her to believe it was his voice she had just heard. She remembered he had more than once said that the fishing-house, where she had formerly listened to this voice and air, and where she had seen penciled sonnets, addressed to herself, had been his favourite haunt, before he had been made known to her. There, too, she had herself unexpectedly met him. It appeared, from these circumstances, more than probable, that he was the musician, who had formerly charmed her attention, and the author of the lines, which had expressed such tender admiration. Who else, indeed, could it be? She was unable, at that time, to form a conjecture, as to the writer, but, since her acquaintance with Valancourt, whenever he had mentioned the fishing-house to have been known to him, she had not scrupled to believe that he was the author of the sonnets. As these considerations passed over her mind, joy, fear and tenderness contended at her heart. She leaned again from the casement to catch the sounds, which might confirm, or destroy her hope, though she did not recollect to have ever heard him sing, but the voice, and the instrument, now ceased. She considered for a moment whether she should venture to speak, then, not choosing, lest it should be he, to mention his name, and yet too much interested to neglect the opportunity of inquiring, she called from the casement. "Is that song from Gascony?" Her anxious attention was not cheered by any reply, everything remained silent. Her impatience increasing with her fears, she repeated the question, but still no sound was heard, except the sighings of the wind among the battlements above. And she endeavored to console herself with a belief, that the stranger, whoever he was, had retired, before she had spoken, beyond the reach of her voice, which, it appeared certain, had Valancourt heard and recognized, he would instantly have replied to. Presently, however, she considered, that a motive of prudence, and not an accidental removal, might occasion his silence, but the surmise, that led to this reflection, suddenly changed her hope and joy to terror and grief. For, if Valancourt were in the castle, it was too probable, that he was here a prisoner, taken with some of his countrymen, many of whom were at that time engaged in the wars of Italy, or intercepted in some attempt to reach her. Had he even recollected Emily's voice, he would have feared, in these circumstances, to reply to it, in the presence of the men, who guarded his prison. What so lately she had eagerly hoped she now believed she dreaded. Dreaded to know, that Valancourt was near her, and, while she was anxious to be relieved from her apprehension for his safety, she still was unconscious, that a hope of soon seeing him, struggled with the fear. She remained listening at the casement, till the air began to freshen, and one high mountain in the east to glimmer with the morning. When, wearied with anxiety, she retired to her couch, where she found it utterly impossible to sleep, for joy, tenderness, doubt and apprehension, distracted her during the whole night. Now she rose from the couch, and opened the casement to listen. Then she would pace the room with impatient steps, and, at length, return with despondence to her pillow. Never did hours appear to move so heavily, as those of this anxious night. After which she hoped that Annette might appear, and conclude her present state of torturing suspense. Chapter 6. Might we but hear the folded flocks penned in their wattled coats, or sound of pastoral reed with oaten stops, or whistle from the lodge, or village cock, count the night watches to his feathery dames. 'Twould be some solace yet, some little cheering, in this close dungeon of innumerous boughs. Milton. In the morning, Emily was relieved from her fears for Annette, who came at an early hour. "Here were fine doings in the castle, last night, ma'amselle," said she, as soon as she entered the room. "Fine doings, indeed. Was you not frightened, ma'amselle, at not seeing me?" "I was alarmed both on your account and on my own," replied Emily. "What detained you?" I said so, I told him so, but it would not do. It was not my fault, indeed, ma'amselle, for I could not get out. That rogue Ludovico locked me up again." "Locked you up," said Emily, with displeasure. "Why do you permit Ludovico to lock you up?" "Holy saints!" exclaimed Annette, "how can I help it? If he will lock the door, ma'amselle, and take away the key, how am I to get out, unless I jump through the window? But that I should not mind so much, if the casements here were not all so high. One can hardly scramble up to them on the inside, and one should break one's neck, I suppose, going down on the outside. But you know, I dare say, ma'am, what a hurly-burly the castle was in, last night. You must have heard some of the uproar." "What, were they disputing, then?" said Emily. "No, ma'amselle, nor fighting, but almost as good, for I believe there was not one of the seniors sober, and what is more, not one of those fine ladies sober, either. I thought, when I saw them first, that all those fine silks and fine veils, why, ma'amselle, their veils were worked with silver. And fine trimmings, boded no good, I guessed what they were." "Good God!" exclaimed Emily, "what will become of me?" "Ma'am, Ludovico said much the same thing of me." Good God! Said he, Annette, what is to become of you, if you are to go running about the castle among all these drunken seniors? Oh! Says I, for that matter, I only want to go to my young lady's chamber, and I have only to go, you know, along the vaulted passage and across the great hall and up the marble staircase and along the north gallery and through the west wing of the castle, and I am in the corridor in a minute. Are you so? Says he, and what is to become of you, if you meet any of those noble cavaliers in the way? Well, says I, if you think there is danger, then, go with me, and guard me, I am never afraid when you are by. What? Says he, when I am scarcely recovered of one wound, shall I put myself in the way of getting another? For if any of the cavaliers meet you, they will fall a fighting with me directly. No, no, says he, I will cut the way shorter, then through the vaulted passage and up the marble staircase, and along the north gallery and through the west wing of the castle, for you shall stay here, Annette. You shall not go out of this room, tonight. So, with that I says. Well, well, said Emily, impatiently, and anxious to inquire on another subject, so he locked you up? Yes, he did indeed, ma'amselle, notwithstanding all I could say to the contrary, and Caterina and I, and he stayed there all night. And in a few minutes after I was not so vexed, for there came Signor Verezzi roaring along the passage, like a mad bull, and he mistook Ludovico's hall, for old Carlo's. So he tried to burst open the door, and called out for more wine, for that he had drunk all the flasks dry, and was dying of thirst. So we were all as still as night, that he might suppose there was nobody in the room. But the senior was as cunning as the best of us, and kept calling out at the door, Come forth, my anti-aunt hero, said he, here is no enemy at the gate, that you need hide yourself, come forth, my valorous senior steward. Just then old Carlo opened his door, and he came with a flask in his hand, for, as soon as the senior saw him, he was as tame as could be, and followed him away as naturally as a dog does a butcher with a piece of meat in his basket. All this I saw through the keyhole. Well, Annette, said Ludovico, jeeringly, shall I let you out now? Oh no, says I would not. I have some questions to ask you on another subject, interrupted Emily, quite wearied by this story. Do you know whether there are any prisoners in the castle, and whether they are confined at this end of the edifice? I was not in the way, ma'amselle, replied Annette, when the first party came in from the mountains, and the last party is not come back yet, so I don't know, whether there are any prisoners. But it is expected back tonight, or tomorrow, and I shall know then, perhaps. Emily inquired if she had ever heard the servants talk of prisoners. Ah, ma'amselle, said Annette archly, now I dare say you are thinking of Monsieur Valancourt, and that he may have come among the armies, which, they say, are come from our country, to fight against this state, and that he has met with some of our people, and is taken captive. O Lord! How glad I should be, if it was so. Would you, indeed, be glad, said Emily, in a tone of mournful reproach. To be sure I should, ma'am, replied Annette, and would not you be glad too, to see Signor Valancourt? I don't know any chevalier I like better, I have a very great regard for the senior, truly. Your regard for him cannot be doubted, said Emily, since you wish to see him a prisoner. Why no, ma'amselle, not a prisoner either. But one must be glad to see him, you know. And it was only the other night I dreamt I saw him drive into the castle yard all in a coach and six, and dressed out, with a laced coat and a sword, like a lord as he is. Emily could not forbear smiling at Annette's ideas of Valancourt, and repeated her inquiry, whether she had heard the servants talk of prisoners. No, ma'amselle, replied she, never. And lately they have done nothing but talk of the apparition, that has been walking about of a night on the ramparts, and that frightened the sentinels into fits. It came among them like a flash of fire, they say, and they all fell down in a row, till they came to themselves again, and then it was gone, and nothing to be seen but the old castle walls, so they helped one another up again as fast as they could. You would not believe, ma'amselle, though I shewed you the very cannon, where it used to appear. And are you, indeed, so simple, Annette, said Emily, smiling at this curious exaggeration of the circumstances she had witnessed, as to credit these stories? Credit them, Mademoiselle. Why all the world could not persuade me out of them. Roberto and Sebastian and half a dozen more of them went into fits. To be sure, there was no occasion for that. I said, myself, there was no need of that, for, says I, when the enemy comes, what a pretty figure they will cut, if they are to fall down in fits, all of a row. The enemy won't be so civil, perhaps, as to walk off, like the ghost, and leave them to help one another up, but will fall to, cutting and slashing, till he makes them all rise up dead men. No, no, says I, there is reason in all things, though I might have fallen down in a fit that was no rule for them, being, because it is no business of mine to look gruff, and fight battles. Emily endeavored to correct the superstitious weakness of Annette, though she could not entirely subdue her own, to which the latter only replied, Nay, Mademoiselle, you will believe nothing. You are almost as bad as the senior himself, who was in a great passion when they told of what had happened, and swore that the first man, who repeated such nonsense, should be thrown into the dungeon under the east turret. This was a hard punishment too, for only talking nonsense, as he called it, but I dare say he had other reasons for calling it so, than you have, ma'am. Emily looked displeased, and made no reply. As she mused upon the recollected appearance, which had lately so much alarmed her, and considered the circumstances of the figure having stationed itself opposite to her casement, she was for a moment inclined to believe it was Valancourt, whom she had seen. Yet, if it was he, why did he not speak to her, when he had the opportunity of doing so, and, if he was a prisoner in the castle, and he could be here in no other character, how could he obtain the means of walking abroad on the rampart? Thus she was utterly unable to decide, whether the musician and the form she had observed, were the same, or, if they were, whether this was Valancourt. She, however, desired that Annette would endeavour to learn whether any prisoners were in the castle, and also their names. Oh dear, Mademoiselle, said Annette, I forget to tell you what you bade me ask about, the ladies, as they call themselves, who are lately come to Udolpho. Why that Signora Livona, that the senior brought to see my late lady at Venice, is his mistress now, and was little better then, I dare say. And Ludovico says, but pray be secret, ma'am, that his Excellenza introduced her only to impose upon the world, that had begun to make free with her character. So when people saw my lady notice her, they thought what they had heard must be scandal. The other two are the mistresses of Signor Verezzi and Signor Bertolini, and Signor Montoni invited them all to the castle, and so, yesterday, he gave a great entertainment. And there they were, all drinking Tuscany wine and all sorts, and laughing and singing, till they made the castle ring again. But I thought they were dismal sounds, so soon after my poor lady's death too. And they brought to my mind what she would have thought, if she had heard them, but she cannot hear them now, poor soul. Said I. Emily turned away to conceal her emotion, and then desired Annette to go, and make inquiry, concerning the prisoners, that might be in the castle, but conjured her to do it with caution, and on no account to mention her name. Or that of Monsieur Valancourt. Now I think of it, Mademoiselle, said Annette, I do believe there are prisoners, for I overheard one of the senior's men, yesterday, in the servants' hall, talking something about ransoms. And saying what a fine thing it was for his Excellenza to catch up men, and they were as good booty as any other, because of the ransoms. And the other man was grumbling, and saying it was fine enough for the senior, but none so fine for his soldiers, because, said he, we don't go shares there. This information heightened Emily's impatience to know more, and Annette immediately departed on her inquiry. The late resolution of Emily to resign her estates to Montoni, now gave way to new considerations. The possibility, that Valancourt was near her, revived her fortitude, and she determined to brave the threatened vengeance, at least, till she could be assured whether he was really in the castle. She was in this temper of mind, when she received a message from Montoni, requiring her attendance in the cedar parlour, which she obeyed with trembling, and, on her way thither, endeavoured to animate her fortitude with the idea of Valancourt. Montoni was alone. I sent for you, said he, to give you another opportunity of retracting your late mistaken assertions concerning the Languedoc estates. I will condescend to advise, where I may command. If you are really deluded by an opinion, that you have any right to these estates, at least, do not persist in the error, an error, which you may perceive, too late, has been fatal to you. Dare my resentment no further, but sign the papers. If I have no right in these estates, sir, said Emily, of what service can it be to you, that I should sign any papers, concerning them? If the lands are yours by law, you certainly may possess them, without my interference, or my consent. I will have no more argument, said Montoni, with a look that made her tremble. What had I but trouble to expect, when I condescended to reason with a baby? But I will be trifled with no longer. Let the recollection of your aunt's sufferings, in consequence of her folly and obstinacy, teach you a lesson. Sign the papers. Emily's resolution was for a moment awed, she shrunk at the recollections he revived, and from the vengeance he threatened. But then, the image of Valancourt, who so long had loved her, and who was now, perhaps, so near her, came to her heart, and, together with the strong feelings of indignation, with which she had always, from her infancy, regarded an act of injustice, inspired her with a noble, though imprudent, courage. Sign the papers, said Montoni, more impatiently than before. Never, sir, replied Emily, that request would have proved to me the injustice of your claim, had I even been ignorant of my right. Montoni turned pale with anger, while his quivering lip and lurking eye made her almost repent the boldness of her speech. Then all my vengeance falls upon you, he exclaimed, with an horrible oath. And think not it shall be delayed. Neither the estates in Languedoc, or Gascony, shall be yours. You have dared to question my right, now dare to question my power. I have a punishment which you think not of, it is terrible. This night, this very night. This night, repeated another voice. Montoni paused, and turned half round, but, seeming to recollect himself, he proceeded in a lower tone. You have lately seen one terrible example of obstinacy and folly. Yet this, it appears, has not been sufficient to deter you. I could tell you of others, I could make you tremble at the bare recital. He was interrupted by a groan, which seemed to rise from underneath the chamber they were in. And, as he threw a glance round it, impatience and rage flashed from his eyes, yet something like a shade of fear passed over his countenance. Emily sat down in a chair, near the door, for the various emotions she had suffered, now almost overcame her, but Montoni paused scarcely an instant, and, commanding his features, resumed his discourse in a lower, yet sterner voice. I say, I could give you other instances of my power and of my character, which it seems you do not understand, or you would not defy me. I could tell you, that, when once my resolution is taken, but I am talking to a baby. Let me, however, repeat, that terrible as are the examples I could recite, the recital could not now benefit you, for, though your repentance would put an immediate end to opposition, it would not now appease my indignation. I will have vengeance as well as justice. Another groan filled the pause which Montoni made. Leave the room instantly, said he, seeming not to notice this strange occurrence. Without power to implore his pity, she rose to go, but found that she could not support herself, awe and terror overcame her, and she sunk again into the chair. Quit my presence, cried Montoni. This affectation of fear ill becomes the heroine who has just dared to brave my indignation. Did you hear nothing, Signor? Said Emily, trembling, and still unable to leave the room. I heard my own voice, rejoined Montoni, sternly. And nothing else, said Emily, speaking with difficulty. There again. Do you hear nothing now? Obey my order, repeated Montoni. And for these fools' tricks, I will soon discover by whom they are practiced. Emily again rose, and exerted herself to the utmost to leave the room, while Montoni followed her, but, instead of calling aloud to his servants to search the chamber, as he had formerly done on a similar occurrence, passed to the ramparts. As, in her way to the corridor, she rested for a moment at an open casement, Emily saw a party of Montoni's troops winding down a distant mountain, whom she noticed no further, than as they brought to her mind the wretched prisoners they were. Perhaps, bringing to the castle. At length, having reached her apartment, she threw herself upon the couch, overcome with the new horrors of her situation. Her thoughts lost in tumult and perplexity, she could neither repent of, or approve, her late conduct. She could only remember, that she was in the power of a man, who had no principle of action, but his will, and the astonishment and terrors of superstition, which had, for a moment, so strongly assailed her, now yielded to those of reason. She was, at length, roused from the reverie, which engaged her, by a confusion of distant voices, and a clattering of hoofs, that seemed to come, on the wind, from the courts. A sudden hope, that some good was approaching, seized her mind, till she remembered the troops she had observed from the casement, and concluded this to be the party, which Annette had said were expected at Udolpho. Soon after, she heard voices faintly from the halls, and the noise of horses' feet sunk away in the wind. Silence ensued. Emily listened anxiously for Annette's step in the corridor, but a pause of total stillness continued, till again the castle seemed to be all tumult and confusion. She heard the echoes of many footsteps, passing to and fro in the halls and avenues below, and then busy tongues were loud on the rampart. Having hurried to her casement, she perceived Montoni, with some of his officers, leaning on the walls, and pointing from them, while several soldiers were employed at the further end of the rampart about some cannon. And she continued to observe them, careless of the passing time. Annette at length appeared, but brought no intelligence of Valancourt, for, "Mademoiselle," said she, "all the people pretend to know nothing about any prisoners. But here is a fine piece of business. The rest of the party are just arrived, ma'am." They came scampering in, as if they would have broken their necks. One scarcely knew whether the man, or his horse would get within the gates first. "And they have brought word, and such news. They have brought word, that a party of the enemy, as they call them, are coming towards the castle, so we shall have all the officers of justice, I suppose, besieging it. All those terrible-looking fellows one used to see at Venice." "Thank God," exclaimed Emily, fervently, "there is yet a hope left for me, then." "What mean you, mademoiselle? Do you wish to fall into the hands of those sad-looking men? Why, I used to shudder as I passed them, and should have guessed what they were, if Ludovico had not told me." "We cannot be in worse hands than at present," replied Emily, unguardedly. "But what reason have you to suppose these are officers of justice? Why, our people, ma'am, are all in such a fright and a fuss, and I don't know anything but the fear of justice, that could make them so. I used to think nothing on earth could fluster them, unless, indeed, it was a ghost, or so, but now, some of them are for hiding down in the vaults under the castle. But you must not tell the senior this, mademoiselle, and I overheard two of them talking. Holy Mother! What makes you look so sad, mademoiselle? You don't hear what I say." "Yes, I do, Annette, pray proceed." "Well, mademoiselle, all the castle is in such hurly-burly. Some of the men are loading the cannon, and some are examining the great gates, and the walls all round, and are hammering and patching up, just as if all those repairs had never been made, that were so long about. But what is to become of me and you, mademoiselle, and Ludovico? Oh! When I hear the sound of the cannon, I shall die with fright. If I could but catch the great gate open for 1 minute, I would be even with it for shutting me within these walls so long, it should never see me again." Emily caught the latter words of Annette. "Oh! If you could find it open, but for 1 moment," she exclaimed, "my peace might yet be saved." The heavy groan she uttered, and the wildness of her look, terrified Annette, still more than her words. Who entreated Emily to explain the meaning of them, to whom it suddenly occurred, that Ludovico might be of some service, if there should be a possibility of escape, and who repeated the substance of what had passed between Montoni and herself. But conjured her to mention this to no person except to Ludovico. "It may, perhaps, be in his power," she added, "to effect our escape. Go to him, Annette, tell him what I have to apprehend, and what I have already suffered, but entreat him to be secret, and to lose no time in attempting to release us." If he is willing to undertake this he shall be amply rewarded. I cannot speak with him myself, for we might be observed, and then effectual care would be taken to prevent our flight. But be quick, Annette, and, above all, be discreet. I will await your return in this apartment." The girl, whose honest heart had been much affected by the recital, was now as eager to obey, as Emily was to employ her, and she immediately quitted the room. Emily's surprise increased, as she reflected upon Annette's intelligence. "Alas!" said she, "what can the officers of justice do against an armed castle? These cannot be such." Upon further consideration, however, she concluded, that, Montoni's bands having plundered the country round, the inhabitants had taken arms, and were coming with the officers of police and a party of soldiers, to force their way into the castle. But they know not, thought she, its strength, or the armed numbers within it. Alas! Except from flight, I have nothing to hope. Montoni, though not precisely what Emily apprehended him to be, a captain of banditti, had employed his troops in enterprises not less daring, or less atrocious, than such a character would have undertaken. They had not only pillaged, whenever opportunity offered, the helpless traveller, but had attacked, and plundered the villas of several persons, which, being situated among the solitary recesses of the mountains, were totally unprepared for resistance. In these expeditions the commanders of the party did not appear, and the men, partly disguised, had sometimes been mistaken for common robbers, and, at others, for bands of the foreign enemy, who, at that period, invaded the country. But, though they had already pillaged several mansions, and brought home considerable treasures, they had ventured to approach only one castle, in the attack of which they were assisted by other troops of their own order. From this, however, they were vigorously repulsed, and pursued by some of the foreign enemy, who were in league with the besieged. Montoni's troops fled precipitately towards Udolpho, but were so closely tracked over the mountains, that, when they reached one of the heights in the neighborhood of the castle, and looked back upon the road, they perceived the enemy winding among the cliffs below, and at not more than a league distant. Upon this discovery, they hastened forward with increased speed, to prepare Montoni for the enemy, and it was their arrival, which had thrown the castle into such confusion and tumult. As Emily awaited anxiously some information from below, she now saw from her casements a body of troops pour over the neighboring heights. And, though Annette had been gone a very short time, and had a difficult and dangerous business to accomplish, her impatience for intelligence became painful. She listened, opened her door, and often went out upon the corridor to meet her. At length, she heard a footstep approach her chamber, and, on opening the door, saw, not Annette, but old Carlo. New fears rushed upon her mind. He said he came from the Signor, who had ordered him to inform her, that she must be ready to depart from Udolpho immediately, for that the castle was about to be besieged, and that mules were preparing to convey her, with her guides, to a place of safety. "Of safety," exclaimed Emily, thoughtlessly, "has, then, the Signor so much consideration for me?" Carlo looked upon the ground, and made no reply. 1,000 opposite emotions agitated Emily, successively, as she listened to old Carlo. Those of joy, grief, distrust and apprehension, appeared, and vanished from her mind, with the quickness of lightning. One moment, it seemed impossible, that Montoni could take this measure merely for her preservation. And so very strange was his sending her from the castle at all, that she could attribute it only to the design of carrying into execution the new scheme of vengeance, with which he had menaced her. In the next instant, it appeared so desirable to quit the castle, under any circumstances, that she could not but rejoice in the prospect, believing that change must be for the better. Till she remembered the probability of Valancourt being detained in it, when sorrow and regret usurped her mind, and she wished, much more fervently than she had yet done, that it might not be his voice which she had heard. Carlo having reminded her, that she had no time to lose, for that the enemy were within sight of the castle, Emily entreated him to inform her whither she was to go, and, after some hesitation, he said he had received no orders to tell. But, on her repeating the question, replied, that he believed she was to be carried into Tuscany. "To Tuscany," exclaimed Emily, "and why thither?" Carlo answered, that he knew nothing further, than that she was to be lodged in a cottage on the borders of Tuscany, at the feet of the Apennines, not a day's journey distant, said he. Emily now dismissed him. And, with trembling hands, prepared the small package, that she meant to take with her, while she was employed about which Annette returned. "Oh ma'amselle," said she, "nothing can be done. Ludovico says the new porter is more watchful even than Barnardine was, and we might as well throw ourselves in the way of a dragon, as in his. Ludovico is almost as broken-hearted as you are, ma'am, on my account, he says, and I am sure I shall never live to hear the cannon fire twice." She now began to weep, but revived upon hearing of what had just occurred, and entreated Emily to take her with her. "That I will do most willingly," replied Emily, "if Signor Montoni permits it." To which Annette made no reply, but ran out of the room, and immediately sought Montoni, who was on the terrace, surrounded by his officers, where she began her petition. He sharply bade her go into the castle, and absolutely refused her request. Annette, however, not only pleaded for herself, but for Ludovico, and Montoni had ordered some of his men to take her from his presence, before she would retire. In an agony of disappointment, she returned to Emily, who foreboded little good towards herself, from this refusal to Annette, and who, soon after, received a summons to repair to the great court, where the mules, with her guides, were in waiting. Emily here tried in vain to soothe the weeping Annette, who persisted in saying, that she should never see her dear young lady again. A fear, which her mistress secretly thought too well justified, but which she endeavoured to restrain, while, with apparent composure, she bade this affectionate servant farewell. Annette, however, followed to the courts, which were now thronged with people, busy in preparation for the enemy, and, having seen her mount her mule and depart, with her attendants, through the portal, turned into the castle and wept again. Emily, meanwhile, as she looked back upon the gloomy courts of the castle, no longer silent as when she had first entered them, but resounding with the noise of preparation for their defence, as well as crowded with soldiers and workmen, hurrying to and fro. And, when she passed once more under the huge portcullis, which had formerly struck her with terror and dismay, and, looking round, saw no walls to confine her steps, felt, in spite of anticipation, the sudden joy of a prisoner who unexpectedly finds himself at liberty. This emotion would not suffer her now to look impartially on the dangers that awaited her without, on mountains infested by hostile parties, who seized every opportunity for plunder, and on a journey commended under the guidance of men, whose countenances certainly did not speak favourably of their dispositions. In the present moments, she could only rejoice, that she was liberated from those walls, which she had entered with such dismal forebodings. And, remembering the superstitious presentiment, which had then seized her, she could now smile at the impression it had made upon her mind. As she gazed, with these emotions, upon the turrets of the castle, rising high over the woods, among which she wound, the stranger, whom she believed to be confined there, returned to her remembrance, and anxiety and apprehension, lest he should be Valancourt, again passed like a cloud upon her joy. She recollected every circumstance, concerning this unknown person, since the night, when she had first heard him play the song of her native province. Circumstances, which she had so often recollected, and compared before, without extracting from them anything like conviction, and which still only prompted her to believe, that Valancourt was a prisoner at Udolpho. It was possible, however, that the men, who were her conductors, might afford her information, on this subject. But, fearing to question them immediately, lest they should be unwilling to discover any circumstance to her in the presence of each other, she watched for an opportunity of speaking with them separately. Soon after, a trumpet echoed faintly from a distance. The guide stopped, and looked toward the quarter whence it came, but the thick woods, which surrounded them, excluding all view of the country beyond, one of the men rode on to the point of an eminence, that afforded a more extensive prospect, to observe how near the enemy, whose trumpet he guessed this to be, were advanced. The other, meanwhile, remained with Emily, and to him she put some questions, concerning the stranger at Udolpho. Ugo, for this was his name, said, that there were several prisoners in the castle, but he neither recollected their persons, or the precise time of their arrival, and could therefore give her no information. There was a surliness in his manner, as he spoke, that made it probable he would not have satisfied her inquiries, even if he could have done so. Having asked him what prisoners had been taken, about the time, as nearly as she could remember, when she had first heard the music, all that week, said Hugo, I was out with a party, upon the mountains. And knew nothing of what was doing at the castle. We had enough upon our hands, we had warm work of it. Bertrand, the other man, being now returned, Emily inquired no further, and, when he had related to his companion what he had seen, they travelled on in deep silence. While Emily often caught, between the opening woods, partial glimpses of the castle above, the west towers, whose battlements were now crowded with archers, and the ramparts below, where soldiers were seen hurrying along, or busy upon the walls, preparing the cannon. Having emerged from the woods, they wound along the valley in an opposite direction to that, from whence the enemy were approaching. Emily now had a full view of Udolpho, with its grey walls, towers and terraces, high overtopping the precipices and the dark woods, and glittering partially with the arms of the condottieri, as the sun's rays, streaming through an autumnal cloud, glanced upon a part of the edifice, whose remaining features stood in darkened majesty. She continued to gaze, through her tears, upon walls that, perhaps, confined Valancourt, and which now, as the cloud floated away, were lighted up with sudden splendor, and then, as suddenly were shrouded in gloom. While the passing gleam fell on the wood tops below, and heightened the first tints of autumn, that had begun to steal upon the foliage. The winding mountains, at length, shut Udolpho from her view, and she turned, with mournful reluctance, to other objects. The melancholy sighing of the wind among the pines, that waved high over the steeps, and the distant thunder of a torrent assisted her musings, and conspired with the wild scenery around, to diffuse over her mind emotions solemn, yet not unpleasing, but which were soon interrupted by the distant roar of cannon, echoing among the mountains. The sounds rolled along the wind, and were repeated in faint and fainter reverberation, till they sunk in sullen murmurs. This was a signal, that the enemy had reached the castle, and fear for Valancourt again tormented Emily. She turned her anxious eyes towards that part of the country, where the edifice stood, but the intervening heights concealed it from her view. Still, however, she saw the tall head of a mountain, which immediately fronted her late chamber, and on this she fixed her gaze, as if it could have told her of all that was passing in the scene it overlooked. The guides twice reminded her, that she was losing time and that they had far to go, before she could turn from this interesting object, and, even when she again moved onward, she often sent a look back, till only its blue point, brightening in a gleam of sunshine, appeared peeping over other mountains. The sound of the cannon affected Hugo, as the blast of the trumpet does the war-horse. It called forth all the fire of his nature. He was impatient to be in the midst of the fight, and uttered frequent execrations against Montoni for having sent him to a distance. The feelings of his comrade seemed to be very opposite, and adapted rather to the cruelties, than to the dangers of war. Emily asked frequent questions, concerning the place of her destination, but could only learn, that she was going to a cottage in Tuscany. And, whenever she mentioned the subject, she fancied she perceived, in the countenances of these men, an expression of malice and cunning, that alarmed her. It was afternoon, when they had left the castle. During several hours, they travelled through regions of profound solitude, where no bleat of sheep, or bark of watch-dog, broke on silence, and they were now too far off to hear even the faint thunder of the cannon. Towards evening, they wound down precipices, black with forests of cypress, pine and cedar, into a glen so savage and secluded, that, if solitude ever had local habitation, this might have been her place of dearest residence. To Emily it appeared a spot exactly suited for the retreat of banditti, and, in her imagination, she already saw them lurking under the brow of some projecting rock, whence their shadows, lengthened by the setting sun, stretched across the road, and warned the traveller of his danger. She shuddered at the idea, and, looking at her conductors, to observe whether they were armed, thought she saw in them the banditti she dreaded. It was in this glen, that they proposed to alight, for, said Hugo, night will come on presently, and then the wolves will make it dangerous to stop. This was a new subject of alarm to Emily, but inferior to what she suffered from the thought of being left in these wilds, at midnight, with two such men as her present conductors. Dark and dreadful hints of what might be Montoni's purpose in sending her hither, came to her mind. She endeavored to dissuade the men from stopping, and inquired, with anxiety, how far they had yet to go. "Many leagues yet," replied Bertrand. "As for you, Signora, you may do as you please about eating, but for us, we will make a hearty supper, while we can. We shall have need of it, I warrant, before we finish our journey. The sun's going down apace. Let us alight under that rock, yonder." His comrade assented, and, turning the mules out of the road, they advanced towards a cliff, overhung with cedars, Emily following in trembling silence. They lifted her from her mule, and, having seated themselves on the grass, at the foot of the rocks, drew some homely fare from a wallet, of which Emily tried to eat a little, the better to disguise her apprehensions. The sun was now sunk behind the high mountains in the west, upon which a purple haze began to spread, and the gloom of twilight to draw over the surrounding objects. To the low and sullen murmur of the breeze, passing among the woods, she no longer listened with any degree of pleasure, for it conspired with the wildness of the scene in the evening hour, to depress her spirits. Suspense had so much increased her anxiety, as to the prisoner at Udolpho, that, finding it impracticable to speak alone with Bertrand, on that subject, she renewed her questions in the presence of Hugo. But he either was, or pretended to be entirely ignorant, concerning the stranger. When he had dismissed the question, he talked with Hugo on some subject, which led to the mention of Signor Orsino and of the affair that had banished him from Venice. Respecting which Emily had ventured to ask a few questions. Hugo appeared to be well acquainted with the circumstances of that tragical event, and related some minute particulars, that both shocked and surprised her. For it appeared very extraordinary how such particulars could be known to any, but to persons, present when the assassination was committed. "He was of rank," said Bertrand, "or the state would not have troubled itself to inquire after his assassins. The senior has been lucky hitherto, this is not the first affair of the kind he has had upon his hands. And to be sure, when a gentleman has no other way of getting redress, why he must take this." "Ay," said Hugo, "and why is not this as good as another? This is the way to have justice done at once, without more ado. If you go to law, you must stay till the judges please, and may lose your cause, at last. Why the best way, then, is to make sure of your right, while you can, and execute justice yourself." "Yes, yes," rejoined Bertrand, "if you wait till justice is done you may stay long enough. Why, if I want a friend of mine properly served, how am I to get my revenge? 10 to 1 they will tell me he is in the right, and I am in the wrong. Or, if a fellow has got possession of property, which I think ought to be mine, why I may wait, till I starve, perhaps, before the law will give it me, and then, after all, the judge may say, the estate is his. What is to be done then? Why, the case is plain enough, I must take it at last." Emily's horror at this conversation was heightened by a suspicion, that the latter part of it was pointed against herself, and that these men had been commissioned by Montoni to execute a similar kind of justice, in his cause. "But I was speaking of Signor Orsino," resumed Bertrand, "he is one of those, who love to do justice at once. I remember, about 10 years ago, the senior had a quarrel with a cavaliero of Milan. The story was told me then, and it is still fresh in my head. They quarreled about a lady, that the senior liked, and she was perverse enough to prefer the gentleman of Milan, and even carried her whims so far as to marry him. This provoked the senior, as well it might, for he had tried to talk reason to her a long while, and used to send people to serenade her, under her windows, of a night. And used to make verses about her, and would swear she was the handsomest lady in Milan, but all would not do, nothing would bring her to reason, and, as I said, she went so far at last, as to marry this other cavaliero. This made the senior wrath, with a vengeance. He resolved to be even with her though, and he watched his opportunity, and did not wait long, for, soon after the marriage, they set out for Padua, nothing doubting, I warrant, of what was preparing for them. The Cavaliero thought, to be sure, he was to be called to no account, but was to go off triumphant, but he was soon made to know another sort of story. What then? The lady had promised to have Signor Orsino, said Hugo. Promised? No, replied Bertrand, she had not wit enough even to tell him she liked him, as I heard, but the contrary, for she used to say, from the first, she never meant to have him. And this was what provoked the Signor, so, and with good reason, for, who likes to be told that he is disagreeable? And this was saying as good. It was enough to tell him this, she need not have gone, and married another. What, she married, then, on purpose to plague the Signor, said Hugo. I don't know as for that, replied Bertrand, they said, indeed, that she had had a regard for the other gentleman a great while. But that is nothing to the purpose, she should not have married him, and then the Signor would not have been so much provoked. She might have expected what was to follow. It was not to be supposed he would bear her ill usage tamely, and she might thank herself for what happened. But, as I said, they set out for Padua, she and her husband, and the road lay over some barren mountains like these. This suited the Signor's purpose well. He watched the time of their departure, and sent his men after them, with directions what to do. They kept their distance, till they saw their opportunity, and this did not happen, till the second day's journey, when, the gentleman having sent his servants forward to the next town, may be, to have horses in readiness. The Signor's men quickened their pace, and overtook the carriage, in a hollow, between two mountains, where the woods prevented the servants from seeing what passed, though they were then not far off. When we came up, we fired our tromboni, but missed. Emily turned pale, at these words, and then hoped she had mistaken them. While Bertrand proceeded. The gentleman fired again, but he was soon made to alight, and it was as he turned to call his people, that he was struck. It was the most dexterous feat you ever saw, he was struck in the back with 3 stilettos at once. He fell, and was dispatched in a minute, but the lady escaped, for the servants had heard the firing, and came up before she could be taken care of. Bertrand, said the Signor, when his men returned. Bertrand, exclaimed Emily, pale with horror, on whom not a syllable of this narrative had been lost. Bertrand, did I say, rejoined the man, with some confusion, no, Giovanni. But I have forgot where I was, Bertrand, said the Signor. Bertrand, again, said Emily, in a faltering voice, why do you repeat that name? Bertrand swore. What signifies it, he proceeded, what the man was called, Bertrand, or Giovanni, or Roberto? It's all one for that. You have put me out twice with that question. Bertrand, or Giovanni, or what you will, Bertrand, said the Signor, if your comrades had done their duty, as well as you, I should not have lost the lady. Go, my honest fellow, and be happy with this. He gave him a purse of gold, and little enough too, considering the service he had done him. Aye, said Hugo, little enough, little enough. Emily now breathed with difficulty, and could scarcely support herself. When first she saw these men, their appearance and their connection with Montoni had been sufficient to impress her with distrust. But now, when one of them had betrayed himself to be a murderer, and she saw herself, at the approach of night, under his guidance, among wild and solitary mountains, and going she scarcely knew whither, the most agonizing terror seized her. Which was the less supportable from the necessity she found herself under of concealing all symptoms of it from her companions. Reflecting on the character and the menaces of Montoni, it appeared not improbable, that he had delivered her to them, for the purpose of having her murdered, and of thus securing to himself, without further opposition, or delay, the estates, for which he had so long and so desperately contended. Yet, if this was his design, there appeared no necessity for sending her to such a distance from the castle. For, if any dread of discovery had made him unwilling to perpetrate the deed there, a much nearer place might have sufficed for the purpose of concealment. These considerations, however, did not immediately occur to Emily, with whom so many circumstances conspired to rouse terror, that she had no power to oppose it, or to inquire coolly into its grounds. And, if she had done so, still there were many appearances which would too well have justified her most terrible apprehensions. She did not now dare to speak to her conductors, at the sound of whose voices she trembled. And when, now and then, she stole a glance at them, their countenances, seen imperfectly through the gloom of evening, served to confirm her fears. The sun had now been set some time. Heavy clouds, whose lower skirts were tinged with sulphureous crimson, lingered in the west, and threw a reddish tint upon the pine forests, which sent forth a solemn sound, as the breeze rolled over them. The hollow moan struck upon Emily's heart, and served to render more gloomy and terrific every object around her, the mountains, shaded in twilight, the gleaming torrent, hoarsely roaring, the black forests, and the deep glen, broken into rocky recesses, high overshadowed by cypress and sycamore and winding into long obscurity. To this glen, Emily, as she sent forth her anxious eye, thought there was no end, no hamlet, or even cottage, was seen, and still no distant bark of watch-dog, or even faint, far-off halloo came on the wind. In a tremulous voice, she now ventured to remind the guides, that it was growing late, and to ask again how far they had to go, but they were too much occupied by their own discourse to attend to her question, which she forbore to repeat, lest it should provoke a surly answer. Having, however, soon after, finished their supper, the men collected the fragments into their wallet, and proceeded along this winding glen, in gloomy silence. While Emily again mused upon her own situation, and concerning the motives of Montoni for involving her in it. That it was for some evil purpose towards herself, she could not doubt. And it seemed, that, if he did not intend to destroy her, with a view of immediately seizing her estates, he meant to reserve her a while in concealment, for some more terrible design. For one that might equally gratify his avarice and still more his deep revenge. At this moment, remembering Signor Brocchio and his behavior in the corridor, a few preceding nights, the latter supposition, horrible as it was, strengthened in her belief. Yet, why remove her from the castle, where deeds of darkness had, she feared, been often executed with secrecy, from chambers, perhaps, with many a foul, and midnight murder stained? The dread of what she might be going to encounter was now so excessive, that it sometimes threatened her senses. And, often as she went, she thought of her late father and of all he would have suffered, could he have foreseen the strange and dreadful events of her future life. And how anxiously he would have avoided that fatal confidence, which committed his daughter to the care of a woman so weak as was Madame Montoni. So romantic and improbable, indeed, did her present situation appear to Emily herself, particularly when she compared it with the repose and beauty of her early days, that there were moments when she could almost have believed herself the victim of frightful visions, glaring upon a disordered fancy. Restrained by the presence of her guides from expressing her terrors, their acuteness was, at length, lost in gloomy despair. The dreadful view of what might await her hereafter rendered her almost indifferent to the surrounding dangers. She now looked, with little emotion, on the wild dingles, and the gloomy road and mountains, whose outlines were only distinguishable through the dusk. Objects, which but lately had affected her spirits so much, as to awaken horrid views of the future, and to tinge these with their own gloom. It was now so nearly dark, that the travellers, who proceeded only by the slowest pace, could scarcely discern their way. The clouds, which seemed charged with thunder, passed slowly along the heavens, shewing, at intervals, the trembling stars. While the groves of cypress and sycamore, that overhung the rocks, waved high in the breeze, as it swept over the glen, and then rushed among the distant woods. Emily shivered as it passed. "Where is the torch?" said Hugo, "it grows dark." "Not so dark yet," replied Bertrand, "but we may find our way, and 'tis best not light the torch, before we can help, for it may betray us, if any straggling party of the enemy is abroad." Hugo muttered something, which Emily did not understand, and they proceeded in darkness, while she almost wished, that the enemy might discover them. For from change there was something to hope, since she could scarcely imagine any situation more dreadful than her present one. As they moved slowly along, her attention was surprised by a thin tapering flame, that appeared, by fits, at the point of the pike, which Bertrand carried, resembling what she had observed on the lance of the sentinel. The night Madame Montoni died, and which he had said was an omen. The event immediately following it appeared to justify the assertion, and a superstitious impression had remained on Emily's mind, which the present appearance confirmed. She thought it was an omen of her own fate, and watched it successively vanish and return, in gloomy silence, which was at length interrupted by Bertrand. "Let us light the torch," said he, "and get under shelter of the woods. A storm is coming on, look at my lance." He held it forth, with the flame tapering at its point. See the Abbé Berthelon on electricity. A.R. "I," said Hugo, "you are not one of those that believe in omens. We have left cowards at the castle, who would turn pale at such a sight. I have often seen it before a thunderstorm, it is an omen of that, and one is coming now, sure enough. The clouds flash fast already." Emily was relieved by this conversation from some of the terrors of superstition, but those of reason increased, as, waiting while Hugo searched for a flint, to strike fire. She watched the pale lightning gleam over the woods they were about to enter, and illumine the harsh countenances of her companions. Hugo could not find a flint, and Bertrand became impatient, for the thunder sounded hollowly at a distance, and the lightning was more frequent. Sometimes, it revealed the nearer recesses of the woods, or, displaying some opening in their summits, illumined the ground beneath with partial splendor, the thick foliage of the trees preserving the surrounding scene in deep shadow. At length, Hugo found a flint, and the torch was lighted. The men then dismounted, and, having assisted Emily, led the mules towards the woods, that skirted the glen, on the left, over broken ground, frequently interrupted with brushwood and wild plants, which she was often obliged to make a circuit to avoid. She could not approach these woods, without experiencing keener sense of her danger. Their deep silence, except when the wind swept among their branches, and impenetrable glooms shone partially by the sudden flash, and then, by the red glare of the torch, which served only to make darkness visible, were circumstances that contributed to renew all her most terrible apprehensions. She thought, too, that, at this moment, the countenances of her conductors displayed more than their usual fierceness, mingled with a kind of lurking exultation, which they seemed endeavoring to disguise. To her affrighted fancy it occurred, that they were leading her into these woods to complete the will of Montoni by her murder. The horrid suggestion called a groan from her heart, which surprised her companions, who turned round quickly towards her, and she demanded why they led her thither, beseeching them to continue their way along the open glen, which she represented to be less dangerous than the woods, in a thunderstorm. "No, no," said Bertrand, "we know best where the danger lies. See how the clouds open over our heads. Besides, we can glide under cover of the woods with less hazard of being seen, should any of the enemy be wandering this way. By Holy St. Peter and all the rest of them, I've as stout a heart as the best, as many a poor devil could tell, if he were alive again, but what can we do against numbers?" "What are you whining about?" said Hugo, contemptuously, "who fears numbers? Let them come, though they were as many, as the Signor's castle could hold, I would shew the knaves what fighting is. For you, I would lay you quietly in a dry ditch, where you might peep out, and see me put the rogues to flight that, who talks of fear." Bertrand replied, with an horrible oath, that he did not like such jesting, and a violent altercation ensued, which was, at length, silenced by the thunder, whose deep volley was heard afar, rolling onward till it burst over their heads in sounds that seemed to shake the earth to its center. The ruffians paused, and looked upon each other. Between the boles of the trees, the blue lightning flashed and quivered along the ground, while, as Emily looked under the boughs, the mountains beyond, frequently appeared to be clothed in livid flame. At this moment, perhaps, she felt less fear of the storm, than did either of her companions, for other terrors occupied her mind. The men now rested under an enormous chestnut tree, and fixed their pikes in the ground, at some distance, on the iron points of which Emily repeatedly observed the lightning play, and then glide down them into the earth. "I would we were well in the Signor's castle," said Bertrand, I know not why he should send us on this business. Hark! How it rattles above, there. I could almost find in my heart to turn priest, and pray. Hugo, hast got a rosary? No, replied Hugo, I leave it to cowards like thee, to carry rosaries. I carry a sword. And much good may it do thee in fighting against the storm, said Bertrand. Another peal, which was reverberated in tremendous echoes among the mountains, silenced them for a moment. As it rolled away, Hugo proposed going on. We are only losing time here, said he, for the thick boughs of the woods will shelter us as well as this chestnut tree. They again led the mules forward, between the boles of the trees, and over pathless grass, that concealed their high knotted roots. The rising wind was now heard contending with the thunder, as it rushed furiously among the branches above, and brightened the red flame of the torch, which threw a stronger light forward among the woods, and shewed their gloomy recesses to be suitable resorts for the wolves, of which Hugo had formerly spoken. At length, the strength of the wind seemed to drive the storm before it, for the thunder rolled away into distance, and was only faintly heard. After travelling through the woods for nearly an hour, during which the elements seemed to have returned to repose, the travellers, gradually ascending from the glen, found themselves upon the open brow of a mountain, with a wide valley extending in misty moonlight, at their feet, and above, the blue sky, trembling through the few thin clouds, that lingered after the storm, and were sinking slowly to the verge of the horizon. Emily's spirits, now that she had quitted the woods, began to revive. For she considered, that, if these men had received an order to destroy her, they would probably have executed their barbarous purpose in the solitary wild, from whence they had just emerged, where the deed would have been shrouded from every human eye. Reassured by this reflection, and by the quiet demeanour of her guides, Emily, as they proceeded silently, in a kind of sheep track, that wound along the skirts of the woods, which ascended on the right, could not survey the sleeping beauty of the vale, to which they were declining, without a momentary sensation of pleasure. It seemed varied with woods, pastures, and sloping grounds, and was screened to the north and the east by an amphitheatre of the Apennines, whose outline on the horizon was here broken into varied and elegant forms. To the west and the south, the landscape extended indistinctly into the lowlands of Tuscany. There is the sea yonder, said Bertrand, as if he had known that Emily was examining the twilight view, yonder in the west, though we cannot see it. Emily already perceived a change in the climate, from that of the wild and mountainous tract she had left. And, as she continued descending, the air became perfumed by the breath of 1,000 nameless flowers among the grass, called forth by the late rain. So soothingly beautiful was the scene around her, and so strikingly contrasted to the gloomy grandeur of those, to which she had long been confined, and to the manners of the people, who moved among them, that she could almost have fancied herself again at La Vallée, and, wondering why Montoni had sent her hither, could scarcely believe, that he had selected so enchanting a spot for any cruel design. It was, however, probably not the spot, but the persons, who happened to inhabit it, and to whose care he could safely commit the execution of his plans, whatever they might be, that had determined his choice. She now ventured again to inquire, whether they were near the place of their destination, and was answered by Hugo, that they had not far to go. Only to the wood of chestnuts in the valley yonder, said he, there, by the brook, that sparkles with the moon. I wish I was once at rest there, with a flask of good wine, and a slice of Tuscany bacon. Emily's spirits revived, when she heard, that the journey was so nearly concluded, and saw the wood of chestnuts in an open part of the vale, on the margin of the stream. In a short time, they reached the entrance of the wood, and perceived, between the twinkling leaves, a light, streaming from a distant cottage window. They proceeded along the edge of the brook to where the trees, crowding over it, excluded the moonbeams, but a long line of light, from the cottage above, was seen on its dark tremulous surface. Bertrand now stepped on first, and Emily heard him knock, and call loudly at the door. As she reached it, the small upper casement, where the light appeared, was unclosed by a man, who, having inquired what they wanted, immediately descended, let them into a neat rustic cot, and called up his wife to set refreshments before the travellers. As this man conversed, rather apart, with Bertrand, Emily anxiously surveyed him. He was a tall, but not robust, peasant, of a sallow complexion, and had a shrewd and cunning eye. His countenance was not of a character to win the ready confidence of youth, and there was nothing in his manner that might conciliate a stranger. Hugo called impatiently for supper, and in a tone as if he knew his authority here to be unquestionable. "I expected you an hour ago," said the peasant, "for I have had Signor Montoni's letter these 3 hours, and I and my wife had given you up, and gone to bed. How did you fare in the storm?" "Ill enough," replied Hugo, "ill enough, and we are like to fare ill enough here, too, unless you will make more haste. Get us more wine, and let us see what you have to eat." The peasant placed before them all, that his cottage afforded, ham, wine, figs, and grapes of such size and flavor, as Emily had seldom tasted. After taking refreshment, she was shown by the peasant's wife to her little bedchamber, where she asked some questions concerning Montoni, to which the woman, whose name was Dorina, gave reserved answers. Pretending ignorance of his Excellenza's intention in sending Emily hither, but acknowledging that her husband had been apprised of the circumstance. Perceiving that she could obtain no intelligence concerning her destination, Emily dismissed Dorina, and retired to repose. But all the busy scenes of her past and the anticipated ones of the future came to her anxious mind, and conspired with the sense of her new situation to banish sleep. Chapter 7 Was not around but images of rest. Sleep-soothing groves, and quiet lawns between. And flowery beds that slumbrous influence kept. From poppies breathed, and banks of pleasant green. Where never yet was creeping creature seen. Meantime unnumbered glittering streamlets played. And hurled everywhere their waters sheen. That, as they bickered through the sunny glade. Though restless still themselves, a lulling murmur made. Thomson. When Emily, in the morning, opened her casement, she was surprised to observe the beauties that surrounded it. The cottage was nearly embowered in the woods, which were chiefly of chestnut intermixed with some cypress, larch and sycamore. Beneath the dark and spreading branches, appeared, to the north, and to the east, the woody Apennines, rising in majestic amphitheatre, not black with pines, as she had been accustomed to see them. But their loftiest summits crowned with antiant forests of chestnut, oak, and oriental plane, now animated with the rich tints of autumn, and which swept downward to the valley uninterruptedly. Except where some bold rocky promontory looked out from among the foliage, and caught the passing gleam. Vineyards stretched along the feet of the mountains, where the elegant villas of the Tuscan nobility frequently adorned the scene, and overlooked slopes clothed with groves of olive, mulberry, orange and lemon. The plain, to which these declined, was colored with the riches of cultivation, whose mingled hues were mellowed into harmony by an Italian sun. Vines, their purple clusters blushing between the russet foliage, hung in luxuriant festoons from the branches of standard fig and cherry trees, while pastures of verdure, such as Emily had seldom seen in Italy, enriched the banks of a stream that, after descending from the mountains, wound along the landscape, which it reflected, to a bay of the sea. There, far in the west, the waters, fading into the sky, assumed a tint of the faintest purple, and the line of separation between them was, now and then, discernible only by the progress of a sail, brightened with the sunbeam, along the horizon. The cottage, which was shaded by the woods from the intenser rays of the sun, and was open only to his evening light, was covered entirely with vines, fig trees and jessamine, whose flowers surpassed in size and fragrance any that Emily had seen. These and ripening clusters of grapes hung round her little casement. The turf, that grew under the woods, was inlaid with a variety of wild flowers and perfumed herbs, and, on the opposite margin of the stream, whose current diffused freshness beneath the shades, rose a grove of lemon and orange trees. This, though nearly opposite to Emily's window, did not interrupt her prospect, but rather heightened, by its dark verdure, the effect of the perspective. And to her this spot was a bower of sweets, whose charms communicated imperceptibly to her mind somewhat of their own serenity. She was soon summoned to breakfast, by the peasant's daughter, a girl about 17, of a pleasant countenance, which, Emily was glad to observe, seemed animated with the pure affections of nature, though the others, that surrounded her, expressed, more or less, the worst qualities, cruelty, ferocity, cunning and duplicity. Of the latter style of countenance, especially, were those of the peasant and his wife. Madalina spoke little, but what she said was in a soft voice, and with an air of modesty and complacency, that interested Emily, who breakfasted at a separate table with Dorina. While Hugo and Bertrand were taking a repast of Tuscany bacon and wine with their host, near the cottage door. When they had finished which, Hugo, rising hastily, inquired for his mule, and Emily learned that he was to return to Udolpho, while Bertrand remained at the cottage, a circumstance, which, though it did not surprise, distressed her. When Hugo was departed, Emily proposed to walk in the neighboring woods, but, on being told, that she must not quit the cottage, without having Bertrand for her attendant, she withdrew to her own room. There, as her eyes settled on the towering Apennines, she recollected the terrific scenery they had exhibited and the horrors she had suffered, on the preceding night, particularly at the moment when Bertrand had betrayed himself to be an assassin. And these remembrances awakened a train of images, which, since they abstracted her from a consideration of her own situation, she pursued for some time, and then arranged in the following lines. Pleased to have discovered any innocent means, by which she could beguile an hour of misfortune. The Pilgrim. Slow o'er the Apennine, with bleeding feet. A patient pilgrim wound his lonely way, to deck the Lady of Loretto's seat. With all the little wealth his zeal could pay. From mountain tops cold died the evening ray. And, stretched in twilight, slept the vale below. And now the last purple streaks of day, along the melancholy west fade slow. High o'er his head, the restless pines complain, as on their summit rolls the breeze of night. Beneath, the hoarse stream chides the rocks in vain. The pilgrim pauses on the dizzy height. Then to the vale his cautious step he pressed, for there a hermit's cross was dimly seen, cresting the rock, and there his limbs might rest, cheered in the good man's cave, by faggots' sheen. On leafy beds, nor guile his sleep molest. Unhappy Luke! He trusts a treacherous clue. Behind the cliff the lurking robber stood. No friendly moon his giant shadow threw athwart the road, to save the pilgrim's blood. On as he went a vesper hymn he sang, the hymn, that nightly soothed him to repose. Fierce on his harmless prey the ruffian sprang. The pilgrim bleeds to death, his eyelids close. Yet his meek spirit knew no vengeful care. But, dying, for his murderer breathed, a sainted prayer. This poem and that entitled The Traveller in Volume 2, have already appeared in a periodical publication. A.R. Preferring the solitude of her room to the company of the persons below stairs, Emily dined above, and Madalina was suffered to attend her, from whose simple conversation she learned that the peasant and his wife were old inhabitants of this cottage, which had been purchased for them by Montoni, in reward of some service, rendered him, many years before, by Marco, to whom Carlo, the steward at the castle, was nearly related. So many years ago, Signora, added Madalina, that I know nothing about it, but my father did the Signor a great good, for my mother has often said to him, this cottage was the least he ought to have had. To the mention of this circumstance Emily listened with a painful interest, since it appeared to give a frightful colour to the character of Marco, whose service, thus rewarded by Montoni, she could scarcely doubt have been criminal. And, if so, had too much reason to believe, that she had been committed into his hands for some desperate purpose. Did you ever hear how many years it is, said Emily, who was considering of Signora Laurentini's disappearance from Udolpho, since your father performed the services you spoke of? It was a little before he came to live at the cottage, Signora, replied Madalina, and that is about 18 years ago. This was near the period, when Signora Laurentini had been said to disappear, and it occurred to Emily, that Marco had assisted in that mysterious affair, and, perhaps, had been employed in a murder. This horrible suggestion fixed her in such profound reverie, that Madalena quitted the room, unperceived by her, and she remained unconscious of all around her, for a considerable time. Tears, at length, came to her relief, after indulging which, her spirits becoming calmer, she ceased to tremble at a view of evils, that might never arrive, and had sufficient resolution to endeavor to withdraw her thoughts from the contemplation of her own interests. Remembering the few books, which even in the hurry of her departure from Udolpho she had put into her little package, she sat down with one of them at her pleasant casement, whence her eyes often wandered from the page to the landscape, whose beauty gradually soothed her mind into gentle melancholy. Here, she remained alone, till evening, and saw the sun descend the western sky, throw all his pomp of light and shadow upon the mountains, and gleam upon the distant ocean and the stealing sails, as he sunk amidst the waves. Then, at the musing hour of twilight, her softened thoughts returned to Valancourt. She again recollected every circumstance, connected with the midnight music, and all that might assist her conjecture, concerning his imprisonment at the castle, and, becoming confirmed in the supposition, that it was his voice she had heard there. She looked back to that gloomy abode with emotions of grief and momentary regret. Refreshed by the cool and fragrant air, and her spirits soothed to a state of gentle melancholy by the stilly murmur of the brook below and of the woods around, she lingered at her casement long after the sun had set, watching the valley sinking into obscurity, till only the grand outline of the surrounding mountains, shadowed upon the horizon, remained visible. But a clear moonlight, that succeeded, gave to the landscape, what time gives to the scenes of past life, when it softens all their harsher features, and throws over the whole the mellowing shade of distant contemplation. The scenes of La Vallée, in the early morn of her life, when she was protected and beloved by parents equally loved, appeared in Emily's memory tenderly beautiful, like the prospect before her, and awakened mournful comparisons. Unwilling to encounter the coarse behavior of the peasant's wife, she remained supperless in her room, while she wept again over her forlorn and perilous situation, a review of which entirely overcame the small remains of her fortitude, and, reducing her to temporary despondence, she wished to be released from the heavy load of life, that had so long oppressed her, and prayed to heaven to take her, in its mercy, to her parents. Wearied with weeping, she, at length, lay down on her mattress, and sunk to sleep, but was soon awakened by a knocking at her chamber door, and, starting up in terror, she heard a voice calling her. The image of Bertrand, with a stiletto in his hand, appeared to her alarmed fancy, and she neither opened the door, or answered, but listened in profound silence, till, the voice repeating her name in the same low tone, she demanded who called. "It is I, Signora," replied the voice, which she now distinguished to be Madalena's. "Pray open the door." "Don't be frightened, it is I." "And what brings you here so late, Madalena?" said Emily, as she let her in. "Hush! Signora, for heaven's sake hush, if we are overheard I shall never be forgiven. My father and mother and Bertrand are all gone to bed," continued Madalena, as she gently shut the door, and crept forward, "and I have brought you some supper, for you had none, you know, Signora, below stairs. Here are some grapes and figs and half a cup of wine." Emily thanked her, but expressed apprehension lest this kindness should draw upon her the resentment of Dorina, when she perceived the fruit was gone. "Take it back, therefore, Madalena," added Emily, "I shall suffer much less from the want of it, than I should do, if this act of good nature was to subject you to your mother's displeasure." "Oh, Signora! There is no danger of that," replied Madalena, "my mother cannot miss the fruit, for I saved it from my own supper." "You will make me very unhappy, if you refuse to take it, Signora." Emily was so much affected by this instance of the good girl's generosity, that she remained for some time unable to reply, and Madalena watched her in silence, till, mistaking the cause of her emotion, she said, "Do not weep so, Signora. My mother, to be sure, is a little cross, sometimes, but then it is soon over, so don't take it so much to heart. She often scolds me, too, but then I have learned to bear it, and, when she has done, if I can but steal out into the woods, and play upon my staccato, I forget it all directly." Emily, smiling through her tears, told Madalena, that she was a good girl, and then accepted her offering. She wished anxiously to know, whether Bertrand and Dorina had spoken of Montoni, or of his designs, concerning herself, in the presence of Madalina, but disdained to tempt the innocent girl to a conduct so mean as that of betraying the private conversations of her parents. When she was departing, Emily requested, that she would come to her room as often as she dared, without offending her mother, and Madalina, after promising that she would do so, stole softly back again to her own chamber. Thus several days passed, during which Emily remained in her own room, Madalina attending her only at her repast, whose gentle countenance and manners soothed her more than any circumstance she had known for many months. Of her pleasant embowered chamber she now became fond, and began to experience in it those feelings of security, which we naturally attach to home. In this interval also, her mind, having been undisturbed by any new circumstance of disgust, or alarm, recovered its tone sufficiently to permit her the enjoyment of her books, among which she found some unfinished sketches of landscapes. Several blank sheets of paper, with her drawing instruments, and she was thus enabled to amuse herself with selecting some of the lovely features of the prospect, that her window commanded, and combining them in scenes, to which her tasteful fancy gave a last grace. In these little sketches she generally placed interesting groups, characteristic of the scenery they animated, and often contrived to tell, with perspicuity, some simple and affecting story, when, as a tear fell over the pictured griefs, which her imagination drew, she would forget, for a moment, her real sufferings. Thus innocently she beguiled the heavy hours of misfortune, and, with meek patience, awaited the events of futurity. A beautiful evening, that had succeeded to a sultry day, at length induced Emily to walk, though she knew that Bertrand must attend her, and, with Madalina for her companion, she left the cottage, followed by Bertrand, who allowed her to choose her own way. The hour was cool and silent, and she could not look upon the country around her, without delight. How lovely, too, appeared the brilliant blue, that colored all the upper region of the air, and, thence fading downward, was lost in the saffron glow of the horizon. Nor less so were the varied shades and warm coloring of the Apennines, as the evening sun threw his slanting rays athwart their broken surface. Emily followed the course of the stream, under the shades, that overhung its grassy margin. On the opposite banks, the pastures were animated with herds of cattle of a beautiful cream color, and, beyond, were groves of lemon and orange, with fruit glowing on the branches, frequent almost as the leaves, which partly concealed it. She pursued her way towards the sea, which reflected the warm glow of sunset, while the cliffs, that rose over its edge, were tinted with the last rays. The valley was terminated on the right by a lofty promontory, whose summit, impending over the waves, was crowned with a ruined tower, now serving for the purpose of a beacon, whose shattered battlements and the extended wings of some sea-fowl that circled near it, were still illumined by the upward beams of the sun, though his disk was now sunk beneath the horizon. While the lower part of the ruin, the cliff on which it stood and the waves at its foot, were shaded with the first tints of twilight. Having reached this headland, Emily gazed with solemn pleasure on the cliffs, that extended on either hand along the sequestered shores, some crowned with groves of pine, and others exhibiting only barren precipices of greyish marble, except where the crags were tufted with myrtle and other aromatic shrubs. The sea slept in a perfect calm, its waves, dying in murmurs on the shores, flowed with the gentlest undulation, while its clear surface reflected in softened beauty the vermeil tints of the west. Emily, as she looked upon the ocean, thought of France and of past times, and she wished, oh, how ardently, and vainly, wished, that its waves would bear her to her distant, native home. Ah! That vessel, said she, that vessel, which glides along so stately, with its tall sails reflected in the water is, perhaps, bound for France. Happy, happy bark! She continued to gaze upon it, with warm emotion, till the grey of twilight obscured the distance, and veiled it from her view. The melancholy sound of the waves at her feet assisted the tenderness, that occasioned her tears, and this was the only sound, that broke upon the hour, till, having followed the windings of the beach, for some time, a chorus of voices passed her on the air. She paused a moment, wishing to hear more, yet fearing to be seen, and, for the first time, looked back to Bertrand, as her protector, who was following, at a short distance, in company with some other person. Reassured by this circumstance, she advanced towards the sounds, which seemed to arise from behind a high promontory, that projected athwart the beach. There was now a sudden pause in the music, and then one female voice was heard to sing in a kind of chant. Emily quickened her steps, and, winding round the rock, saw, within the sweeping bay, beyond, which was hung with woods from the borders of the beach to the very summit of the cliffs, two groups of peasants, one seated beneath the shades, and the other standing on the edge of the sea, round the girl, who was singing, and who held in her hand a chaplet of flowers, which she seemed about to drop into the waves. Emily, listening with surprise and attention, distinguished the following invocation delivered in the pure and elegant tongue of Tuscany, and accompanied by a few pastoral instruments. To Asnwmph. O nymph! Who loves to float on the green wave? When Neptune sleeps beneath the moonlight hour, lulled by the music's melancholy power. O nymph, arise from out thy pearly cave, for Hesper beams amid the twilight shade, and soon shall Cynthia tremble o'er the tide, gleam on these cliffs, that bound the ocean's pride, and lonely silence all the air pervade. Then, let thy tender voice at distance swell, and steal along this solitary shore, sink on the breeze, till dying, heard no more, thou wax the sudden magic of thy shell, while the long coast in echo sweet replies, thy soothing strains the pensive heart beguile, and bid the visions of the future smile. O nymph! From out thy pearly cave, arise. Chorus, arise. Semi-chorus, arise. The last words being repeated by the surrounding group, the garland of flowers was thrown into the waves, and the chorus, sinking gradually into a chant, died away in silence. What can this mean, Madalina? Said Emily, awakening from the pleasing trance, into which the music had lulled her. This is the eve of a festival, Signora, replied Madalina, and the peasants then amused themselves with all kinds of sports. But they talked of a sea-nymph, said Emily. How came these good people to think of a sea-nymph? Oh, Signora, rejoined Madalina, mistaking the reason of Emily's surprise, nobody believes in such things, but our old songs tell of them, and, when we are at our sports, we sometimes sing to them, and throw garlands into the sea. Emily had been early taught to venerate Florence as the seat of literature and of the fine arts, but, that its taste for classic story should descend to the peasants of the country, occasioned her both surprise and admiration. The Arcadian air of the girls next attracted her attention. Their dress was a very short full petticoat of light green, with a bodice of white silk, the sleeves loose, and tied up at the shoulders with ribbons and bunches of flowers. Their hair, falling in ringlets on their necks, was also ornamented with flowers, and with a small straw hat, which, set rather backward and on one side of the head, gave an expression of gaiety and smartness to the whole figure. When the song had concluded, several of these girls approached Emily, and, inviting her to sit down among them, offered her, and Madalina, whom they knew, grapes and figs. Emily accepted their courtesy, much pleased with the gentleness and grace of their manners, which appeared to be perfectly natural to them. And when Bertrand, soon after, approached, and was hastily drawing her away, a peasant, holding up a flask, invited him to drink, a temptation, which Bertrand was seldom very valiant in resisting. Let the young lady join in the dance, my friend, said the peasant, while we empty this flask. They are going to begin directly. Strike up. My lads, strike up your tambourines and merry flutes. They sounded gaily. And the younger peasants formed themselves into a circle, which Emily would readily have joined, had her spirits been in unison with their mirth. Madalina, however, tripped it lightly, and Emily, as she looked on the happy group, lost the sense of her misfortunes in that of a benevolent pleasure. But the pensive melancholy of her mind returned, as she sat rather apart from the company, listening to the mellow music, which the breeze softened as it bore it away, and watching the moon. stealing its tremulous light over the waves and on the woody summits of the cliffs that wound along these Tuscan shores. Meanwhile, Bertrand was so well pleased with his first flask, that he very willingly commenced the attack on a second, and it was late before Emily, not without some apprehension, returned to the cottage. After this evening, she frequently walked with Madalina, but was never unattended by Bertrand, and her mind became by degrees as tranquil as the circumstances of her situation would permit. The quiet, in which she was suffered to live, encouraged her to hope, that she was not sent hither with an evil design. And, had it not appeared probable, that Valancourt was at this time an inhabitant of Udolpho, she would have wished to remain at the cottage, till an opportunity should offer of returning to her native country. But, concerning Montoni's motive for sending her into Tuscany, she was more than ever perplexed, nor could she believe that any consideration for her safety had influenced him on this occasion. She had been some time at the cottage, before she recollected, that, in the hurry of leaving Udolpho, she had forgotten the papers committed to her by her late aunt, relative to the Languedoc estates. But, though this remembrance occasioned her much uneasiness, she had some hope, that, in the obscure place, where they were deposited, they would escape the detection of Montoni. Chapter 8. My tongue hath but a heavier tale to say. I play the torturer, by small and small, to lengthen out the worst that must be spoken. Richard II. We now return, for a moment, to Venice, where Count Morano was suffering under an accumulation of misfortunes. Soon after his arrival in that city, he had been arrested by order of the Senate, and, without knowing of what he was suspected, was conveyed to a place of confinement, whither the most strenuous inquiries of his friends had been unable to trace him. Who the enemy was, that had occasioned him this calamity, he had not been able to guess, unless, indeed, it was Montoni, on whom his suspicions rested, and not only with much apparent probability, but with justice. In the affair of the poisoned cup, Montoni had suspected Morano. But, being unable to obtain the degree of proof, which was necessary to convict him of a guilty intention, he had recourse to means of other revenge, than he could hope to obtain by prosecution. He employed a person, in whom he believed he might confide, to drop a letter of accusation into the denunzi secrete, or lions' mouths, which are fixed in a gallery of the Doge's palace, as receptacles for anonymous information, concerning persons who may be disaffected towards the state. As, on these occasions, the accuser is not confronted with the accused, a man may falsely impeach his enemy, and accomplish an unjust revenge, without fear of punishment, or detection. That Montoni should have recourse to these diabolical means of ruining a person, whom he suspected of having attempted his life, is not in the least surprising. In the letter, which he had employed as the instrument of his revenge, he accused Morano of designs against the state, which he attempted to prove, with all the plausible simplicity of which he was master. And the Senate, with whom a suspicion was, at that time, almost equal to a proof, arrested the Count, in consequence of this accusation. And, without even hinting to him his crime, threw him into one of those secret prisons, which were the terror of the Venetians, and in which persons often languished, and sometimes died, without being discovered by their friends. Morano had incurred the personal resentment of many members of the state, his habits of life had rendered him obnoxious to some, and his ambition, and the bold rivalship, which he discovered, on several public occasions, to others. And it was not to be expected, that mercy would soften the rigor of a law, which was to be dispensed from the hands of his enemies. Montoni, meantime, was beset by dangers of another kind. His castle was besieged by troops, who seemed willing to dare everything, and to suffer patiently any hardships in pursuit of victory. The strength of the fortress, however, withstood their attack, and this, with the vigorous defense of the garrison and the scarcity of provision on these wild mountains, soon compelled the assailants to raise the siege. When Udolpho was once more left to the quiet possession of Montoni, he dispatched Ugo into Tuscany for Emily, whom he had sent from considerations of her personal safety, to a place of greater security, than a castle, which was, at that time, liable to be overrun by his enemies. Tranquillity being once more restored to Udolpho, he was impatient to secure her again under his roof, and had commissioned Hugo to assist Bertrand in guarding her back to the castle. Thus compelled to return, Emily bade the kind Madalena farewell, with regret, and, after about a fortnight's stay in Tuscany, where she had experienced an interval of quiet, which was absolutely necessary to sustain her long-harassed spirits, began once more to ascend the Apennines, from whose heights she gave a long and sorrowful look to the beautiful country that extended at their feet, and to the distant Mediterranean, whose waves she had so often wished would bear her back to France. The distress she felt, on her return towards the place of her former sufferings, was, however, softened by a conjecture, that Valancourt was there, and she found some degree of comfort in the thought of being near him, notwithstanding the consideration, that he was probably a prisoner. It was noon, when she had left the cottage, and the evening was closed, long before she came within the neighbourhood of Udolpho. There was a moon, but it shone only at intervals, for the night was cloudy, and, lighted by the torch, which Hugo carried, the travellers paced silently along, Emily musing on her situation, and Bertrand and Hugo anticipating the comforts of a flask of wine and a good fire, for they had perceived for some time the difference between the warm climate of the lowlands of Tuscany and the nipping air of these upper regions. Emily was, at length, roused from her reverie by the far-off sound of the castle clock, to which she listened not without some degree of awe, as it rolled away on the breeze. Another and another note succeeded, and died in sullen murmur among the mountains. To her mournful imagination it seemed a knell measuring out some fateful period for her. "Aye, there is the old clock," said Bertrand, "there he is still. The cannon have not silenced him." "No," answered Hugo, "he crowed as loud as the best of them in the midst of it all. There he was roaring out in the hottest fire I have seen this many a day. I said that some of them would have a hit at the old fellow, but he escaped, and the tower too." The road winding round the base of a mountain, they now came within view of the castle, which was shown in the perspective of the valley by a gleam of moonshine, and then vanished in shade, while even a transient view of it had awakened the poignancy of Emily's feelings. Its massy and gloomy walls gave her terrible ideas of imprisonment and suffering, yet, as she advanced, some degree of hope mingled with her terror. For, though this was certainly the residence of Montoni, it was possibly, also, that of Valancourt, and she could not approach a place, where he might be, without experiencing somewhat of the joy of hope. They continued to wind along the valley, and, soon after, she saw again the old walls and moonlit towers, rising over the woods. The strong rays enabled her, also, to perceive the ravages, which the siege had made, with the broken walls and shattered battlements, for they were now at the foot of the steep, on which Udolpho stood. Massy fragments had rolled down among the woods, through which the travellers now began to ascend, and there mingled with the loose earth, and pieces of rock they had brought with them. The woods, too, had suffered much from the batteries above, for here the enemy had endeavoured to screen themselves from the fire of the ramparts. Many noble trees were levelled with the ground, and others, to a wide extent, were entirely stripped of their upper branches. "We had better dismount," said Hugo, "and lead the mules up the hill, or we shall get into some of the holes, which the balls have left. Here are plenty of them. Give me the torch," continued Hugo, after they had dismounted, "and take care you don't stumble over anything that lies in your way, for the ground is not yet cleared of the enemy." "How," exclaimed Emily, "are any of the enemy here, then?" "Nay, I don't know for that, now," he replied, "but when I came away I saw one or two of them lying under the trees." As they proceeded, the torch threw a gloomy light upon the ground, and far among the recesses of the woods, and Emily feared to look forward, lest some object of horror should meet her eye. The path was often strewn with broken heads of arrows, and with shattered remains of armour, such as at that period was mingled with the lighter dress of the soldiers. "Bring the light hither," said Bertrand, "I have stumbled over something that rattles loud enough." Hugo holding up the torch, they perceived a steel breastplate on the ground, which Bertrand raised, and they saw that it was pierced through, and that the lining was entirely covered with blood. But upon Emily's earnest entreaties, that they would proceed, Bertrand, uttering some joke upon the unfortunate person, to whom it had belonged, threw it hard upon the ground, and they passed on. At every step she took, Emily feared to see some vestige of death. Coming soon after to an opening in the woods, Bertrand stopped to survey the ground, which was encumbered with massy trunks and branches of the trees, that had so lately adorned it, and seemed to have been a spot particularly fatal to the besiegers. For it was evident from the destruction of the trees, that here the hottest fire of the garrison had been directed. As Hugo held again forth the torch, steel glittered between the fallen trees. The ground beneath was covered with broken arms, and with the torn vestments of soldiers, whose mangled forms Emily almost expected to see. And she again entreated her companions to proceed, who were, however, too intent in their examination, to regard her, and she turned her eyes from this desolated scene to the castle above, where she observed lights gliding along the ramparts. Presently, the castle clock struck 12, and then a trumpet sounded, of which Emily inquired the occasion. "Oh! They are only changing watch," replied Hugo. "I do not remember this trumpet," said Emily, "it is a new custom." "It is only an old one revived, lady, we always use it in time of war. We have sounded it, at midnight, ever since the place was besieged." "Hark!" said Emily, as the trumpet sounded again. And, in the next moment, she heard a faint clash of arms, and then the watchword passed along the terrace above, and was answered from a distant part of the castle, after which all was again still. She complained of cold, and begged to go on. "Presently, lady," said Bertrand, turning over some broken arms with the pike he usually carried. "What have we here?" "Hark!" cried Emily, "what noise was that?" "What noise was it?" said Hugo, starting up and listening. "Hush!" repeated Emily. It surely came from the ramparts above and, on looking up, they perceived a light moving along the walls, while, in the next instant, the breeze swelling, the voice sounded louder than before. "Who goes yonder?" cried a sentinel of the castle. "Speak or it will be worse for you." Bertrand uttered a shout of joy. "Ha! My brave comrade, is it you?" said he, and he blew a shrill whistle, which signal was answered by another from the soldier on watch. And the party, then passing forward, soon after emerged from the woods upon the broken road, that led immediately to the castle gates, and Emily saw, with renewed terror, the whole of that stupendous structure. "Alas!" said she to herself, "I am going again into my prison." "Here has been warm work, by Saint Marco," cried Bertrand, waving a torch over the ground, "the balls have torn up the earth here with a vengeance." "Aye," replied Hugo, "they were fired from that redoubt, yonder, and rare execution they did. The enemy made a furious attack upon the great gates, but they might have guessed they could never carry it there. For, besides the cannon from the walls, our archers, on the 2 round towers, showered down upon them at such a rate, that, by holy Peter, there was no standing it. I never saw a better sight in my life. I laughed, till my sides ached, to see how the knaves scampered. Bertrand, my good fellow, thou shouldst have been among them, I warrant thou wouldst have won the race." "Ha! You are at your old tricks again," said Bertrand in a surly tone. "It is well for thee thou art so near the castle, thou knowest I have killed my man before now." Hugo replied only by a laugh, and then gave some further account of the siege, to which as Emily listened, she was struck by the strong contrast of the present scene with that which had so lately been acted here. The mingled uproar of cannon, drums, and trumpets, the groans of the conquered, and the shouts of the conquerors were now sunk into a silence so profound, that it seemed as if death had triumphed alike over the vanquished and the victor. The shattered condition of one of the towers of the great gates by no means confirmed the valiant account just given by Hugo of the scampering party, who, it was evident, had not only made a stand, but had done much mischief before they took to flight. For this tower appeared, as far as Emily could judge by the dim moonlight that fell upon it, to be laid open, and the battlements were nearly demolished. While she gazed, a light glimmered through one of the lower loopholes, and disappeared. But, in the next moment, she perceived through the broken wall, a soldier, with a lamp, ascending the narrow staircase, that wound within the tower, and, remembering that it was the same she had passed up, on the night When Barnardine had deluded her with a promise of seeing Madame Montoni, fancy gave her somewhat of the terror she had then suffered. She was now very near the gates, over which the soldier having opened the door of the portal chamber, the lamp he carried gave her a dusky view of that terrible apartment, and she almost sunk under the recollected horrors of the moment. When she had drawn aside the curtain, and discovered the object it was meant to conceal. Perhaps, said she to herself, it is now used for a similar purpose, perhaps, that soldier goes, at this dead hour, to watch over the corpse of his friend. The little remains of her fortitude now gave way to the united force of remembered and anticipated horrors, for the melancholy fate of Madame Montoni appeared to foretell her own. She considered, that, though the Languedoc estates, if she relinquished them, would satisfy Montoni's avarice, they might not appease his vengeance, which was seldom pacified but by a terrible sacrifice. And she even thought, that, were she to resign them, the fear of justice might urge him either to detain her a prisoner, or to take away her life. They were now arrived at the gates, where Bertrand, observing the light glimmer through a small casement of the portal chamber, called aloud, and the soldier, looking out, demanded who was there. "Here, I have brought you a prisoner," said Hugo, "open the gate, and let us in." "Tell me first who it is, that demands entrance," replied the soldier. "What? My old comrade," cried Hugo, "don't you know me?" "Not know Hugo. I have brought home a prisoner here, bound hand and foot, a fellow, who has been drinking Tuscany wine, while we here have been fighting." "You will not rest till you meet with your match," said Bertrand sullenly. "Ha! My comrade, is it you?" said the soldier, "I'll be with you directly." Emily presently heard his steps descending the stairs within, and then the heavy chain fall, and the bolts undraw of a small postern door, which he opened to admit the party. He held the lamp low, to shew the step of the gate, and she found herself once more beneath the gloomy arch, and heard the door close, that seemed to shut her from the world for ever. In the next moment, she was in the first court of the castle, where she surveyed the spacious and solitary area, with a kind of calm despair. While the dead hour of the night, the Gothic gloom of the surrounding buildings, and the hollow and imperfect echoes, which they returned, as Hugo and the soldier conversed together, assisted to increase the melancholy forebodings of her heart. Passing on to the second court, a distant sound broke feebly on the silence, and gradually swelling louder, as they advanced, Emily distinguished voices of revelry and laughter, but they were to her far other than sounds of joy. "Why, you have got some Tuscany wine among you, here," said Bertrand, "if one may judge by the uproar that is going forward. Hugo has taken a larger share of that than of fighting, I'll be sworn. Who is carousing at this late hour?" "His Excellenza and the Signors," replied the soldier. "It is a sign you are a stranger at the castle, or you would not need to ask the question. They are brave spirits, that do without sleep, they generally pass the night in good cheer. Would that we, who keep the watch, had a little of it. It is cold work, pacing the ramparts so many hours of the night, if one has no good liquor to warm one's heart." "Courage, my lad, courage ought to warm your heart," said Hugo. "Courage," replied the soldier sharply, with a menacing air, which Hugo perceiving, prevented his saying more, by returning to the subject of the carousal. "This is a new custom," said he. "When I left the castle, the seniors used to sit up counseling." "Aye, and for that matter, carousing too," replied the soldier, "but, since the siege, they have done nothing but make merry, and if I was they, I would settle accounts with myself, for all my hard fighting, the same way." They had now crossed the second court, and reached the hall door, when the soldier, bidding them good night, hastened back to his post. And, while they waited for admittance, Emily considered how she might avoid seeing Montoni, and retire unnoticed to her former apartment, for she shrunk from the thought of encountering either him, or any of his party, at this hour. The uproar within the castle was now so loud, that, though Hugo knocked repeatedly at the hall door, he was not heard by any of the servants, a circumstance, which increased Emily's alarm, while it allowed her time to deliberate on the means of retiring unobserved. For, though she might, perhaps, pass up the great staircase unseen, it was impossible she could find the way to her chamber, without a light, the difficulty of procuring which, and the danger of wandering about the castle, without one, immediately struck her. Bertrand had only a torch, and she knew, that the servants never brought a taper to the door, for the hall was sufficiently lighted by the large tripod lamp, which hung in the vaulted roof. And, while she should wait till Annette could bring a taper, Montoni, or some of his companions, might discover her. The door was now opened by Carlo. And Emily, having requested him to send Annette immediately with a light to the great gallery, where she determined to await her, passed on with hasty steps towards the staircase. While Bertrand and Hugo, with the torch, followed old Carlo to the servants' hall, impatient for supper and the warm blaze of a wood fire. Emily, lighted only by the feeble rays, which the lamp above threw between the arches of this extensive hall, endeavored to find her way to the staircase, now hid in obscurity. While the shouts of merriment, that burst from a remote apartment, served, by heightening her terror, to increase her perplexity, and she expected, every instant, to see the door of that room open, and Montoni and his companions issue forth. Having, at length, reached the staircase, and found her way to the top, she seated herself on the last stair, to await the arrival of Annette. For the profound darkness of the gallery deterred her from proceeding farther, and, while she listened for her footstep, she heard only distant sounds of revelry, which rose in sullen echoes from among the arcades below. Once she thought she heard a low sound from the dark gallery behind her, and, turning her eyes, fancied she saw something luminous move in it. And, since she could not, at this moment, subdue the weakness that caused her fears, she quitted her seat, and crept softly down a few stairs lower. Annette not yet appearing, Emily now concluded, that she was gone to bed, and that nobody chose to call her up. And the prospect, that presented itself, of passing the night in darkness, in this place, or in some other equally forlorn, for she knew it would be impracticable to find her way through the intricacies of the galleries to her chamber, drew tears of mingled terror and despondency from her eyes. While thus she sat, she fancied she heard again an odd sound from the gallery, and she listened, scarcely daring to breathe, but the increasing voices below overcame every other sound. Soon after, she heard Montoni and his companions burst into the hall, who spoke, as if they were much intoxicated, and seemed to be advancing towards the staircase. She now remembered, that they must come this way to their chambers, and, forgetting all the terrors of the gallery, hurried towards it with an intention of secreting herself in some of the passages, that opened beyond, and of endeavoring, when the seniors were retired, to find her way to her own room, or to that of Annette, which was in a remote part of the castle. With extended arms, she crept along the gallery, still hearing the voices of persons below, who seemed to stop in conversation at the foot of the staircase, and then pausing for a moment to listen. Half fearful of going further into the darkness of the gallery, where she still imagined, from the noise she had heard, that some person was lurking, "They are already informed of my arrival," said she, "and Montoni is coming himself to seek me. In the present state of his mind, his purpose must be desperate." Then, recollecting the scene, that had passed in the corridor, on the night preceding her departure from the castle, "O Valancourt," said she, "I must then resign you for ever. To brave any longer the injustice of Montoni, would not be fortitude, but rashness." Still the voices below did not draw nearer, but they became louder, and she distinguished those of Verezzi and Bertolini above the rest, while the few words she caught made her listen more anxiously for others. The conversation seemed to concern herself. And, having ventured to step a few paces nearer to the staircase, she discovered, that they were disputing about her, each seeming to claim some former promise of Montoni, who appeared, at first, inclined to appease and to persuade them to return to their wine, but afterwards to be weary of the dispute, and, saying that he left them to settle it as they could, was returning with the rest of the party to the apartment he had just quitted. Verezzi then stopped him. "Where is she?" "Signor," said he, in a voice of impatience, "tell us where she is." "I have already told you that I do not know," replied Montoni, who seemed to be somewhat overcome with wine. "But she is most probably gone to her apartment." Verezzi and Bertolini now desisted from their inquiries, and sprang to the staircase together, while Emily, who, during this discourse, had trembled so excessively, that she had with difficulty supported herself, seemed inspired with new strength. The moment she heard the sound of their steps, and ran along the gallery, dark as it was, with the fleetness of a fawn. But, long before she reached its extremity, the light, which Verezzi carried, flashed upon the walls, both appeared, and, instantly perceiving Emily, pursued her. At this moment, Bertolini, whose steps, though swift, were not steady, and whose impatience overcame what little caution he had hitherto used, stumbled, and fell at his length. The lamp fell with him, and was presently expiring on the floor. But Verezzi, regardless of saving it, seized the advantage this accident gave him over his rival, and followed Emily, to whom, however, the light had shown one of the passages that branched from the gallery, and she instantly turned into it. Verezzi could just discern the way she had taken, and this he pursued. But the sound of her steps soon sunk in distance, while he, less acquainted with the passage, was obliged to proceed through the dark, with caution, lest he should fall down a flight of steps, such as in this extensive old castle frequently terminated an avenue. This passage at length brought Emily to the corridor, into which her own chamber opened, and, not hearing any footstep, she paused to take breath, and consider what was the safest design to be adopted. She had followed this passage, merely because it was the first that appeared, and now that she had reached the end of it, was as perplexed as before. Whither to go, or how further to find her way in the dark, she knew not. She was aware only that she must not seek her apartment, for there she would certainly be sought, and her danger increased every instant, while she remained near it. Her spirits and her breath, however, were so much exhausted, that she was compelled to rest, for a few minutes, at the end of the passage, and still she heard no steps approaching. As thus she stood, light glimmered under an opposite door of the gallery, and, from its situation, she knew, that it was the door of that mysterious chamber, where she had made a discovery so shocking, that she never remembered it but with the utmost horror. That there should be light in this chamber, and at this hour, excited her strong surprise, and she felt a momentary terror concerning it, which did not permit her to look again, for her spirits were now in such a state of weakness, that she almost expected to see the door slowly open, and some horrible object appear at it. Still she listened for a step along the passage, and looked up it, where, not a ray of light appearing, she concluded, that Verezzi had gone back for the lamp. And, believing that he would shortly be there, she again considered which way she should go, or rather which way she could find in the dark. A faint ray still glimmered under the opposite door, but so great, and, perhaps, so just was her horror of that chamber, that she would not again have tempted its secrets, though she had been certain of obtaining the light so important to her safety. She was still breathing with difficulty, and resting at the end of the passage, when she heard a rustling sound, and then a low voice, so very near her, that it seemed close to her ear. But she had presence of mind to check her emotions, and to remain quite still. In the next moment, she perceived it to be the voice of Verezzi, who did not appear to know, that she was there, but to have spoken to himself. "The air is fresher here," said he, "this should be the corridor." Perhaps, he was one of those heroes, whose courage can defy an enemy better than darkness, and he tried to rally his spirits with the sound of his own voice. However this might be, he turned to the right, and proceeded, with the same stealing steps, towards Emily's apartment, apparently forgetting, that, in darkness, she could easily elude his search, even in her chamber. And, like an intoxicated person, he followed pertinaciously the one idea, that had possessed his imagination. The moment she heard his steps steal away, she left her station and moved softly to the other end of the corridor, determined to trust again to chance, and to quit it by the first avenue she could find. But, before she could effect this, light broke upon the walls of the gallery, and, looking back, she saw Verezzi crossing it towards her chamber. She now glided into a passage, that opened on the left, without, as she thought, being perceived. But, in the next instant, another light, glimmering at the further end of this passage, threw her into new terror. While she stopped and hesitated which way to go, the pause allowed her to perceive, that it was Annette, who advanced, and she hurried to meet her, but her imprudence again alarmed Emily. on perceiving whom, she burst into a scream of joy. And it was some minutes, before she could be prevailed with to be silent, or to release her mistress from the ardent clasp, in which she held her. When, at length, Emily made Annette comprehend her danger, they hurried towards Annette's room, which was in a distant part of the castle. No apprehensions, however, could yet silence the latter. "Oh dear Mademoiselle," said she, as they passed along, "what a terrified time have I had of it! Oh! I thought I should have died 100 times. I never thought I should live to see you again. And I never was so glad to see any body in my whole life, as I am to see you now." "Hark!" cried Emily, "we are pursued." That was the echo of steps. "No, Mademoiselle," said Annette, "it was only the echo of a door shutting. Sound runs along these vaulted passages so, that one is continually deceived by it. If one does but speak, or cough, it makes a noise as loud as a cannon." "Then there is the greater necessity for us to be silent," said Emily. "Prythee say no more, till we reach your chamber." Here, at length, they arrived, without interruption, and, Annette having fastened the door, Emily sat down on her little bed, to recover breath and composure. To her inquiry, whether Valancourt was among the prisoners in the castle, Annette replied, that she had not been able to hear, but that she knew there were several persons confined. She then proceeded, in her tedious way, to give an account of the siege, or rather a detail of her terrors and various sufferings, during the attack. "But," added she, "when I heard the shouts of victory from the ramparts, I thought we were all taken, and gave myself up for lost, instead of which, we had driven the enemy away. I went then to the north gallery, and saw a great many of them scampering away among the mountains. But the rampart walls were all in ruins, as one may say, and there was a dismal sight to see down among the woods below, where the poor fellows were lying in heaps, but were carried off presently by their comrades. While the siege was going on, the Signor was here, and there, and everywhere, at the same time, as Ludovico told me, for he would not let me see anything hardly, and locked me up, as he has often done before, in a room in the middle of the castle. And used to bring me food, and come and talk with me as often as he could. And I must say, if it had not been for Ludovico, I should have died outright." "Well, Annette," said Emily, "and how have affairs gone on, since the siege?" "Oh! Sad hurly-burly doings, Mademoiselle," replied Annette. "The seniors have done nothing but sit and drink and game, ever since. They sit up, all night, and play among themselves, for all those riches and fine things, they brought in, some time since, when they used to go out a-robbing, or as good, for days together. And then they have dreadful quarrels about who loses, and who wins. That fierce Signor Verezzi is always losing, as they tell me, and Signor Orsino wins from him, and this makes him very wroth, and they have had several hard set-tos about it. Then, all those fine ladies are at the castle still, and I declare I am frightened, whenever I meet any of them in the passages." "Surely, Annette," said Emily starting, "I heard a noise, listen." After a long pause, "No, Mademoiselle," said Annette, "it was only the wind in the gallery, I often hear it, when it shakes the old doors, at the other end. But won't you go to bed, Mademoiselle? You surely will not sit up starving, all night." Emily now laid herself down on the mattress, and desired Annette to leave the lamp burning on the hearth. Having done which, the latter placed herself beside Emily, who, however, was not suffered to sleep, for she again thought she heard a noise from the passage. And Annette was again trying to convince her, that it was only the wind, when footsteps were distinctly heard near the door. Annette was now starting from the bed, but Emily prevailed with her to remain there, and listened with her in a state of terrible expectation. The steps still loitered at the door, when presently an attempt was made on the lock, and, in the next instant, a voice called. "For heaven's sake, Annette, do not answer," said Emily softly, "remain quite still. But I fear we must extinguish the lamp, or its glare will betray us." "Holy Virgin," exclaimed Annette, forgetting her discretion, would not be in darkness now for the whole world. While she spoke, the voice became louder than before, and repeated Annette's name. "Blessed Virgin," cried she suddenly, it is only Ludovico. She rose to open the door, but Emily prevented her, till they should be more certain, that it was he alone. With whom Annette, at length, talked for some time, and learned, that he was come to inquire after herself, whom he had let out of her room to go to Emily, and that he was now returned to lock her in again. Emily, fearful of being overheard, if they conversed any longer through the door, consented that it should be opened, and a young man appeared, whose open countenance confirmed the favourable opinion of him, which his care of Annette had already prompted her to form. She entreated his protection, should Verezzi make this requisite, and Ludovico offered to pass the night in an old chamber, adjoining, that opened from the gallery, and, on the first alarm, to come to their defence. Emily was much soothed by this proposal, and Ludovico, having lighted his lamp, went to his station, while she, once more, endeavoured to repose on her mattress. But a variety of interests pressed upon her attention, and prevented sleep. She thought much on what Annette had told her of the dissolute manners of Montoni and his associates, and more of his present conduct towards herself, and of the danger, from which she had just escaped. From the view of her present situation she shrunk, as from a new picture of terror. She saw herself in a castle, inhabited by vice and violence, seated beyond the reach of law or justice, and in the power of a man, whose perseverance was equal to every occasion, and in whom passions, of which revenge was not the weakest, entirely supplied the place of principles. She was compelled, once more, to acknowledge, that it would be folly, and not fortitude, any longer to dare his power. And, resigning all hopes of future happiness with Valancourt, she determined, that, on the following morning, she would compromise with Montoni, and give up her estates, on condition, that he would permit her immediate return to France. Such considerations kept her waking for many hours, but, the night passed, without further alarm from Verezzi. On the next morning, Emily had a long conversation with Ludovico, in which she heard circumstances concerning the castle, and received hints of the designs of Montoni, that considerably increased her alarms. On expressing her surprise, that Ludovico, who seemed to be so sensible of the evils of his situation, should continue in it, he informed her, that it was not his intention to do so, and she then ventured to ask him if he would assist her to escape from the castle. Ludovico assured her of his readiness to attempt this, but strongly represented the difficulty of the enterprise, and the certain destruction which must ensue, should Montoni overtake them, before they had passed the mountains. He, however, promised to be watchful of every circumstance, that might contribute to the success of the attempt, and to think upon some plan of departure. Emily now confided to him the name of Valancourt, and begged he would inquire for such a person among the prisoners in the castle. For the faint hope, which this conversation awakened, made her now recede from her resolution of an immediate compromise with Montoni. She determined, if possible, to delay this, till she heard further from Ludovico, and, if his designs were found to be impracticable, to resign the estates at once. Her thoughts were on this subject, when Montoni, who was now recovered from the intoxication of the preceding night, sent for her, and she immediately obeyed the summons. He was alone. "I find," said he, "that you were not in your chamber, last night. Where were you?" Emily related to him some circumstances of her alarm, and entreated his protection from a repetition of them. "You know the terms of my protection," said he. "If you really value this, you will secure it." His open declaration, that he would only conditionally protect her, while she remained a prisoner in the castle, shewed Emily the necessity of an immediate compliance with his terms. But she first demanded, whether he would permit her immediately to depart, if she gave up her claim to the contested estates. In a very solemn manner he then assured her, that he would, and immediately laid before her a paper, which was to transfer the right of those estates to himself. She was, for a considerable time, unable to sign it, and her heart was torn with contending interests, for she was about to resign the happiness of all her future years, the hope, which had sustained her in so many hours of adversity. After hearing from Montoni a recapitulation of the conditions of her compliance, and a remonstrance, that his time was valuable, she put her hand to the paper. When she had done which, she fell back in her chair, but soon recovered, and desired, that he would give orders for her departure, and that he would allow Annette to accompany her. Montoni smiled. "It was necessary to deceive you," said he, "there was no other way of making you act reasonably. You shall go, but it must not be at present. I must first secure these estates by possession. When that is done, you may return to France if you will." The deliberate villainy, with which he violated the solemn engagement he had just entered into, shocked Emily as much, as the certainty, that she had made a fruitless sacrifice, and must still remain his prisoner. She had no words to express what she felt, and knew, that it would have been useless, if she had. As she looked piteously at Montoni, he turned away, and at the same time desired she would withdraw to her apartment. But, unable to leave the room, she sat down in a chair near the door, and sighed heavily. She had neither words nor tears. "Why will you indulge this childish grief?" said he. "Endeavor to strengthen your mind, to bear patiently what cannot now be avoided. You have no real evil to lament. Be patient, and you will be sent back to France. At present retire to your apartment." "I dare not go, sir," said she, "where I shall be liable to the intrusion of Signor Verezzi." "Have I not promised to protect you?" said Montoni. "You have promised, sir," replied Emily, after some hesitation. "And is not my promise sufficient?" added he sternly. "You will recollect your former promise, Signor," said Emily, trembling, "and may determine for me, whether I ought to rely upon this. Will you provoke me to declare to you, that I will not protect you then?" said Montoni, in a tone of haughty displeasure. "If that will satisfy you, I will do it immediately. Withdraw to your chamber, before I retract my promise. You have nothing to fear there." Emily left the room, and moved slowly into the hall, where the fear of meeting Verezzi, or Bertolini, made her quicken her steps, though she could scarcely support herself, and soon after she reached once more her own apartment. Having looked fearfully round her, to examine if any person was there, and having searched every part of it, she fastened the door, and sat down by one of the casements. Here, while she looked out for some hope to support her fainting spirits, which had been so long harassed and oppressed, that, if she had not now struggled much against misfortune, they would have left her, perhaps, for ever. She endeavored to believe, that Montoni did really intend to permit her return to France as soon as he had secured her property, and that he would, in the meantime, protect her from insult. But her chief hope rested with Ludovico, she doubted not, would be zealous in her cause, though he seemed almost to despair of success in it. One circumstance, however, she had to rejoice in. Her prudence, or rather her fears, had saved her from mentioning the name of Valancourt to Montoni, which she was several times on the point of doing, before she signed the paper, and of stipulating for his release. If he should be really a prisoner in the castle. Had she done this, Montoni's jealous fears would now probably have loaded Valancourt with new severities, and have suggested the advantage of holding him a captive for life. Thus passed the melancholy day, as she had before passed many in this same chamber. When night drew on, she would have withdrawn herself to Annette's bed, had not a particular interest inclined her to remain in this chamber, in spite of her fears. For, when the castle should be still, and the customary hour arrived, she determined to watch for the music, which she had formerly heard. Though its sounds might not enable her positively to determine, whether Valancourt was there, they would perhaps strengthen her opinion that he was, and impart the comfort, so necessary to her present support. But, on the other hand, if all should be silent. She hardly dared to suffer her thoughts to glance that way, but waited, with impatient expectation, the approaching hour. The night was stormy. The battlements of the castle appeared to rock in the wind, and, at intervals, long groans seemed to pass on the air, such as those, which often deceive the melancholy mind, in tempests, and amidst scenes of desolation. Emily heard, as formerly, the sentinels pass along the terrace to their posts, and, looking out from her casement, observed, that the watch was doubled. A precaution, which appeared necessary enough, when she threw her eyes on the walls, and saw their shattered condition. The well-known sounds of the soldiers' march, and of their distant voices, which passed her in the wind, and were lost again, recalled to her memory the melancholy sensation she had suffered, when she formerly heard the same sounds, and occasioned almost involuntary comparisons between her present, and her late situation. But this was no subject for congratulations, and she wisely checked the course of her thoughts, while, as the hour was not yet come, in which she had been accustomed to hear the music, she closed the casement, and endeavored to await it in patience. The door of the staircase she tried to secure, as usual, with some of the furniture of the room, but this expedient her fears now represented to her to be very inadequate to the power and perseverance of Verezzi. And she often looked at a large and heavy chest, that stood in the chamber, with wishes that she and Annette had strength enough to move it. While she blamed the long stay of this girl, who was still with Ludovico and some other of the servants, she trimmed her wood fire, to make the room appear less desolate, and sat down beside it with a book, which her eyes perused, while her thoughts wandered to Valancourt, and her own misfortunes. As she sat thus, she thought, in a pause of the wind, she distinguished music, and went to the casement to listen, but the loud swell of the gust overcame every other sound. When the wind sunk again, she heard distinctly, in the deep pause that succeeded, the sweet strings of a lute, but again the rising tempest bore away the notes, and again was succeeded by a solemn pause. Emily, trembling with hope and fear, opened her casement to listen, and to try whether her own voice could be heard by the musician, for to endure any longer this state of torturing suspense concerning Valancourt, seemed to be utterly impossible. There was a kind of breathless stillness in the chambers, that permitted her to distinguish from below the tender notes of the very lute she had formerly heard, and with it, a plaintive voice, made sweeter by the low rustling sound, that now began to creep along the wood tops, till it was lost in the rising wind. Their tall heads then began to wave, while, through a forest of pine, on the left, the wind, groaning heavily, rolled onward over the woods below, bending them almost to their roots. And, as the long resounding gale swept away, other woods, on the right, seemed to answer the loud lament, then, others, further still, softened it into a murmur, that died into silence. Emily listened, with mingled awe and expectation, hope and fear, and again the melting sweetness of the lute was heard, and the same solemn breathing voice. Convinced that these came from an apartment underneath, she leaned far out of her window, that she might discover whether any light was there. But the casements below, as well as those above, were sunk so deep in the thick walls of the castle, that she could not see them, or even the faint ray, that probably glimmered through their bars. She then ventured to call. But the wind bore her voice to the other end of the terrace, and then the music was heard as before, in the pause of the gust. Suddenly, she thought she heard a noise in her chamber, and she drew herself within the casement. But, in a moment after, distinguishing Annette's voice at the door, she concluded it was her she had heard before, and she let her in. "Move softly, Annette, to the casement," said she, "and listen with me, the music is returned." They were silent till, the measure changing, Annette exclaimed, "Holy Virgin! I know that song well, it is a French song, one of the favorite songs of my dear country." This was the ballad Emily had heard on a former night, though not the one she had first listened to from the fishing house in Gascony. "Oh! It is a Frenchman, that sings," said Annette, "it must be Monsieur Valancourt." "Hark! Annette, do not speak so loud," said Emily, "we may be overheard." "What? By the Chevalier?" said Annette. "No," replied Emily mournfully, "but by somebody, who may report us to the Signor." "What reason have you to think it is Monsieur Valancourt, who sings? But hark! Now the voice swells louder. Do you recollect those tones? I fear to trust my own judgment." "I never happened to hear the Chevalier sing, mademoiselle," replied Annette, who, as Emily was disappointed to perceive, had no stronger reason for concluding this to be Valancourt, than that the musician must be a Frenchman. Soon after, she heard the song of the fishing house, and distinguished her own name, which was repeated so distinctly, that Annette had heard it also. She trembled, sunk into a chair by the window, and Annette called aloud, "Monsieur Valancourt! Monsieur Valancourt," while Emily endeavoured to check her, but she repeated the call more loudly than before, and the lute and the voice suddenly stopped. Emily listened, for some time, in a state of intolerable suspense. But, no answer being returned, "It does not signify, mademoiselle," said Annette, "it is the chevalier, and I will speak to him." "No, Annette," said Emily, "I think I will speak myself. If it is he will know my voice, and speak again." "Who is it," said she, "that sings at this late hour?" A long silence ensued, and, having repeated the question, she perceived some faint accents, mingling in the blast, that swept by. But the sounds were so distant, and passed so suddenly, that she could scarcely hear them, much less distinguish the words they uttered, or recognize the voice. After another pause, Emily called again. And again they heard a voice, but as faintly as before, and they perceived that there were other circumstances, besides the strength and direction of the wind, to contend with. For the great depth, at which the casements were fixed in the castle walls, contributed, still more than the distance, to prevent articulated sounds from being understood, though general ones were easily heard. Emily, however, ventured to believe, from the circumstance of her voice alone having been answered, that the stranger was Valancourt, as well as that he knew her, and she gave herself up to speechless joy. Annette, however, was not speechless. She renewed her calls, but received no answer. And Emily, fearing that a further attempt, which certainly was, as present, highly dangerous, might expose them to the guards of the castle, while it could not perhaps terminate her suspense, insisted on Annette's dropping the inquiry for this night. Though she determined herself to question Ludovico, on the subject, in the morning, more urgently than she had yet done. She was now enabled to say, that the stranger, whom she had formerly heard, was still in the castle, and to direct Ludovico to that part of it, in which he was confined. Emily, attended by Annette, continued at the casement, for some time, but all remained still. They heard neither lute or voice again, and Emily was now as much oppressed by anxious joy, as she lately was by a sense of her misfortunes. With hasty steps she paced the room, now half calling on Valancourt's name, then suddenly stopping, and now going to the casement and listening, where, however, she heard nothing but the solemn waving of the woods. Sometimes her impatience to speak to Ludovico prompted her to send Annette to call him, but a sense of the impropriety of this at midnight restrained her. Annette, meanwhile, as impatient as her mistress, went as often to the casement to listen, and returned almost as much disappointed. She, at length, mentioned Signor Verezzi, and her fear, lest he should enter the chamber by the staircase door. "But the night is now almost past, mademoiselle," said she, recollecting herself, "there is the morning light, beginning to peep over those mountains yonder in the east." Emily had forgotten, till this moment, that such a person existed as Verezzi, and all the danger that had appeared to threaten her. But the mention of his name renewed her alarm, and she remembered the old chest, that she had wished to place against the door, which she now, with Annette, attempted to move, but it was so heavy, that they could not lift it from the floor. "What is in this great old chest, mademoiselle," said Annette, "that makes it so weighty?" Emily having replied, that she found it in the chamber, when she first came to the castle, and had never examined it. "Then I will, mademoiselle," said Annette, and she tried to lift the lid, but this was held by a lock, for which she had no key, and which, indeed, appeared, from its peculiar construction, to open with a spring. The morning now glimmered through the casements, and the wind had sunk into a calm. Emily looked out upon the dusky woods, and on the twilight mountains, just stealing in the eye, and saw the whole scene, after the storm, lying in profound stillness, the woods motionless, and the clouds above, through which the dawn trembled, scarcely appearing to move along the heavens. One soldier was pacing the terrace beneath, with measured steps, and two, more distant, were sunk asleep on the walls, wearied with the night's watch. Having inhaled, for a while, the pure spirit of the air, and of vegetation, which the late rains had called forth, and having listened, once more, for a note of music, she now closed the casement, and retired to rest. Chapter 9. Thus on the chill Laponian's dreary land, for many a long month lost in snow profound, when soul from Cancer sends the seasons bland, and in their northern cave the storms hath bound, From silent mountains, straight, with startling sound. Torrents are hurled, green hills emerge, and lo! The trees with foliage, cliffs with flowers are crowned. Pure rills through valleys of verdure warbling go. And wonder, love, and joy, the peasant's heart o'erflow. Beatty. Several of her succeeding days passed in suspense, for Ludovico could only learn from the soldiers, that there was a prisoner in the apartment, described to him by Emily, and that he was a Frenchman, whom they had taken in one of their skirmishes, with a party of his countrymen. During this interval, Emily escaped the persecutions of Bertolini and Verezzi, by confining herself to her apartment, except that sometimes, in an evening, she ventured to walk in the adjoining corridor. Montoni appeared to respect his last promise, though he had profaned his first, for to his protection only could she attribute her present repose. And in this she was now so secure, that she did not wish to leave the castle, till she could obtain some certainty concerning Valancourt. For which she waited, indeed, without any sacrifice of her own comfort, since no circumstance had occurred to make her escape probable. On the fourth day, Ludovico informed her, that he had hopes of being admitted to the presence of the prisoner. It being the turn of a soldier, with whom he had been for some time familiar, to attend him on the following night. He was not deceived in his hope. For, under pretence of carrying in a pitcher of water, he entered the prison, though, his prudence having prevented him from telling the sentinel the real motive of his visit, he was obliged to make his conference with the prisoner a very short one. Emily awaited the result in her own apartment, Ludovico having promised to accompany Annette to the corridor, in the evening, where, after several hours impatiently counted, he arrived. Emily, having then uttered the name of Valancourt, could articulate no more, but hesitated in trembling expectation. "The Chevalier would not entrust me with his name, Signora," replied Ludovico. "But, when I just mentioned yours, he seemed overwhelmed with joy, though he was not so much surprised as I expected." "Does he then remember me?" she exclaimed. "Oh! It is Mons." "Valancourt," said Annette, and looked impatiently at Ludovico, who understood her look, and replied to Emily, "Yes, lady, the Chevalier does, indeed, remember you, and, I am sure, has a very great regard for you. And I made bold to say you had for him." He then inquired how you came to know he was in the castle, and whether you ordered me to speak to him. "The first question I could not answer, but the second I did," and then he went off into his ecstasies again. "I was afraid his joy would have betrayed him to the sentinel at the door." "But how does he look, Ludovico?" interrupted Emily. "Is he not melancholy and ill with this long confinement?" "Why, as to melancholy, I saw no symptom of that, lady, while I was with him, for he seemed in the finest spirits I ever saw any body in all my life. His countenance was all joy, and, if one may judge from that, he was very well. But I did not ask him." "Did he send me no message?" said Emily. "Oh yes, Signora, and something besides," replied Ludovico, who searched his pockets. "Surely, I have not lost it," added he. "The Chevalier said, he would have written, Madam, if he had had pen and ink, and was going to have sent a very long message, when the sentinel entered the room, but not before he had give me this." Ludovico then drew forth a miniature from his bosom, which Emily received with a trembling hand, and perceived to be a portrait of herself, the very picture, which her mother had lost so strangely in the fishing-house at La Vallée. Tears of mingled joy and tenderness flowed to her eyes, while Ludovico proceeded, "Tell your lady," said the Chevalier, as he gave me the picture, "that this has been my companion, and only solace in all my misfortunes. Tell her, that I have worn it next my heart, and that I sent it her as the pledge of an affection, which can never die. That I would not part with it, but to her, for the wealth of worlds, and that I now part with it, only in the hope of soon receiving it from her hands. Tell her." Just then, Signora, the sentinel came in, and the Chevalier said no more. "But he had before asked me to contrive an interview for him with you. And when I told him, how little hope I had of prevailing with the guard to assist me, he said, that was not, perhaps, of so much consequence as I imagined, and bade me contrive to bring back your answer. And he would inform me of more than he chose to do then." So this, I think, lady, is the whole of what passed. How, Ludovico, shall I reward you for your zeal, said Emily, but, indeed, I do not now possess the means. When can you see the Chevalier again? That is uncertain, Signora, replied he. It depends upon who stands guard next. There are not more than 1 or 2 among them, from whom I would dare to ask admittance to the prison chamber. I need not bid you remember, Ludovico, resumed Emily, how very much interested I am in your seeing the Chevalier soon, and, when you do so, tell him, that I have received the picture, and, with the sentiments he wished. Tell him I have suffered much, and still suffer. She paused. But shall I tell him you will see him, lady, said Ludovico. Most certainly I will, replied Emily. But when, Signora, and where? That must depend upon circumstances, returned Emily. The place, and the hour, must be regulated by his opportunities. As to the place, mademoiselle, said Annette, there is no other place in the castle, besides this corridor, where we can see him in safety, you know, and, as for the hour, it must be when all the seniors are asleep, if that ever happens. You may mention these circumstances to the Chevalier, Ludovico, said she, checking the flippancy of Annette, and leave them to his judgment and opportunity. Tell him, my heart is unchanged. But, above all, let him see you again as soon as possible, and, Ludovico, I think it is needless to tell you I shall very anxiously look for you. Having then wished her good night, Ludovico descended the staircase, and Emily retired to rest, but not to sleep, for joy now rendered her as wakeful, as she had ever been from grief. Montoni and his castle had all vanished from her mind, like the frightful vision of a necromancer, and she wandered, once more, in fairy scenes of unfading happiness. As when, beneath the beam of summer moons, the distant woods among, or by some flood, all silvered with the gleam, the soft embodied fays through airy portals stream. A week elapsed, before Ludovico again visited the prison, for the sentinels, during that period, were men, in whom he could not confide, and he feared to awaken curiosity, by asking to see their prisoner. In this interval, he communicated to Emily terrific reports of what was passing in the castle, of riots, quarrels, and of carousals more alarming than either. While from some circumstances, which he mentioned, she not only doubted, whether Montoni meant ever to release her, but greatly feared, that he had designs, concerning her, such as she had formerly dreaded. Her name was frequently mentioned in the conversations, which Bertolini and Verezzi held together, and, at those times, they were frequently in contention. Montoni had lost large sums to Verezzi, so that there was a dreadful possibility of his designing her to be a substitute for the debt. But, as she was ignorant, that he had formerly encouraged the hopes of Bertolini also, concerning herself, after the latter had done him some signal service, she knew not how to account for these contentions between Bertolini and Verezzi. The cause of them, however, appeared to be of little consequence, for she thought she saw destruction approaching in many forms, and her entreaties to Ludovico to contrive an escape and to see the prisoner again, were more urgent than ever. At length, he informed her, that he had again visited the Chevalier, who had directed him to confide in the guard of the prison, from whom he had already received some instances of kindness, and who had promised to permit his going into the castle for half an hour, on the ensuing night, when Montoni and his companions should be engaged at their carousals. This was kind, to be sure, added Ludovico, but Sebastian knows he runs no risque in letting the Chevalier out, for, if he can get beyond the bars and iron doors of the castle, he must be cunning indeed. But the Chevalier desired me, Signora, to go to you immediately, and to beg you would allow him to visit you, this night, if it was only for a moment, for that he could no longer live under the same roof, without seeing you. The hour, he said, he could not mention, for it must depend on circumstances, just as you said, Signora, and the place he desired you would appoint, as knowing which was best for your own safety. Emily was now so much agitated by the near prospect of meeting Valancourt, that it was some time, before she could give any answer to Ludovico, or consider of the place of meeting. When she did, she saw none, that promised so much security, as the corridor, near her own apartment, which she was checked from leaving, by the apprehension of meeting any of Montoni's guests, on their way to their rooms. And she dismissed the scruples which delicacy opposed, now that a serious danger was to be avoided by encountering them. It was settled, therefore, that the Chevalier should meet her in the corridor, at that hour of the night, which Ludovico, who was to be upon the watch, should judge safest, and Emily, as may be imagined, passed this interval in a tumult of hope and joy, anxiety and impatience. Never, since her residence in the castle, had she watched, with so much pleasure, the sun set behind the mountains, and twilight shade, and darkness veil the scene, as on this evening. She counted the notes of the great clock, and listened to the steps of the sentinels, as they changed the watch, only to rejoice, that another hour was gone. "Oh, Valancourt," said she, "after all I have suffered. After our long, long separation, when I thought I should never, never see you more, we are still to meet again. Oh! I have endured grief, and anxiety, and terror, and let me, then, not sink beneath this joy." These were moments, when it was impossible for her to feel emotions of regret, or melancholy, for any ordinary interests. Even the reflection, that she had resigned the estates, which would have been a provision for herself and Valancourt for life, threw only a light and transient shade upon her spirits. The idea of Valancourt, and that she should see him so soon, alone occupied her heart. At length the clock struck 12. She opened the door to listen, if any noise was in the castle, and heard only distant shouts of riot and laughter, echoed feebly along the gallery. She guessed, that the senior and his guests were at the banquet. "They are now engaged for the night," said she, "and Valancourt will soon be here." Having softly closed the door, she paced the room with impatient steps, and often went to the casement to listen for the lute. But all was silent, and, her agitation every moment increasing, she was at length unable to support herself, and sat down by the window. Annette, whom she detained, was, in the meantime, as loquacious as usual. But Emily heard scarcely anything she said, and having at length risen to the casement, she distinguished the chords of the lute, struck with an expressive hand, and then the voice, she had formerly listened to, accompanied it. Now rising love they fanned, now pleasing dole. They breathed in tender musings through the heart. And now a graver, sacred strain they stole. As when seraphic hands and hymn impart. Emily wept in doubtful joy and tenderness. And, when the strain ceased, she considered it as a signal, that Valancourt was about to leave the prison. Soon after, she heard steps in the corridor, they were the light, quick steps of hope. She could scarcely support herself, as they approached, but opening the door of the apartment, she advanced to meet Valancourt, and, in the next moment, sunk in the arms of a stranger. His voice, his countenance instantly convinced her, and she fainted away. On reviving, she found herself supported by the stranger, who was watching over her recovery, with a countenance of ineffable tenderness and anxiety. She had no spirits for reply, or inquiry, she asked no questions, but burst into tears, and disengaged herself from his arms. When the expression of his countenance changed to surprise and disappointment, and he turned to Ludovico, for an explanation, Annette soon gave the information, which Ludovico could not. "Oh, sir," said she, in a voice, interrupted with sobs. "Oh, sir. You are not the other Chevalier. We expected Monsieur Valancourt, but you are not he. Oh Ludovico! How could you deceive us so? My poor lady will never recover it, never." The stranger, who now appeared much agitated, attempted to speak, but his words faltered, and then striking his hand against his forehead, as if in sudden despair, he walked abruptly to the other end of the corridor. Suddenly, Annette dried her tears, and spoke to Ludovico. "But, perhaps," said she, "after all, the other Chevalier is not this, perhaps the Chevalier Valancourt is still below." Emily raised her head. "No," replied Ludovico, "Monsieur Valancourt never was below, if this gentleman is not he." "If you, sir," said Ludovico, addressing the stranger, "would but have had the goodness to trust me with your name, this mistake had been avoided." "Most true," replied the stranger, speaking in broken Italian, but it was of the utmost consequence to me, that my name should be concealed from Montoni. Madam, added he then, addressing Emily in French, will you permit me to apologize for the pain I have occasioned you, and to explain to you alone my name, and the circumstance, which has led me into this error. I am of France. I am your countryman, we are met in a foreign land. Emily tried to compose her spirits, yet she hesitated to grant his request. At length, desiring that Ludovico would wait on the staircase, and detaining Annette, she told the stranger that her woman understood very little Italian, and begged he would communicate what he wished to say, in that language. Having withdrawn to a distant part of the corridor, he said, with a long-drawn sigh, you, madam, are no stranger to me, though I am so unhappy as to be unknown to you. My name is Dupont. I am of France, of Gascony, your native province, and have long admired, and, why should I affect to disguise it, have long loved you. He paused, but, in the next moment, proceeded. My family, madam, is probably not unknown to you, for we lived within a few miles of La Vallée, and I have, sometimes, had the happiness of meeting you, on visits in the neighborhood. I will not offend you by repeating how much you interested me. How much I loved to wander in the scenes you frequented, how often I visited your favorite fishing house, and lamented the circumstance, which, at that time, forbade me to reveal my passion. I will not explain how I surrendered to temptation, and became possessed of a treasure, which was to me inestimable, a treasure, which I committed to your messenger, a few days ago, with expectations very different from my present ones. I will say nothing of these circumstances, for I know they will avail me little. Let me only supplicate from you forgiveness, and the picture, which I so unwarily returned. Your generosity will pardon the theft, and restore the prize. My crime has been my punishment, for the portrait I stole has contributed to nourish a passion, which must still be my torment. Emily now interrupted him. I think, sir, I may leave it to your integrity to determine, whether, after what has just appeared, concerning Mons. Valancourt, I ought to return the picture. I think you will acknowledge, that this would not be generosity. And you will allow me to add, that it would be doing myself an injustice. I must consider myself honored by your good opinion, but, and she hesitated, the mistake of this evening makes it unnecessary for me to say more. It does, madam, alas. It does, said the stranger, who, after a long pause, proceeded. But you will allow me to shew my disinterestedness, though not my love, and will accept the services I offer. Yet, alas! What services can I offer? I am myself a prisoner, a sufferer, like you. But, dear as liberty is to me, I would not seek it through half the hazards I would encounter to deliver you from this recess of vice. Accept the offered services of a friend. Do not refuse me the reward of having, at least, attempted to deserve your thanks. You deserve them already, sir, said Emily, the wish deserves my warmest thanks. But you will excuse me for reminding you of the danger you incur by prolonging this interview. It will be a great consolation to me to remember, whether your friendly attempts to release me succeed or not, that I have a countryman, who would so generously protect me. Monsieur Dupont took her hand, which she but feebly attempted to withdraw, and pressed it respectfully to his lips. Allow me to breathe another fervent sigh for your happiness, said he, and to applaud myself for an affection, which I cannot conquer. As he said this, Emily heard a noise from her apartment, and, turning round, saw the door from the staircase open, and a man rush into her chamber. I will teach you to conquer it, cried he, as he advanced into the corridor, and drew a stiletto, which he aimed at Dupont, who was unarmed, but who, stepping back, avoided the blow, and then sprung upon Verezzi, from whom he wrenched the stiletto. While they struggled in each other's grasp, Emily, followed by Annette, ran further into the corridor, calling on Ludovico, who was, however, gone from the staircase, and, as she advanced, terrified and uncertain what to do, a distant noise that seemed to arise from the hall, reminded her of the danger she was incurring. And, sending Annette forward in search of Ludovico, she returned to the spot where Dupont and Verezzi were still struggling for victory. It was her own cause which was to be decided with that of the former, whose conduct, independently of this circumstance, would, however, have interested her in his success, even had she not disliked and dreaded Verezzi. She threw herself in a chair, and supplicated them to desist from further violence, till, at length, Dupont forced Verezzi to the floor, where he lay stunned by the violence of his fall. And she then entreated Dupont to escape from the room, before Montoni, or his party, should appear, but he still refused to leave her unprotected. And, while Emily, now more terrified for him, than for herself, enforced the entreaty, they heard steps ascending the private staircase. "Oh, you are lost," cried she, "these are Montoni's people." Dupont made no reply, but supported Emily, while, with a steady, though eager, countenance, he awaited their appearance, and, in the next moment, Ludovico, alone, mounted the landing-place. Throwing an hasty glance round the chamber, "Follow me," said he, "as you value your lives, we have not an instant to lose." Emily inquired what had occurred, and whither they were to go. "I cannot stay to tell you now, Signora," replied Ludovico, "fly. Fly." She immediately followed him, accompanied by Mons. Dupont, down the staircase, and along a vaulted passage, when suddenly she recollected Annette, and inquired for her. "She awaits us further on, Signora," said Ludovico, almost breathless with haste. "The gates were open, a moment since, to a party just come in from the mountains. They will be shut, I fear, before we can reach them." "Through this door, Signora," added Ludovico, holding down the lamp. "Take care, here are 2 steps." Emily followed, trembling still more, than before she had understood, that her escape from the castle, depended upon the present moment. While Dupont supported her, and endeavored, as they passed along, to cheer her spirits. "Speak low, Signor," said Ludovico, "these passages send echoes all round the castle." "Take care of the light," cried Emily, "you go so fast, that the air will extinguish it." Ludovico now opened another door, where they found Annette, and the party then descended a short flight of steps into a passage, which, Ludovico said, led round the inner court of the castle, and opened into the outer one. As they advanced, confused and tumultuous sounds, that seemed to come from the inner court, alarmed Emily. "Nay, Signora," said Ludovico, "our only hope is in that tumult. While the Signor's people are busied about the men, who are just arrived, we may, perhaps, pass unnoticed through the gates. But hush!" he added, as they approached the small door, that opened into the outer court, "if you will remain here a moment, I will go to see whether the gates are open, and any body is in the way. Pray extinguish the light, Signor, if you hear me talking," continued Ludovico, delivering the lamp to Dupont, "and remain quite still." Saying this, he stepped out upon the court, and they closed the door, listening anxiously to his departing steps. No voice, however, was heard in the court, which he was crossing, though a confusion of many voices yet issued from the inner one. "We shall soon be beyond the walls," said Dupont softly to Emily, "support yourself a little longer, madam, and all will be well." But soon they heard Ludovico speaking loud, and the voice also of some other person, and Dupont immediately extinguished the lamp. "Ah! It is too late," exclaimed Emily, "what is to become of us?" They listened again, and then perceived, that Ludovico was talking with a sentinel, whose voices were heard also by Emily's favourite dog, that had followed her from the chamber, and now barked loudly. "This dog will betray us," said Dupont. "I will hold him." "I fear he has already betrayed us," replied Emily. Dupont, however, caught him up, and, again listening to what was going on without, they heard Ludovico say, "I'll watch the gates the while." "Stay a minute," replied the sentinel, "and you need not have the trouble, for the horses will be sent round to the outer stables, then the gates will be shut, and I can leave my post." "I don't mind the trouble, comrade," said Ludovico, "you will do such another good turn for me, some time. Go, go, and fetch the wine, the rogues, that are just come in, will drink it all else." The soldier hesitated, and then called aloud to the people in the second court, to know why they did not send out the horses, that the gates might be shut, but they were too much engaged, to attend to him, even if they had heard his voice. I, said Ludovico, they know better than that, they are sharing it all among them. If you wait till the horses come out, you must wait till the wine is drunk. I have had my share already, but, since you do not care about yours, I see no reason why I should not have that too. Hold, not so fast, cried the sentinel, do watch then, for a moment, I'll be with you presently. Don't hurry yourself, said Ludovico, coolly, I have kept guard before now. But you may leave me your trombone, that, if the castle should be attacked, you know, I may be able to defend the pass, like a hero. A kind of blunderbuss. A.R. There, my good fellow, returned the soldier, there, take it, it has seen service, though it could do little in defending the castle. I'll tell you a good story, though, about this same trombone. You'll tell it better when you have had the wine, said Ludovico. There. They are coming out from the court already. I'll have the wine, though, said the sentinel, running off. I won't keep you a minute. Take your time, I am in no haste, replied Ludovico, who was already hurrying across the court, when the soldier came back. Whither so fast, friend, whither so fast, said the latter. What? Is this the way you keep watch? I must stand to my post myself, I see. Well, replied Ludovico, you have saved me the trouble of following you further, for I wanted to tell you, if you have a mind to drink the Tuscany wine, you must go to Sebastian, he is dealing it out. The other that Federico has, is not worth having. But you are not likely to have any, I see, for they are all coming out. By St. Peter. So they are, said the soldier, and again ran off, while Ludovico, once more at liberty, hastened to the door of the passage, where Emily was sinking under the anxiety this long discourse had occasioned. But, on his telling them the court was clear, they followed him to the gates, without waiting another instant, yet not before he had seized 2 horses, that had strayed from the second court, and were picking a scanty meal among the grass, which grew between the pavement of the first. They passed, without interruption, the dreadful gates, and took the road that led down among the woods, Emily, Monsieur Dupont and Annette on foot, and Ludovico, who was mounted on one horse, leading the other. Having reached them, they stopped, while Emily and Annette were placed on horseback with their 2 protectors, when, Ludovico leading the way, they set off as fast as the broken road, and the feeble light, which a rising moon threw among the foliage, would permit. Emily was so much astonished by this sudden departure, that she scarcely dared to believe herself awake, and she yet much doubted whether this adventure would terminate in escape, a doubt, which had too much probability to justify it. For, before they quitted the woods, they heard shouts in the wind, and, on emerging from them, saw lights moving quickly near the castle above. Dupont whipped his horse, and with some difficulty compelled him to go faster. Ah! Poor beast, said Ludovico, he is weary enough, he has been out all day, but, Signor, we must fly for it, now, for yonder are lights coming this way. Having given his own horse a lash, they now both set off on a full gallop. And, when they again looked back, the lights were so distant as scarcely to be discerned, and the voices were sunk into silence. The travellers then abated their pace, and, consulting whither they should direct their course, it was determined they should descend into Tuscany, and endeavour to reach the Mediterranean, where they could readily embark for France. Thither Dupont meant to attend Emily, if he should learn, that the regiment he had accompanied into Italy, was returned to his native country. They were now in the road, which Emily had travelled with Hugo and Bertrand. But Ludovico, who was the only one of the party, acquainted with the passes of these mountains, said, that, a little further on, a by-road, branching from this, would lead them down into Tuscany with very little difficulty. And that, at a few leagues' distance, was a small town, where necessaries could be procured for their journey. But, I hope, added he, we shall meet with no straggling parties of banditti, some of them are abroad, I know. However, I have got a good trombone, which will be of some service, if we should encounter any of those brave spirits. You have no arms, Signor. Yes, replied Dupont, I have the villain's stiletto, who would have stabbed me, but let us rejoice in our escape from Udolpho, nor torment ourselves with looking out for dangers, that may never arrive. The moon was now risen high over the woods, that hung upon the sides of the narrow glen, through which they wandered, and afforded them light sufficient to distinguish their way, and to avoid the loose and broken stones, that frequently crossed it. They now travelled leisurely, and in profound silence, for they had scarcely yet recovered from the astonishment, into which this sudden escape had thrown them. Emily's mind, especially, was sunk, after the various emotions it had suffered, into a kind of musing stillness, which the reposing beauty of the surrounding scene and the creeping murmur of the night breeze among the foliage above contributed to prolong. She thought of Valancourt and of France, with hope, and she would have thought of them with joy, had not the first events of this evening harassed her spirits too much, to permit her now to feel so lively a sensation. Meanwhile, Emily was alone the object of Dupont's melancholy consideration. Yet, with the despondency he suffered, as he mused on his recent disappointment, was mingled a sweet pleasure, occasioned by her presence, though they did not now exchange a single word. Annette thought of this wonderful escape, of the bustle in which Montoni and his people must be, now that their flight was discovered. Of her native country, whither she hoped she was returning, and of her marriage with Ludovico, to which there no longer appeared any impediment, for poverty she did not consider such. Ludovico, on his part, congratulated himself, on having rescued his Annette and Signora Emily from the danger, that had surrounded them, on his own liberation from people, whose manners he had long detested. On the freedom he had given to Monsieur Dupont, on his prospect of happiness with the object of his affections, and not a little on the address, with which he had deceived the sentinel, and conducted the whole of this affair. Thus variously engaged in thought, the travellers passed on silently, for above an hour, a question only being, now and then, asked by Dupont, concerning the road, or a remark uttered by Annette, respecting objects seen imperfectly in the twilight. At length, lights were perceived twinkling on the side of a mountain, and Ludovico had no doubt, that they proceeded from the town he had mentioned, while his companions, satisfied by this assurance, sunk again into silence. Annette was the first who interrupted this. "Holy Peter," said she, "what shall we do for money on our journey? For I know neither I, or my lady, have a single sequin, the senior took care of that." This remark produced a serious inquiry, which ended in as serious an embarrassment, for Dupont had been rifled of nearly all his money, when he was taken prisoner. The remainder he had given to the sentinel, who had enabled him occasionally to leave his prison chamber. And Ludovico, who had for some time found a difficulty, in procuring any part of the wages due to him, had now scarcely cash sufficient to procure necessary refreshment at the first town, in which they should arrive. Their poverty was the more distressing, since it would detain them among the mountains, where, even in a town, they could scarcely consider themselves safe from Montoni. The travellers, however, had only to proceed and dare the future. And they continued their way through lonely wilds and dusky valleys, where the overhanging foliage now admitted, and then excluded the moonlight. Wilds so desolate, that they appeared, on the first glance, as if no human being had ever trod them before. Even the road, in which the party were, did but slightly contradict this error, for the high grass and other luxuriant vegetation, with which it was overgrown, told how very seldom the foot of a traveller had passed it. At length, from a distance, was heard the faint tinkling of a sheep bell. And, soon after, the bleat of flocks, and the party then knew, that they were near some human habitation, for the light, which Ludovico had fancied to proceed from a town, had long been concealed by intervening mountains. Cheered by this hope, they quickened their pace along the narrow paths they were winding, and it opened upon one of those pastoral valleys of the Apennines, which might be painted for a scene of Arcadia, and whose beauty and simplicity are finely contrasted by the grandeur of the snow-topped mountains above. The morning light, now glimmering in the horizon, shewed faintly, at a little distance, upon the brow of a hill, which seemed to peep from under the opening eyelids of the morn, the town they were in search of, and which they soon after reached. It was not without some difficulty, that they there found a house, which could afford shelter for themselves and their horses, and Emily desired they might not rest longer than was necessary for refreshment. Her appearance excited some surprise, for she was without a hat, having had time only to throw on her veil before she left the castle, a circumstance that compelled her to regret again the want of money, without which it was impossible to procure this necessary article of dress. Ludovico, on examining his purse, found it even insufficient to supply present refreshment, and Dupont, at length, ventured to inform the landlord, whose countenance was simple and honest, of their exact situation, and requested that he would assist them to pursue their journey. A purpose, which he promised to comply with, as far as he was able, when he learned that they were prisoners escaping from Montoni, whom he had too much reason to hate. But, though he consented to lend them fresh horses to carry them to the next town, he was too poor himself to trust them with money, and they were again lamenting their poverty, when Ludovico, who had been with his tired horses to the hovel, which served for a stable, entered the room, half frantic with joy, in which his auditors soon participated. On removing the saddle from one of the horses, he had found beneath it a small bag, containing, no doubt, the booty of one of the condottieri, who had returned from a plundering excursion, just before Ludovico left the castle, and whose horse having strayed from the inner court, while his master was engaged in drinking, had brought away the treasure, which the ruffian had considered the reward of his exploit. On counting over this, Dupont found, that it would be more than sufficient to carry them all to France, where he now determined to accompany Emily, whether he should obtain intelligence of his regiment, or not. For, though he had as much confidence in the integrity of Ludovico, as his small knowledge of him allowed, he could not endure the thought of committing her to his care for the voyage. Nor, perhaps, had he resolution enough to deny himself the dangerous pleasure, which he might derive from her presence. He now consulted them, concerning the seaport, to which they should direct their way, and Ludovico, better informed of the geography of the country, said, that Leghorn was the nearest port of consequence, which Dupont knew also to be the most likely of any in Italy to assist their plan, since from thence vessels of all nations were continually departing. Thither, therefore, it was determined, that they should proceed. Emily, having purchased a little straw hat, such as was worn by the peasant girls of Tuscany, and some other little necessary equipments for the journey, and the travellers, having exchanged their tired horses for others better able to carry them, recommenced their joyous way, as the sun was rising over the mountains, and, after travelling through this romantic country, for several hours, began to descend into the Vale of Arno. And here Emily beheld all the charms of sylvan and pastoral landscape united, adorned with the elegant villas of the Florentine nobles, and diversified with the various riches of cultivation. How vivid the shrubs, that embowered the slopes, with the woods, that stretched amphitheatrically along the mountains. And, above all, how elegant the outline of these waving Apennines, now softening from the wildness, which their interior regions exhibited. At a distance, in the east, Emily discovered Florence, with its towers rising on the brilliant horizon, and its luxuriant plain, spreading to the feet of the Apennines, speckled with gardens and magnificent villas, or colored with groves of orange and lemon, with vines, corn, and plantations of olives and mulberry. While, to the west, the vale opened to the waters of the Mediterranean, so distant, that they were known only by a bluish line, that appeared upon the horizon, and by the light marine vapor, which just stained the ether above. With a full heart, Emily hailed the waves, that were to bear her back to her native country, the remembrance of which, however, brought with it a pang. For she had there no home to receive, no parents to welcome her, but was going, like a forlorn pilgrim, to weep over the sad spot, where he, who was her father, lay interred. Nor were her spirits cheered, when she considered how long it would probably be before she should see Valancourt, who might be stationed with his regiment in a distant part of France, and that, when they did meet, it would be only to lament the successful villainy of Montoni. Yet, still she would have felt inexpressible delight at the thought of being once more in the same country with Valancourt, had it even been certain, that she could not see him. The intense heat, for it was now noon, obliged the travellers to look out for a shady recess, where they might rest, for a few hours, and the neighbouring thickets, abounding with wild grapes, raspberries, and figs, promised them grateful refreshment. Soon after, they turned from the road into a grove, whose thick foliage entirely excluded the sunbeams, and where a spring, gushing from the rock, gave coolness to the air. And, having alighted and turned the horses to graze, Annette and Ludovico ran to gather fruit from the surrounding thickets, of which they soon returned with an abundance. The travellers, seated under the shade of a pine and cypress grove and on turf, enriched with such a profusion of fragrant flowers, as Emily had scarcely ever seen, even among the Pyrenees, took their simple repast, and viewed, with new delight, beneath the dark umbrage of gigantic pines, the glowing landscape stretching to the sea. Emily and Dupont gradually became thoughtful and silent, but Annette was all joy and loquacity, and Ludovico was gay, without forgetting the respectful distance, which was due to his companions. The repast being over, Dupont recommended Emily to endeavour to sleep, during these sultry hours, and, desiring the servants would do the same, said he would watch the while, but Ludovico wished to spare him this trouble. And Emily and Annette, wearied with travelling, tried to repose, while he stood guard with his trombone. When Emily, refreshed by slumber, awoke, she found the sentinel asleep on his post and Dupont awake, but lost in melancholy thought. As the sun was yet too high to allow them to continue their journey, and as it was necessary, that Ludovico, after the toils and trouble he had suffered, should finish his sleep, Emily took this opportunity of inquiring by what accident Dupont became Montoni's prisoner, and he, pleased with the interest this inquiry expressed and with the excuse it gave him for talking to her of himself, immediately answered her curiosity. "I came into Italy, madam," said Dupont, "in the service of my country. In an adventure among the mountains our party, engaging with the bands of Montoni, was routed, and I, with a few of my comrades, was taken prisoner. When they told me, whose captive I was, the name of Montoni struck me, for I remembered, that Madame Cheron, your aunt, had married an Italian of that name, and that you had accompanied them into Italy. It was not, however, till some time after, that I became convinced this was the same Montoni, or learned that you, madam, was under the same roof with myself. I will not pain you by describing what were my emotions upon this discovery, which I owed to a sentinel, whom I had so far won to my interest, that he granted me many indulgences, one of which was very important to me, and somewhat dangerous to himself. But he persisted in refusing to convey any letter, or notice of my situation to you, for he justly dreaded a discovery and the consequent vengeance of Montoni. He however enabled me to see you more than once. You are surprised, madam, and I will explain myself. My health and spirits suffered extremely from want of air and exercise, and, at length, I gained so far upon the pity, or the avarice of the man, that he gave me the means of walking on the terrace." Emily now listened, with very anxious attention, to the narrative of Dupont, who proceeded. In granting this indulgence, he knew, that he had nothing to apprehend from a chance of my escaping from a castle, which was vigilantly guarded, and the nearest terrace of which rose over a perpendicular rock. He shewed me also, continued Dupont, a door concealed in the cedar wainscot of the apartment where I was confined, which he instructed me how to open, and which, leading into a passage, formed within the thickness of the wall, that extended far along the castle, finally opened in an obscure corner of the eastern rampart. I have since been informed, that there are many passages of the same kind concealed within the prodigious walls of that edifice, and which were, undoubtedly, contrived for the purpose of facilitating escapes in time of war. Through this avenue, at the dead of night, I often stole to the terrace, where I walked with the utmost caution, lest my steps should betray me to the sentinels on duty in distant parts. For this end of it, being guarded by high buildings, was not watched by soldiers. In one of these midnight wanderings, I saw light in a casement that overlooked the rampart and which, I observed, was immediately over my prison chamber. It occurred to me, that you might be in that apartment, and, with the hope of seeing you, I placed myself opposite to the window. Emily, remembering the figure that had formerly appeared on the terrace, and which had occasioned her so much anxiety, exclaimed, "It was you then, Monsieur Dupont, who occasioned me much foolish terror." My spirits were, at that time, so much weakened by long suffering, that they took alarm at every hint. Dupont, after lamenting, that he had occasioned her any apprehension, added, as I rested on the wall, opposite to your casement, the consideration of your melancholy situation and of my own called from me involuntary sounds of lamentation, which drew you, I fancy, to the casement. I saw there a person, whom I believed to be you. Oh! I will say nothing of my emotion at that moment. I wished to speak, but prudence restrained me, till the distant footstep of a sentinel compelled me suddenly to quit my station. It was some time, before I had another opportunity of walking, for I could only leave my prison, when it happened to be the turn of one man to guard me. Meanwhile I became convinced from some circumstances related by him, that your apartment was over mine, and, when again I ventured forth, I returned to your casement, where again I saw you, but without daring to speak. I waved my hand, and you suddenly disappeared. Then it was, that I forgot my prudence, and yielded to lamentation. Again you appeared, you spoke, I heard the well-known accent of your voice. And, at that moment, my discretion would have forsaken me again, had I not heard also the approaching steps of a soldier, when I instantly quitted the place, though not before the man had seen me. He followed down the terrace and gained so fast upon me, that I was compelled to make use of a stratagem, ridiculous enough, to save myself. I had heard of the superstition of many of these men, and I uttered a strange noise, with a hope, that my pursuer would mistake it for something supernatural, and desist from pursuit. Luckily for myself I succeeded. The man, it seems, was subject to fits, and the terror he suffered threw him into one, by which accident I secured my retreat. A sense of the danger I had escaped, and the increased watchfulness, which my appearance had occasioned among the sentinels, deterred me ever after from walking on the terrace. But, in the stillness of night, I frequently beguiled myself with an old lute, procured for me by a soldier, which I sometimes accompanied with my voice, and sometimes, I will acknowledge, with a hope of making myself heard by you. But it was only a few evenings ago, that this hope was answered. I then thought I heard a voice in the wind, calling me, yet, even then I feared to reply, lest the sentinel at the prison door should hear me. Was I right, madam, in this conjecture? Was it you who spoke? Yes, said Emily, with an involuntary sigh, you was right indeed. Dupont, observing the painful emotions, which this question revived, now changed the subject. In one of my excursions through the passage, which I have mentioned, I overheard a singular conversation, said he. In the passage, said Emily, with surprise. I heard it in the passage, said Dupont, but it proceeded from an apartment, adjoining the wall, within which the passage wound, and the shell of the wall was there so thin, and was also somewhat decayed, that I could distinctly hear every word spoken on the other side. It happened that Montoni and his companions were assembled in the room, and Montoni began to relate the extraordinary history of the lady, his predecessor, in the castle. He did, indeed, mention some very surprising circumstances, and whether they were strictly true, his conscience must decide. I fear it will determine against him. But you, madam, have doubtless heard the report, which he designs should circulate, on the subject of that lady's mysterious fate. I have, sir, replied Emily, and I perceive, that you doubt it. I doubted it before the period I am speaking of, rejoined Dupont, but some circumstances, mentioned by Montoni, greatly contributed to my suspicions. The account I then heard, almost convinced me, that he was a murderer. I trembled for you. The more so that I had heard the guests mention your name in a manner, that threatened your repose. And, knowing, that the most impious men are often the most superstitious, I determined to try whether I could not awaken their consciences, and awe them from the commission of the crime I dreaded. I listened closely to Montoni, and, in the most striking passages of his story, I joined my voice, and repeated his last words, in a disguised and hollow tone. But was you not afraid of being discovered? Said Emily. I was not, replied Dupont, for I knew, that, if Montoni had been acquainted with the secret of this passage, he would not have confined me in the apartment, to which it led. I knew also, from better authority, that he was ignorant of it. The party, for some time, appeared inattentive to my voice, but, at length, were so much alarmed, that they quitted the apartment. And, having heard Montoni order his servants to search it, I returned to my prison, which was very distant from this part of the passage. I remember perfectly to have heard of the conversation you mention, said Emily. It spread a general alarm among Montoni's people, and I will own I was weak enough to partake of it. Monsieur Dupont and Emily thus continued to converse of Montoni, and then of France, and of the plan of their voyage. When Emily told him, that it was her intention to retire to a convent in Languedoc, where she had been formerly treated with much kindness, and from thence to write to her relation Monsieur Quesnel, and inform him of her conduct. There, she designed to wait, till La Vallée should again be her own, whither she hoped her income would sometime permit her to return. For Dupont now taught her to expect, that the estate, of which Montoni had attempted to defraud her, was not irrecoverably lost, and he again congratulated her on her escape from Montoni, who, he had not a doubt, meant to have detained her for life. The possibility of recovering her aunt's estates for Valancourt and herself lighted up a joy in Emily's heart, such as she had not known for many months. But she endeavoured to conceal this from Monsieur Dupont, lest it should lead him to a painful remembrance of his rival. They continued to converse, till the sun was declining in the west, when Dupont awoke Ludovico, and they set forward on their journey. Gradually descending the lower slopes of the valley, they reached the Arno, and wound along its pastoral margin, for many miles, delighted with the scenery around them, and with the remembrances, which its classic waves revived. At a distance, they heard the gay song of the peasants among the vineyards, and observed the setting sun tint the waves with yellow lustre, and twilight draw a dusky purple over the mountains, which, at length, deepened into night. Then the Luciola, the firefly of Tuscany, was seen to flash its sudden sparks among the foliage, while the cicala, with its shrill note, became more clamorous than even during the noonday heat, loving best the hour when the English beetle, with less offensive sound, winds his small but sullen horn, as oft he rises midst the twilight path, against the pilgrim borne in heedless hum. Collins. A.R. The travellers crossed the Arno by moonlight, at a ferry, and, learning that Pisa was distant only a few miles down the river, they wished to have proceeded thither in a boat, but, as none could be procured, they set out on their wearied horses for that city. As they approached it, the vale expanded into a plain, variegated with vineyards, corn, olives and mulberry groves. But it was late, before they reached its gates, where Emily was surprised to hear the busy sound of footsteps and the tones of musical instruments, as well as to see the lively groups, that filled the streets. And she almost fancied herself again at Venice. But here was no moonlight sea, no gay gondolas, dashing the waves, no Palladian palaces, to throw enchantment over the fancy and lead it into the wilds of fairy story. The Arno rolled through the town, but no music trembled from balconies over its waters, it gave only the busy voices of sailors on board vessels just arrived from the Mediterranean. The melancholy heaving of the anchor, and the shrill boatswain's whistle, sounds, which, since that period, have there sunk almost into silence. They then served to remind Dupont, that it was probable he might hear of a vessel, sailing soon to France from this port, and thus be spared the trouble of going to Leghorn. As soon as Emily had reached the inn, he went therefore to the quay, to make his inquiries. But, after all the endeavours of himself and Ludovico, they could hear of no bark, destined immediately for France, and the travellers returned to their resting place. Here also, Dupont endeavoured to learn where his regiment then lay, but could acquire no information concerning it. The travellers retired early to rest, after the fatigues of this day. And, on the following, rose early, and, without pausing to view the celebrated antiquities of the place, or the wonders of its hanging tower, pursued their journey in the cooler hours, through a charming country, rich with wine, and corn and oil. The Apennines, no longer awful, or even grand, here softened into the beauty of sylvan and pastoral landscape. And Emily, as she descended them, looked down delighted on Leghorn, and its spacious bay, filled with vessels, and crowned with these beautiful hills. She was no less surprised and amused, on entering this town, to find it crowded with persons in the dresses of all nations, a scene, which reminded her of a Venetian masquerade, such as she had witnessed at the time of the carnival. But here was bustle, without gaiety, and noise instead of music, while elegance was to be looked for only in the waving outlines of the surrounding hills. Monsieur Dupont, immediately on their arrival, went down to the quay, where he heard of several French vessels, and of one, that was to sail, in a few days, for Marseilles, from whence another vessel could be procured, without difficulty, to take them across the Gulf of Lions towards Narbonne, on the coast not many leagues from which city he understood the convent was seated, to which Emily wished to retire. He, therefore, immediately engaged with the captain to take them to Marseilles, and Emily was delighted to hear, that her passage to France was secured. Her mind was now relieved from the terror of pursuit, and the pleasing hope of soon seeing her native country, that country which held Valancourt, restored to her spirits a degree of cheerfulness, such as she had scarcely known since the death of her father. At Leghorn also, Dupont heard of his regiment, and that it had embarked for France. A circumstance which gave him great satisfaction, for he could now accompany Emily thither, without reproach to his conscience, or apprehension of displeasure from his commander. During these days, he scrupulously forbore to distress her by a mention of his passion, and she was compelled to esteem and pity, though she could not love him. He endeavored to amuse her by shewing the environs of the town, and they often walked together on the seashore, and on the busy quays, where Emily was frequently interested by the arrival and departure of vessels, participating in the joy of meeting friends, and, sometimes, shedding a sympathetic tear to the sorrow of those that were separating. It was after having witnessed a scene of the latter kind, that she arranged the following stanzas. The Mariner. Soft came the breath of spring, smooth flowed the tide, and blue the heaven in its mirror smilled. The white sail trembled, swelled, expanded wide. The busy sailors at the anchor toiled, with anxious friends, that shed the parting tear. The deck was thronged, how swift the moments fly. The vessel heaves, the farewell signs appear. Mute is each tongue, and eloquent each eye. The last dread moment comes, the sailor youth hides the big drop, then smiles amid his pain, soothes his sad bride, and vows eternal truth. Farewell, my love, we shall meet again. Long on the stern, with waving hand, he stood. The crowded shore sinks, lessening, from his view, as gradual glides the bark along the flood. His bride is seen no more, adieu, adieu. The breeze of eve moans low, her smile is o'er. Dim steals her twilight down the crimsoned west. He climbs the topmost mast, to seek once more the far-seen coast, where all his wishes rest. He views its dark line on the distant sky, and fancy leads him to his little home. He sees his weeping love, he hears her sigh. He soothes her griefs, and tells of joys to come. Eve yields to night, the breeze to wintry gales. In one vast shade the seas and shores repose. He turns his aching eyes, his spirit fails. The chill tear falls, sad to the deck he goes. The storm of midnight swells, the sails are furled. Deep sounds the lead, but finds no friendly shore. Fast o'er the waves the wretched bark is hurled. O Ellen, Ellen, we must meet no more. Lightnings, that shew the vast and foamy deep. The rending thunders, as they onward roll. The loud, loud winds, that o'er the billows sweep. Shake the firm nerve, appall the bravest soul. Ah! What avails the seaman's toiling care? The straining cordage bursts, the mast is riven. The sounds of terror groan along the air. Then sink afar, the bark on rocks is driven. Fierce o'er the wreck the whelming waters passed. The helpless crew sunk in the roaring main. Henry's faint accents trembled in the blast. Farewell, my love, we ne'er shall meet again. Oft, at the calm and silent evening hour, when summer breezes linger on the wave, a melancholy voice is heard to pour its lonely sweetness o'er poor Henry's grave. And oft, At midnight, airy strains are heard around the grove, where Ellen's form is laid. Nor is the dirge by village maidens feared, for lovers' spirits guard the holy shade. Chapter 10. Oh! The joy of young ideas, painted on the mind. In the warm glowing colors fancy spreads on objects not yet known, when all is new, and all is lovely. Sacred dramas. We now return to Languedoc and to the mention of Count de Villefort, the nobleman, who succeeded to an estate of the Marquis de Villeroy situated near the monastery of Saint Clare. It may be recollected, that this chateau was uninhabited, when St. Aubert and his daughter were in the neighborhood, and that the former was much affected on discovering himself to be so near Chateau Leblanc, a place, concerning which the good old Lavoisin afterwards dropped some hints. That had alarmed Emily's curiosity. It was in the year 1584, the beginning of that, in which St. Aubert died, that Francis Beauveau, Count de Villefort, came into possession of the mansion and extensive domain called Chateau Leblanc, situated in the province of Languedoc, on the shore of the Mediterranean. This estate, which, during some centuries, had belonged to his family, now descended to him, on the decease of his relative, the Marquis de Villeroy, who had been latterly a man of reserved manners and austere character. Circumstances, which, together with the duties of his profession, that often called him into the field, had prevented any degree of intimacy with his cousin, the Count de Villefort. For many years, they had known little of each other, and the Count received the first intelligence of his death, which happened in a distant part of France, together with the instruments, that gave him possession of the domain Chateau Leblanc. But it was not till the following year, that he determined to visit that estate, when he designed to pass the autumn there. The scenes of Chateau Leblanc often came to his remembrance, heightened by the touches, which a warm imagination gives to the recollection of early pleasures. For, many years before, in the lifetime of the Marchioness, and at that age when the mind is particularly sensible to impressions of gaiety and delight, he had once visited this spot, and, though he had passed a long intervening period amidst the vexations and tumults of public affairs, which too frequently corrode the heart and vitiate the taste, the shades of Languedoc and the grandeur of its distant scenery had never been remembered by him with indifference. During many years, the chateau had been abandoned by the late Marquis, and, being inhabited only by an old steward and his wife, had been suffered to fall much into decay. To superintend the repairs, that would be requisite to make it a comfortable residence, had been a principal motive with the Count for passing the autumnal months in Languedoc. And neither the remonstrances, or the tears of the Countess, for, on urgent occasions, she could weep, were powerful enough to overcome his determination. She prepared, therefore, to obey the command, which she could not conquer, and to resign the gay assemblies of Paris, where her beauty was generally unrivalled and won the applause, to which her wit had but feeble claim, for the twilight canopy of woods, the lonely grandeur of mountains and the solemnity of Gothic halls and of long, long galleries, which echoed only the solitary step of a domestic, or the measured clink that ascended from the great clock, the ancient monitor of the hall below. From these melancholy expectations she endeavored to relieve her spirits by recollecting all that she had ever heard, concerning the joyous vintage of the plains of Languedoc, but there, alas! No airy forms would bound to the gay melody of Parisian dances, and a view of the rustic festivities of peasants could afford little pleasure to a heart in which even the feelings of ordinary benevolence had long since decayed under the corruptions of luxury. The Count had a son and a daughter, the children of a former marriage, who, he designed, should accompany him to the south of France. Henri, who was in his 20th year, was in the French service. And Blanche, who was not yet 18, had been hitherto confined to the convent, where she had been placed immediately on her father's second marriage. The present Countess, who had neither sufficient ability, or inclination, to superintend the education of her daughter-in-law, had advised this step, and the dread of superior beauty had since urged her to employ every art that might prevail on the Count to prolong the period of Blanche's seclusion. It was, therefore, with extreme mortification, that she now understood he would no longer submit on this subject, yet it afforded her some consolation to consider, that, though the Lady Blanche would emerge from her convent, the shades of the country would, for some time, veil her beauty from the public eye. On the morning, which commenced the journey, the postilion stopped at the convent, by the Count's order, to take up Blanche, whose heart beat with delight, at the prospect of novelty and freedom now before her. As the time of her departure drew nigh, her impatience had increased, and the last night, during which she counted every note of every hour, had appeared the most tedious of any she had ever known. The morning light, at length, dawned. The matin bell rang. She heard the nuns descending from their chambers, and she started from a sleepless pillow to welcome the day, which was to emancipate her from the severities of a cloister, and introduce her to a world, where pleasure was ever smiling, and goodness ever blessed, where, in short, nothing but pleasure and goodness reigned. When the bell of the great gate rang, and the sound was followed by that of carriage wheels, she ran, with a palpitating heart, to her lattice, and, perceiving her father's carriage in the court below, danced, with airy steps, along the gallery, where she was met by a nun with a summons from the abbess. In the next moment, she was in the parlour, and in the presence of the countess, who now appeared to her as an angel, that was to lead her into happiness. But the emotions of the countess, on beholding her, were not in unison with those of Blanche, who had never appeared so lovely as at this moment, when her countenance, animated by the lightning smile of joy, glowed with the beauty of happy innocence. After conversing for a few minutes with the abbess, the countess rose to go. This was the moment, which Blanche had anticipated with such eager expectation, the summit from which she looked down upon the fairyland of happiness, and surveyed all its enchantment. Was it a moment, then, for tears of regret? Yet it was so. She turned, with an altered and dejected countenance, to her young companions, who were come to bid her farewell, and wept. Even my lady abbess, so stately and so solemn, she saluted with a degree of sorrow, which, an hour before, she would have believed it impossible to feel, and which may be accounted for by considering how reluctantly we all part, even with unpleasing objects, when the separation is consciously forever. Again, she kissed the poor nuns and then followed the countess from that spot with tears, which she expected to leave only with smiles. But the presence of her father and the variety of objects, on the road, soon engaged her attention, and dissipated the shade, which tender regret had thrown upon her spirits. Inattentive to a conversation, which was passing between the countess and a Mademoiselle Bearn, her friend, Blanche sat, lost in pleasing reverie, as she watched the clouds floating silently along the blue expanse, now veiling the sun and stretching their shadows along the distant scene, and then disclosing all his brightness. The journey continued to give Blanche inexpressible delight, for new scenes of nature were every instant opening to her view, and her fancy became stored with gay and beautiful imagery. It was on the evening of the 7th day, that the travellers came within view of Château Leblanc, the romantic beauty of whose situation strongly impressed the imagination of Blanche, who observed, with sublime astonishment, the Pyrenean mountains, which had been seen only at a distance during the day, now rising within a few leagues, with their wild cliffs and immense precipices, which the evening clouds, floating round them, now disclosed, and again veiled. The setting rays, that tinged their snowy summits with a roseate hue, touched their lower points with various colouring, while the bluish tint, that pervaded their shadowy recesses, gave the strength of contrast to the splendour of light. The plains of Languedoc, blushing with the purple vine and diversified with groves of mulberry, almond and olives, spread far to the north and the east. To the south, appeared the Mediterranean, clear as crystal, and blue as the heavens it reflected, bearing on its bosom vessels, whose white sails caught the sunbeams, and gave animation to the scene. On a high promontory, washed by the waters of the Mediterranean, stood her father's mansion, almost secluded from the eye by woods of intermingled pine, oak and chestnut, which crowned the eminence, and sloped towards the plains, on one side, while, on the other, they extended to a considerable distance along the seashores. As Blanche drew nearer, the Gothic features of this antient mansion successively appeared, first an embattled turret, rising above the trees, then the broken arch of an immense gateway, retiring beyond them. And she almost fancied herself approaching a castle, such as is often celebrated in early story, where the knights look out from the battlements on some champion below, who, clothed in black armor, comes, with his companions, to rescue the fair lady of his love from the oppression of his rival. A sort of legends, to which she had once or twice obtained access in the library of her convent, that, like many others, belonging to the monks, was stored with these relics of romantic fiction. The carriages stopped at a gate, which led into the domain of the chateau, but which was now fastened. And the great bell, that had formerly served to announce the arrival of strangers, having long since fallen from its station, a servant climbed over a ruined part of the adjoining wall, to give notice to those within of the arrival of their lord. As Blanche leaned from the coach window, she resigned herself to the sweet and gentle emotions, which the hour and the scenery awakened. The sun had now left the earth, and twilight began to darken the mountains. While the distant waters, reflecting the blush that still glowed in the west, appeared like a line of light, skirting the horizon. The low murmur of waves, breaking on the shore, came in the breeze, and, now and then, the melancholy dashing of oars was feebly heard from a distance. She was suffered to indulge her pensive mood, for the thoughts of the rest of the party were silently engaged upon the subjects of their several interests. Meanwhile, the Countess, reflecting, with regret, upon the gay parties she had left at Paris, surveyed, with disgust, what she thought the gloomy woods and solitary wildness of the scene. And, shrinking from the prospect of being shut up in an old castle, was prepared to meet every object with displeasure. The feelings of Henri were somewhat similar to those of the Countess. He gave a mournful sigh to the delights of the capital, and to the remembrance of a lady, who, he believed, had engaged his affections, and who had certainly fascinated his imagination. But the surrounding country, and the mode of life, on which he was entering, had, for him, at least, the charm of novelty, and his regret was softened by the gay expectations of youth. The gates being at length unbarred, the carriage moved slowly on, under spreading chestnuts, that almost excluded the remains of day, following what had been formerly a road, but which now, overgrown with luxuriant vegetation, could be traced only by the boundary, formed by trees, on either side, and which wound for near half a mile among the woods, before it reached the chateau. This was the very avenue that St. Aubert and Emily had formerly entered, on their first arrival in the neighborhood, with the hope of finding a house, that would receive them, for the night, and had so abruptly quitted, on perceiving the wildness of the place, and a figure, which the postilion had fancied was a robber. "What a dismal place is this!" exclaimed the Countess, as the carriage penetrated the deeper recesses of the woods. "Surely, my lord, you do not mean to pass all the autumn in this barbarous spot. One ought to bring hither a cup of the waters of Lethe, that the remembrance of pleasanter scenes may not heighten, at least, the natural dreariness of these." "I shall be governed by circumstances, madam," said the Count. "This barbarous spot was inhabited by my ancestors." The carriage now stopped at the chateau, where, at the door of the great hall, appeared the old steward and the Parisian servants, who had been sent to prepare the chateau, waiting to receive their lord. Lady Blanche now perceived, that the edifice was not built entirely in the Gothic style, but that it had additions of a more modern date. The large and gloomy hall, however, into which she now entered, was entirely Gothic, and sumptuous tapestry, which it was now too dark to distinguish, hung upon the walls, and depictured scenes from some of the antient Provençal romances. A vast Gothic window, embroidered with clematis and eglantine, that ascended to the south, led the eye, now that the casements were thrown open, through this verdant shade, over a sloping lawn, to the tops of dark woods that hung upon the brow of the promontory. Beyond, appeared the waters of the Mediterranean, stretching far to the south, and to the east, where they were lost in the horizon. While, to the northeast, they were bounded by the luxuriant shores of Languedoc and Provence, enriched with wood, and gay with vines and sloping pastures. And, to the southwest, by the majestic Pyrenees, now fading from the eye, beneath the gradual gloom. Blanche, as she crossed the hall, stopped a moment to observe this lovely prospect, which the evening twilight obscured, yet did not conceal. But she was quickly awakened from the complacent delight, which this scene had diffused upon her mind, by the Countess, who, discontented with every object around, and impatient for refreshment and repose, hastened forward to a large parlour, whose cedar wainscot, narrow, pointed casements, and dark ceiling of carved cypress wood, gave it an aspect of peculiar gloom, which the dingy green velvet of the chairs and couches, fringed with tarnished gold, had once been designed to enliven. While the Countess inquired for refreshment, the Count, attended by his son, went to look over some part of the chateau, and Lady Blanche reluctantly remained to witness the discontent and ill humour of her stepmother. "How long have you lived in this desolate place?" said her ladyship, to the old housekeeper, who came to pay her duty. "Above 20 years, your ladyship, on the next feast of Saint Jerome." "How happened it, that you have lived here so long, and almost alone, too?" "I understood, that the chateau had been shut up for some years." "Yes, madam, it was for many years after my late lord, the Count, went to the wars. But it is above 20 years, since I and my husband came into his service. The place is so large, and has of late been so lonely, that we were lost in it, and, after some time, we went to live in a cottage at the end of the woods, near some of the tenants, and came to look after the chateau, every now and then. When my lord returned to France from the wars, he took a dislike to the place, and never came to live here again, and so he was satisfied with our remaining at the cottage. Alas, alas! How the chateau is changed from what it once was! What delight my late lady used to take in it! I well remember when she came here a bride, and how fine it was. Now, it has been neglected so long, and is gone into such decay. I shall never see those days again." The Countess appearing to be somewhat offended by the thoughtless simplicity, with which the old woman regretted former times, Dorothy added, "But the chateau will now be inhabited, and cheerful again. Not all the world could tempt me to live in it alone." "Well, the experiment will not be made, I believe," said the Countess, displeased that her own silence had been unable to awe the loquacity of this rustic old housekeeper, now spared from further attendance by the entrance of the Count, who said he had been viewing part of the chateau, and found, that it would require considerable repairs and some alterations, before it would be perfectly comfortable, as a place of residence. "I am sorry to hear it, my lord," replied the Countess. "And why sorry, madam?" "Because the place will ill repay your trouble, and were it even a paradise, it would be insufferable at such a distance from Paris." The Count made no reply, but walked abruptly to a window. "There are windows, my lord, but they neither admit entertainment, or light, they shew only a scene of savage nature." "I am at a loss, madam," said the Count, "to conjecture what you mean by savage nature. Do those plains, or those woods, or that fine expanse of water, deserve the name?" "Those mountains certainly do, my lord," rejoined the Countess, pointing to the Pyrenees, "and this chateau, though not a work of rude nature, is, to my taste, at least, one of savage art." The Count coloured highly. "This place, madam, was the work of my ancestors," said he, "and you must allow me to say, that your present conversation discovers neither good taste, or good manners." Blanche, now shocked at an altercation, which appeared to be increasing to a serious disagreement, rose to leave the room, when her mother's woman entered it. And the Countess, immediately desiring to be shown to her own apartment, withdrew, attended by Mademoiselle Bearn. Lady Blanche, it being not yet dark, took this opportunity of exploring new scenes, and, leaving the parlour, she passed from the hall into a wide gallery, whose walls were decorated by marble pilasters, which supported an arched roof, composed of a rich mosaic work. Through a distant window, that seemed to terminate the gallery, were seen the purple clouds of evening in a landscape, whose features, thinly veiled in twilight, no longer appeared distinctly, but, blended into one grand mass, stretched to the horizon, coloured only with a tint of solemn grey. The gallery terminated in a saloon, to which the window she had seen through an open door, belonged, but the increasing dusk permitted her only an imperfect view of this apartment, which seemed to be magnificent and of modern architecture, though it had been either suffered to fall into decay, or had never been properly finished. The windows, which were numerous and large, descended low, and afforded a very extensive, and what Blanche's fancy represented to be, a very lovely prospect. And she stood for some time, surveying the grey obscurity and depicturing imaginary woods and mountains, valleys and rivers, on this scene of night. Her solemn sensations rather assisted, than interrupted, by the distant bark of a watchdog, and by the breeze, as it trembled upon the light foliage of the shrubs. Now and then, appeared for a moment, among the woods, a cottage light. And, at length, was heard, afar off, the evening bell of a convent, dying on the air. When she withdrew her thoughts from these subjects of fanciful delight, the gloom and silence of the saloon somewhat awed her. And, having sought the door of the gallery, and pursued, for a considerable time, a dark passage, she came to a hall, but one totally different from that she had formerly seen. By the twilight, admitted through an open portico, she could just distinguish this apartment to be of very light and airy architecture, and that it was paved with white marble, pillars of which supported the roof. That rose into arches built in the Moorish style. While Blanche stood on the steps of this portico, the moon rose over the sea, and gradually disclosed, in partial light, the beauties of the eminence, on which she stood, whence a lawn, now rude and overgrown with high grass, sloped to the woods. That, almost surrounding the chateau, extended in a grand sweep down the southern sides of the promontory to the very margin of the ocean. Beyond the woods, on the north side, appeared a long tract of the plains of Languedoc, and, to the east, the landscape she had before dimly seen, with the towers of a monastery, illumined by the moon, rising over dark groves. The soft and shadowy tint, that overspread the scene, the waves, undulating in the moonlight, and their low and measured murmurs on the beach, were circumstances, that united to elevate the unaccustomed mind of Blanche to enthusiasm. "And have I lived in this glorious world so long," said she, "and never till now beheld such a prospect, never experienced these delights? Every peasant girl, on my father's domain, has viewed from her infancy the face of nature. Has ranged, at liberty, her romantic wilds, while I have been shut in a cloister from the view of these beautiful appearances, which were designed to enchant all eyes, and awaken all hearts. How can the poor nuns and friars feel the full fervor of devotion, if they never see the sun rise, or set? Never, till this evening, did I know what true devotion is, for, never before did I see the sun sink below the vast earth. Tomorrow, for the first time in my life, I will see it rise. Oh, who would live in Paris, to look upon black walls and dirty streets, when, in the country, they might gaze on the blue heavens, and all the green earth?" This enthusiastic soliloquy was interrupted by a rustling noise in the hall, and, while the loneliness of the place made her sensible to fear, she thought she perceived something moving between the pillars. For a moment, she continued silently observing it, till, ashamed of her ridiculous apprehensions, she recollected courage enough to demand who was there. "Oh, my young lady, is it you?" said the old housekeeper, who was come to shut the windows. "I am glad it is you." The manner, in which she spoke this, with a faint breath, rather surprised Blanche, who said, "You seemed frightened, Dorothée, what is the matter?" "No, not frightened, Mademoiselle," replied Dorothée, hesitating and trying to appear composed, "but I am old, and, a little matter startles me." The Lady Blanche smiled at the distinction. "I am glad, that my lord the Count is come to live at the chateau, Mademoiselle," continued Dorothée, "for it has been many a year deserted, and dreary enough. Now, the place will look a little as it used to do, when my poor lady was alive." Blanche inquired how long it was, since the Marchioness died. "Alas! my lady," replied Dorothée, "so long, that I have ceased to count the years. The place, to my mind, has mourned ever since, and I am sure my lord's vassals have. But you have lost yourself, Mademoiselle. Shall I shew you to the other side of the chateau?" Blanche inquired how long this part of the edifice had been built. "Soon after my lord's marriage, ma'am," replied Dorothée. The place was large enough without this addition, for many rooms of the old building were even then never made use of, and my lord had a princely household too, but he thought the Antient mansion gloomy, and gloomy enough it is. Lady Blanche now desired to be shown to the inhabited part of the chateau. And, as the passages were entirely dark, Dorothy conducted her along the edge of the lawn to the opposite side of the edifice, where, a door opening into the great hall, she was met by Mademoiselle Bearn. "Where have you been so long?" said she. "I had begun to think some wonderful adventure had befallen you, and that the giant of this enchanted castle, or the ghost, which, no doubt, haunts it, had conveyed you through a trapdoor into some subterranean vault, whence you was never to return." "No," replied Blanche, laughingly, "you seem to love adventures so well, that I leave them for you to achieve." "Well, I am willing to achieve them, provided I am allowed to describe them." "My dear Mademoiselle Bearn," said Henri, as he met her at the door of the parlour, "no ghost of these days would be so savage as to impose silence on you. Our ghosts are more civilized than to condemn a lady to a purgatory severer even, than their own, be it what it may." Mademoiselle Bearn replied only by a laugh. And, the Count now entering the room, supper was served, during which he spoke little, frequently appeared to be abstracted from the company, and more than once remarked, that the place was greatly altered, since he had last seen it. "Many years have intervened since that period," said he, "and, though the grand features of the scenery admit of no change, they impress me with sensations very different from those I formerly experienced." "Did these scenes, sir," said Blanche, "ever appear more lovely, than they do now? To me this seems hardly possible." The Count, regarding her with a melancholy smile, said, "They once were as delightful to me, as they are now to you. The landscape is not changed, but time has changed me, for my mind the illusion, which gave spirit to the colouring of nature, is fading fast. If you live, my dear Blanche, to revisit this spot, at the distance of many years, you will, perhaps, remember and understand the feelings of your father." Lady Blanche, affected by these words, remained silent. She looked forward to the period, which the Count anticipated, and considering, that he, who now spoke, would then probably be no more, her eyes, bent to the ground, were filled with tears. She gave her hand to her father, who, smiling affectionately, rose from his chair, and went to a window to conceal his emotion. The fatigues of the day made the party separate at an early hour, when Blanche retired through a long oak gallery to her chamber, whose spacious and lofty walls, high antiquated casements, and, what was the effect of these, its gloomy air, did not reconcile her to its remote situation, in this antient building. The furniture, also, was of antient date. The bed was of blue damask, trimmed with tarnished gold lace, and its lofty tester rose in the form of a canopy, whence the curtains descended, like those of such tents as are sometimes represented in old pictures, and, indeed, much resembling those, exhibited on the faded tapestry, with which the chamber was hung. To Blanche, every object here was matter of curiosity. And, taking the light from her woman to examine the tapestry, she perceived, that it represented scenes from the wars of Troy, though the almost colourless worsted now mocked the glowing actions they once had painted. She laughed at the ludicrous absurdity she observed, till, recollecting, that the hands, which had wove it, were, like the poet, whose thoughts of fire they had attempted to express, long since mouldered into dust. A train of melancholy ideas passed over her mind, and she almost wept. Having given her woman a strict injunction to awaken her, before sunrise, she dismissed her. And then, to dissipate the gloom, which reflection had cast upon her spirits, opened one of the high casements, and was again cheered by the face of living nature. The shadowy earth, the air, and ocean, all was still. Along the deep serene of the heavens, a few light clouds floated slowly, through whose skirts the stars now seemed to tremble, and now to emerge with purer splendor. Blanche's thoughts arose involuntarily to the great author of the sublime objects she contemplated, and she breathed a prayer of finer devotion, than any she had ever uttered beneath the vaulted roof of a cloister. At this casement, she remained till the glooms of midnight were stretched over the prospect. She then retired to her pillow, and, with gay visions of tomorrow, to those sweet slumbers, which health and happy innocence only know. Tomorrow to fresh woods and pastures new. Chapter 11. What transport to retrace our early plays! Our easy bliss, when each thing joy supplied. The woods, the mountains and the warbling maze. Of the wild brooks. Thomson. Blanche's slumbers continued, till long after the hour, which she had so impatiently anticipated, for her woman, fatigued with travelling, did not call her, till breakfast was nearly ready. Her disappointment, however, was instantly forgotten, when, on opening the casement, she saw, on one hand, the wide sea sparkling in the morning rays, with its stealing sails and glancing oars. And, on the other, the fresh woods, the plains far stretching in the blue mountains, all glowing with the splendor of day. As she inspired the pure breeze, health spread a deeper blush upon her countenance, and pleasure danced in her eyes. Who could first invent convents, said she, and who could first persuade people to go into them? And to make religion a pretense, too, where all that should inspire it, is so carefully shut out. God is best pleased with the homage of a grateful heart, and, when we view his glories, we feel most grateful. I never felt so much devotion, during the many dull years I was in the convent, as I have done in the few hours, that I have been here, where I need only look on all around me, to adore God in my inmost heart. Saying this, she left the window, bounded along the gallery, and, in the next moment, was in the breakfast room, where the Count was already seated. The cheerfulness of a bright sunshine had dispersed the melancholy glooms of his reflections, a pleasant smile was on his countenance, and he spoke in an enlivening voice to Blanche, whose heart echoed back the tones. Henri and, soon after, the Countess with Mademoiselle Bearn appeared, and the whole party seemed to acknowledge the influence of the scene. Even the Countess was so much reanimated as to receive the civilities of her husband with complacency, and but once forgot her good humour, which was when she asked whether they had any neighbours who were likely to make this barbarous spot more tolerable, and whether the Count believed it possible for her to exist here, without some amusement. Soon after breakfast the party dispersed, the Count, ordering his steward to attend him in the library, went to survey the condition of his premises, and to visit some of his tenants. Henri hastened with alacrity to the shore to examine a boat, that was to bear them on a little voyage in the evening and to superintend the adjustment of a silk awning. While the Countess, attended by Mademoiselle Bearn, retired to an apartment on the modern side of the chateau, which was fitted up with airy elegance. And, as the windows opened upon balconies, that fronted the sea, she was there saved from a view of the horrid Pyrenees. Here, while she reclined on a sofa, and, casting her languid eyes over the ocean, which appeared beyond the wood tops, indulged in the luxuries of ennui, her companion read aloud a sentimental novel, on some fashionable system of philosophy. For the Countess was herself somewhat of a philosopher, especially as to infidelity, and among a certain circle her opinions were waited for with impatience, and received as doctrines. The Lady Blanche, meanwhile, hastened to indulge, amidst the wild wood walks around the chateau, her new enthusiasm, where, as she wandered under the shades, her gay spirits gradually yielded to pensive complacency. Now, she moved with solemn steps, beneath the gloom of thickly interwoven branches, where the fresh dew still hung upon every flower, that peeped from among the grass. And now tripped sportively along the path, on which the sunbeams darted and the checkered foliage trembled, where the tender greens of the beech, the acacia and the mountain ash, mingling with the solemn tints of the cedar, the pine and cypress, exhibited as fine a contrast of coloring, as the majestic oak and oriental plane did of form, to the feathery lightness of the cork tree and the waving grace of the poplar. Having reached a rustic seat, within a deep recess of the woods, she rested awhile, and, as her eyes caught, through a distant opening, a glimpse of the blue waters of the Mediterranean, with the white sail, gliding on its bosom, or of the broad mountain, glowing beneath the midday sun, her mind experienced somewhat of that exquisite delight, which awakens the fancy, and leads to poetry. The hum of bees alone broke the stillness around her, as, with other insects of various hues, they sported gaily in the shade, or sipped sweets from the fresh flowers, and, while Blanche watched a butterfly, flitting from bud to bud, she indulged herself in imagining the pleasures of its short day, till she had composed the following stanzas. The butterfly to his love. What bowery dell, with fragrant breath, courts thee to stay thy airy flight, nor seek again the purple heath? so oft the scene of gay delight. Long I've watched I the lily's bell, whose whiteness stole the morning's beam. No fluttering sounds thy coming tell, no waving wings, at distance, gleam. But fountain fresh, nor breathing grove, nor sunny mead, nor blossom tree, so sweet as lily's cell shall prove, the bower of constant love in me. When April buds begin to blow, the primrose, and the harebell blue, that on the verdant moss bank grow, with violet cups, that weep in dew. When wanton gales breathe through the shade, and shake the blooms, and steal their sweets, and swell the song of every glade, I range the forest's green retreats. There, through the tangled woodwalks play, where no rude urchin paces near, where sparely peeps the sultry day, and light dews freshen all the air. High on a sunbeam oft I sport, o'er bower and fountain, vale and hill. Oft every blushing floret court, that hangs its head o'er winding rill. But these I'll leave to be thy guide, and shew thee, where the jasmine spreads her snowy leaf, where mayflowers hide, and rosebuds rear their peeping heads. With me the mountain's summit scale, and taste the wild thyme's honeyed bloom, whose fragrance, floating on the gale, oft leads me to the cedar's gloom. Yet, no sound comes in the breeze. What shade thus dares to tempt thy stay? Once, me alone thou wished to please, and with me only thou wouldst stray. But, while thy long delay I mourn, and chide the sweet shades for their guile, thou mayst be true, and they forlorn, and fairy favours court thy smile. The tiny queen of fairyland, who knows thy speed, hath sent thee far, to bring, or ere the night watch stand, rich essence for her shadowy car. Perchance her acorn cups to fill, with nectar from the Indian rose, or gather, near some haunted rill, maydews, that lull to sleep love's woes. Or, o'er the mountains, bade thee fly, to tell her fairy love to speed, when evening steals upon the sky, to dance along the twilight mead. But now I see thee sailing low, gay as the brightest flowers of spring. Thy coat of blue and jet I know, and well thy gold and purple wing. Borne on the gale, thou comest to me. Oh! Welcome, welcome to my home. In lily's cell we'll live in glee, together o'er the mountains roam. When Lady Blanche returned to the chateau, instead of going to the apartment of the Countess, she amused herself with wandering over that part of the edifice, which she had not yet examined, of which the most antient first attracted her curiosity. For, though what she had seen of the modern was gay and elegant, there was something in the former more interesting to her imagination. Having passed up the great staircase, and through the oak gallery, she entered upon a long suite of chambers, whose walls were either hung with tapestry, or wainscoted with cedar, the furniture of which looked almost as antient as the rooms themselves. The spacious fireplaces, where no mark of social cheer remained, presented an image of cold desolation. And the whole suite had so much the air of neglect and desertion, that it seemed, as if the venerable persons, whose portraits hung upon the walls, had been the last to inhabit them. On leaving these rooms, she found herself in another gallery, one end of which was terminated by a back staircase, and the other by a door, that seemed to communicate with the north side of the chateau, but which being fastened. She descended the staircase, and, opening a door in the wall, a few steps down, found herself in a small square room, that formed part of the west turret of the castle. 3 windows presented each a separate and beautiful prospect, that to the north, overlooking Languedoc, another to the west, the hills ascending towards the Pyrenees, whose awful summits crowned the landscape. And a third, fronting the south, gave the Mediterranean, and a part of the wild shores of Roussillon, to the eye. Having left the turret, and descended the narrow staircase, she found herself in a dusky passage, where she wandered, unable to find her way, till impatience yielded to apprehension, and she called for assistance. Presently steps approached, and light glimmered through a door at the other extremity of the passage, which was opened with caution by some person, who did not venture beyond it, and whom Blanche observed in silence, till the door was closing. When she called aloud, and, hastening towards it, perceived the old housekeeper. "Dear Ma'amselle." "Is it you?" said Dorothy. "How could you find your way hither?" Had Blanche been less occupied by her own fears, she would probably have observed the strong expressions of terror and surprise on Dorothy's countenance, who now led her through a long succession of passages and rooms that looked as if they had been uninhabited for a century, till they reached that appropriated to the housekeeper, where Dorothy entreated she would sit down and take refreshment. Blanche accepted the sweetmeats offered to her, mentioned her discovery of the pleasant turret, and her wish to appropriate it to her own use. Whether Dorothy's taste was not so sensible to the beauties of landscape as her young lady's, or that the constant view of lovely scenery had deadened it, she forbore to praise the subject of Blanche's enthusiasm, which, however, her silence did not repress. To Lady Blanche's inquiry of whither the door she had found fastened at the end of the gallery led, she replied, that it opened to a suite of rooms, which had not been entered, during many years, for, added she, my late lady died in one of them. And I could never find in my heart to go into them since. Blanche, though she wished to see these chambers, forbore, on observing that Dorothy's eyes were filled with tears, to ask her to unlock them, and, soon after, went to dress for dinner, at which the whole party met in good spirits and good humour. Except the Countess, whose vacant mind, overcome by the languor of idleness, would neither suffer her to be happy herself, or to contribute to the happiness of others. Mademoiselle Bearn, attempting to be witty, directed her badinage against Henri, who answered, because he could not well avoid it, rather than from any inclination to notice her, whose liveliness sometimes amused, but whose conceit and insensibility often disgusted him. The cheerfulness, with which Blanche rejoined the party, vanished, on her reaching the margin of the sea. She gazed with apprehension upon the immense expanse of waters, which, at a distance, she had beheld only with delight and astonishment, and it was by a strong effort, that she so far overcame her fears as to follow her father into the boat. As she silently surveyed the vast horizon, bending round the distant verge of the ocean, an emotion of sublimest rapture struggled to overcome a sense of personal danger. A light breeze played on the water, and on the silk awning of the boat, and waved the foliage of the receding woods, that crowned the cliffs, for many miles, and which the Count surveyed with the pride of conscious property, as well as with the eye of taste. At some distance, among these woods, stood a pavilion, which had once been the scene of social gaiety, and which its situation still made one of romantic beauty. Thither, the Count had ordered coffee and other refreshment to be carried, and thither the sailors now steered their course, following the windings of the shore round many a woody promontory encircling bay. While the pensive tones of horns and other wind instruments, played by the attendants in a distant boat, echoed among the rocks, and died along the waves. Blanche had now subdued her fears. A delightful tranquillity stole over her mind, and held her in silence, and she was too happy even to remember the convent, or her former sorrows, as subjects of comparison with her present felicity. The Countess felt less unhappy than she had done, since the moment of her leaving Paris, for her mind was now under some degree of restraint. She feared to indulge its wayward humours, and even wished to recover the Count's good opinion. On his family, and on the surrounding scene, he looked with tempered pleasure and benevolent satisfaction, while his son exhibited the gay spirits of youth, anticipating new delights, and regretless of those that were past. After near an hour's rowing, the party landed, and ascended a little path, overgrown with vegetation. At a little distance from the point of the eminence, within the shadowy recess of the woods, appeared the pavilion, which Blanche perceived, as she caught a glimpse of its portico between the trees, to be built of variegated marble. As she followed the Countess, she often turned her eyes with rapture towards the ocean, seen beneath the dark foliage, far below, and from thence upon the deep woods, whose silence and impenetrable gloom awakened emotions more solemn, but scarcely less delightful. The pavilion had been prepared, as far as was possible, on a very short notice, for the reception of its visitors. But the faded colors of its painted walls and ceiling, and the decayed drapery of its once magnificent furniture, declared how long it had been neglected, and abandoned to the empire of the changing seasons. While the party partook of a collation of fruit and coffee, the horns, placed in a distant part of the woods, where an echo sweetened and prolonged their melancholy tones, broke softly on the stillness of the scene. This spot seemed to attract even the admiration of the Countess, or, perhaps, it was merely the pleasure of planning furniture and decorations, that made her dwell so long on the necessity of repairing and adorning it. While the Count, never happier than when he saw her mind engaged by natural and simple objects, acquiesced in all her designs, concerning the pavilion. The paintings on the walls and coved ceiling were to be renewed, the canopies and sofas were to be of light green damask. Marble statues of wood nymphs, bearing on their heads baskets of living flowers, were to adorn the recesses between the windows, which, descending to the ground, were to admit to every part of the room, and it was of octagonal form. The various landscape. One window opened upon a romantic glade, where the eye roved among the woody recesses, and the scene was bounded only by a lengthened pomp of groves. From another, the woods receding disclosed the distant summits of the Pyrenees. A third fronted an avenue, beyond which the grey towers of Château Leblanc, and a picturesque part of its ruin were seen partially among the foliage. While a fourth gave, between the trees, a glimpse of the green pastures and villages, that diversify the banks of the Aude. The Mediterranean, with the bold cliffs, that overlooked its shores, were the grand objects of a fifth window, and the others gave, in different points of view, the wild scenery of the woods. After wandering, for some time, in these, the party returned to the shore and embarked, and, the beauty of the evening tempting them to extend their excursion, they proceeded further up the bay. A dead calm had succeeded the light breeze, that wafted them hither, and the men took to their oars. Around, the waters were spread into one vast expanse of polished mirror, reflecting the grey cliffs and feathery woods, that overhung its surface, the glow of the western horizon and the dark clouds, that came slowly from the east. Blanche loved to see the dipping oars imprint the water, and to watch the spreading circles they left, which gave a tremulous motion to the reflected landscape, without destroying the harmony of its features. Above the darkness of the woods, her eye now caught a cluster of high towers, touched with the splendor of the setting rays, and, soon after, the horns being then silent, she heard the faint swell of choral voices from a distance. "What voices are those, upon the air?" said the Count, looking round, and listening, but the strain had ceased. "It seemed to be a vesper hymn, which I have often heard in my convent," said Blanche. "We are near the monastery, then," observed the Count, and, the boat soon after doubling a lofty headland, the monastery of Asti. Claire appeared, seated near the margin of the sea, where the cliffs, suddenly sinking, formed a low shore within a small bay, almost encircled with woods, among which partial features of the edifice were seen. The great gate and Gothic window of the hall, the cloisters and the side of a chapel more remote. While a venerable arch, which had once led to a part of the fabric, now demolished, stood a majestic ruin detached from the main building, beyond which appeared a grand perspective of the woods. On the grey walls, the moss had fastened, and, round the pointed windows of the chapel, the ivy and the bryony hung in many a fantastic wreath. All without was silent and forsaken. But, while Blanche gazed with admiration on this venerable pile, whose effect was heightened by the strong lights and shadows thrown athwart it by a cloudy sunset, a sound of many voices, slowly chanting, arose from within. The Count bade his men rest on their oars. The monks were singing the hymn of Vespers, and some female voices mingled with the strain, which rose by soft degrees, till the high organ and the choral sounds swelled into full and solemn harmony. The strain, soon after, dropped into sudden silence, and was renewed in a low and still more solemn key, till, at length, the holy chorus died away, and was heard no more. Blanche sighed, tears trembled in her eyes, and her thoughts seemed wafted with the sounds to heaven. While a rapt stillness prevailed in the boat, a train of friars, and then of nuns, veiled in white, issued from the cloisters, and passed, under the shade of the woods, to the main body of the edifice. The Countess was the first of her party to awaken from this pause of silence. "These dismal hymns and friars make one quite melancholy," said she, twilight is coming on, pray let us return, or it will be dark before we get home. The Count, looking up, now perceived, that the twilight of evening was anticipated by an approaching storm. In the east a tempest was collecting, a heavy gloom came on, opposing and contrasting the glowing splendor of the setting sun. The clamorous seafowl skimmed in fleet circles upon the surface of the sea, dipping their light pinions in the wave, as they fled away in search of shelter. The boatmen pulled hard at their oars. But the thunder, that now muttered at a distance, and the heavy drops, that began to dimple the water, made the Count determined to put back to the monastery for shelter, and the course of the boat was immediately changed. As the clouds approached the west, their lurid darkness changed to a deep ruddy glow, which, by reflection, seemed to fire the tops of the woods and the shattered towers of the monastery. The appearance of the heavens alarmed the Countess and Mademoiselle Bearn, whose expressions of apprehension distressed the Count, and perplexed his men. While Blanche continued silent, now agitated with fear, and now with admiration, as she viewed the grandeur of the clouds, and their effect on the scenery, and listened to the long, long peals of thunder, that rolled through the air. The boat having reached the lawn before the monastery, the Count sent a servant to announce his arrival, and to entreat shelter of the superior, soon after, appeared at the great gate, attended by several monks. While the servant returned with a message, expressive at once of hospitality and pride, but of pride disguised in submission. The party immediately disembarked, and, having hastily crossed the lawn, for the shower was now heavy, were received at the gate by the superior, who, as they entered, stretched forth his hands and gave his blessing. And they passed into the great hall, where the Lady Abbess waited, attended by several nuns, clothed, like herself, in black, and veiled in white. The veil of the abbess was, however, thrown half back, and discovered a countenance, whose chaste dignity was sweetened by the smile of welcome, with which she addressed the Countess, whom she led, with Blanche and Mademoiselle Bearn, into the convent parlour, while the Count and Henri were conducted by the superior to the refectory. The Countess, fatigued and discontented, received the politeness of the abbess with careless haughtiness, and had followed her, with indolent steps, to the parlour, over which the painted casements and wainscot of larch wood threw, at all times, a melancholy shade, and where the gloom of evening now lowered almost to darkness. While the Lady Abbess ordered refreshment, and conversed with the Countess, Blanche withdrew to a window, the lower panes of which, being without painting, allowed her to observe the progress of the storm over the Mediterranean, whose dark waves, that had so lately slept, now came boldly swelling, in long succession, to the shore, where they burst in white foam, and threw up a high spray over the rocks. A red sulphureous tint overspread the long line of clouds, that hung above the western horizon, beneath whose dark skirts the sun looking out, illumined the distant shores of Languedoc, as well as the tufted summits of the nearer woods, and shed a partial gleam on the western waves. The rest of the scene was in deep gloom, except where a sunbeam, darting between the clouds, glanced on the white wings of the seafowl, that circled high among them, or touched the swelling sail of a vessel, which was seen labouring in the storm. Blanche, for some time, anxiously watched the progress of the bark, as it threw the waves in foam around it, and, as the lightnings flashed, looked to the opening heavens, with many a sigh for the fate of the poor mariners. The sun, at length, set, and the heavy clouds, which had long impended, dropped over the splendour of his course. The vessel, however, was yet dimly seen, and Blanche continued to observe it, till the quick succession of flashes, lighting up the gloom of the whole horizon, warned her to retire from the window, and she joined the abbess, who, having exhausted all her topics of conversation with the Countess, had now leisure to notice her. But their discourse was interrupted by tremendous peals of thunder, and the bell of the monastery soon after ringing out, summoned the inhabitants to prayer. As Blanche passed the window, she gave another look to the ocean, where, by the momentary flash, that illumined the vast body of the waters, she distinguished the vessel she had observed before, amidst a sea of foam, breaking the billows. The mast now bowing to the waves, and then rising high in air. She sighed fervently as she gazed, and then followed the Lady Abbess and the Countess to the chapel. Meanwhile, some of the Count's servants, having gone by land to the chateau for carriages, returned soon after vespers had concluded, when, the storm being somewhat abated, the Count and his family returned home. Blanche was surprised to discover how much the windings of the shore had deceived her, concerning the distance of the chateau from the monastery, whose vesper bell she had heard, on the preceding evening, from the windows of the west saloon, and whose towers she would also have seen from thence, had not twilight veiled them. On their arrival at the chateau, the Countess, affecting more fatigue than she really felt, withdrew to her apartment, and the Count, with his daughter and Henri, went to the supper-room, where they had not been long, when they heard, in a pause of the gust, a firing of guns, which the Count understanding to be signals of distress from some vessel in the storm, went to a window, that opened towards the Mediterranean, to observe further. But the sea was now involved in utter darkness, and the loud howlings of the tempest had again overcome every other sound. Blanche, remembering the bark, which she had before seen, now joined her father, with trembling anxiety. In a few moments, the report of guns was again borne along the wind, and as suddenly wafted away. A tremendous burst of thunder followed, and, in the flash, that had preceded it, and which seemed to quiver over the whole surface of the waters, a vessel was discovered, tossing amidst the white foam of the waves at some distance from the shore. Impenetrable darkness again involved the scene, but soon a second flash shewed the bark, with one sail unfurled, driving towards the coast. Blanche hung upon her father's arm, with looks full of the agony of united terror and pity, which were unnecessary to awaken the heart of the Count, who gazed upon the sea with a piteous expression, and, perceiving that no boat could live in the storm, forbore to send one. But he gave orders to his people to carry torches out upon the cliffs, hoping they might prove a kind of beacon to the vessel, or, at least, warn the crew of the rocks they were approaching. While Henri went out to direct on what part of the cliffs the lights should appear, Blanche remained with her father, at the window, catching, every now and then, as the lightnings flashed, a glimpse of the vessel. And she soon saw, with reviving hope, the torches flaming on the blackness of night, and, as they waved over the cliffs, casting a red gleam on the gasping billows. When the firing of guns was repeated, the torches were tossed high in the air, as if answering the signal, and the firing was then redoubled. But, though the wind bore the sound away, she fancied, as the lightnings glanced, that the vessel was much nearer the shore. The Count's servants were now seen, running to and fro, on the rocks. Some venturing almost to the point of the crags, and bending over, held out their torches fastened to long poles. While others, whose steps could be traced only by the course of the lights, descended the steep and dangerous path, that wound to the margin of the sea, and, with loud halloos, hailed the mariners, whose shrill whistle, and then feeble voices, were heard, at intervals, mingling with the storm. Sudden shouts from the people on the rocks increased the anxiety of Blanche to an almost intolerable degree, but her suspense, concerning the fate of the mariners, was soon over, when Henri, running breathless into the room, told that the vessel was anchored in the bay below, but in so shattered a condition, that it was feared she would part before the crew could disembark. The Count immediately gave orders for his own boats to assist in bringing them to shore, and that such of these unfortunate strangers as could not be accommodated in the adjacent hamlet should be entertained at the chateau. Among the latter, were Emily St. Aubert, Monsieur Dupont, Ludovico and Annette, who, having embarked at Leghorn and reached Marseilles, were from thence crossing the Gulf of Lions, when this storm overtook them. They were received by the Count with his usual benignity, who, though Emily wished to have proceeded immediately to the monastery of St. Clare, would not allow her to leave the chateau that night. And, indeed, the terror and fatigue she had suffered would scarcely have permitted her to go farther. In Monsieur Dupont the Count discovered an old acquaintance, and much joy and congratulation passed between them, after which Emily was introduced by name to the Count's family, whose hospitable benevolence dissipated the little embarrassment which her situation had occasioned her, and the party were soon seated at the supper table. The unaffected kindness of Blanche and the lively joy she expressed on the escape of the strangers, for whom her pity had been so much interested, gradually revived Emily's languid spirits. And Dupont, relieved from his terrors for her and for himself, felt the full contrast, between his late situation on a dark and tremendous ocean, and his present one, in a cheerful mansion, where he was surrounded with plenty, elegance and smiles of welcome. Annette, meanwhile, in the servants' hall, was telling of all the dangers she had encountered, and congratulating herself so heartily upon her own and Ludovico's escape, and on her present comforts, that she often made all that part of the chateau ring with merriment and laughter. Ludovico's spirits were as gay as her own, but he had discretion enough to restrain them, and tried to check hers, though in vain, till her laughter, at length, ascended to my lady's chamber, who sent to inquire what occasioned so much uproar in the chateau, and to command silence. Emily withdrew early to seek the repose she so much required, but her pillow was long a sleepless one. On this her return to her native country, many interesting remembrances were awakened. All the events and sufferings she had experienced, since she quitted it, came in long succession to her fancy, and were chased only by the image of Valancourt, with whom to believe herself once more in the same land, after they had been so long, and so distantly separated, gave her emotions of indescribable joy, but which afterwards yielded to anxiety and apprehension, when she considered the long period that had elapsed since any letter had passed between them, and how much might have happened in this interval to affect her future peace. But the thought, that Valancourt might be now no more, or, if living, might have forgotten her, was so very terrible to her heart, that she would scarcely suffer herself to pause upon the possibility. She determined to inform him, on the following day, of her arrival in France, which it was scarcely possible he could know but by a letter from herself, and, after soothing her spirits with the hope of soon hearing, that he was well and unchanged in his affections, she, at length, sunk to repose. Chapter 12. Oft wooed the gleam of Cynthia, silver bright, in cloisters dim, far from the haunts of folly, with freedom by my side, and softy-wide melancholy. Grey. The Lady Blanche was so much interested for Emily, that, upon hearing she was going to reside in the neighbouring convent, she requested the Count would invite her to lengthen her stay at the chateau. "And you know, my dear sir," added Blanche, "how delighted I shall be with such a companion, for, at present, I have no friend to walk, or to read with, since Mademoiselle Bearn is my mamma's friend only." The Count smiled at the youthful simplicity, with which his daughter yielded to first impressions, and, though he chose to warn her of their danger, he silently applauded the benevolence, that could thus readily expand in confidence to a stranger. He had observed Emily, with attention, on the preceding evening, and was as much pleased with her, as it was possible he could be with any person, on so short an acquaintance. The mention, made of her by Mons. Dupont, had also given him a favourable impression of Emily, but, extremely cautious as to those, whom he introduced to the intimacy of his daughter, he determined, on hearing that the former was no stranger at the convent of St. Claire, to visit the abbess, and, if her account corresponded with his wish, to invite Emily to pass some time at the chateau. On this subject, he was influenced by a consideration of the Lady Blanche's welfare, still more than by either a wish to oblige her, or to befriend the orphan Emily, for whom, however, he felt considerably interested. On the following morning, Emily was too much fatigued to appear, but Mons. Dupont was at the breakfast table, when the Count entered the room, who pressed him, as his former acquaintance, and the son of a very old friend, to prolong his stay at the chateau. An invitation, which Dupont willingly accepted, since it would allow him to be near Emily. And, though he was not conscious of encouraging a hope, that she would ever return his affection, he had not fortitude enough to attempt, at present, to overcome it. Emily, when she was somewhat recovered, wandered with her new friend over the grounds belonging to the chateau, as much delighted with the surrounding views, as Blanche, in the benevolence of her heart, had wished. From thence she perceived, beyond the woods, the towers of the monastery, and remarked, that it was to this convent she designed to go. "Ah," said Blanche with surprise, "I am but just released from a convent, and would you go into one? If you could know what pleasure I feel in wandering here, at liberty, and in seeing the sky and the fields, and the woods all round me, I think you would not." Emily, smiling at the warmth, with which the Lady Blanche spoke, observed, that she did not mean to confine herself to a convent for life. "No, you may not intend it now," said Blanche. "But you do not know to what the nuns may persuade you to consent. I know how kind they will appear, and how happy, for I have seen too much of their art." When they returned to the chateau, Lady Blanche conducted Emily to her favourite turret, and from thence they rambled through the ancient chambers, which Blanche had visited before. Emily was amused by observing the structure of these apartments, and the fashion of their old but still magnificent furniture, and by comparing them with those of the Castle of Udolpho, which were yet more antique and grotesque. She was also interested by Dorothy the housekeeper, who attended them, whose appearance was almost as antique as the objects around her, and who seemed no less interested by Emily, on whom she frequently gazed with so much deep attention, as scarcely to hear what was said to her. While Emily looked from one of the casements, she perceived, with surprise, some objects, that were familiar to her memory. The fields and woods, with the gleaming brook, which she had passed with La Voisin, one evening, soon after the death of Monsieur Saint Aubert, in her way from the monastery to her cottage. And she now knew this to be the chateau, which he had then avoided, and concerning which he had dropped some remarkable hints. Shocked by this discovery, yet scarcely knowing why, she mused for some time in silence, and remembered the emotion, which her father had betrayed on finding himself so near this mansion, and some other circumstances of his conduct. That now greatly interested her. The music, too, which she had formerly heard, and, respecting which La Voisin had given such an odd account, occurred to her, and, desirous of knowing more concerning it, she asked Dorothy whether it returned at midnight, as usual, and whether the musician had yet been discovered. "Yes, ma'amselle," replied Dorothy, "that music is still heard, but the musician has never been found out, nor ever will, I believe, though there are some people, who can guess." "Indeed," said Emily, "then why do they not pursue the inquiry?" "Ah, young lady! Inquiry enough has been made, but who can pursue a spirit?" Emily smiled, and, remembering how lately she had suffered herself to be led away by superstition, determined now to resist its contagion. Yet, in spite of her efforts, she felt awe mingle with her curiosity, on this subject, and Blanche, who had hitherto listened in silence, now inquired what this music was, and how long it had been heard. "Ever since the death of my lady, madam," replied Dorothy. "Why, the place is not haunted, surely," said Blanche, between jesting and seriousness. "I have heard that music almost ever since my dear lady died," continued Dorothy, "and never before then. But that is nothing to some things I could tell of." "Do, pray, tell them, then," said Lady Blanche, now more in earnest than in jest. "I am much interested, for I have heard Sister Henriette, and Sister Sophie, in the convent, tell of such strange appearances, which they themselves had witnessed." "You never heard, my lady, I suppose, what made us leave the chateau, and go and live in a cottage," said Dorothy. "Never," replied Blanche with impatience. "Nor the reason, that my lord, the Marquis—" Dorothy checked herself, hesitated, and then endeavoured to change the topic. But the curiosity of Blanche was too much awakened to suffer the subject thus easily to escape her, and she pressed the old housekeeper to proceed with her account, upon whom, however, no entreaties could prevail. And it was evident, that she was alarmed for the imprudence, into which she had already betrayed herself. "I perceive," said Emily, smiling, "that all old mansions are haunted. I am lately come from a place of wonders. But unluckily, since I left it, I have heard almost all of them explained." Blanche was silent, Dorothy looked grave, and sighed, and Emily felt herself still inclined to believe more of the wonderful, than she chose to acknowledge. Just then, she remembered the spectacle she had witnessed in a chamber of Udolpho, and, by an odd kind of coincidence, the alarming words, that had accidentally met her eye in the MS. Papers, which she had destroyed, in obedience to the command of her father, and she shuddered at the meaning they seemed to impart, almost as much as at the horrible appearance, disclosed by the black veil. The Lady Blanche, meanwhile, unable to prevail with Dorothy to explain the subject of her late hints, had desired, on reaching the door, that terminated the gallery, and which she found fastened on the preceding day, To see the suite of rooms beyond. Dear young lady, said the housekeeper, I have told you my reason for not opening them. I have never seen them, since my dear lady died, and it would go hard with me to see them now. Pray, madam, do not ask me again. Certainly I will not, replied Blanche, if that is really your objection. Alas! It is, said the old woman, we all loved her well, and I shall always grieve for her. Time runs round. It is now many years, since she died. But I remember everything, that happened then, as if it was but yesterday. Many things, that have passed of late years, are gone quite from my memory, while those so long ago, I can see as if in a glass. She paused, but afterwards, as they walked up the gallery, added to Emily, this young lady sometimes brings the late Marchioness to my mind. I can remember, when she looked just as blooming, and very like her, when she smiles. Poor lady! How gay she was, when she first came to the chateau. And was she not gay, afterwards, said Blanche. Dorothy shook her head, and Emily observed her, with eyes strongly expressive of the interest she now felt. Let us sit down in this window, said the Lady Blanche, on reaching the opposite end of the gallery, and pray, Dorothy, if it is not painful to you, tell us something more about the Marchioness. I should like to look into the glass you spoke of just now, and see a few of the circumstances, which you say often pass over it. No, my lady, replied Dorothy. If you knew as much as I do, you would not, for you would find there a dismal train of them. I often wish I could shut them out, but they will rise to my mind. I see my dear lady on her deathbed, her very look, and remember all she said. It was a terrible scene. Why was it so terrible? Said Emily with emotion. Ah, dear young lady. Is not death always terrible? Replied Dorothy. To some further inquiries of Blanche Dorothy was silent. And Emily, observing the tears in her eyes, forbore to urge the subject, and endeavoured to withdraw the attention of her young friend to some object in the gardens, where the Count, with the Countess and Monsieur Dupont, appearing. They went down to join them. When he perceived Emily, he advanced to meet her, and presented her to the Countess, in a manner so benign, that it recalled most powerfully to her mind the idea of her late father, and she felt more gratitude to him than embarrassment towards the Countess, who, however, received her with one of those fascinating smiles, which her caprice sometimes allowed her to assume, and which was now the result of a conversation the Count had held with her concerning Emily. Whatever this might be, or whatever had passed in his conversation with the Lady Abbess, whom he had just visited, esteem and kindness were strongly apparent in his manner, when he addressed Emily, who experienced that sweet emotion which arises from the consciousness of possessing the approbation of the good. For to the Count's worth she had been inclined to yield her confidence almost from the first moment, in which she had seen him. Before she could finish her acknowledgments for the hospitality she had received, and mention of her design of going immediately to the convent, she was interrupted by an invitation to lengthen her stay at the chateau, which was pressed by the Count and the Countess, with an appearance of such friendly sincerity, that, though she much wished to see her old friends at the monastery, and to sigh, once more, over her father's grave, she consented to remain a few days at the chateau. To the abbess, however, she immediately wrote, mentioning her arrival in Languedoc and her wish to be received into the convent, as a boarder. She also sent letters to Monsieur Quesnel and to Valancourt, whom she merely informed of her arrival in France, and, as she knew not where the latter might be stationed, she directed her letter to his brother's seat in Gascony. In the evening, Lady Blanche and Mons Dupont walked with Emily to the cottage of La Voisin, which she had now a melancholy pleasure in approaching, for time had softened her grief for the loss of St. Aubert, though it could not annihilate it, and she felt a soothing sadness in indulging the recollections, which this scene recalled. La Voisin was still living, and seemed to enjoy, as much as formerly, the tranquil evening of a blameless life. He was sitting at the door of his cottage, watching some of his grandchildren, playing on the grass before him, and, now and then, with a laugh, or a commendation, encouraging their sports. He immediately recollected Emily, whom he was much pleased to see, and she was as rejoiced to hear, that he had not lost one of his family, since her departure. "Yes, ma'amselle," said the old man, "we all live merrily together still, thank God. And I believe there is not a happier family to be found in Languedoc, than ours." Emily did not trust herself in the chamber, where Saint Aubert died, and, after half an hour's conversation with La Voisin and his family, she left the cottage. During these the first days of her stay at Château Leblanc, she was often affected, by observing the deep, but silent melancholy, which, at times, stole over Dupont. And Emily, pitying the self-delusion, which disarmed him of the will to depart, determined to withdraw herself as soon as the respect she owed the Count and Countess de Villefort would permit. The dejection of his friend soon alarmed the anxiety of the Count, to whom Dupont, at length, confided the secret of his hopeless affection, which, however, the former could only commiserate, though he secretly determined to befriend his suit, if an opportunity of doing so should ever occur. Considering the dangerous situation of Dupont, he but feebly opposed his intention of leaving Château Leblanc, on the following day, but drew from him a promise of a longer visit, when he could return with safety to his peace. Emily herself, though she could not encourage his affection, esteemed him both for the many virtues he possessed, and for the services she had received from him. And it was not without tender emotions of gratitude and pity, that she now saw him depart for his family seat in Gascony. While he took leave of her with a countenance so expressive of love and grief, as to interest the Count more warmly in his cause than before. In a few days, Emily also left the château, but not before the Count and Countess had received her promise to repeat her visit very soon. And she was welcomed by the abbess, with the same maternal kindness she had formerly experienced, and by the nuns, with much expression of regard. The well-known scenes of the convent occasioned her many melancholy recollections, but with these were mingled others, that inspired gratitude for having escaped the various dangers, that had pursued her, since she quitted it, and for the good which she yet possessed. And, though she once more wept over her father's grave, with tears of tender affection, her grief was softened from its former acuteness. Some time after her return to the monastery, she received a letter from her uncle, Mons. Quesnel, in answer to information that she had arrived in France, and to her inquiries, concerning such of her affairs as he had undertaken to conduct during her absence, especially as to the period for which La Vallée had been let. Whither it was her wish to return, if it should appear, that her income would permit her to do so. The reply of Mons. Quesnel was cold and formal, as she expected, expressing neither concern for the evils she suffered, nor pleasure, that she was now removed from them. Nor did he allow the opportunity to pass, of reproving her for her rejection of Count Morano, whom he affected still to believe a man of honor and fortune. Nor of vehemently declaiming against Montoni, to whom he had always, till now, felt himself to be inferior. On Emily's pecuniary concerns, he was not very explicit. He informed her, however, that the term, for which La Vallée had been engaged, was nearly expired. But, without inviting her to his own house, added, that her circumstances would by no means allow her to reside there, and earnestly advised her to remain, for the present, in the convent of St. Clare. To her inquiries respecting poor old Teresa, her late father's servant, he gave no answer. In the postscript to his letter, Monsieur Quesnel mentioned M. Motteville, in whose hands the St. Aubert had placed the chief of his personal property, as being likely to arrange his affairs nearly to the satisfaction of his creditors, and that Emily would recover much more of her fortune, than she had formerly reason to expect. The letter also enclosed to Emily an order upon a merchant at Narbonne, for a small sum of money. The tranquillity of the monastery, and the liberty she was suffered to enjoy, in wandering among the woods and shores of this delightful province, gradually restored her spirits to their natural tone, except that anxiety would sometimes intrude concerning Valancourt, as the time approached, when it was possible that she might receive an answer to her letter. Chapter 13. As when a wave, that from a cloud impends, and, swelled with tempests, on the ship descends. White are the decks with foam. The winds aloud howl o'er the masts, and sing through every shroud. Pale, trembling, teared, the sailors freeze with fears. And instant death on every wave appears. Pope's Homer. The Lady Blanche, meanwhile, who was left much alone, became impatient for the company of her new friend, whom she wished to observe sharing in the delight she received from the beautiful scenery around. She had now no person, to whom she could express her admiration and communicate her pleasures, no eye, that sparkled to her smile, or countenance, that reflected her happiness, and she became spiritless and pensive. The Count, observing her dissatisfaction, readily yielded to her entreaties, and reminded Emily of her promised visit. But the silence of Valancourt, which was now prolonged far beyond the period, when a letter might have arrived from Estiviere, oppressed Emily with severe anxiety, and, rendering her averse to society, she would willingly have deferred her acceptance of this invitation, till her spirits should be relieved. The Count and his family, however, pressed to see her. And, as the circumstances, that prompted her wish for solitude, could not be explained, there was an appearance of caprice in her refusal, which she could not persevere in, without offending the friends, whose esteem she valued. At length, therefore, she returned upon a second visit to Château Leblanc. Here the friendly manner of Count de Villefort encouraged Emily to mention to him her situation, respecting the estates of her late aunt, and to consult him on the means of recovering them. He had little doubt, that the law would decide in her favour, and, advising her to apply to it, offered first to write to an advocate at Avignon, on whose opinion he thought he could rely. His kindness was gratefully accepted by Emily, who, soothed by the courtesy she daily experienced, would have been once more happy, could she have been assured of Valancourt's welfare and unaltered affection. She had now been above a week at the château, without receiving intelligence of him, and, though she knew, that, if he was absent from his brother's residence, it was scarcely probable her letter had yet reached him, she could not forbear to admit doubts and fears, that destroyed her peace. Again she would consider of all, that might have happened in the long period, since her first seclusion at Udolpho, and her mind was sometimes so overwhelmed with an apprehension, that Valancourt was no more, or that he lived no longer for her, that the company even of Blanche became intolerably oppressive, and she would sit alone in her apartment for hours together, when the engagements of the family allowed her to do so, without incivility. In one of these solitary hours, she unlocked a little box, which contained some letters of Valancourt, with some drawings she had sketched, during her stay in Tuscany, the latter of which were no longer interesting to her. But, in the letters, she now, with melancholy indulgence, meant to retrace the tenderness, that had so often soothed her, and rendered her, for a moment, insensible of the distance, which separated her from the writer. But their effect was now changed. The affection they expressed appealed so forcibly to her heart, when she considered that it had, perhaps, yielded to the powers of time and absence, and even the view of the handwriting recalled so many painful recollections, that she found herself unable to go through the first she had opened, and sat musing, with her cheek resting on her arm, and tears stealing from her eyes, when old Dorothy entered the room to inform her, that dinner would be ready an hour before the usual time. Emily started on perceiving her, and hastily put up the papers, but not before Dorothy had observed both her agitation and her tears. "Ah, Mademoiselle," said she, "you, who are so young, have you reason for sorrow?" Emily tried to smile, but was unable to speak. "Alas! Dear young lady, when you come to my age, you will not weep at trifles, and surely you have nothing serious, to grieve you." "No, Dorothy, nothing of any consequence," replied Emily. Dorothy, now stooping to pick up something, that had dropped from among the papers, suddenly exclaimed, "Holy Mary! What is it I see?" and then, trembling, sat down in a chair, that stood by the table. "What is it you do see?" said Emily, alarmed by her manner, and looking round the room. "It is herself," said Dorothy, "her very self. Just as she looked a little before she died." Emily, still more alarmed, began now to fear, that Dorothy was seized with sudden frenzy, but entreated her to explain herself. "That picture," said she, "where did you find it, lady?" "It is my blessed mistress herself." She laid on the table the miniature, which Emily had long ago found among the papers her father had enjoined her to destroy, and over which she had once seen him shed such tender and affecting tears. And, recollecting all the various circumstances of his conduct, that had long perplexed her, her emotions increased to an excess, which deprived her of all power to ask the questions she trembled to have answered, and she could only inquire whether Dorothée was certain the picture resembled the late Marchioness. "Oh, ma'amselle," said she, "how came it to strike me so, the instant I saw it, if it was not my lady's likeness? Ah," added she, taking up the miniature, "these are her own blue eyes, looking so sweet and so mild. And there is her very look, such as I have often seen it, when she had sat thinking for a long while, and then, the tears would often steal down her cheeks, but she never would complain. It was that look so meek, as it were, and resigned, that used to break my heart and make me love her so." "Dorothée," said Emily solemnly, "I am interested in the cause of that grief, more so, perhaps, than you may imagine. And I entreat, that you will no longer refuse to indulge my curiosity, it is not a common one." As Emily said this, she remembered the papers, with which the picture had been found, and had scarcely a doubt, that they had concerned the Marchioness de Villeroy. But with this supposition came a scruple, whether she ought to inquire further on a subject, which might prove to be the same, that her father had so carefully endeavored to conceal. Her curiosity, concerning the Marchioness, powerful as it was, it is probable she would now have resisted, as she had formerly done, on unwarily observing the few terrible words in the papers, which had never since been erased from her memory. Had she been certain that the history of that lady was the subject of those papers, or, that such simple particulars only as it was probable Dorothée could relate were included in her father's command? What was known to her could be no secret to many other persons, and, since it appeared very unlikely, that St. Aubert should attempt to conceal what Emily might learn by ordinary means, she at length concluded, that, if the papers had related to the story of the Marchioness, it was not those circumstances of it, which Dorothée could disclose. That he had thought sufficiently important to wish to have concealed. She, therefore, no longer hesitated to make the inquiries, that might lead to the gratification of her curiosity. "Ah, ma'amselle," said Dorothée, "it is a sad story, and cannot be told now, but what am I saying? I never will tell it. Many years have passed, since it happened, and I never loved to talk of the Marchioness to anybody, but my husband. He lived in the family, at that time, as well as myself, and he knew many particulars from me, which nobody else did. For I was about the person of my lady in her last illness, and saw and heard as much, or more than my lord himself. Sweet saint! How patient she was! When she died, I thought I could have died with her." "Dorothée," said Emily, interrupting her, "what you shall tell, you may depend upon it, shall never be disclosed by me. I have, I repeat it, particular reasons for wishing to be informed on this subject, and am willing to bind myself, in the most solemn manner, never to mention what you shall wish me to conceal." Dorothée seemed surprised at the earnestness of Emily's manner, and, after regarding her for some moments, in silence, said, "Young lady, that look of yours pleads for you, it is so like my dear mistress's, that I can almost fancy I see her before me. If you were her daughter, you could not remind me of her more. But dinner will be ready, had you not better go down?" "You will first promise to grant my request," said Emily. "And ought not you first to tell me, ma'amselle, how this picture fell into your hands, and the reasons you say you have for curiosity about my lady?" "Why, no, Dorothée," replied Emily, recollecting herself, "I have also particular reasons for observing silence, on these subjects, at least, till I know further, and, remember, I do not promise ever to speak upon them. Therefore, do not let me induce you to satisfy my curiosity, from an expectation, that I shall gratify yours. What I may judge proper to conceal, does not concern myself alone, or I should have less scruple in revealing it. Let a confidence in my honor alone persuade you to disclose what I request." "Well, lady," replied Dorothée, after a long pause, during which her eyes were fixed upon Emily, "you seem so much interested, and this picture and that face of yours make me think you have some reason to be so, that I will trust you, and tell some things that I never told before to anybody, but my husband, though there are people, who have suspected as much. I will tell you the particulars of my lady's death, too, and some of my own suspicions. But you must first promise me by all the saints. Emily, interrupting her, solemnly promised never to reveal what should be confided to her, without Dorothy's consent. But there is the horn, ma'amselle, sounding for dinner, said Dorothy. I must be gone. When shall I see you again? Inquired Emily. Dorothy mused, and then replied, Why, madam, it may make people curious, if it is known I am so much in your apartment, and that I should be sorry for. So I will come when I am least likely to be observed. I have little leisure in the day, and I shall have a good deal to say, so, if you please, ma'am, I will come, when the family are all in bed. That will suit me very well, replied Emily. Remember, then, tonight. Aye, that is well remembered, said Dorothy. I fear I cannot come tonight, madam, for there will be the dance of the vintage, and it will be late before the servants go to rest. For, when they once set in to dance, they will keep it up, in the cool of the air, till morning. At least, it used to be so in my time. Ah! Is it the dance of the vintage? Said Emily, with a deep sigh, remembering, that it was on the evening of this festival, in the preceding year, that Saint Aubert and herself had arrived in the neighbourhood of Château Leblanc. She paused a moment, overcome by the sudden recollection, and then, recovering herself, added, But this dance is in the open woods, you, therefore, will not be wanted, and can easily come to me. Dorothy replied, that she had been accustomed to be present at the dance of the vintage, and she did not wish to be absent now, but if I can get away, madam, I will, said she. Emily then hastened to the dining room, where the Count conducted himself with the courtesy, which is inseparable from true dignity, and of which the Countess frequently practised little. Though her manner to Emily was an exception to her usual habit. But, if she retained few of the ornamental virtues, she cherished other qualities, which she seemed to consider invaluable. She had dismissed the grace of modesty, but then she knew perfectly well how to manage the stare of assurance. Her manners had little of the tempered sweetness, which is necessary to render the female character interesting, but she could occasionally throw into them an affectation of spirits, which seemed to triumph over every person, who approached her. In the country, however, she generally affected an elegant languor, that persuaded her almost to faint, when her favourite read to her a story of fictitious sorrow. But her countenance suffered no change, when living objects of distress solicited her charity, and her heart beat with no transport to the thought of giving them instant relief. She was a stranger to the highest luxury, of which, perhaps, the human mind can be sensible, for her benevolence had never yet called smiles upon the face of misery. In the evening, the Count, with all his family, except the Countess and Mademoiselle Bearn, went to the woods to witness the festivity of the peasants. The scene was in a glade, where the trees, opening, formed a circle round the turf they highly overshadowed. Between their branches, vines, loaded with ripe clusters, were hung in gay festoons. And, beneath, were tables, with fruit, wine, cheese and other rural fare, and seats for the Count and his family. At a little distance, were benches for the elder peasants, few of whom, however, could forbear to join the jocund dance, which began soon after sunset, when several of 60 tripped it with almost as much glee and airy lightness as those of 16. The musicians, who sat carelessly on the grass, at the foot of a tree, seemed inspired by the sound of their own instruments, which were chiefly flutes and a kind of long guitar. Behind, stood a boy, flourishing a tambourine, and dancing a solo, except that, as he sometimes gaily tossed the instrument, he tripped among the other dancers, when his antic gestures called forth a broader laugh, and heightened the rustic spirit of the scene. The Count was highly delighted with the happiness he witnessed, to which his bounty had largely contributed, and the Lady Blanche joined the dance with a young gentleman of her father's party. Dupont requested Emily's hand, but her spirits were too much depressed, to permit her to engage in the present festivity, which called to her remembrance that of the preceding year, when St. Aubert was living, and of the melancholy scenes, which had immediately followed it. Overcome by these recollections, she, at length, left the spot, and walked slowly into the woods, where the softened music, floating at a distance, soothed her melancholy mind. The moon threw a mellow light among the foliage. The air was balmy and cool, and Emily, lost in thought, strolled on, without observing whither, till she perceived the sound sinking afar off, and an awful stillness round her, except that, sometimes, the nightingale beguiled the silence with liquid notes, that close the eye of day. At length, she found herself near the avenue, which, on the night of her father's arrival, Michael had attempted to pass in search of a house, which was still nearly as wild and desolate as it had then appeared. For the Count had been so much engaged in directing other improvements, that he had neglected to give orders, concerning this extensive approach, and the road was yet broken, and the trees overloaded with their own luxuriance. As she stood surveying it, and remembering the emotions, which she had formerly suffered there, she suddenly recollected the figure, that had been seen stealing among the trees, and which had returned no answer to Michael's repeated calls. And she experienced somewhat of the fear, that had then assailed her, for it did not appear improbable, that these deep woods were occasionally the haunt of banditti. She, therefore, turned back, and was hastily pursuing her way to the dancers, when she heard steps approaching from the avenue. And, being still beyond the call of the peasants on the green, for she could neither hear their voices, or their music, she quickened her pace. But the persons following gained fast upon her, and, at length, distinguishing the voice of Henri, she walked leisurely, till he came up. He expressed some surprise at meeting her so far from the company. And, on her saying, that the pleasant moonlight had beguiled her to walk farther than she intended, an exclamation burst from the lips of his companion, and she thought she heard Valancourt speak. It was, indeed, he. And the meeting was such as may be imagined, between persons so affectionate, and so long separated as they had been. In the joy of these moments, Emily forgot all her past sufferings, and Valancourt seemed to have forgotten, that any person but Emily existed, while Henri was a silent and astonished spectator of the scene. Valancourt asked 1,000 questions, concerning herself and Montoni, which there was now no time to answer. But she learned, that her letter had been forwarded to him, at Paris, which he had previously quitted, and was returning to Gascony, whither the letter also returned, which, at length, informed him of Emily's arrival. And on the receipt of which he had immediately set out for Languedoc. On reaching the monastery, whence she had dated her letter, he found, to his extreme disappointment, that the gates were already closed for the night. And believing, that he should not see Emily, till the morrow, he was returning to his little inn, with the intention of writing to her, when he was overtaken by Henri, with whom he had been intimate at Paris, and was led to her. Whom he was secretly lamenting that he should not see, till the following day. Emily, with Valancourt and Henri, now returned to the green, where the latter presented Valancourt to the Count, who, she fancied, received him with less than his usual benignity, though it appeared, that they were not strangers to each other. He was invited, however, to partake of the diversions of the evening, and, when he had paid his respects to the Count, and while the dancers continued their festivity, he seated himself by Emily, and conversed, without restraint. The lights, which were hung among the trees, under which they sat, allowed her a more perfect view of the countenance she had so frequently in absence endeavoured to recollect, and she perceived, with some regret, that it was not the same as when last she saw it. There was all its wonted intelligence and fire, but it had lost much of the simplicity, and somewhat of the open benevolence, that used to characterize it. Still, however, it was an interesting countenance. But Emily thought she perceived, at intervals, anxiety contract, and melancholy fix the features of Valancourt. Sometimes, too, he fell into a momentary musing, and then appeared anxious to dissipate thought. While, at others, as he fixed his eyes on Emily, a kind of sudden distraction seemed to cross his mind. In her he perceived the same goodness and beautiful simplicity, that had charmed him, on their first acquaintance. The bloom of her countenance was somewhat faded, but all its sweetness remained, and it was rendered more interesting, than ever, by the faint expression of melancholy, that sometimes mingled with her smile. At his request, she related the most important circumstances, that had occurred to her, since she left France, and emotions of pity and indignation alternately prevailed in his mind. When he heard how much she had suffered from the villainy of Montoni. More than once, when she was speaking of his conduct, of which the guilt was rather softened, than exaggerated, by her representation, he started from his seat and walked away, apparently overcome as much by self-accusation as by resentment. Her sufferings alone were mentioned in a few words, which he could address to her, and he listened not to the account, which she was careful to give as distinctly as possible, of the present loss of Madame Montoni's estates, and of the little reason there was to expect their restoration. At length, Valancourt remained lost in thought, and then some secret cause seemed to overcome him with anguish. Again he abruptly left her. When he returned, she perceived that he had been weeping, and tenderly begged that he would compose himself. "My sufferings are all past now," said she, "for I have escaped from the tyranny of Montoni, and I see you well, let me also see you happy." Valancourt was more agitated than before. "I am unworthy of you, Emily," said he, "I am unworthy of you." Words, by his manner of uttering which Emily was then more shocked than by their import. She fixed on him a mournful and inquiring eye. "Do not look thus on me," said he, turning away and pressing her hand, "I cannot bear those looks." "I would ask," said Emily, in a gentle, but agitated voice, "the meaning of your words, but I perceive, that the question would distress you now. Let us talk on other subjects. Tomorrow, perhaps, you may be more composed. Observe those moonlight woods, and the towers, which appear obscurely in the perspective. You used to be a great admirer of landscape, and I have heard you say, that the faculty of deriving consolation, under misfortune, from the sublime prospects, which neither oppression, or poverty withhold from us, was the peculiar blessing of the innocent." Valancourt was deeply affected. "Yes," replied he, "I had once a taste for innocent and elegant delights, I had once an uncorrupted heart." Then, checking himself, he added, "Do you remember our journey together in the Pyrenees?" "Can I forget it?" said Emily. "Would that I could," he replied, "that was the happiest period of my life. I then loved, with enthusiasm, whatever was truly great, or good." It was some time before Emily could repress her tears, and try to command her emotions. "If you wish to forget that journey," said she, "it must certainly be my wish to forget it also." She paused, and then added, "You make me very uneasy, but this is not the time for further inquiry. Yet, how can I bear to believe, even for a moment, that you are less worthy of my esteem than formerly? I have still sufficient confidence in your candor, to believe, that, when I shall ask for an explanation, you will give it me." "Yes," said Valancourt, "yes, Emily, I have not yet lost my candor. If I had, I could better have disguised my emotions, on learning what were your sufferings, your virtues, while but I will say no more. I did not mean to have said even so much, I have been surprised into the self-accusation. Tell me, Emily, that you will not forget that journey, will not wish to forget it, and I will be calm. I would not lose the remembrance of it for the whole earth." "How contradictory is this," said Emily, "but we may be overheard. My recollection of it shall depend upon yours, I will endeavour to forget, or to recollect it, as you may do. Let us join the Count." "Tell me first," said Valancourt, "that you forgive the uneasiness I have occasioned you, this evening, and that you will still love me." "I sincerely forgive you," replied Emily. "You best know whether I shall continue to love you, for you know whether you deserve my esteem. At present, I will believe that you do. It is unnecessary to say," added she, observing his dejection, "how much pain it would give me to believe otherwise. The young lady, who approaches, is the Count's daughter." Valancourt and Emily now joined the Lady Blanche. And the party, soon after, sat down with the Count, his son, and the Chevalier du Pont, at a banquet, spread under a gay awning, beneath the trees. At the table also were seated several of the most venerable of the Count's tenants, and it was a festive repast to all but Valancourt and Emily. When the Count retired to the chateau, he did not invite Valancourt to accompany him, who, therefore, took leave of Emily, and retired to his solitary inn for the night. Meanwhile, she soon withdrew to her own apartment, where she mused with deep anxiety and concern on his behavior, and on the Count's reception of him. Her attention was thus so wholly engaged, that she forgot Dorothée and her appointment, till morning was far advanced, when, knowing that the good old woman would not come, she retired, for a few hours, to repose. On the following day, when the Count had accidentally joined Emily in one of the walks, they talked of the festival of the preceding evening, and this led him to a mention of Valancourt. "That is a young man of talents," said he. "You were formerly acquainted with him, I perceive." Emily said, that she was. "He was introduced to me, at Paris," said the Count, "and I was much pleased with him, on our first acquaintance." He paused, and Emily trembled, between the desire of hearing more and the fear of shewing the Count, that she felt an interest on the subject. "May I ask," said he, at length, "how long you have known Monsieur Valancourt?" "Will you allow me to ask your reason for the question, sir?" said she, "and I will answer it immediately." "Certainly," said the Count, "that is but just. I will tell you my reason. I cannot but perceive, that Monsieur Valancourt admires you. In that, however, there is nothing extraordinary. Every person, who sees you, must do the same. I am above using commonplace compliments, I speak with sincerity. What I fear, is, that he is a favourite admirer." "Why do you fear it, sir?" said Emily, endeavouring to conceal her emotion. "Because," replied the Count, "I think him not worthy of your favour." Emily, greatly agitated, entreated further explanation. "I will give it," said he, "if you will believe, that nothing but a strong interest in your welfare could induce me to hazard that assertion." "I must believe so, sir," replied Emily. "But let us rest under these trees," said the Count, observing the paleness of her countenance. "Here is a seat, you are fatigued." They sat down, and the Count proceeded. "Many young ladies, circumstanced as you are, would think my conduct, on this occasion, and on so short an acquaintance, impertinent, instead of friendly. From what I have observed of your temper and understanding, I do not fear such a return from you. Our acquaintance has been short, but long enough to make me esteem you, and feel a lively interest in your happiness. You deserve to be very happy, and I trust that you will be so." Emily sighed softly, and bowed her thanks. The Count paused again. "I am unpleasantly circumstanced," said he. "But an opportunity of rendering you important service shall overcome inferior considerations. Will you inform me of the manner of your first acquaintance with the Chevalier Valancourt, if the subject is not too painful?" Emily briefly related the accident of their meeting in the presence of her father, and then so earnestly entreated the Count not to hesitate in declaring what he knew, that he perceived the violent emotion, against which she was contending, and, regarding her with a look of tender compassion, considered how he might communicate his information with least pain to his anxious auditor. "The Chevalier and my son," said he, "were introduced to each other, at the table of a brother officer, at whose house I also met him, and invited him to my own, whenever he should be disengaged. I did not then know, that he had formed an acquaintance with a set of men, a disgrace to their species, who live by plunder and pass their lives in continual debauchery. I knew several of the Chevalier's family, resident at Paris, and considered them as sufficient pledges for his introduction to my own. But you are ill, I will leave the subject." "No, sir," said Emily, "I beg you will proceed, I am only distressed." "Only," said the Count, with emphasis, "however, I will proceed. I soon learned, that these, his associates, had drawn him into a course of dissipation, from which he appeared to have neither the power, nor the inclination, to extricate himself. He lost large sums at the gaming table, he became infatuated with play, and was ruined. I spoke tenderly of this to his friends, who assured me, that they had remonstrated with him, till they were weary. I afterwards learned, that, in consideration of his talents for play, which were generally successful, when unopposed by the tricks of villainy, that in consideration of these, the party had initiated him into the secrets of their trade, and allotted him a share of their profits." "Impossible," said Emily suddenly, but, pardon me, sir, I scarcely know what I say, allow for the distress of my mind. I must, indeed, I must believe, that you have not been truly informed. The Chevalier had, doubtless, enemies, who misrepresented him. I should be most happy to believe so, replied the Count, but I cannot. Nothing short of conviction, and a regard for your happiness, could have urged me to repeat these unpleasant reports. Emily was silent. She recollected Valancourt's sayings, on the preceding evening, which discovered the pangs of self-reproach, and seemed to confirm all that the Count had related. Yet she had not fortitude enough to dare conviction. Her heart was overwhelmed with anguish at the mere suspicion of his guilt, and she could not endure a belief of it. After a silence, the Count said, I perceive, and can allow for, your want of conviction. It is necessary I should give some proof of what I have asserted, but this I cannot do, without subjecting one, who is very dear to me, to danger. What is the danger you apprehend, sir? Said Emily. If I can prevent it, you may safely confide in my honor. On your honor I am certain I can rely, said the Count, but can I trust your fortitude? Do you think you can resist the solicitation of a favored admirer, when he pleads, in affliction, for the name of one, who has robbed him of a blessing? I shall not be exposed to such a temptation, sir, said Emily, with modest pride, for I cannot favor one, whom I must no longer esteem. I, however, readily give my word. Tears, in the meantime, contradicted her first assertion. And she felt, that time and effort only could eradicate an affection, which had been formed on virtuous esteem, and cherished by habit and difficulty. I will trust you then, said the Count, for conviction is necessary to your peace, and cannot, I perceive, be obtained, without this confidence. My son has too often been an eyewitness of the Chevalier's ill conduct. He was very near being drawn in by it, he was, indeed, drawn into the commission of many follies, but I rescued him from guilt and destruction. Judge then, Mademoiselle St. Aubert, whether a father, who had nearly lost his only son by the example of the Chevalier, has not, from conviction, reason to warn those, whom he esteems, against trusting their happiness in such hands. I have myself seen the Chevalier engaged in deep play with men, whom I almost shudder to look upon. If you still doubt, I will refer you to my son. I must not doubt what you have yourself witnessed, replied Emily, sinking with grief, or what you assert. But the Chevalier has, perhaps, been drawn only into a transient folly, which he may never repeat. If you had known the justness of his former principles, you would allow for my present incredulity. Alas, observed the Count, it is difficult to believe that, which will make us wretched. But I will not soothe you by flattering and false hopes. We all know how fascinating the vice of gaming is, and how difficult it is, also, to conquer habits. The Chevalier might, perhaps, reform for a while, but he would soon relapse into dissipation, for I fear, not only the bonds of habit would be powerful, but that his morals are corrupted. And, why should I conceal from you, that play is not his only vice? He appears to have a taste for every vicious pleasure. The Count hesitated and paused. While Emily endeavored to support herself, as, with increasing perturbation, she expected what he might further say. A long pause of silence ensued, during which he was visibly agitated. At length, he said, it would be a cruel delicacy, that could prevail with me to be silent, and I will inform you, that the Chevalier's extravagance has brought him twice into the prisons of Paris, from whence he was last extricated. As I was told upon authority, which I cannot doubt, by a well-known Parisian countess, with whom he continued to reside, when I left Paris. He paused again, and, looking at Emily, perceived her countenance change, and that she was falling from the seat. He caught her, but she had fainted, and he called loudly for assistance. They were, however, beyond the hearing of his servants at the chateau, and he feared to leave her while he went thither for assistance, yet knew not how otherwise to obtain it. Till a fountain at no great distance caught his eye, and he endeavored to support Emily against the tree, under which she had been sitting, while he went thither for water. But again he was perplexed, for he had nothing near him, in which water could be brought, but while, with increased anxiety, he watched her. He thought he perceived in her countenance symptoms of returning life. It was long, however, before she revived, and then she found herself supported, not by the Count, but by Valancourt, who was observing her with looks of earnest apprehension, and who now spoke to her in a tone, tremulous with his anxiety. At the sound of his well-known voice, she raised her eyes, but presently closed them, and a faintness again came over her. The Count, with a look somewhat stern, waved him to withdraw. But he only sighed heavily, and called on the name of Emily, as he again held the water, that had been brought, to her lips. On the Count's repeating his action, and accompanying it with words, Valancourt answered him with a look of deep resentment, and refused to leave the place, till she should revive, or to resign her for a moment to the care of any person. In the next instant, his conscience seemed to inform him of what had been the subject of the Count's conversation with Emily, and indignation flashed in his eyes. But it was quickly repressed, and succeeded by an expression of serious anguish, that induced the Count to regard him with more pity than resentment, and the view of which so much affected Emily, when she again revived, that she yielded to the weakness of tears. But she soon restrained them, and, exerting her resolution to appear recovered, she rose, thanked the Count and Henri, with whom Valancourt had entered the garden, for their care, and moved towards the chateau, without noticing Valancourt, who, heart-struck by her manner, exclaimed in a low voice, "Good God! How have I deserved this? What has been said, to occasion this change?" Emily, without replying, but with increased emotion, quickened her steps. "What has thus disordered you, Emily?" said he, as he still walked by her side. "Give me a few moments' conversation, I entreat you. I am very miserable." Though this was spoken in a low voice, it was overheard by the Count, who immediately replied, that Mademoiselle St. Aubert was then too much indisposed, to attend to any conversation, but that he would venture to promise she would see Monsieur Valancourt on the morrow, if she was better. Valancourt's cheek was crimsoned, he looked haughtily at the Count, and then at Emily, with successive expressions of surprise, grief and supplication, which she could neither misunderstand, or resist. And she said languidly, "I shall be better tomorrow, and if you wish to accept the Count's permission, I will see you then." "See me," exclaimed Valancourt, as he threw a glance of mingled pride and resentment upon the Count, and then, seeming to recollect himself, he added, "But I will come, madam, I will accept the Count's permission." When they reached the door of the chateau, he lingered a moment, for his resentment was now fled. And then, with a look so expressive of tenderness and grief, that Emily's heart was not proof against it, he bade her good morning, and, bowing slightly to the Count, disappeared. Emily withdrew to her own apartment, under such oppression of heart as she had seldom known, when she endeavoured to recollect all that the Count had told, to examine the probability of the circumstances he himself believed, and to consider of her future conduct towards Valancourt. But, when she attempted to think, her mind refused control, and she could only feel that she was miserable. One moment, she sunk under the conviction, that Valancourt was no longer the same, whom she had so tenderly loved, the idea of whom had hitherto supported her under affliction, and cheered her with the hope of happier days, but a fallen, a worthless character, whom she must teach herself to despise, if she could not forget. Then, unable to endure this terrible supposition, she rejected it, and disdained to believe him capable of conduct, such as the Count had described, to whom she believed he had been misrepresented by some artful enemy. And there were moments, when she even ventured to doubt the integrity of the Count himself, and to suspect, that he was influenced by some selfish motive, to break her connection with Valancourt. But this was the error of an instant, only. The Count's character, which she had heard spoken of by Dupont and many other persons, and had herself observed, enabled her to judge, and forbade the supposition. Had her confidence, indeed, been less, there appeared to be no temptation to betray him into conduct so treacherous, and so cruel. Nor did reflection suffer her to preserve the hope, that Valancourt had been misrepresented to the Count, who had said, that he spoke chiefly from his own observation, and from his son's experience. She must part from Valancourt, therefore, for ever, for what of either happiness or tranquillity could she expect with a man, whose tastes were degenerated into low inclinations, and to whom vice was become habitual. Whom she must no longer esteem, though the remembrance of what he once was, and the long habit of loving him, would render it very difficult for her to despise him. "O Valancourt!" she would exclaim, having been separated so long, "do we meet, only to be miserable, only to part for ever?" Amidst all the tumult of her mind, she remembered pertinaciously the seeming candour and simplicity of his conduct, on the preceding night. And, had she dared to trust her own heart, it would have led her to hope much from this. Still she could not resolve to dismiss him for ever, without obtaining further proof of his ill conduct. Yet she saw no probability of procuring it, if, indeed, proof more positive was possible. Something, however, it was necessary to decide upon, and she almost determined to be guided in her opinion solely by the manner, with which Valancourt should receive her hints concerning his late conduct. Thus passed the hours till dinner time, when Emily, struggling against the pressure of her grief, dried her tears, and joined the family at table, where the Count preserved towards her the most delicate attention. But the Countess and Mademoiselle Bearn, having looked, for a moment, with surprise, on her dejected countenance, began, as usual, to talk of trifles, while the eyes of Lady Blanche asked much of her friend, who could only reply by a mournful smile. Emily withdrew as soon after dinner as possible, and was followed by the Lady Blanche, whose anxious inquiries, however, she found herself quite unequal to answer, and whom she entreated to spare her on the subject of her distress. To converse on any topic, was now, indeed, so extremely painful to her, that she soon gave up the attempt, and Blanche left her, with pity of the sorrow, which she perceived she had no power to assuage. Emily secretly determined to go to her convent in a day or two, for company, especially that of the Countess and Mademoiselle Bearn, was intolerable to her, in the present state of her spirits. And, in the retirement of the convent, as well as the kindness of the abbess, she hoped to recover the command of her mind, and to teach it resignation to the event, which, she too plainly perceived, was approaching. To have lost Valancourt by death, or to have seen him married to a rival, would, she thought, have given her less anguish, than a conviction of his unworthiness, which must terminate in misery to himself. And which robbed her even of the solitary image her heart so long had cherished. These painful reflections were interrupted, for a moment, by a note from Valancourt, written in evident distraction of mind, entreating, that she would permit him to see her on the approaching evening, instead of the following morning. A request, which occasioned her so much agitation, that she was unable to answer it. She wished to see him, and to terminate her present state of suspense, yet shrunk from the interview, and, incapable of deciding for herself, she, at length, sent to beg a few moments' conversation with the Count in his library, where she delivered to him the note, and requested his advice. After reading it, he said, that, if she believed herself well enough to support the interview, his opinion was, that, for the relief of both parties, it ought to take place, that evening. His affection for you is, undoubtedly, a very sincere one, added the Count, and he appears so much distressed, and you, my amiable friend, are so ill at ease, that the sooner the affair is decided, the better. Emily replied, therefore, to Valancourt, that she would see him, and then exerted herself in endeavours to attain fortitude and composure, to bear her through the approaching scene, a scene so afflictingly the reverse of any to which she had looked forward. Volume 4. Chapter 1. Is all the counsel that we two have shared. The hours that we have spent. When we have chid the hasty-footed time. For parting us, oh! And is all forgot? And will you rend our ancient love asunder? Midsummer Night's Dream. In the evening, when Emily was at length informed, that Count de Villefort requested to see her, she guessed that Valancourt was below, and, endeavouring to assume composure and to recollect all her spirits, she rose and left the apartment. But on reaching the door of the library, where she imagined him to be, her emotion returned with such energy, that, fearing to trust herself in the room, she returned into the hall, where she continued for a considerable time, unable to command her agitated spirits. When she could recall them, she found in the library Valancourt, seated with the Count, who both rose on her entrance, but she did not dare to look at Valancourt, and the Count, having led her to a chair, immediately withdrew. Emily remained with her eyes fixed on the floor, under such oppression of heart, that she could not speak, and with difficulty breathed. While Valancourt threw himself into a chair beside her, and, sighing heavily, continued silent, when, had she raised her eyes, she would have perceived the violent emotions, with which he was agitated. At length, in a tremulous voice, he said, "I have solicited to see you this evening, that I might, at least, be spared the further torture of suspense, which your altered manner had occasioned me, and which the hints I have just received from the Count have in part explained. I perceive I have enemies, Emily, who envied me my late happiness, and who have been busy in searching out the means to destroy it. I perceive, too, that time and absence have weakened the affection you once felt for me, and that you can now easily be taught to forget me." His last words faltered, and Emily, less able to speak than before, continued silent. "Oh, what a meeting is this!" exclaimed Valancourt, starting from his seat, and pacing the room with hurried steps. "What a meeting is this, after our long, long separation!" Again he sat down, and, after the struggle of a moment, he added in a firm but despairing tone, "This is too much, I cannot bear it. Emily, will you not speak to me?" He covered his face with his hand, as if to conceal his emotion, and took Emily's, which she did not withdraw. Her tears could no longer be restrained. And, when he raised his eyes and perceived that she was weeping, all his tenderness returned, and a gleam of hope appeared to cross his mind, for he exclaimed, "Oh! You do pity me, then, you do love me. Yes, you are still my own Emily, let me believe those tears, that tell me so." Emily now made an effort to recover her firmness, and, hastily drying them, "Yes," said she, "I do pity you, I weep for you, but, ought I to think of you with affection? You may remember, that yesterevening I said, I had still sufficient confidence in your candour to believe, that, when I should request an explanation of your words, you would give it. This explanation is now unnecessary, I understand them too well. But prove, at least, that your candour is deserving of the confidence I give it, when I ask you, whether you are conscious of being the same estimable Valancourt, whom I once loved." "Once loved," cried he, the same, the same." He paused in extreme emotion, and then added, in a voice at once solemn and dejected, "No, I am not the same, I am lost, I am no longer worthy of you." He again concealed his face. Emily was too much affected by this honest confession to reply immediately, and, while she struggled to overcome the pleadings of her heart, and to act with the decisive firmness, which was necessary for her future peace, she perceived all the danger of trusting long to her resolution, in the presence of Valancourt, and was anxious to conclude an interview, that tortured them both. Yet, when she considered, that this was probably their last meeting, her fortitude sunk at once, and she experienced only emotions of tenderness and of despondency. Valancourt, meanwhile, lost in emotions of remorse and grief, which he had neither the power, or the will to express, sat insensible almost of the presence of Emily, his features still concealed, and his breast agitated by convulsive sighs. "Spare me the necessity," said Emily, recollecting her fortitude, "spare me the necessity of mentioning those circumstances of your conduct, which oblige me to break our connection for ever. We must part, I now see you for the last time." "Impossible," cried Valancourt, roused from his deep silence, "you cannot mean what you say, you cannot mean to throw me from you forever." "We must part," repeated Emily, with emphasis, "and that forever. Your own conduct has made this necessary." "This is the Count's determination," said he haughtily, "not yours, and I shall inquire by what authority he interferes between us." He now rose, and walked about the room in great emotion. "Let me save you from this error," said Emily, not less agitated. "It is my determination, and, if you reflect a moment on your late conduct, you will perceive, that my future peace requires it." "Your future peace requires, that we should part forever," said Valancourt. "How little did I ever expect to hear you say so! And how little did I expect, that it would be necessary for me to say so!" Rejoined Emily, while her voice softened into tenderness. and her tears flowed again, that you, Valancourt, would ever fall from my esteem. He was silent a moment, as if overwhelmed by the consciousness of no longer deserving this esteem, as well as the certainty of having lost it, and then, with impassioned grief, lamented the criminality of his late conduct and the misery to which it had reduced him, till, overcome by a recollection of the past and a conviction of the future, he burst into tears, and uttered only deep and broken sighs. The remorse he had expressed, and the distress he suffered could not be witnessed by Emily with indifference, and, had she not called to her recollection all the circumstances, of which Count de Villefort had informed her, and all he had said of the danger of confiding in repentance, formed under the influence of passion, she might perhaps have trusted to the assurances of her heart, and have forgotten his misconduct in the tenderness, which that repentance excited. Valancourt, returning to the chair beside her, at length, said, in a calm voice, "'Tis true, I am fallen from my own esteem. But could you, Emily, so soon, so suddenly resign, if you had not before ceased to love me, or, if your conduct was not governed by the designs, I will say, the selfish designs of another person? Would you not otherwise be willing to hope for my reformation, and could you bear, by estranging me from you, to abandon me to misery, to myself?" Emily wept aloud. "No, Emily, no, you would not do this, if you still loved me. You would find your own happiness in saving mine." "There are too many probabilities against that hope," said Emily, "to justify me in trusting the comfort of my whole life to it. May I not also ask, whether you could wish me to do this, if you really loved me?" "Really loved you," exclaimed Valancourt, "is it possible you can doubt my love? Yet it is reasonable, that you should do so, since you see, that I am less ready to suffer the horror of parting with you, than that of involving you in my ruin. Yes, Emily, I am ruined, irreparably ruined, I am involved in debts, which I can never discharge." Valancourt's look, which was wild, as he spoke this, soon settled into an expression of gloomy despair. And Emily, while she was compelled to admire his sincerity, saw, with unutterable anguish, new reasons for fear in the suddenness of his feelings and the extent of the misery, in which they might involve him. After some minutes, she seemed to contend against her grief and to struggle for fortitude to conclude the interview. "I will not prolong these moments," said she, "by a conversation, which can answer no good purpose. Valancourt, farewell." "You are not going," said he, wildly interrupting her, "you will not leave me thus, you will not abandon me even before my mind has suggested any possibility of compromise between the last indulgence of my despair and the endurance of my loss." Emily was terrified by the sternness of his look, and said, in a soothing voice, "You have yourself acknowledged, that it is necessary we should part. If you wish, that I should believe you love me, you will repeat the acknowledgment." "Never, never," cried he, "I was distracted when I made it." "Oh, Emily, this is too much, though you are not deceived as to my faults, you must be deluded into this exasperation against them. The Count is the barrier between us. But he shall not long remain so." "You are, indeed, distracted," said Emily, "the Count is not your enemy, on the contrary, he is my friend, and that might, in some degree, induce you to consider him as yours." "Your friend?" said Valancourt, hastily, "how long has he been your friend, that he can so easily make you forget your lover? Was it he, who recommended to your favour the Monsieur Du Pont, who, you say, accompanied you from Italy, and who, I say, has stolen your affections? But I have no right to question you, you are your own mistress. Du Pont, perhaps, may not long triumph over my fallen fortunes." Emily, more frightened than before by the frantic looks of Valancourt, said, in a tone scarcely audible, "For heaven's sake be reasonable, be composed. Monsieur Du Pont is not your rival, nor is the Count his advocate. You have no rival, nor, except yourself, an enemy. My heart is wrung with anguish, which must increase while your frantic behaviour shews me, more than ever, that you are no longer the Valancourt I have been accustomed to love." He made no reply, but sat with his arms rested on the table and his face concealed by his hands, while Emily stood, silent and trembling, wretched for herself and dreading to leave him in this state of mind. Oh, excess of misery! He suddenly exclaimed, that I can never lament my sufferings, without accusing myself, nor remember you, without recollecting the folly in the vice, by which I have lost you. Why was I forced to Paris, and why did I yield to allurements, which were to make me despicable for ever? Oh! Why cannot I look back, without interruption, to those days of innocence and peace, the days of our early love? The recollection seemed to melt his heart, and the frenzy of despair yielded to tears. After a long pause, turning towards her and taking her hand, he said, in a softened voice, Emily, can you bear that we should part? Can you resolve to give up an heart, that loves you like mine, an heart, which, though it has erred, widely erred, is not irretrievable from error, as, you well know, it never can be retrievable from love? Emily made no reply, but with her tears. Can you, continued he, can you forget all our former days of happiness and confidence, when I had not a thought, that I might wish to conceal from you, when I had no taste, no pleasures, in which you did not participate? Oh, do not lead me to the remembrance of those days, said Emily, unless you can teach me to forget the present. I do not mean to reproach you. If I did, I should be spared these tears. But why will you render your present sufferings more conspicuous, by contrasting them with your former virtues? Those virtues, said Valancourt, might, perhaps, again be mine, if your affection, which nurtured them, was unchanged. But I fear, indeed, I see, that you can no longer love me, else the happy hours, which we have passed together, would plead for me, and you could not look back upon them unmoved. Yet, why should I torture myself with the remembrance? Why do I linger here? Am I not ruined? Would it not be madness to involve you in my misfortunes, even if your heart was still my own? I will not distress you further. Yet, before I go, added he, in a solemn voice, let me repeat, that, whatever may be my destiny, whatever I may be doomed to suffer, I must always love you, most fondly love you. I am going, Emily, I am going to leave you, forever. As he spoke the last words, his voice trembled, and he threw himself again into the chair, from which he had risen. Emily was utterly unable to leave the room, or to say farewell. All impression of his criminal conduct and almost of his follies was obliterated from her mind, and she was sensible only of pity and grief. My fortitude is gone, said Valancourt at length, I can no longer even struggle to recall it. I cannot now leave you, I cannot bid you an eternal farewell, say, at least, that you will see me once again. Emily's heart was somewhat relieved by the request, and she endeavoured to believe, that she ought not to refuse it. Yet she was embarrassed by recollecting, that she was a visitor in the house of the Count, who could not be pleased by the return of Valancourt. Other considerations, however, soon overcame this, and she granted his request, on the condition, that he would neither think of the Count, as his enemy, nor Dupont as his rival. He then left her, with a heart, so much lightened by this short respite, that he almost lost every former sense of misfortune. Emily withdrew to her own room, that she might compose her spirits and remove the traces of her tears, which would encourage the censorious remarks of the Countess and her favourite, as well as excite the curiosity of the rest of the family. She found it, however, impossible to tranquillize her mind, from which she could not expel the remembrance of the late scene with Valancourt, or the consciousness, that she was to see him again, on the morrow. This meeting now appeared more terrible to her than the last, for the ingenuous confession he had made of his ill conduct and his embarrassed circumstances, with the strength and tenderness of affection, which this confession discovered, had deeply impressed her, and, in spite of all she had heard and believed to his disadvantage, her esteem began to return. It frequently appeared to her impossible, that he could have been guilty of the depravities, reported of him, which, if not inconsistent with his warmth and impetuosity, were entirely so with his candour and sensibility. Whatever was the criminality, which had given rise to the reports, she could not now believe them to be wholly true, nor that his heart was finally closed against the charms of virtue. The deep consciousness, which he felt as well as expressed of his errors, seemed to justify the opinion. And, as she understood not the instability of youthful dispositions, when opposed by habit, and that professions frequently deceive those, who make, as well as those, who hear them, she might have yielded to the flattering persuasions of her own heart and the pleadings of Valancourt, had she not been guided by the superior prudence of the Count. He represented to her, in a clear light, the danger of her present situation, that of listening to promises of amendment, made under the influence of strong passion, and the slight hope, which could attach to a connection, whose chance of happiness rested upon the retrieval of ruined circumstances and the reform of corrupted habits. On these accounts, he lamented, that Emily had consented to a second interview, for he saw how much it would shake her resolution and increase the difficulty of her conquest. Her mind was now so entirely occupied by nearer interests, that she forgot the old housekeeper and the promised history, which so lately had excited her curiosity, but which Dorothée was probably not very anxious to disclose, for night came. The hours passed, and she did not appear in Emily's chamber. With the latter it was a sleepless and dismal night. The more she suffered her memory to dwell on the late scenes with Valancourt, the more her resolution declined, and she was obliged to recollect all the arguments, which the Count had made use of to strengthen it, and all the precepts, which she had received from her deceased father, on the subject of self-command, to enable her to act, with prudence and dignity, on this the most severe occasion of her life. There were moments, when all her fortitude forsook her, and when, remembering the confidence of former times, she thought it impossible, that she could renounce Valancourt. His reformation then appeared certain. The arguments of Count de Villefort were forgotten, she readily believed all she wished, and was willing to encounter any evil, rather than that of an immediate separation. Thus passed the night in ineffectual struggles between affection and reason, and she rose, in the morning, with a mind, weakened and irresolute, and a frame, trembling with illness. Chapter 2. Come, weep with me, past hope, past cure, past help. Romeo and Juliet. Valancourt, meanwhile, suffered the tortures of remorse and despair. The sight of Emily had renewed all the ardour, with which he first loved her, and which had suffered a temporary abatement from absence and the passing scenes of busy life. When, on the receipt of her letter, he set out for Languedoc, he then knew, that his own folly had involved him in ruin, and it was no part of his design to conceal this from her. But he lamented only the delay which his ill conduct must give to their marriage, and did not foresee, that the information could induce her to break their connection forever. While the prospect of this separation overwhelmed his mind, before stung with self-reproach, he awaited their second interview, in a state little short of distraction, yet was still inclined to hope that his pleadings might prevail upon her not to exact it. In the morning, he sent to know at what hour she would see him, and his note arrived, when she was with the Count, who had sought an opportunity of again conversing with her of Valancourt. For he perceived the extreme distress of her mind, and feared, more than ever, that her fortitude would desert her. Emily having dismissed the messenger, the Count returned to the subject of their late conversation, urging his fear of Valancourt's entreaties, and again pointing out to her the lengthened misery, that must ensue, if she should refuse to encounter some present uneasiness. His repeated arguments could, indeed, alone have protected her from the affection she still felt for Valancourt, and she resolved to be governed by them. The hour of interview, at length, arrived. Emily went to it, at least, with composure of manner, but Valancourt was so much agitated, that he could not speak, for several minutes, and his first words were alternately those of lamentation, entreaty, and self-reproach. Afterward, he said, "Emily, I have loved you, I do love you, better than my life, but I am ruined by my own conduct. Yet I would seek to entangle you in a connection, that must be miserable for you, rather than subject myself to the punishment, which is my due, the loss of you. I am a wretch, but I will be a villain no longer. I will not endeavour to shake your resolution by the pleadings of a selfish passion. I resign you, Emily, and will endeavour to find consolation in considering, that, though I am miserable, you, at least, may be happy. The merit of the sacrifice is, indeed, not my own, for I should never have attained strength of mind to surrender you, if your prudence had not demanded it. He paused a moment, while Emily attempted to conceal the tears, which came to her eyes. She would have said, "You speak now, as you were wont to do," but she checked herself. "Forgive me, Emily," said he, "all the sufferings I have occasioned you, and, sometimes, when you think of the wretched Valancourt, remember, that his only consolation would be to believe, that you are no longer unhappy by his folly." The tears now fell fast upon her cheek, and he was relapsing into the frenzy of despair, when Emily endeavoured to recall her fortitude and to terminate an interview, which only seemed to increase the distress of both. Perceiving her tears and that she was rising to go, Valancourt struggled, once more, to overcome his own feelings and to soothe hers. "The remembrance of this sorrow," said he, "shall in future be my protection. Oh! Never again will example, or temptation have power to seduce me to evil, exalted as I shall be by the recollection of your grief for me." Emily was somewhat comforted by this assurance. "We are now parting for ever," said she. "But, if my happiness is dear to you, you will always remember, that nothing can contribute to it more, than to believe, that you have recovered your own esteem." Valancourt took her hand. His eyes were covered with tears, and the farewell he would have spoken was lost in sighs. After a few moments, Emily said, with difficulty and emotion, "Farewell, Valancourt, may you be happy." She repeated her farewell, and attempted to withdraw her hand, but he still held it and bathed it with his tears. "Why prolong these moments?" said Emily, in a voice scarcely audible, "they are too painful to us both." "This is too much," exclaimed Valancourt, resigning her hand and throwing himself into a chair, where he covered his face with his hands and was overcome, for some moments, by convulsive sighs. After a long pause, during which Emily wept in silence, and Valancourt seemed struggling with his grief, she again rose to take leave of him. Then, endeavouring to recover his composure, "I am again afflicting you," said he, "but let the anguish I suffer plead for me." He then added, in a solemn voice, which frequently trembled with the agitation of his heart, "Farewell, Emily, you will always be the only object of my tenderness. Sometimes you will think of the unhappy Valancourt, and it will be with pity, though it may not be with esteem. Oh! What is the whole world to me, without you, without your esteem?" He checked himself. "I am falling again into the error I have just lamented. I must not intrude longer upon your patience, or I shall relapse into despair." He once more bade Emily adieu, pressed her hand to his lips, looked at her, for the last time, and hurried out of the room. Emily remained in the chair, where he had left her, oppressed with a pain at her heart, which scarcely permitted her to breathe, and listening to his departing steps, sinking fainter and fainter, as he crossed the hall. She was, at length, roused by the voice of the Countess in the garden, and, her attention being then awakened, the first object, which struck her sight, was the vacant chair, where Valancourt had sat. The tears, which had been, for some time, repressed by the kind of astonishment, that followed his departure, now came to her relief, and she was, at length, sufficiently composed to return to her own room. Chapter 3. This is no mortal business, nor no sound that the earth owes. Shakespeare. We now return to the mention of Montoni, whose rage and disappointment were soon lost in nearer interests, than any, which the unhappy Emily had awakened. His depredations having exceeded their usual limits, and reached an extent, at which neither the timidity of the then commercial Senate of Venice, nor their hope of his occasional assistance would permit them to connive, the same effort, it was resolved, should complete the suppression of his power and the correction of his outrages. While a corps of considerable strength was upon the point of receiving orders to march for Udolpho, a young officer, prompted partly by resentment, for some injury, received from Montoni, and partly by the hope of distinction, solicited an interview with the minister, who directed the enterprise. To him he represented, that the situation of Udolpho rendered it too strong to be taken by open force, except after some tedious operations. That Montoni had lately shown how capable he was of adding to its strength all the advantages, which could be derived from the skill of a commander. That so considerable a body of troops, as that allotted to the expedition, could not approach Udolpho without his knowledge, and that it was not for the honor of the Republic to have a large part of its regular force employed for such a time as the siege of Udolpho would require, upon the attack of a handful of banditti. The object of the expedition, he thought, might be accomplished much more safely and speedily by mingling contrivance with force. It was possible to meet Montoni and his party, without their walls, and to attack them then. Or, by approaching the fortress, with the secrecy, consistent with the march of smaller bodies of troops, to take advantage either of the treachery, or negligence of some of his party. And to rush unexpectedly upon the whole even in the castle of Udolpho. This advice was seriously attended to, and the officer, who gave it, received the command of the troops, demanded for his purpose. His first efforts were accordingly those of contrivance alone. In the neighborhood of Udolpho, he waited, till he had secured the assistance of several of the condottieri, of whom he found none, that he addressed, unwilling to punish their imperious master and to secure their own pardon from the Senate. He learned also the number of Montoni's troops, and that it had been much increased, since his late successes. The conclusion of his plan was soon effected. Having returned with his party, who received the watchword and other assistance from their friends within, Montoni and his officers were surprised by one division, who had been directed to their apartment. While the other maintained the slight combat, which preceded the surrender of the whole garrison. Among the persons, seized with Montoni, was Orsino, the assassin, who had joined him on his first arrival at Udolpho, and whose concealment had been made known to the Senate by Count Morano. After the unsuccessful attempt of the latter to carry off Emily. It was, indeed, partly for the purpose of capturing this man, by whom one of the Senate had been murdered, that the expedition was undertaken, and its success was so acceptable to them, that Morano was instantly released. Notwithstanding the political suspicions, which Montoni, by his secret accusation, had excited against him. The celerity and ease, with which this whole transaction was completed, prevented it from attracting curiosity, or even from obtaining a place in any of the published records of that time. So that Emily, who remained in Languedoc, was ignorant of the defeat and signal humiliation of her late persecutor. Her mind was now occupied with sufferings, which no effort of reason had yet been able to control. Count de Villefort, who sincerely attempted whatever benevolence could suggest for softening them, sometimes allowed her the solitude she wished for, sometimes led her into friendly parties, and constantly protected her, as much as possible, from the shrewd inquiries and critical conversation of the Countess. He often invited her to make excursions, with him and his daughter, during which he conversed entirely on questions, suitable to her taste, without appearing to consult it. And thus endeavored gradually to withdraw her from the subject of her grief, and to awake other interests in her mind. Emily, to whom he appeared as the enlightened friend and protector of her youth, soon felt for him the tender affection of a daughter, and her heart expanded to her young friend Blanche, as to a sister, whose kindness and simplicity compensated for the want of more brilliant qualities. It was long before she could sufficiently abstract her mind from Valancourt to listen to the story, promised by old Dorothée, concerning which her curiosity had once been so deeply interested. But Dorothée, at length, reminded her of it, and Emily desired, that she would come, that night, to her chamber. Still her thoughts were employed by considerations, which weakened her curiosity, and Dorothée's tap at the door, soon after 12, surprised her almost as much as if it had not been appointed. "I am come, at last, lady," said she. "I wonder what it is makes my old limbs shake so, tonight. I thought, once or twice, I should have dropped, as I was coming." Emily seated her in a chair, and desired, that she would compose her spirits, before she entered upon the subject, that had brought her thither. "Alas," said Dorothée, "it is thinking of that, I believe, which has disturbed me so. In my way hither too, I passed the chamber, where my dear lady died, and everything was so still and gloomy about me, that I almost fancied I saw her, as she appeared upon her deathbed." Emily now drew her chair near to Dorothée, who went on. "It is about 20 years since my lady Marchioness came a bride to the chateau. Oh! I well remember how she looked, when she came into the great hall, where we servants were all assembled to welcome her, and how happy my lord the Marquis seemed. Ah! Who would have thought then, but, as I was saying, Mademoiselle, I thought the Marchioness, with all her sweet looks, did not look happy at heart, and so I told my husband, and he said it was all fancy. So I said no more, but I made my remarks, for all that. My Lady Marchioness was then about your age, and, as I have often thought, very like you. Well. My lord the Marquis kept open house, for a long time, and gave such entertainments and there were such gay doings as have never been in the chateau since. I was younger, Mademoiselle, then, than I am now, and was as gay at the best of them. I remember I danced with Philip, the butler, in a pink gown, with yellow ribbons, and a coif, not such as they wear now, but plaited high, with ribbons all about it. It was very becoming truly. My lord, the Marquis, noticed me. Ah! He was a good-natured gentleman then, who would have thought that he... But the Marchioness, Dorothée, said Emily, you was telling me of her. Oh yes, my Lady Marchioness, I thought she did not seem happy at heart, and once, soon after the marriage, I caught her crying in her chamber, but, when she saw me, she dried her eyes, and pretended to smile. I did not dare then to ask what was the matter, but, the next time I saw her crying, I did, and she seemed displeased, so I said no more. I found out, some time after, how it was. Her father, it seems, had commanded her to marry my lord, the Marquis, for his money, and there was another nobleman, or else a chevalier, that she liked better and that was very fond of her, and she fretted for the loss of him, I fancy. But she never told me so. My lady always tried to conceal her tears from the Marquis, for I have often seen her, after she has been so sorrowful, look so calm and sweet, when he came into the room. But my lord, all of a sudden, grew gloomy and fretful, and very unkind sometimes to my lady. This afflicted her very much, as I saw, for she never complained, and she used to try so sweetly to oblige him and to bring him into a good humor, that my heart has often ached to see it. But he used to be stubborn, and give her harsh answers, and then, when she found it all in vain, she would go to her own room, and cry so. I used to hear her in the ante-room, poor dear lady. But I seldom ventured to go to her. I used, sometimes, to think my lord was jealous. To be sure my lady was greatly admired, but she was too good to deserve suspicion. Among the many chevaliers, that visited at the chateau, there was one, that I always thought seemed just suited for my lady, he was so courteous, yet so spirited, and there was such a grace, as it were, in all he did, or said. I always observed, that, whenever he had been there, the Marquis was more gloomy and my lady more thoughtful, and it came into my head, that this was the chevalier she ought to have married, but I never could learn for certain. What was the chevalier's name, Dorothée? Said Emily. Why that I will not tell even to you, Mademoiselle, for evil may come of it. I once heard from a person, who is since dead, that the Marchioness was not in law the wife of the Marquis, for that she had before been privately married to the gentleman she was so much attached to. And was afterwards afraid to own it to her father, who was a very stern man. But this seems very unlikely, and I never gave much faith to it. As I was saying, the Marquis was most out of humour, as I thought, when the chevalier I spoke of had been at the chateau, and, at last, his ill treatment of my lady made her quite miserable. He would see hardly any visitors at the castle, and made her live almost by herself. I was her constant attendant, and saw all she suffered, but still she never complained. After matters had gone on thus, for near a year, my lady was taken ill, and I thought her long fretting had made her so, but, alas! I fear it was worse than that. Worse? Dorothée, said Emily, can that be possible? I fear it was so, madam, there were strange appearances. But I will only tell what happened. My lord, the Marquis. Hush, Dorothée, what sounds were those? Said Emily. Dorothée changed countenance, and, while they both listened, they heard, on the stillness of the night, music of uncommon sweetness. I have surely heard that voice before, said Emily, at length. I have often heard it, and at this same hour, said Dorothée, solemnly, and, if spirits ever bring music, that is surely the music of one. Emily, as the sounds drew nearer, knew them to be the same she had formerly heard at the time of her father's death, and, whether it was the remembrance they now revived of that melancholy event, or that she was struck with superstitious awe, it is certain she was so much affected, that she had nearly fainted. "I think I once told you, madam," said Dorothée, "that I first heard this music, soon after my lady's death. I well remember the night." "Hark! It comes again," said Emily, "let us open the window, and listen." They did so. But, soon, the sounds floated gradually away into distance, and all was again still. They seemed to have sunk among the woods, whose tufted tops were visible upon the clear horizon, while every other feature of the scene was involved in the nightshade, which, however, allowed the eye an indistinct view of some objects in the garden below. As Emily leaned on the window, gazing with a kind of thrilling awe upon the obscurity beneath, and then upon the cloudless arch above, enlightened only by the stars, Dorothée, in a low voice, resumed her narrative. "I was saying, Mademoiselle, that I well remember when first I heard that music. It was one night, soon after my lady's death, that I had sat up later than usual, and I don't know how it was, but I had been thinking a great deal about my poor mistress, and of the sad scene I had lately witnessed. The chateau was quite still, and I was in the chamber at a good distance from the rest of the servants, and this, with the mournful things I had been thinking of, I suppose, made me low-spirited, for I felt very lonely and forlorn, as it were. And listened often, wishing to hear a sound in the chateau, for you know, Mademoiselle, when one can hear people moving, one does not so much mind, about one's fears. But all the servants were gone to bed, and I sat, thinking and thinking, till I was almost afraid to look round the room, and my poor lady's countenance often came to my mind, such as I had seen her when she was dying, and, once or twice, I almost thought I saw her before me, when suddenly I heard such sweet music. It seemed just at my window, and I shall never forget what I felt. I had not power to move from my chair, but then, when I thought it was my dear lady's voice, the tears came to my eyes. I had often heard her sing, in her lifetime, and to be sure she had a very fine voice. It had made me cry to hear her, many a time, when she has sat in her oriel, of an evening, playing upon her lute such sad songs, and singing so. Oh! It went to one's heart. I have listened in the antechamber, for the hour together, and she would sometimes sit playing, with the window open, when it was summer time, till it was quite dark, and when I have gone in, to shut it. She has hardly seemed to know what hour it was. But, as I said, madam, continued Dorothée, when first I heard the music, that came just now, I thought it was my late lady's, and I have often thought so again, when I have heard it, as I have done at intervals, ever since. Sometimes, many months have gone by, but still it has returned. It is extraordinary, observed Emily, that no person has yet discovered the musician. "Ay, Mademoiselle, if it had been anything earthly it would have been discovered long ago, but who could have courage to follow a spirit, and if they had, what good could it do? For spirits, you know, ma'am, can take any shape, or no shape, and they will be here, one minute, and, the next perhaps, in a quite different place." "Pray resume your story of the Marchioness," said Emily, "and acquaint me with the manner of her death." "I will, ma'am," said Dorothée, "but shall we leave the window?" "This cool air refreshes me," replied Emily, "and I love to hear it creep along the woods, and to look upon this dusky landscape." "You was speaking of my lord, the Marquis, when the music interrupted us." "Yes, madam, my lord, the Marquis, became more and more gloomy, and my lady grew worse and worse, till, one night, she was taken very ill, indeed. I was called up, and, when I came to her bedside, I was shocked to see her countenance, it was so changed. She looked piteously up at me, and desired I would call the Marquis again, for he was not yet come, and tell him she had something particular to say to him. At last, he came, and he did, to be sure, seem very sorry to see her, but he said very little. My lady told him she felt herself to be dying, and wished to speak with him alone, and then I left the room, but I shall never forget his look as I went. When I returned, I ventured to remind my lord about sending for a doctor, for I supposed he had forgot to do so, in his grief, but my lady said it was then too late. But my lord, so far from thinking so, seemed to think light of her disorder, till she was seized with such terrible pains. Oh, I never shall forget her shriek. My lord then sent off a man and horse for the doctor, and walked about the room and all over the chateau in the greatest distress, and I stayed by my dear lady, and did what I could to ease her sufferings. She had intervals of ease, and in one of these she sent for my lord again. When he came, I was going, but she desired I would not leave her. Oh! I shall never forget what a scene passed, I can hardly bear to think of it now. My lord was almost distracted, for my lady behaved with so much goodness, and took such pains to comfort him, that, if he ever had suffered a suspicion to enter his head, he must now have been convinced he was wrong. And to be sure he did seem to be overwhelmed with the thought of his treatment of her, and this affected her so much, that she fainted away. We then got my lord out of the room. He went into his library, and threw himself on the floor, and there he stayed, and would hear no reason, that was talked to him. When my lady recovered, she inquired for him, but, afterwards, said she could not bear to see his grief, and desired we would let her die quietly. She died in my arms, ma'amselle, and she went off as peacefully as a child, for all the violence of her disorder was past. Dorothy paused, and wept, and Emily wept with her. For she was much affected by the goodness of the late Marchioness, and by the meek patience, with which she had suffered. When the doctor came, resumed Dorothy, alas! He came too late. He appeared greatly shocked to see her, for soon after her death a frightful blackness spread all over her face. When he had sent the attendants out of the room, he asked me several odd questions about the Marchioness, particularly concerning the manner, in which she had been seized, and he often shook his head at my answers, and seemed to mean more. Then he chose to say. But I understood him too well. However, I kept my remarks to myself, and only told them to my husband, who bade me hold my tongue. Some of the other servants, however, suspected what I did, and strange reports were whispered about the neighborhood, but nobody dared to make any stir about them. When my lord heard that my lady was dead, he shut himself up, and would see nobody but the doctor, who used to be with him alone, sometimes for an hour together, and, after that, the doctor never talked with me again about my lady. When she was buried in the church of the convent, at a little distance yonder, if the moon was up you might see the towers here, ma'amselle, all my lord's vassals followed the funeral, and there was not a dry eye among them. For she had done a deal of good among the poor. My lord, the Marquis, I never saw any body so melancholy as he was afterwards, and sometimes he would be in such fits of violence, that we almost thought he had lost his senses. He did not stay long at the chateau, but joined his regiment, and, soon after, all the servants, except my husband and I, received notice to go, for my lord went to the wars. I never saw him after, for he would not return to the chateau, though it is such a fine place, and never finished those fine rooms he was building on the west side of it, and it has, in a manner, been shut up ever since. Till my lord the Count came here. The death of the Marchioness appears extraordinary, said Emily, who was anxious to know more than she dared to ask. Yes, madam, replied Dorothy, it was extraordinary. I have told you all I saw, and you may easily guess what I think. I cannot say more, because I would not spread reports, that might offend my lord the Count. You are very right, said Emily. Where did the Marquis die? In the north of France, I believe, ma'amselle, replied Dorothy. I was very glad, when I heard my lord the Count was coming, for this had been a sad desolate place, these many years, and we heard such strange noises, sometimes, after my lady's death, that, as I told you before, my husband and I left it for a neighboring cottage. And now, lady, I have told you all this sad history, and all my thoughts, and you have promised, you know, never to give the least hint about it. I have, said Emily, and I will be faithful to my promise, Dorothy. What you have told has interested me more than you can imagine. I only wish I could prevail upon you to tell the name of the chevalier, whom you thought so deserving of the Marchioness. Dorothy, however, steadily refused to do this, and then returned to the notice of Emily's likeness to the late Marchioness. "There is another picture of her," added she, "hanging in a room of the suite, which was shut up. It was drawn, as I have heard, before she was married, and is much more like you than the miniature." When Emily expressed a strong desire to see this, Dorothée replied, that she did not like to open those rooms. But Emily reminded her, that the Count had talked the other day of ordering them to be opened. Of which Dorothée seemed to consider much, and then she owned, that she should feel less, if she went into them with Emily first, than otherwise, and at length promised to shew the picture. The night was too far advanced and Emily was too much affected by the narrative of the scenes, which had passed in those apartments, to wish to visit them at this hour, but she requested that Dorothée would return on the following night, when they were not likely to be observed, and conduct her thither. Besides her wish to examine the portrait, she felt a thrilling curiosity to see the chamber, in which the Marchioness had died, and which Dorothée had said remained, with the bed and furniture, just as when the corpse was removed for interment. The solemn emotions, which the expectation of viewing such a scene had awakened, were in unison with the present tone of her mind, depressed by severe disappointment. Cheerful objects rather added to, than removed this depression. But, perhaps, she yielded too much to her melancholy inclination, and imprudently lamented the misfortune, which no virtue of her own could have taught her to avoid. Though no effort of reason could make her look unmoved upon the self-degradation of him, whom she had once esteemed and loved. Dorothée promised to return, on the following night, with the keys of the chambers, and then wished Emily good repose, and departed. Emily, however, continued at the window, musing upon the melancholy fate of the Marchioness and listening, in awful expectation, for a return of the music. But the stillness of the night remained long unbroken, except by the murmuring sounds of the woods, as they waved in the breeze, and then by the distant bell of the convent, striking one. She now withdrew from the window, and, as she sat at her bedside, indulging melancholy reveries, which the loneliness of the hour assisted, the stillness was suddenly interrupted not by music, but by very uncommon sounds, that seemed to come either from the room adjoining her own, or from one below. The terrible catastrophe, that had been related to her, together with the mysterious circumstances, said to have since occurred in the chateau, had so much shocked her spirits, that she now sunk, for a moment, under the weakness of superstition. The sounds, however, did not return, and she retired, to forget in sleep the disastrous story she had heard. Chapter 4. Now it is the time of night, that, the graves all gaping wide, every one lets forth his spite, in the churchway path to glide. Shakespeare. On the next night, about the same hour as before, Dorothée came to Emily's chamber, with the keys of that suite of rooms, which had been particularly appropriated to the late Marchioness. These extended along the north side of the chateau, forming part of the old building. And, as Emily's room was in the south, they had to pass over a great extent of the castle, and by the chambers of several of the family, whose observations Dorothée was anxious to avoid, since it might excite inquiry, and raise reports, such as would displease the Count. She, therefore, requested, that Emily would wait half an hour, before they ventured forth, that they might be certain all the servants were gone to bed. It was nearly 1, before the chateau was perfectly still, or Dorothée thought it prudent to leave the chamber. In this interval, her spirits seemed to be greatly affected by the remembrance of past events, and by the prospect of entering again upon places, where these had occurred, and in which she had not been for so many years. Emily too was affected, but her feelings had more of solemnity, and less of fear. From the silence, into which reflection and expectation had thrown them, they, at length, roused themselves, and left the chamber. Dorothée, at first, carried the lamp, but her hand trembled so much with infirmity and alarm, that Emily took it from her, and offered her arm, to support her feeble steps. They had to descend the great staircase, and, after passing over a wide extent of the chateau, to ascend another, which led to the suite of rooms they were in quest of. They stepped cautiously along the open corridor, that ran round the great hall, and into which the chambers of the Count, Countess, and the Lady Blanche, opened, and, from thence, descending the chief staircase, they crossed the hall itself. Proceeding through the servants' hall, where the dying embers of a wood fire still glimmered on the hearth, and the supper table was surrounded by chairs, that obstructed their passage, they came to the foot of the back staircase. Old Dorothy here paused, and looked around. "Let us listen," said she, "if anything is stirring. Mademoiselle, do you hear any voice?" "None," said Emily, "there certainly is no person up in the chateau, besides ourselves." "No, Mademoiselle," said Dorothy, "but I have never been here at this hour before, and, after what I know, my fears are not wonderful." "What do you know?" said Emily. "Oh, Mademoiselle, we have no time for talking now, let us go on. That door on the left is the one we must open." They proceeded, and, having reached the top of the staircase, Dorothy applied the key to the lock. "Ah," said she, as she endeavored to turn it, "so many years have passed since this was opened, that I fear it will not move." Emily was more successful, and they presently entered a spacious and ancient chamber. "Alas!" exclaimed Dorothy, as she entered, "the last time I passed through this door, I followed my poor lady's corpse." Emily, struck with the circumstance, and affected by the dusky and solemn air of the apartment, remained silent, and they passed on through a long suite of rooms, till they came to one more spacious than the rest, and rich in the remains of faded magnificence. "Let us rest here a while, madam," said Dorothy faintly, "we are going into the chamber, where my lady died. That door opens into it." "Ah, Mademoiselle! Why did you persuade me to come?" Emily drew one of the massy armchairs, with which the apartment was furnished, and begged Dorothy would sit down, and try to compose her spirits. "How the sight of this place brings all that passed formerly to my mind," said Dorothy. "It seems as if it was but yesterday since all that sad affair happened." "Hark! What noise is that?" said Emily. Dorothy, half starting from her chair, looked round the apartment, and they listened, but, everything remaining still, the old woman spoke again upon the subject of her sorrow. "This saloon, Mademoiselle, was in my lady's time the finest apartment in the chateau, and it was fitted up according to her own taste. All this grand furniture, but you can now hardly see what it is for the dust, and our light is none of the best. Ah! How I have seen this room lighted up in my lady's time! All this grand furniture came from Paris, and was made after the fashion of some in the Louvre there, except those large glasses, and they came from some outlandish place, and that rich tapestry. How the colors are faded already! Since I saw it last." "I understood, that was 20 years ago," observed Emily. "Thereabout, madam," said Dorothy, "and well remembered, but all the time between then and now seems as nothing. That tapestry used to be greatly admired at, it tells the stories out of some famous book or other, but I have forgot the name." Emily now rose to examine the figures it exhibited, and discovered, by verses in the Provençal tongue, wrought underneath each scene, that it exhibited stories from some of the most celebrated ancient romances. Dorothy's spirits being now more composed, she rose, and unlocked the door that led into the late Marchioness's apartment, and Emily passed into a lofty chamber, hung round with dark arras, and so spacious that the lamp she held up did not shew its extent. While Dorothy, when she entered, had dropped into a chair, where, sighing deeply, she scarcely trusted herself with the view of a scene so affecting to her. It was some time before Emily perceived, through the dusk, the bed on which the Marchioness was said to have died. When, advancing to the upper end of the room, she discovered the high canopied tester of dark green damask, with the curtains descending to the floor in the fashion of a tent, half drawn, and remaining apparently as they had been left 20 years before. And over the whole bedding was thrown a counterpane, or pall, of black velvet, that hung down to the floor. Emily shuddered, as she held the lamp over it, and looked within the dark curtains, where she almost expected to have seen a human face, and, suddenly remembering the horror she had suffered upon discovering the dying Madame Montoni in the turret chamber of Udolpho, her spirits fainted, and she was turning from the bed, when Dorothy, who had now reached it, exclaimed, "Holy Virgin! Methinks I see my lady stretched upon that pall, as when last I saw her. Emily, shocked by this exclamation, looked involuntarily again within the curtains, but the blackness of the pall only appeared. While Dorothée was compelled to support herself upon the side of the bed, and presently tears brought her some relief. "Ah!" said she, after she had wept a while, "it was here I sat on that terrible night, and held my lady's hand, and heard her last words, and saw all her sufferings, here she died in my arms." "Do not indulge these painful recollections," said Emily, "let us go. Shew me the picture you mentioned, if it will not too much affect you." "It hangs in the oriel," said Dorothée rising, and going towards a small door near the bed's head, which she opened, and Emily followed with the light, into the closet of the late Marchioness. "Alas! There she is, Mademoiselle," said Dorothée, pointing to a portrait of a lady, "there is her very self. Just as she looked when she came first to the chateau. You see, madam, she was all blooming like you, then, and so soon to be cut off." While Dorothée spoke, Emily was attentively examining the picture, which bore a strong resemblance to the miniature, though the expression of the countenance in each was somewhat different. But still she thought she perceived something of that pensive melancholy in the portrait, which so strongly characterized the miniature. "Pray, Mademoiselle, stand beside the picture, that I may look at you together," said Dorothée, who, when the request was complied with, exclaimed again at the resemblance. Emily also, as she gazed upon it, thought that she had somewhere seen a person very like it, though she could not now recollect who this was. In this closet were many memorials of the departed Marchioness. A robe and several articles of her dress were scattered upon the chairs, as if they had just been thrown off. On the floor were a pair of black satin slippers, and, on the dressing table, a pair of gloves and a long black veil, which, as Emily took it up to examine, she perceived was dropping to pieces with age. "Ah!" said Dorothée, observing the veil, "my lady's hand laid it there, it has never been moved since." Emily, shuddering, immediately laid it down again. "I well remember seeing her take it off," continued Dorothée. "It was on the night before her death, when she had returned from a little walk I had persuaded her to take in the gardens, and she seemed refreshed by it. I told her how much better she looked, and I remember what a languid smile she gave me, but, alas! She little thought, or I either, that she was to die, that night." Dorothée wept again, and then, taking up the veil, threw it suddenly over Emily, who shuddered to find it wrapped round her, descending even to her feet, and, as she endeavored to throw it off, Dorothée entreated that she would keep it on for one moment. "I thought," added she, "how like you would look to my dear mistress in that veil. May your life, Mademoiselle, be a happier one than hers." Emily, having disengaged herself from the veil, laid it again on the dressing table, and surveyed the closet, where every object, on which her eye fixed, seemed to speak of the Marchioness. In a large oriel window of painted glass, stood a table, with a silver crucifix, and a prayer book open. And Emily remembered with emotion what Dorothée had mentioned concerning her custom of playing on her lute in this window, before she observed the lute itself, lying on a corner of the table, as if it had been carelessly placed there by the hand that had so often awakened it. "This is a sad forlorn place," said Dorothée, "for, when my dear lady died, I had no heart to put it to rights, or the chamber either. And my lord never came into the rooms after, so they remain just as they did when my lady was removed for interment." While Dorothée spoke, Emily was still looking on the lute, which was a Spanish one, and remarkably large. And then, with a hesitating hand, she took it up, and passed her fingers over the chords. They were out of tune, but uttered a deep and full sound. Dorothée started at their well-known tones, and, seeing the lute in Emily's hand, said, "This is the lute my lady Marchioness loved so. I remember when last she played upon it, it was on the night that she died. I came as usual to undress her, and, as I entered the bedchamber, I heard the sound of music from the oriel, and perceiving it was my lady's, who was sitting there, I stepped softly to the door, which stood a little open, to listen. For the music, though it was mournful, was so sweet. There I saw her, with the lute in her hand, looking upwards, and the tears fell upon her cheeks, while she sung a vesper hymn, so soft and so solemn. And her voice trembled, as it were, and then she would stop for a moment, and wipe away her tears, and go on again, lower than before. Oh! I had often listened to my lady, but never heard anything so sweet as this. It made me cry, almost, to hear it. She had been at prayers, I fancy, for there was the book open on the table beside her, and there it lies open still. Pray, let us leave the oriel, mademoiselle, added Dorothée, this is a heartbreaking place. Having returned into the chamber, she desired to look once more upon the bed, when, as they came opposite to the open door, leading into the saloon, Emily, in the partial gleam, which the lamp threw into it, thought she saw something glide along into the obscurer part of the room. Her spirits had been much affected by the surrounding scene, or it is probable this circumstance, whether real or imaginary, would not have affected her in the degree it did. But she endeavoured to conceal her emotion from Dorothée, who, however, observing her countenance change, inquired if she was ill. "Let us go," said Emily, faintly, "the air of these rooms is unwholesome." But, when she attempted to do so, considering that she must pass through the apartment where the phantom of her terror had appeared, this terror increased, and, too faint to support herself, she sat down on the side of the bed. Dorothée, believing that she was only affected by a consideration of the melancholy catastrophe, which had happened on this spot, endeavoured to cheer her. And then, as they sat together on the bed, she began to relate other particulars concerning it, and this without reflecting, that it might increase Emily's emotion, but because they were particularly interesting to herself. "A little before my lady's death," said she, "when the pains were gone off, she called me to her, and stretching out her hand to me, I sat down just there, where the curtain falls upon the bed. How well I remember her look at the time, death was in it, I can almost fancy I see her now, there she lay, mademoiselle, her face was upon the pillow there. This black counterpane was not upon the bed then. It was laid on, after her death, and she was laid out upon it." Emily turned to look within the dusky curtains, as if she could have seen the countenance of which Dorothée spoke. The edge of the white pillow only appeared above the blackness of the pall, but, as her eyes wandered over the pall itself, she fancied she saw it move. Without speaking, she caught Dorothée's arm, who, surprised by the action, and by the look of terror that accompanied it, turned her eyes from Emily to the bed, where, in the next moment she, too, saw the pall slowly lifted, and fall again. Emily attempted to go, but Dorothée stood fixed and gazing upon the bed, and, at length, said, "It is only the wind, that waves it, mademoiselle, we have left all the doors open, see how the air waves the lamp, it is only the wind." She had scarcely uttered these words, when the pall was more violently agitated than before, but Emily, somewhat ashamed of her terrors, stepped back to the bed, willing to be convinced that the wind only had occasioned her alarm. When, as she gazed within the curtains, the pall moved again, and, in the next moment, the apparition of a human countenance rose above it. Screaming with terror, they both fled, and got out of the chamber as fast as their trembling limbs would bear them, leaving open the doors of all the rooms, through which they passed. When they reached the staircase, Dorothée threw open a chamber door, where some of the female servants slept, and sunk breathless on the bed. While Emily, deprived of all presence of mind, made only a feeble attempt to conceal the occasion of her terror from the astonished servants. And, though Dorothée, when she could speak, endeavoured to laugh at her own fright, and was joined by Emily, no remonstrances could prevail with the servants, who had quickly taken the alarm. To pass even the remainder of the night in a room so near to these terrific chambers. Dorothée having accompanied Emily to her own apartment, they then began to talk over, with some degree of coolness, the strange circumstance, that had just occurred. And Emily would almost have doubted her own perceptions, had not those of Dorothée attested their truth. Having now mentioned what she had observed in the outer chamber, she asked the housekeeper, whether she was certain no door had been left unfastened, by which a person might secretly have entered the apartments. Dorothée replied, that she had constantly kept the keys of the several doors in her own possession. That, when she had gone her rounds through the castle, as she frequently did, to examine if all was safe, she had tried these doors among the rest, and had always found them fastened. It was, therefore, impossible, she added, that any person could have got admittance into the apartments, and, if they could, it was very improbable they should have chose to sleep in a place so cold and forlorn. Emily observed, that their visit to these chambers had, perhaps, been watched, and that some person, for a frolic, had followed them into the rooms, with a design to frighten them, and, while they were in the oriel, had taken the opportunity of concealing himself in the bed. Dorothy allowed, that this was possible, till she recollected, that, on entering the apartments, she had turned the key of the outer door, and this, which had been done to prevent their visit being noticed by any of the family, who might happen to be up, must effectually have excluded every person, except themselves, from the chambers. And she now persisted in affirming, that the ghastly countenance she had seen was nothing human, but some dreadful apparition. Emily was very solemnly affected. Of whatever nature might be the appearance she had witnessed, whether human or supernatural, the fate of the deceased Marchioness was a truth not to be doubted. And this unaccountable circumstance, occurring in the very scene of her sufferings, affected Emily's imagination with a superstitious awe, to which, after having detected the fallacies at Udolpho, she might not have yielded, had she been ignorant of the unhappy story, related by the housekeeper. Her she now solemnly conjured to conceal the occurrence of this night, and to make light of the terror she had already betrayed, that the Count might not be distressed by reports, which would certainly spread alarm and confusion among his family. Time, she added, may explain this mysterious affair, meanwhile let us watch the event in silence. Dorothy readily acquiesced. But she now recollected that she had left all the doors of the north suite of rooms open, and, not having courage to return alone to lock even the outer one, Emily, after some effort, so far conquered her own fears, that she offered to accompany her to the foot of the back staircase, and to wait there while Dorothy ascended, whose resolution being reassured by this circumstance, she consented to go, and they left Emily's apartment together. No sound disturbed the stillness, as they passed along the halls and galleries, but, on reaching the foot of the back staircase, Dorothy's resolution failed again. Having, however, paused a moment to listen, and no sound being heard above, she ascended, leaving Emily below, and, scarcely suffering her eye to glance within the first chamber, she fastened the door, which shut up the whole suite of apartments, and returned to Emily. As they stepped along the passage, leading into the great hall, a sound of lamentation was heard, which seemed to come from the hall itself, and they stopped in new alarm to listen, when Emily presently distinguished the voice of Annette, whom she found crossing the hall, with another female servant, and so terrified by the report, which the other maids had spread, that, believing she could be safe only where her lady was, she was going for refuge to her apartment. Emily's endeavours to laugh, or to argue her out of these terrors, were equally vain, and, in compassion to her distress, she consented that she should remain in her room during the night. Chapter 5. Hail, mildly pleasing solitude! Companion of the wise and good! This is the balmy breath of morn, just as the dew-bent rose is born, but chief when evening scenes decay, and the faint landscape swims away. Thine is the doubtful, soft decline, and that best hour of musing thine. Thomson. Emily's injunctions to Annette to be silent on the subject of her terror were ineffectual, and the occurrence of the preceding night spread such alarm among the servants, who now all affirmed that they had frequently heard unaccountable noises in the chateau, that a report soon reached the Count of the north side of the castle being haunted. He treated this, at first, with ridicule, but, perceiving, that it was productive of serious evil, in the confusion it occasioned among his household, he forbade any person to repeat it, on pain of punishment. The arrival of a party of his friends soon withdrew his thoughts entirely from this subject, and his servants had now little leisure to brood over it, except, indeed, in the evenings after supper, when they all assembled in their hall, and related stories of ghosts, till they feared to look round the room. Started, if the echo of a closing door murmured along the passage, and refused to go singly to any part of the castle. On these occasions Annette made a distinguished figure. When she told not only of all the wonders she had witnessed, but of all that she had imagined, in the castle of Udolpho, with the story of the strange disappearance of Signora Montoni, she made no trifling impression on the mind of her attentive auditors. Her suspicions, concerning Montoni, she would also have freely disclosed, had not Ludovico, who was now in the service of the Count, prudently checked her loquacity, whenever it pointed to that subject. Among the visitors at the château was the Baron de Saint-Foy, an old friend of the Count, and his son, the Chevalier St. Foy, a sensible and amiable young man, who, having in the preceding year seen the Lady Blanche, at Paris, had become her declared admirer. The friendship which the Count had long entertained for his father, and the equality of their circumstances made him secretly approve of the connection. But, thinking his daughter at this time too young to fix her choice for life, and wishing to prove the sincerity and strength of the Chevalier's attachment, he then rejected his suit, though without forbidding his future hope. This young man now came, with the Baron, his father, to claim the reward of a steady affection, a claim, which the Count admitted and which Blanche did not reject. While these visitors were at the château, it became a scene of gaiety and splendor. The pavilion in the woods was fitted up and frequented, in the fine evenings, as a supper-room, when the hour usually concluded with a concert, at which the Count and Countess, who were scientific performers, and the Chevaliers Henri and St. Foy, with the Lady Blanche and Emily, whose voices and fine taste compensated for the want of more skilful execution, usually assisted. Several of the Count's servants performed on horns and other instruments, some of which, placed at a little distance among the woods, spoke, in sweet response, to the harmony, that proceeded from the pavilion. At any other period, these parties would have been delightful to Emily. But her spirits were now oppressed with a melancholy, which she perceived that no kind of what is called amusement had power to dissipate, and which the tender and, frequently, pathetic melody of these concerts sometimes increased to a very painful degree. She was particularly fond of walking in the woods, that hung on a promontory, overlooking the sea. Their luxuriant shade was soothing to her pensive mind, and, in the partial views, which they afforded of the Mediterranean, with its winding shores and passing sails, tranquil beauty was united with grandeur. The paths were rude and frequently overgrown with vegetation, but their tasteful owner would suffer little to be done to them, and scarcely a single branch to be lopped from the venerable trees. On an eminence, in one of the most sequestered parts of these woods, was a rustic seat, formed of the trunk of a decayed oak, which had once been a noble tree, and of which many lofty branches still flourishing united with beech and pines to over-canopy the spot. Beneath their deep umbrage, the eye passed over the tops of other woods, to the Mediterranean, and, to the left, through an opening, was seen a ruined watch-tower, standing on a point of rock, near the sea, and rising from among the tufted foliage. Hither Emily often came alone in the silence of evening, and, soothed by the scenery and by the faint murmur, that rose from the waves, would sit, till darkness obliged her to return to the château. Frequently, also, she visited the watch-tower, which commanded the entire prospect, and, when she leaned against its broken walls, and thought of Valancourt, she not once imagined, what was so true, that this tower had been almost as frequently his resort, as her own, since his estrangement from the neighbouring château. One evening, she lingered here to a late hour. She had sat on the steps of the building, watching, in tranquil melancholy, the gradual effect of evening over the extensive prospect, till the grey waters of the Mediterranean and the massy woods were almost the only features of the scene that remained visible. When, as she gazed alternately on these, and on the mild blue of the heavens, where the first pale star of evening appeared, she personified the hour in the following lines. Song of the evening hour. Last of the hours that track the fading day. I move along the realms of twilight air, and hear, remote, the choral song decay of sister nymphs, who dance around his car. Then, as I follow through the azure void, his partial splendor from my straining eye sinks in the depth of space, my only guide. his faint ray dawning on the farthest sky. Save that sweet, lingering strain of gayer hours, whose close my voice prolongs in dying notes, while mortals on the green earth own its prowess, as downward on the evening gale it floats, when fades along the west the sun's last beam, as, weary, to the nether world he goes, and mountain summits catch the purple gleam, and slumbering ocean faint and fainter glows. Silent upon the globe's broad shade I steal, and o'er its dry turf shed the cooling dews, and every fevered herb and floweret heal, and all their fragrance on the air diffuse. Where'er I move, a tranquil pleasure reigns. O'er all the scene the dusky tints I send, that forests wild and mountains, stretching plains, and peopled towns, in soft confusion blend. Wide o'er the world I waft the freshening wind, low breathing through the woods and twilight vale, in whispers soft, that woo the pensive mind of him, who loves my lonely steps to hail. His tender oaten reed I watch to hear, stealing its sweetness o'er some plaining rill, or soothing ocean's wave, when storms are near, or swelling in the breeze from distant hill. I wake the fairy elves, who shun the light, when, from their blossomed beds, they slyly peep, and spy my pale star, leading on the night. Forth to their games and revelry they leap, send all the prison sweets abroad in air, that with them slumbered in the floret's cell. Then to the shores and moonlight brooks repair, till the high larks their matin carol swell. The wood nymphs hail my airs and tempered shade, with ditties soft and lightly sportive dance, on river margin of some bowery glade, and strew their fresh buds as my steps advance. But, swift I pass, and distant regions trace, for moonbeams silver all the eastern cloud, and day's last crimson vestige fades apace. Down the steep west I fly from midnight's shroud. The moon was now rising out of the sea. She watched its gradual progress, the extending line of radiance it threw upon the waters, the sparkling oars, the sail faintly silvered, and the wood tops and the battlements of the watchtower, at whose foot she was sitting, just tinted with the rays. Emily's spirits were in harmony with this scene. As she sat meditating, sound stole by her on the air, which she immediately knew to be the music and the voice she had formerly heard at midnight, and the emotion of awe, which she felt, was not unmixed with terror. When she considered her remote and lonely situation, the sounds drew nearer. She would have risen to leave the place, but they seemed to come from the way she must have taken towards the chateau, and she awaited the event in trembling expectation. The sounds continued to approach, for some time, and then ceased. Emily sat listening, gazing and unable to move, when she saw a figure emerge from the shade of the woods and pass along the bank, at some little distance before her. It went swiftly, and her spirits were so overcome with awe, that, though she saw, she did not much observe it. Having left the spot, with a resolution never again to visit it alone, at so late an hour, she began to approach the chateau, when she heard voices calling her from the part of the wood, which was nearest to it. They were the shouts of the Count's servants, who were sent to search for her, and when she entered the supper-room, where he sat with Henri and Blanche, he gently reproached her with a look, which she blushed to have deserved. This little occurrence deeply impressed her mind, and, when she withdrew to her own room, it recalled so forcibly the circumstances she had witnessed, a few nights before, that she had scarcely courage to remain alone. She watched to a late hour, when, no sound having renewed her fears, she, at length, sunk to repose. But this was of short continuance, for she was disturbed by a loud and unusual noise, that seemed to come from the gallery, into which her chamber opened. Groans were distinctly heard, and, immediately after, a dead weight fell against the door, with a violence, that threatened to burst it open. She called loudly to know who was there, but received no answer, though, at intervals, she still thought she heard something like a low moaning. Fear deprived her of the power to move. Soon after, she heard footsteps in a remote part of the gallery, and, as they approached, she called more loudly than before, till the steps paused at her door. She then distinguished the voices of several of the servants, who seemed too much engaged by some circumstance without, to attend to her calls. But, Annette soon after entering the room for water, Emily understood, that one of the maids had fainted, whom she immediately desired them to bring into her room, where she assisted to restore her. When this girl had recovered her speech, she affirmed, that, as she was passing up the back staircase, in the way to her chamber, she had seen an apparition on the second landing place. She held the lamp low, she said, that she might pick her way, several of the stairs being infirm and even decayed, and it was upon raising her eyes, that she saw this appearance. It stood for a moment in the corner of the landing place, which she was approaching, and then, gliding up the stairs, vanished at the door of the apartment, that had been lately opened. She heard afterwards a hollow sound. "Then the devil has got a key to that apartment," said Dorothy, "for it could be nobody but he. I locked the door myself." The girl, springing down the stairs and passing up the great staircase, had run, with a faint scream, till she reached the gallery, where she fell, groaning, at Emily's door. Gently chiding her for the alarm she had occasioned, Emily tried to make her ashamed of her fears. But the girl persisted in saying, that she had seen an apparition, till she went to her own room, whither she was accompanied by all the servants present, except Dorothy, who, at Emily's request, remained with her during the night. Emily was perplexed, and Dorothy was terrified, and mentioned many occurrences of former times, which had long since confirmed her superstitions. Among these, according to her belief, she had once witnessed an appearance, like that just described, and on the very same spot, and it was the remembrance of it, that had made her pause, when she was going to ascend the stairs with Emily, and which had increased her reluctance to open the north apartments. Whatever might be Emily's opinions, she did not disclose them, but listened attentively to all that Dorothy communicated, which occasioned her much thought and perplexity. From this night the terror of the servants increased to such an excess, that several of them determined to leave the château, and requested their discharge of the Count, who, if he had any faith in the subject of their alarm, thought proper to dissemble it, and, anxious to avoid the inconvenience that threatened him, employed ridicule and then argument to convince them they had nothing to apprehend from supernatural agency. But fear had rendered their minds inaccessible to reason. And it was now, that Ludovico proved at once his courage and his gratitude for the kindness he had received from the Count, by offering to watch, during a night, in the suite of rooms, reputed to be haunted. He feared, he said, no spirits, and, if anything of human form appeared, he would prove that he dreaded that as little. The Count paused upon the offer, while the servants, who heard it, looked upon one another in doubt and amazement, and Annette, terrified for the safety of Ludovico, employed tears and entreaties to dissuade him from his purpose. "You are a bold fellow," said the Count, smiling, "think well of what you are going to encounter, before you finally determine upon it. However, if you persevere in your resolution, I will accept your offer, and your intrepidity shall not go unrewarded." "I desire no reward, your Excellenza," replied Ludovico, "but your approbation. Your Excellenza has been sufficiently good to me already, but I wish to have arms, that I may be equal to my enemy, if he should appear." "Your sword cannot defend you against a ghost," replied the Count, throwing a glance of irony upon the other servants, "neither can bars, or bolts, for a spirit, you know, can glide through a keyhole as easily as through a door." "Give me a sword, my Lord Count," said Ludovico, "and I will lay all the spirits, that shall attack me, in the Red Sea." "Well," said the Count, "you shall have a sword, and good cheer, too. And your brave comrades here will, perhaps, have courage enough to remain another night in the château, since your boldness will certainly, for this night, at least, confine all the malice of the spectre to yourself." Curiosity now struggled with fear in the minds of several of his fellow servants, and, at length, they resolved to await the event of Ludovico's rashness. Emily was surprised and concerned, when she heard of his intention, and was frequently inclined to mention what she had witnessed in the north apartments to the Count, for she could not entirely divest herself of fears for Ludovico's safety, though her reason represented these to be absurd. The necessity, however, of concealing the secret, with which Dorothée had entrusted her, and which must have been mentioned, with the late occurrence, in excuse for her having so privately visited the north apartments, kept her entirely silent on the subject of her apprehension. And she tried only to soothe Annette, who held, that Ludovico was certainly to be destroyed, and who was much less affected by Emily's consolatory efforts, than by the manner of old Dorothée, who often, as she exclaimed Ludovico, sighed, and threw up her eyes to heaven.